have I traversed through time. Mo found himself seated within a dilapidated wooden cabin, surrounded by an air of decay. Confusion enveloped his mind. Suddenly, a sharp, needle-like pain pierced through him. Instantly, a torrent of unfamiliar information surged into his consciousness. Universal language successfully loaded. A cold, mechanical voice resonated within his mind, devoid of any emotion. As Mo listened to the alien tongue, he grasped its meaning in an instant. Due to the influence of the will of Blue Star, all inhabitants of Blue Star have become world lords. A pale blue light curtain materialized before him, revealing a brief passage. The world has shattered for unknown reasons. The rules have been rewritten. Countless races have been cast into myriad fractured worlds. Those with whom you share a close bond will join you in the construction of a world. May you survive the journey ahead, and good luck. A wave of shock surged within Mo. He had grown up in an orphanage, devoid of family or connections. For over 20 years, he had been an utterly ordinary individual, beyond a face that his friends jokingly referred to as a gift from heaven, which was merely a shade less handsome than that of the readers. He possessed few commendable qualities, yet now he found himself elevated to the status of a world lord. Moreover, the dominion over this territory rested solely in his hands. Is this fortune or misfortune? At that moment, a ripple suddenly emerged at the center of the panel. In the blink of an eye, 6 striking options appeared upon the light curtain. Mo's gaze was drawn to the chat option. With a gentle click, the interface unfurled before him. It was divided into 3 channels: the World Channel, the Regional Channel, and the Private Channel. Among them, the World Channel appeared grayed out, yet to be unlocked, while the Regional Channel was accessible and unrestricted in terms of message frequency. The area Mo occupied was designated as number 66666. Lacking knowledge about his current situation, he decided to assume the role of a voyeur, observing the dialogues of others. The messages in the Regional Channel flowed incessantly. Wasn't it said that we would be in the same world as our close ones? Why isn't my girlfriend with me? I advise you to be honest and return me, or you'll regret it. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? This is absurd. The starter pack provides far too little. Damn it. Why was I born in a desert? You all are ranting here, yet you might as well recruit some militia first. To the person above, I was born in water. How am I supposed to recruit militia? As he observed these expressions of anger, confusion, and humor, a subtle smile graced Mo's lips. Despite being in an unfamiliar environment, the reactions of these individuals offered him an inexplicable sense of ease. However, as he continued to browse, Mo noticed a peculiar phenomenon. All the participants in the chat were from Blue Star. There was no mention of the myriad of races referenced in the panel. Strangely enough, none of the individuals engaged in conversation mentioned the information interface. This ignited a profound curiosity within Mo. Consequently, he clicked on the information interface. In an instant, a dazzling blue light appeared before him. The radiance gradually coalesced, forming an exquisite panel adorned with a plethora of text. Mo scrutinized the details. The text meticulously elucidated the various features and rules of the information interface. It turned out that this unique information interface was exclusively owned by the host, Mo. It possessed a remarkable function. It could refresh every 3 days, yielding 5 entirely new pieces of information each time. Furthermore, the information interface could be upgraded through an unknown method, though the specifics of the upgrade process remained for Mo to discover on his own. His heartbeat quickened with anticipation as he silently recited, "Refresh new information." The next moment, the panel revealed new text. 1. In a land behind the wooden cabin lies a shattered artifact known as Eternity. Although this artifact is broken, it still harbors boundless power. 2. In 3 days, a horde of savage goblins will stumble upon your territory. These goblins are inherently ruthless and insatiably greedy. If you wish to avoid a gruesome fate, be sure to prepare adequately. 3. Within the forest behind your wooden cabin exists a grove of fantastical fruit trees, concealing a peculiar object known as the Crystal Dragonblood Tree. It may assist you in overcoming your challenges. The lake to the left of the wooden cabin teems with an abundance of fish, Yet in the very center of the lake lurks a colossal and ferociously formidable shark. The heart of this world resides amidst the mountains behind the territory, serving as the core of the entire realm. However, within those mountains lies a nefarious vampire in hiding. As Momo's gaze swept across the first piece of information, an uncontrollable surge of exhilaration surged within him. The shattered artifact eternal. However, as he continued to peruse the second piece of information, that newfound excitement was swiftly supplanted by a chilling dread. In 3 days, goblins would invade his territory. Momo's brow furrowed, and a twinge of anxiety bubbled up within him. He endeavored to calm his tumultuous emotions. Subsequently, he resolved to examine his personal panel to gain a comprehensive understanding of his situation. Personal Profile Lord. Momo level. 1 levels can be increased through combat, and other means rank. Insignificant, ordinary, elite, chief, leader. Traits, none skills. None Lord's auxiliary functions. Backpack, decomposition, appraisal of sentient beings cannot exceed one's own level by more than 10. The backpack function cannot accommodate items or beings with souls. His personal profile was nearly blank. To say he was a 5th-rate warrior would be an embellishment. Thereafter, Momo proceeded to examine other interfaces. Decayed Lord's Cabin. Upgrade available materials required for upgrade. Would 20 subsequent upgrades require blueprints in addition? He possesses the capability to craft stone axes and stone picks. However, this requires a corresponding quantity of timber and stone. More advanced items and structures necessitate blueprints for their creation and construction. Remarkably, the act of building structures and crafting items is accomplished solely through manual effort, without the need for specific knowledge or tools. Momo could not help but marvel at the extraordinary nature of this fragmented world. The function of world construction can only be utilized by mastering the heart of the world. Currently, neither world construction nor territory construction can be developed. After familiarizing himself with the full range of functions available on the panel, Mo steadied himself and rose from the wooden floor. At that moment, he noticed an antiquated wooden chest behind him. A thought crossed his mind. This must be the beginner's gift pack mentioned by someone in the chat interface. Chapter 2. The Shattered Artifact. Eternity. Momo gently opened the wooden chest, revealing a modest collection of supplies within. Unlock successful. Acquired bread X10, stone axe, white, X1. Stone pickaxe, white, X1. Though the items were scarce, they were, for Momo, a timely blessing in a moment of need. He methodically extracted each item from the chest and placed them into his backpack. The backpack's interface boasted 30 compartments, each with a generous capacity of 1 cubic meter. This ample space would suffice for Momo's endeavors for quite some time. Once he had organized his findings, Momo slowly pushed open the aged wooden door. Outside, the brilliant sunlight flooded the dim cabin, illuminating it with a radiant glow. Momo squinted, allowing his eyes to adjust to the sudden brightness before stepping out into the open air. He did not linger, but instead walked purposefully toward the rear of the cabin. Stopping in a clearing behind the wooden structure, Momo crouched down, his gaze fixed upon the ground beneath him. According to the intel, a shattered artifact lay hidden beneath the soil. He retrieved the stone pickaxe from his backpack and began to excavate, bit by bit. Moments later, the outline of an object began to emerge from the earth. Momo's heart raced with anticipation. He cleared away the final layer of dirt, and there it was. The artifact revealed before him eternity. Despite its fragmented state, it still emanated a faint glow, as if whispering tales of its former grandeur, even in its brokenness. Its extraordinary essence could not be concealed. Momo extended his right hand, delicately brushing the surface of the artifact. The instant his fingertips made contact with the relic, a chilling sensation coursed through him, akin to an electric current, swiftly spreading from his fingertips to envelop his entire being, causing him to involuntarily shudder. Yet, before Momo could fully comprehend the situation, the shards seemed to possess a life of their own, transforming into a dazzling stream of light that rapidly penetrated his right arm. Taken aback by this sudden turn of events, Momo widened his eyes and glanced down at his right arm. To his astonishment, a peculiar mark resembling the letter X had appeared, emanating a faint glow before fading into dimness. Initially, he was apprehensive, concerned that he might have encountered some perilous threat. Such an eerie occurrence undeniably instilled a sense of unease. He moved his right arm, discovering no discomfort. His body seemed to function normally, which brought him a modicum of relief. However, just as he began to feel a sense of gratitude for his good fortune, A torrent of unfamiliar information surged within the depths of his mind. Eternal, fragmented, 1. Possesses the extraordinary power to convert all soulless matter into energy. Due to fragmentation, the daily energy conversion limit is restricted to 102. Holds the remarkable capability to transform transient enhancements into eternal boons. Due to fragmentation, currently able to convert only 3 enhancements, reparable through energy. Unknown function, reparable through energy, an item of supreme power. May light and hope illuminate your path ahead, Eternal. Is this truly a blessing or a curse? Mo gently closed his eyes, his brow furrowing slightly. He was digesting the influx of information that had just surged into his mind. After a brief moment, Mo slowly opened his eyes. Within those orbs resided an unprecedented confidence. Regardless of the consequences, strength shall prevail. As the words left his lips, Mo extended his right hand, pressing his palm against the earth beneath him. Then, silently invoking the 2 words, transformation. With the stirrings of his thoughts, an extraordinary phenomenon transpired. The once solid ground began to tremble slightly. Subsequently, large clumps of soil gradually transformed into countless tiny specks of light. As the transformation progressed, the luminous points multiplied, intertwining to form a flowing stream of light. This radiant current converged towards Mo's palm at a visible pace. Ultimately, it all coalesced into the X mark. When the final glimmer vanished, all that remained before Mo was a bare little pit in the soil. Simultaneously, a piece of data materialized in his mind. Energy, 1300. Upon observing this information, a smile involuntarily crept across Mo's face. He mused in silence, astonished by the marvel of this transformation technique, which was neither overly complex nor difficult to execute. At this rate, in merely 3 days, I shall accomplish a restoration. Mo now brimmed with anticipation for the power of eternity. The 2 decades of aimlessness had extinguished his so-called dreams and fervor. Yet now, he stood as the lord of this realm, having witnessed extraordinary might. This monumental shift rekindled the embers within Mo's heart, and a long-forgotten fervor surged once more. This must be the building for recruiting militia, Mo thought, standing to the left of the wooden cabin, his gaze fixed upon the modest structure. It was neither opulent nor particularly refined, resembling the only other edifice in this territory alongside the cabin. Level 1 Militia Camp. 1 militia can be recruited by consuming 2 units of stone and 2 units of wood. A Level 1 militia camp can recruit a maximum of 3 militia daily, totaling up to 30 militia. Note, as the Lord, it is imperative to provide your subordinates with a sufficient amount of food daily. Prolonged deprivation may lead to diminished loyalty and even defection. Food. Mo murmured softly. Without adequate provisions, recruiting additional militia would be futile, even perilous. Yet, he currently had no personnel at all, let alone the means to procure sustenance. With this thought, Mo swiftly retrieved his stone axe from his backpack and dashed toward the forest behind the wooden cabin. Soon, he encountered a robust tree. To attain wealth, one must first fell trees. Mo raised his stone axe, preparing to strike the trunk. However, just as the axe was about to descend, he abruptly halted his motion. Wait, am I being foolish? With an ability at my disposal, why would I resort to manually chopping wood? He recalled his eternal transmutation ability. Consequently, he set down the axe, crouched down, and pressed his right hand against the base of the tree, silently invoking transmutation. Simultaneously, Mo carefully controlled the scope of his ability, ensuring it would only affect the base of the trunk. A faint glow emanated from his palm, swiftly enveloping the base of the tree. Moments later, as the light dissipated, the mighty tree lost its support and gradually toppled, stirring up a cloud of dust. Energy, 2300. How convenient it is to have such abilities. Mo subsequently employed the decomposition function on the tree. With 6, the decomposition function can only be used on items in a specific state that are eligible for decomposition. Mo pondered to himself, is this akin to a one-click lumberjack? The required timber for recruitment had been gathered, leaving only stones to be procured. Suddenly, he recalled the scattered boulders he had seen around the wooden cabin. A surge of motivation coursed through him. Chapter 3. Recruiting Militia. Venomous serpents. Upon returning to the wooden cabin, Mo wasted no time and immediately began collecting stones. He meticulously decomposed each of the scattered rocks. Notifications from the panel appeared in rapid succession. Stone 1, Stone 1, Stone 2. Although the decomposition function was remarkably efficient, it was not without its costs. Each use depleted Mo's stamina. Given his relatively poor physical condition, it was too long before beads of sweat adorned his forehead and his breathing grew somewhat labored. Nevertheless, after a period of diligent effort, he finally amassed the stones required for militia recruitment. Momo wiped his brow and exhaled deeply. He then proceeded towards the militia camp. Would you like to recruit Militia 3? This requires consuming wood 6 and stone 6, yes. No sooner had he spoken than the militia camp trembled in response. The gates of the camp slowly swung open, revealing 3 imposing figures emerging from within. They were 3 robust men, each standing at an impressive height of 6 feet. Dressed in rudimentary leather armor and wielding rough spears, they bore resolute expressions, their eyes glinting with fierce determination. Momo was not taken aback by the arrival of the militia. After all, he too had traversed through realms. Upon exiting their encampment, the 3 men turned to Momo, bowing respectfully and proclaiming in booming voices, "Esteemed Lord, Lin Li Mo stands ready to serve you." Momo gazed at the trio of militia, a wave of excitement washing over him. According to intelligence reports, in 3 days, a horde of unknown strength, savage goblins would invade his territory. These militia might very well be the key to repelling the impending threat. Furthermore, the addition of 3 robust laborers would undoubtedly facilitate the development of his domain. Militia, Lin Li Mo, level 3, rank, minor, traits, none, loyalty, 68, skills, basic spear technique, increases damage dealt with spears by 10. Momo's gaze swept across the panel, a smile gracing his features. With the presence of these formidable subjects, he finally felt a semblance of security. However, a pragmatic concern suddenly surged to the forefront of his mind, the addition of 3 mouths to feed within his territory. This implied that the daily food requirements would significantly escalate. Food. It seemed imperative to devise a solution swiftly. He understood that if the food scarcity was not promptly addressed, the loyalty of these militia could plummet, leading them to abandon him, or worse, pose a threat to his safety. Having contemplated these matters, Momo redirected his focus to the task at hand. The paramount task of today is to investigate the fantastical fruit tree mentioned in the intelligence report, as well as the enigmatic entity, the Crystal Dragon's Blood Tree. Momo not only requires the fantastical fruit tree to address the issue of sustenance, but is also eager to witness firsthand the extraordinary nature of this so-called marvel. Simultaneously, he remains mindful of the lake situated to the east of his territory. Momo turned to Mo and instructed, "Take this box and gather some water from the lake to the east of the cabin. Additionally, catch some fish on your way back. Remember, do not venture too far into the lake. Safety comes first." As he spoke, Momo handed the wooden box to Mo. Though somewhat worn, it was currently their sole vessel for collecting water. Mo accepted the box with respect and replied, "At your command, my lord. I assure you I will fulfill the task." Momo then glanced at Lin Li and Mo, commanding, "You two accompany me to explore the woods behind the cabin." "Yes, my lord," they responded in unison. Momo arranged for Mo to lead the way, while Lin Li would bring up the rear, positioning himself in the center to provide support. With this formation, Momo could swiftly respond to any unexpected situations arising from either the front or the back, ensuring they would not be caught off guard. The trio advanced cautiously. Along the way, Momo gazed up at the sky, a flicker of doubt stirring within him. To his astonishment, the heavens revealed no celestial bodies, no sun, no moon, and no stars. Yet, based on his observations over time, this world still experienced a cycle of day and night. Although this phenomenon was perplexing, Momo soon embraced it. After all, this way, his daily routine would remain undisturbed, allowing him to engage in activities at his customary times. For him, this was indeed a fortunate circumstance. Moreover, based on the information previously gleaned from the chat interface, it became evident that significant disparities existed between different worlds. Some individuals inhabited arid deserts, while others resided in vast oceans. And there were even those whose worlds consisted solely of a solitary, barren island. In contrast, Momo's world could be considered relatively normal, indicating that he was somewhat fortunate. Before long, the trio arrived at the location where they had previously gathered timber. At that moment, Momo discovered a delightful treasure he had overlooked earlier, a thicket of berries. These berries not only provided sustenance but also replenished essential hydration, making them an excellent source of nourishment, particularly in a territory currently facing food scarcity. Momo's heart swelled with joy as he prepared to direct his subjects to harvest the berries. Just then, Lin Li's cautious voice reached his ears. "My lord, be careful. There is a venomous snake over there." Lin Li pointed towards the berry thicket, his expression grave. Following his gesture, Momo's gaze fell upon a snake lying in ambush among the berries, its scarlet tongue flickering ominously, poised to strike with lethal intent. The serpent's coloration blended almost seamlessly with the foliage, making it nearly imperceptible without careful scrutiny. Cold sweat instantly beaded on Momo's forehead, and he inwardly lamented his misfortune. Just as he had stumbled upon a source of food in this forest, he was confronted with a perilous threat, faced with the sudden appearance of the venomous snake. Momo quickly steadied himself, resolved to first assess his adversary. Knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in every battle. Suddenly, a flash of blue light appeared before him, and the attributes panel of a venomous snake materialized in front of him. Jungle Viper, Level 2, Rank, Minor, Traits, None, Skill, Mild Neurotoxin, possesses a slight venom that could still threaten your life. Momo noted that the snake lacked any traits, pondering that such attributes should be relatively advanced and rare abilities. With only a level of 2, the snake's solitary skill was merely a mild neurotoxin. While this toxin might seem trivial, in the face of life and death, even the slightest factor could prove fatal. Nevertheless, Momo felt no fear towards the Viper. After all, it was only at level 2, while Linli and Imohui were both at level 3, thus holding a clear advantage in strength. Linli, Imohui, do you have any experience dealing with serpents? Linli shook his head, indicating he did not. In contrast, Imohui responded confidently, My lord. I captured snakes in my youth. As long as we carefully avoid its range of attack, we should be able to handle it. Upon hearing this, Momo felt a slight sense of relief and nodded, signaling Imohui to take action while Linli distracted the Viper. Chapter 4. Abundant First Kill Rewards. The Wind Sprite Lumiere. Linli and the Viper stared each other down. Perhaps due to never having encountered humans, the snake hesitated to attack. Imohui slowly approached the berry thicket, gripping his spear tightly, his gaze sharp and poised to deliver a lethal strike at any moment. However, the Viper seemed to sense the impending threat. It suddenly raised its body, flicking its tongue and hissing menacingly. Upon witnessing the scene, Imohui's gaze sharpened as he seized the moment to thrust his spear with great vigor. However, the venomous serpent reacted with remarkable swiftness, effortlessly evading Imohui's assault before lunging fiercely towards him. At that critical juncture, Linli acted decisively. He sidestepped and deftly used his spear to deflect the snake, sending it crashing heavily to the ground. Seizing this opportunity, Imohui launched another attack, his spear darting towards the serpent's vital point with the speed of lightning. This time, his aim was impeccable. The serpent was struck at its core, writhing violently for a brief moment before falling still. Meanwhile, Linli took advantage of the situation to deliver several more strikes, ensuring that the serpent posed no further threat. Momo could not help but exhale a sigh of relief, internally grateful. Although this crisis was fleeting, it made him acutely aware of the latent dangers lurking within the forest. He commended Linli and Imohui, stating, Your coordination was commendable. No sooner had he spoken than a notification appeared on the interface. Successfully slain Jungle Viper LV2. Linli gains experience points. Imohui gains experience points. Congratulations. You are the first lord in the 66666 region to slay a lowly wild creature, receiving a first kill reward. Bronze chest 1. How splendid. I did not anticipate a first kill reward, Momo exclaimed, his heart brimming with joy as he beheld the heavy bronze chest in his hands. Eagerly, he opened it, and a burst of light illuminated the surroundings as the contents were revealed before him. Opening successful. Obtained Hurricane Archer Recruitment Scroll 1. Sharp Long Spear, Green, 1. Continuous Healing Spell Scroll 1. What a tremendous windfall. Upon reading the description on the panel, Momo felt a surge of joy. This indicated that an additional combat unit had been added to the territory, and it was none other than a level 5 ranged attacker. Such a reward was indeed extraordinarily generous. Would you like to consume the recruitment scroll to summon the Hurricane Archer? Yes. As the words left his lips, a circular magic circle suddenly materialized before Momo, radiating a blinding light. Soon after, a graceful figure emerged from the circle. The newly summoned Hurricane Archer stood approximately 1.7 meters tall, possessing a beautifully sculpted face, accentuated by a mole at the corner of her left eye that added an alluring charm. Dressed in simple leather armor, she could not fully conceal the alluring curves of her bosom. Her slender waist, paired with long, straight, and fair legs beneath the armor, was utterly breathtaking. Momo couldn't help but think to himself, perhaps this is what the brothers from Blue Star referred to as legs for days. Seemingly sensing Momo's scrutinizing gaze, the Hurricane Archer named Lumiere slightly furrowed her brows. She then parted her alluring red lips and said, Esteemed Lord, Hurricane Archer Lumiere offers you her loyalty. Momo nodded in response and proceeded to examine Lumiere's attribute panel. Hurricane Archer, Lumiere, Level 5, Rank, Common, Different, Ranks, yield varying enhancements to oneself. not merely suppressing lower ranks trait. As your Shadow Divine Bow, possessing the ability to control hurricanes, she is a sprite dancing in the wind. Endowed with remarkable aptitude, she receives substantial boosts with each level up or promotion. Loyalty, 70, Skills, 1. Mastery of Archery. Lumire has attained an unparalleled mastery over the bow, increasing damage dealt by 50 when using arrows. 2. Hurricane Arrow infuses a multitude of orderly hurricanes into her arrows, inflicting significant destructive damage upon her foes. 3. Spirit of the Wind activates the Spirit of the Wind state, as if she merges with the breeze. Recovers 50 of regular damage sustained, enhancing her mental acuity and physical strength by 50. Lasts for 60 seconds. Cooldown, 3 hours. Note, a higher rank inflicts 20 suppression on all attributes of enemies, while a 2-tier higher rank inflicts 50 suppression. How formidable! Mo marveled silently as he meticulously examined Lumire's attributes. Subsequently, he smiled at Lumire and said, "Welcome to my domain, Lumire. Henceforth, I shall require your strength to confront the dangers lurking within these woods." Lumire nodded slightly. "My lord, please rest assured, I shall devote my strength." Lumire's inclusion will bestow tremendous combat prowess upon the territory. Simultaneously, it allowed Mo to comprehend the formidable suppressive power of higher tiers. The disparity between high and low tiers was akin to a dimensionality reduction strike. What was there to fear regarding the goblin invasion in 3 days? It felt as though one could locate the goblin's lair by tomorrow and eradicate them all in one fell swoop. Although Mo was still uncertain about the specific strength of that group of goblins, based on the combat prowess exhibited by Lumire thus far, dispatching a horde of goblins seemed like a trivial task. A significant dilemma had been effortlessly resolved, and Mo's spirits were considerably lifted. At that moment, he suddenly recalled that Eternity could transform transient enhancements into everlasting ones. This thought ignited a spark within him. He wondered if Lumire's skill, Wind Spirit, could be converted through Eternity. Without hesitation, Mo approached Lumire, extending his right hand to gently grasp hers. In that instant, he distinctly felt the softness emanating from her hand, which stirred his heart ever so slightly. However, he quickly composed himself and focused his attention on the release of Eternity. "My lord, what are you about to do?" Lumire inquired softly, her cheeks flushed and her eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. Mo did not respond, instead concentrating intently on guiding the power within him. In the next moment, a gentle radiance began to flow slowly from his palm, coursing through their clasped hands and entering Lumire's body. She felt a wondrous surge of energy welling up from deep within her being. As a soft breeze brushed past her, the energy swirled around her, pulsating with life. Lumire closed her eyes, savoring the transformations of this newfound strength. The wind whispered in her ears, and the energy circulated within her. She could sense that a transformation was occurring within her. Mo fixed his gaze on Lumire, excitement shimmering in his eyes. Indeed, it was possible. The gentle breeze gradually intensified. In an instant, Lumire seemed to become a true spirit of the wind. A captivating glow emanated from her, and her aura grew increasingly formidable. Chapter 5. Significantly enhanced survival ability. Moments later, the wind began to subside. Lumire opened her eyes. The brief enhancement of the wind spirit has been transformed into a permanent augmentation. This enhancement is individual, benefiting only Lumire. Wind Spirit permanently activates the Wind Spirit state, permanently increasing her physical constitution and mental strength by 50, while restoring 50 of conventional damage received. Triggers every 30 minutes. Can be released at will, with a maximum of 2 stored instances. Current enhancement count, 1-3. Such a powerful enhancement effect? The Wind Spirit state is now constant, permanently boosting her physical constitution and mental strength by 50. This implies that Lumire's output capacity will become extraordinarily formidable. Moreover, she can also recover from the damage she has sustained. This significantly bolsters her survival capability. Lumire's strength has undergone a qualitative leap, all achieved through the Eternal. How does it feel? Mo inquired, his tone filled with anticipation. Lumire clenched her fist, feeling the newfound power coursing through her. A glimmer of surprise flashing in her eyes. She looked up at Mo, a charming smile gracing her lips. "I have never felt this good, my lord." "Thank you." The loyalty of Lumire increases by 15 points, currently at 85 points. Mo was taken aback, feeling a sense of surprise within. A loyalty level of 85 is already remarkably high, ensuring that in battle, Lumire will strive to fulfill Mo's commands and tasks. The enhancement of loyalty is far more precious than mere combat prowess. Subsequently, MOMO retrieved 2 additional spoils from the treasure chest, a sharp long spear, green, and a scroll of the healing spell. He examined the items in his hands and, after a moment of contemplation, bestowed the sharp long spear, green, upon Emohui in recognition of his valiant performance in the recent skirmish. This is your reward for vanquishing the serpent. May this spear bestow upon you greater strength and courage. Emohui, filled with excitement, accepted the spear with heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, my lord, for your generous gift. I shall continue to strive for the glory and brilliance of our territory. Emohui's loyalty increases by 16 points. Currently at 84 points. Momo then shifted his focus to the skill scroll in his hand. A prompt echoed in his mind. Would you like to use the skill scroll to learn the healing spell? Yes. Healing spell provides a small amount of healing per second, effective only against regular damage. Lasting 60 seconds. Although the effect of this skill appeared limited, Momo did not underestimate its significance and chose to utilize it eternally. Instantly, a gentle radiance surrounded Momo, gradually converging and ultimately merging into his being. The transient healing spell has been transformed into an eternal boon. This boon is a group enhancement, allowing the Lord to freely select the recipients. Current number of boons, 2-3, upon seeing the panel prompt. Momo felt a surge of joy. A group boon. This was truly an unexpected delight. He had originally hoped to convert the healing spell into an eternal enhancement, never anticipating its expansion into a collective effect. Momo first applied the boon to himself. A green light enveloped him, filling his body with warmth, akin to basking in the gentle embrace of sunlight. All his fatigue and hidden injuries were healed in that moment. How pleasant! Momo couldn't help but exclaim in contentment. Having learned that the healing spell could mend internal wounds, an intense curiosity surged within him. He yearned to test the spell's efficacy on external injuries. Gripping the ordinary spear he had just exchanged for, he drew its blade across his left hand. Instantly, a shallow cut appeared, with crimson blood slowly oozing forth, trickling down his palm. My lord. 3 voices echoed simultaneously, tinged with concern. Fear not. I am merely conducting an experiment. Momo replied with an unruffled demeanor, waving his hand to reassure them. As he attentively observed the wound's transformation, he noted that it was healing at a leisurely pace. The warm energy gently caressed the injury, imparting a delightful sense of comfort. In just 5 seconds, the wound had completely healed. The wound appeared as pristine as ever, as if the previous laceration had never occurred. The efficacy of the treatment was astonishing. Momo, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of delight. Moreover, the continuous healing spell could bestow enhancements upon every creature within the territory. Consequently, in the early stages of the territory's development, the continuous healing spell held immense significance. In a time when medical resources were scarce, this spell could significantly diminish casualties. With this thought, Momo reached a resolution. From now on, whenever new subjects joined, he would bestow upon them the continuous healing spell, greatly enhancing their chances of survival. After reflecting for a moment, Momo's gaze shifted towards Lumiere and the others, and he resolved to act without delay. He raised his hand and cast the continuous healing spell. 3 beams of green light surged into Lumiere, Linley, and Emohui. The instant the green light entered their bodies, they felt an extraordinary energy coursing through them, bringing forth a sense of warmth. Was this the power of the divine? Linley, sensing the transformation within, was utterly astonished and couldn't help but murmur softly, No. This is the power of our Lord. Lumiere, although she had experienced this remarkable force once before, was still deeply moved by it at this moment. Linley and Emohui were filled with admiration and reverence for Momo. They immediately knelt on one knee and solemnly declared, You are the Lord of unparalleled might. Linley Emohui pledges eternal loyalty to you. The loyalty of Emohui towards you has increased by 7 points, currently at 91 points. Linley's loyalty has risen by 17 points, now at 85 points. Lumiere's loyalty has surged by 10 points, currently at 95 points. The loyalty of these 3 individuals has skyrocketed, bringing immense joy to Momo. It must be said that the Eternal is indeed a splendid tool. From now on, regardless of the new subjects, they can all be subjected to this process. After dealing with the spoils, Momo swiftly approached the venomous serpent. He only controlled the transformation of a small portion of the serpent's body, using the remainder as sustenance. Observing the prompt before him, Momo found himself deep in thought. Do deceased creatures lack a soul? However, a single experiment cannot yield definitive conclusions. He requires further practice to validate his hypothesis. Subsequently, Momo disassembled the remaining serpent remains, acquiring 20 units of serpent meat, 5 units of serpent skin, 2 serpent fangs, and 1 vial of mild neurotoxin. Chapter 6. The delivery of the Greystone giant wolf. Mo's gaze shifted towards a nearby thicket of berries. Each plump berry hung from the slender branches, yielding a bountiful harvest. These berries, alongside the recently acquired serpent meat, alleviated the food scarcity in the territory for the time being. The four individuals then proceeded to carefully gather the berries, resulting in a substantial yield of 87 berries. Next, they could confidently venture in search of the fantastical fruit trees and the crystal dragon blood trees. Mo quickly devised a plan. Instructing Linli and Hui to spread out from his position, searching for the fantastical fruit trees and the crystal dragon blood trees. The two complied with his orders and set off. The figure swiftly vanished into the dense forest. Mo remained in place, utilizing his abilities to gather stones and timber, amassing resources for the development of his territory. Lumea stood nearby, vigilantly observing her surroundings, tasked with ensuring Mo's safety. Mo continuously transformed the base of the surrounding trees, collecting the scattered stones. Notifications on the panel appeared incessantly. Wood 1, Stone 1, Wood 1. Observing Mo's focused and dedicated demeanor, Lumea couldn't help but feel a pang of curiosity. With her bright eyes blinking, she softly inquired, "My lord, is there anything you require assistance with?" Mo glanced at the scattered stones and branches around him, as well as the trees that had toppled due to his transformation ability. Nodding, he replied, "You can help me gather those woods and stones. This way." Mo could continuously employ transformation and decomposition, enhancing efficiency. One should not underestimate Lumea due to her graceful form, endowed with ordinary rank and the boon of eternal enhancement. Her strength, speed, and endurance far surpassed that of an average person. Her efficiency in resource collection was several times greater than Mo's. She glided gracefully through the forest, her movements swift and elegant, each action inadvertently showcasing her perfect figure. Before long, she had neatly piled the scattered timber and stones together. It must be said, a combination of male and female labor is truly less burdensome. The notifications on the panel became increasingly frequent. As the work progressed in an orderly manner, the atmosphere around gradually quieted down, leaving only the gentle rustle of leaves stirred by the breeze. Suddenly, the tranquility of the forest was shattered by a desperate cry for help. My lord, save me." Mo furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Sure enough, moments later, Linli came racing from the distance, his eyes betraying a hint of fear. His left arm was drenched in blood. Although the wound was visibly healing at an astonishing rate, full recovery would still require time. What was even more alarming was the massive wolf that relentlessly pursued him. The colossal beast could have easily caught Linli, yet it chose to toy with its prey. Relishing in the thrill of the chase, Linli dashed to Mo and Lumea's side, panting as he exclaimed, "My lord, I found it. I found the fruit tree." The giant wolf came to a halt, standing still with a wild gaze fixed upon the three. It was Mo's first encounter with such a large wolf, towering at 1.5 meters at the shoulder and nearly 2.7 meters in length. Its emerald eyes gleamed with ferocity, sharp fangs glistening, and muscles rippled beneath its gray fur like solid rock. Greystone giant wolf. Level 7, rank, ordinary, trait, none, skill, rock body. Its form is as solid as stone, capable of withstanding a portion of damage. Note, perhaps just a few hours ago, it could instill a profound fear of death within you. But now, the most likely way it could kill you is by suffocating you. Upon observing the giant wolf's panel, Mo instantly breathed a sigh of relief. He had anticipated the Greystone giant wolf to be formidable, yet it turned out to be of such mediocre caliber. Despite its massive size, it was merely a fade. Although Mo himself was no match for the giant wolf, he had allies. He turned to Lumea, who, at that moment, was also gazing at him, her eyes brimming with confidence. Lumea softly declared, "My lord, allow me to handle this." Mo nodded in agreement. Despite the Greystone giant wolf's impressive level of 7, Lumea was merely at level 5. However, its advantage lay solely in its level, in every other aspect. Lumea utterly surpassed it. The giant wolf posed no threat to her whatsoever. "Be cautious," Mo advised, his tone laced with concern. "Thank you for your concern, my lord," Lumea replied, a subtle smile gracing her lips. At that moment, the Greystone giant wolf suddenly roared. Its hind legs tensed as it lunged fiercely toward Lumea. In this critical moment, however, Lumea remained composed, standing her ground without even drawing the bough behind her. Yet, the swirling breeze surrounding her had already sealed the wolf's fate. With a gentle lift of her hand, the winds coalesced into a dozen azure arrows. The arrows hung in the air like solid entities, emitting a faint azure glow. Release. Lumiere commanded with a delicate yet firm voice. As her words resonated, a dozen arrows shot forth in unison. Their velocity was astonishing, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, save for the sharp sound of air being sliced around them. The colossal wolf, caught mid-leap, had no means to evade this sudden onslaught. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrows pierced through its body in an instant. The great beast trembled violently in midair, unleashing a heart-wrenching howl. Lumiere gently waved her hand, and the wind-borne arrows dissipated into the atmosphere. The wolf's massive form crashed heavily to the ground, producing a dull thud. Its body was riddled with gaping wounds, blood staining the surrounding grass. It was evident that it had succumbed to its injuries. Just moments ago, the imposing Greystone wolf had radiated ferocity. Now, it lay lifeless. Momo observed this scene with a sense of surprise. Lumiere's prowess exceeded his expectations significantly. How formidable she was. He couldn't help but murmur in admiration. Although he had anticipated an effortless battle, he had not foreseen it to be this seamless. Lumiere, empowered by the eternal enhancement, was indeed terrifyingly strong. She had not even employed any skills. Merely relying on the arrows conjured by the gentle breeze, she had effortlessly vanquished the Greystone wolf. Lumiere, you have worked hard. Momo said softly. Lumiere shook her head slightly. Serving the Lord is my duty. Successful kill of Greystone wolf LV7. Lumiere gains experience points. Momo shares 10 of the experience points. At this moment, Momo discovered the hidden function of the Eternal. When a unit enhanced by the game kills a creature, Momo will share 10 of the experience. Although this feature has limited impact in the early stages, it will become exceedingly formidable as the number of subjects increases. Eventually, Momo will be able to level up in the truest sense with little effort. Chapter 7. The Enchanted Fruit Tree, the Crystal Dragon's Blood Tree. Incredible. Linley stood in astonishment, gazing at the wolf carcass on the ground, his eyes filled with disbelief. The colossal wolf that had previously bitten him had instantaneously transformed into a lifeless body. This stark contrast rendered him momentarily speechless. Linley's loyalty towards you has increased by 6 points. Current loyalty, 91 points. Momo nodded to himself, understanding that in any realm, only by demonstrating immense power can one gain the unwavering loyalty of their subordinates. Congratulations! As the first lord in the 66666 region to slay a common tier wild creature, you have received the first kill reward, Level 7 Werewolf Recruitment Scroll 1. Common Subject Recruitment Scroll 20, Level 1 Residential House Blueprint 1, Level 1 Tavern Blueprint 1. Level 1 Lord's Mansion Blueprint 1. To think there were rewards for the first kill of common tier creatures. Momo marveled at the notification on his panel. This suggested that future encounters might yield first kill rewards for elites, bosses, and leaders, among others, with far more generous rewards. He had already established a significant lead over other lords, and claiming the remaining first kill rewards would pose little challenge for him. Subsequently, Momo swiftly approached the carcass of the giant wolf. Decomposing acquired. Limestone Giant Wolf Flesh 114, Limestone Giant Wolf Blood 163, Limestone Giant Wolf Heart 1, for 79, Claws 4. Fangs 2, Common Soul Fragment 2. Momo meticulously examined the details of these items. Limestone Giant Wolf Flesh, flesh of a common level creature, initial consumption slightly enhances physique. Limestone Giant Wolf Heart, initial use carries a minuscule chance of acquiring the skill Rock Body. Common Soul Fragment, defeating common level creatures may yield 1 to 3 fragments. 3 fragments can be synthesized into a common soul, enabling low-tier creatures to ascend to common level status. This haul was immensely profitable. Momo rejoiced inwardly. It turned out that elevation in rank necessitated the defeat of creatures to obtain souls. Just as Momo was lost in the joy of his bounty, a familiar voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts from behind. My lord, I have found a treasure. The excitement in Mo Huey's voice was unmistakable. He hurried towards Momo, gripping several vibrant green herbs tightly in his hand. Momo turned around, his gaze fixed on the herbs in Mo Huey's possession. Before he could utter a question, a panel notification appeared. Acquired Healing Herb 6. Healing Herb can heal wounds while simultaneously cleansing inflammation and impurities, accelerating the healing process. Mo Huey's discovery brought yet another delight to Momo. Although, at present, healing herbs were not of great utility to Momo's territory, as the citizens were already under the continuous effect of healing spells. The efficacy surpasses that of the healing herb significantly, just like Linley's injured arm, which has healed about 70 to 80% during this time. However, Momo is also aware that, although his territory does not require it, these healing herbs can be traded to other lords, allowing him to reap their resources. For other lords, These healing herbs are indeed a treasure. Often, some lords may experience slow recovery due to a lack of effective treatment methods and could even lose their lives due to the deterioration of their wounds. The emergence of these healing herbs will undoubtedly serve as a lifeline, offering them a glimmer of hope. With this thought, Mo turned to Mo Hui and praised. Mo Hui, you have done remarkably well. These few healing herbs might bring unexpected gains to the territory. Seeing this, Linli stepped forward, eager to take credit, and said to Mo, my lord, I have found the fruit trees you were searching for. They are just ahead, laden with numerous fruits. Lead us to the place where you discovered the fruit trees. Yes, my lord. Linli immediately turned and led the way ahead. Thus, the four of them ventured deeper into the woods. After a while, Linli's voice came from ahead, filled with excitement. My lord, it is just up ahead. He quickened his pace, guiding everyone through a patch of low shrubs. Suddenly, the view opened up before them. Mo gazed at the sight, lost in contemplation. Are you telling me this is a fruit tree? At a glance, not a single tree stands below 20 meters in height. Even more astonishing was the fruit, resembling a melon in size, which hung heavily from the branches, bending them under its weight. Mo marveled at the peculiarities of the fruit tree. However, as he instinctively cast a glance at the striking curves of Lu Mei beside him, he inwardly mused, "O fruit, you still have much to learn." The enchanted fruit trees, born from an extraordinary convergence of mystical and worldly forces, had transformed from ordinary timber into something remarkable. They were not inherently this way, rather, they had undergone a profound metamorphosis due to fortuitous encounters, rendering them incapable of reproduction through conventional means. The magical fruit, upon consumption, enhanced certain physical attributes and granted a slight boost to mental acuity, yet each being could only experience this effect during their initial 10 consumptions. Although the enhancement was limited to the first 10 times, the accessibility of these fruits to all beings, combined with the existence of a substantial grove of magical fruit trees, underscored their formidable power. The advantages they offered for territorial development were immeasurable. As Mo contemplated the significant impact the magical fruit trees could have on their territory, a gasp shattered his reverie. How beautiful! Lu Mei's voice, melodious as a clear spring, resonated with astonishment. Her lips parted slightly as her gaze fixed intently ahead. My goodness! This is nothing short of a miracle. The faces of Linli and Mo Hui were also etched with shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. Following their gaze, Mo beheld a diminutive sapling among the towering magical fruit trees, its height barely reaching his knees. Surrounded by the lofty giants, it appeared particularly small and unremarkable. However, when Momo's gaze truly focused on the sapling, he could not help but draw in a sharp breath. The sapling was, astonishingly, composed of crystal, bathed in sunlight. The crystalline sapling refracted a kaleidoscope of colors, ethereal and breathtaking in its beauty. The entire sapling resembled a meticulously crafted work of art, resplendent and translucent. The air surrounding it became tranquil and sacred, imbued with the essence of the crystal sapling. Crystal Dragon Blood Tree, Extraordinary Object, Function, 1. The light refracted and reflected by the Crystal Dragon Blood Tree creates a unique domain, within which surrounding plants experience accelerated growth, maturation, and increased yield. 2. Upon reaching maturity, infusing it with the power of the world will yield the Crystal Dragon Blood Fruit. Consuming this will grant varying concentrations of traits of dragon blood creatures. 3. Once the Crystal Dragon Blood Tree reaches its mature stage, it will generate a soul, allowing it to transform into a biological dragon blood crystal treant. 4. It emanates a dragon's might, instilling fear in creatures of rank below that of a leader, deterring them from approaching. Ineffective against lords, the dragon's might can be freely controlled. Cannot reproduce through conventional means. The growth of the Crystal Dragon Blood Tree requires the blood of a purebred crystal dragon or the power of the world. Chapter 8. Harvesting the Enchanted Fruit. Upgrading the shock within Momo was beyond expression. The Crystal Dragon Blood Tree not only promised a significant enhancement in resource yield for his territory, but also served to cultivate combat units. Furthermore, it stood as a formidable force in its own right. Nevertheless, there was one matter that caused Momo considerable discomfort. The Crystal Dragon Blood Tree currently exists in its seedling stage. Apart from Function 4, releasing Dragon Might, and Function 1, accelerating plant growth, the other two functions remain entirely dormant. To unlock the full potential of the Crystal Dragon Blood Tree, it must reach maturity. Achieving this requires the blood of a purebred crystal dragon or the power of the world, resources that are currently unattainable. Given that the Crystal Dragon Blood Tree cannot manifest its complete abilities at present, Momo's attention shifts towards the towering fantasy fruit trees. and a plan begins to form in his mind. As evening descends, the thought of harvesting all the fantasy fruits seems an impossible task for the four of them alone. However, Momo is not in a hurry. The fantasy fruits will not sprout legs and flee. Moreover, with the dragon might emanating from the crystal dragon blood tree, nearby creatures dare not approach this area, let alone attempt to seize the fruits that belong to Momo. Thus, Momo gathers everyone to assign tasks. Linley, you and we are responsible for climbing the trees to gather the fruits from higher branches. Please exercise caution. Lumayer, you and I will stand below to catch the fruits as they are handed down. Linley and Hui nod in agreement, preparing to ascend the trees to collect the fantasy fruits. At that moment, Lumea speaks up, her voice bright and melodious, tinged with a hint of playfulness. My lord, there is no need for such trouble. With a gentle lift of her hand, a soft yet powerful breeze arises, precisely severing the connection between the fantasy fruits and their branches. The breeze then cradles the melon-sized fruits, delivering them steadily into Momo's waiting hands. Obtain fantastical fruit 1. Momo's mind raced, contemplating the events that unfolded before him. He realized that this world was far more complex than he had previously imagined. Though it was a realm of reality, it brimmed with the unscientific. Reflecting on his recent actions and words, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had been attempting to approach tasks with conventional thinking. Meanwhile, Lumayer's abilities evidently surpassed his comprehension. My lord, is Maya powerful? Lumayer inquired with a smile. Incredibly powerful, Momo exclaimed, giving a thumbs up, brimming with admiration. It was indeed thanks to the Lord's enhancements that Mayer could wield the power of the wind with such ease. Fantastical Fruit 1. Fantastical Fruit 1. Energy, 5100. As Lumayer gathered the fantastical fruit, Momo busied himself with placing the fruits into his backpack while transforming the soil. Finally, as the light began to dim and nightfall approached, his energy reached the daily cap of 100 points. Momo let out a long sigh of relief, gazing at the bounty in his backpack, filled with a sense of accomplishment. Fantastical Fruit 187. Energy, 100-300. Let us return to the territory, Momo declared, waving his hand, his voice tinged with fatigue. The day's exertions had left him weary. Among the four, only Lu Mei appeared invigorated, unaffected by the day's toil. However, contrary to their wishes, as Momo and his companions made their way back, 2 gray wolves suddenly leaped from the woods, blocking their path. Gray Wolf, level 3, rank, minor, trait, none, skill, none. Compared to the previously encountered Greystone Giant Wolf, these 2 gray wolves appeared as mere insignificant creatures. Perhaps in the realms of other lords, they might have feasted abundantly, but in the world of Momo, they could only fervently wish for better fortune in their next lives. Meyer, eliminate them all. Momo's mood darkened upon the unexpected arrival of a formidable foe. In an instant, a gentle breeze caressed the necks of the 2 gray wolves. This seemingly soft zephyr concealed a lethal potency. The wolves barely had time to react before they sensed their vision fading, ultimately succumbing to unconsciousness. Their lives were extinguished. Successfully defeated Gray Wolf LV2. Lu Meyer gained experience points. Momo gained experience points. Lu Meyer leveled up by 1 level. Current level 6. Lord Momo leveled up by 1 level. Current level 2. Level up. Momo instantly felt a significant enhancement in his vitality, and the fatigue that had burdened him began to dissipate. His mind felt as if it had been cleansed, clarity washing over him, and his thoughts became remarkably more agile. Is this the essence of extraordinary power? Momo clenched his fist, feeling the surge of strength coursing through him. Though it was not overwhelmingly powerful, it was undoubtedly captivating. His discontent towards the gray wolves diminished considerably. The 2 wolf corpses disintegrated. Gained. Gray Wolf Flesh 52, Gray Wolf Fur 26, Gray Wolf Teeth 2, Gray Wolf Blood 37. Ultimately, the group returned to their territory. Though the territory currently consists only of a dilapidated wooden cabin and a militia encampment, presenting a somewhat shabby and desolate appearance, the moment Momo stepped onto the grounds, he felt a warmth and sense of security unlike any he had ever experienced. He was home. Linley and Hui instantly relaxed. Is this the feeling of home? Lumayer silently pondered to herself. Her gaze swept over the weathered cabin, and a wave of warmth surged within her heart. She had never imagined she could develop such feelings for such a humble place. As Momo and his companions approached the territory, Liemo rose from the ground and exclaimed loudly, "Welcome back, my lord." Beside him, several fish flopped about on the ground, evidently caught from a nearby lake. Scaly Turtle, level 1, rank, minor, traits, none, skills, none, covered in thick scales. with average meat quality, grass carp, level 1, rank, minor, traits, none, skills, none, no spines, with delicious meat. Lemo's clothes still bore traces of water, clearly indicating his recent return from the lakeside. Mo patted Mo on the shoulder and said, "Well done, Mo." "It is my duty, my lord," he replied. Lin Li and Mo Hui gazed at the fish on the ground, filled with joy. "Wonderful, we have fish to eat." "Excellent work, Mo." Subsequently, Mo retrieved a spear from his backpack and began to dispatch and process the fish one by one. With each fish he dispatched, the system's notification echoed in his ears. Successfully killed a scale-armored fish LV1. Mo gains experience. Successfully killed a swimming grass fish LV1. Mo gains experience. Until the moment he felled the last few fish, a radiant light enveloped him. He had leveled up. Chapter 9. Werewolf Watson. 3 life system talents. Mo has increased his level by 1, current level 3. Once again, Mo felt the surge of power coursing through him. He keenly discerned that the experience required to ascend from level 2 to level 3 was significantly greater than that from level 1 to level 2. This indicated that as levels increased, the experience needed for each subsequent level would grow exponentially. Acquired swimming grass fish meat 52, scale armored fish meat 35. Subsequently, Mo retrieved the recruitment scroll obtained from his first kill. Would you like to consume the recruitment scroll to recruit 1 werewolf and 20 villagers? Yes. As the words left his lips, a colossal circular magic array materialized before him. With a dazzling flash of light, a group of unfamiliar figures appeared within his territory. The 20 villagers trembled at the sight of the towering figure before them. In the dim light, a chilling silhouette emerged, a werewolf, towering at 2 meters. His physique was as solid as stone, draped in a thick, unruly coat of gray fur. His face was a terrifying visage, with eyes of a haunting green filled with madness and ferocity, and sharp fangs protruding from his gaping maw. Watson, the embodiment of wildness and fear, pledges his loyalty to the esteemed lord. Watson, level 7, rank, ordinary, trait, none, loyalty, 61, skills, 1. Wild energy releases the latent wild energy within. When an attack hits an enemy, it siphons a small portion of energy from them, healing the user. The skill lasts for 10 minutes with a cooldown of 30 minutes. 2. Rocky form, the body becomes as resilient as stone, capable of withstanding a portion of damage. Despite Watson's impressive level of 7 and his 2 formidable skills, he remains unable to challenge Lu Meyer's supremacy as the foremost combatant of the territory. At this moment, tremorous voices arose from the populace. "Lord, please save us. We will labor tirelessly for you, my lord. We consume little, my lord. We implore you to take us in." Mo sensed the palpable tension in the air. He reassured the crowd, saying, "Do not worry, Watson is one of us." Watson chimed in, "Rest assured, I can wield my beastly nature at will." Upon hearing this, the fears of the populace began to wane slightly, and the tense atmosphere gradually dissipated. David, level 1, rank, trivial, trait, none, loyalty, 65. Mo's gaze swept across the newly arrived inhabitants, noticing that they all bore Western features. They appeared gaunt and emaciated, clearly the victims of prolonged malnutrition and excessive toil. Their eyes were filled with confusion and unease. However, Mo discovered 3 noteworthy talents among this group of individuals. Jack, level 2, rank, minor, traits, none, loyalty, 67, skill, mastery of botany, possessing extensive knowledge of various plants and excelling in their cultivation. Jack is a frail, ordinary middle-aged man, with hands calloused from years of labor. George, level 2, rank, minor, traits, none, loyalty, 67, skill, skilled builder, proficient in construction skills, capable of expediting building time. In contrast to Jack, George is a robust middle-aged man, his physique muscular and vibrant. His hands are coarse yet powerful, evidently marking him as an experienced craftsman. Observing the skills of Jack and George, Mo felt a surge of joy. With their presence, the development of the territory would undoubtedly accelerate. Moreover, Mo could transplant berry bushes, fantastical fruit trees, and crystal dragon blood trees back to the territory the following day. During the day, due to their lack of knowledge in plant cultivation, Mo and the others had refrained from taking action. Now, with Jack's expertise in botany, this issue would be effortlessly resolved. Ada, level 2, rank, minor, traits, none, loyalty, 70, skill, mastery of management, adept at overseeing personnel. Ada enhances work efficiency by 20 when directing tasks, yet, What truly astonished Momo was not merely her formidable skill, but rather her nearly flawless appearance and demeanor. Ada possesses a tall and voluptuous figure, standing at an impressive 175 centimeters, with alluring curves that captivate the gaze. Her bosom is striking and prominent, even surpassing that of Lou Mayer in its grandeur. Her hips are well-rounded and pert, boasting graceful lines, with a delicate and sculpted visage. Her fair skin contrasts beautifully with her enchanting azure eyes and alluring crimson lips. Cascading waves of golden hair flow smoothly over her shoulders. Clad in a black gown, she exquisitely accentuates her enchanting silhouette, revealing her long, elegant legs that peek out from beneath the hem. An aura of sensuality and charm emanates from her mature demeanor. Not only does Ada possess remarkable beauty, but she also boasts exceptional managerial prowess. Her arrival undoubtedly promises significant contributions to the development of the territory. After a moment of contemplation, Mo declared, "Ada, from this moment forward, I appoint you as the Chief Administrative Officer of the territory." Ada nodded gently, her voice soft. "Thank you for your trust, my lord. I shall dedicate my efforts to the growth of the territory." Ada's skills align perfectly with this position. The territory has suddenly gained 20 new inhabitants, necessitating a capable manager to oversee their integration. Subsequently, Mo presented gifts to these newly joined citizens. 23 beams of light flickered in the air. Among them, 20 green rays surged into the bodies of the newly arrived residents. One green ray entered Mo, while one white ray and another green ray found their way into Watson. Mo did not forget that Watson's skill, wild energy, also provided a temporary enhancement. He did not hesitate despite the impending limit of eternal transformation. In this realm, crises could arise at any moment. Watson tightly shut his eyes as the verdant currents of energy swirled around him. With a resounding howl, he released a cry that echoed through the air. Subsequently, the green energy surged into Watson's being, fortifying his muscles and thickening his fur. Kneeling on one knee, he bowed his wolfen head in reverence, expressing gratitude for the Lord's generous endowment, pledging his loyalty to the esteemed Lord. Watson's loyalty increased by 25 points, current total, 86 points, current benefits, 3 simultaneously. The villagers basked in the warm embrace of the continuous healing spell, experiencing an unprecedented sense of comfort. How delightful! It feels as if I have returned to my mother's embrace. This is the power of the divine. Our Lord must surely be blessed by the gods. We are truly fortunate to have such a formidable Lord. Thank you, my Lord. Lemo's loyalty increased by 12 points. Current total, 80 points. Ada's loyalty increased by 17 points. Current total, 87 points. Jack's loyalty increased by 11 points. Current total, 78 points. George's loyalty increased by 12 points. Current total, 79 points. Eternity remains ever so reliable. Chapter 10, The State of the Region, Trade, Decaying Lord's Cabin. Materials required for upgrade, with 20. Resident House Blueprint, Permanent Blueprint, Level 1. Materials required for construction, with 20. Stone 20. Momo prepared to embark on a construction endeavor. The Lord's wooden cabin was currently cramped, unable to accommodate so many subjects. A single residential unit could house 8 individuals. If no additional houses were constructed at this moment, over 20 people would have no place to rest at night, forced to sleep on the ground. Glancing at the quantities of timber and stone in his backpack, wood, 317, stone, 143, he found the materials to be quite sufficient. Mo immediately sprang into action. He pointed to a vacant plot to the left of the cabin and instructed Ada, lead George, and all the subjects over there to construct several residential units. "As you command, my lord," Ada replied. Possessing adept management skills, her expertise would enhance the efficiency of the construction efforts. With Mo's orders issued, the subjects swiftly mobilized, and the building commenced rapidly. At this juncture, Mo seated himself on the ground and accessed the chat interface to observe the development of other lords and to glean some useful information. Upon entering the regional channel, he suddenly noticed a detail he had previously overlooked. In the upper left corner of the regional channel, it displayed 66,666 regional channel online players, 198,432, 215,903. Mo paused for a moment, taken aback by this figure. On the very first day of becoming a lord, over 10,000 individuals had perished in a single region. This casualty rate far exceeded his expectations. However, upon reflection, it was perhaps not so surprising. On the first day, faced with an unfamiliar environment, many had succumbed due to their inability to adapt. Perhaps, as time progressed, The lords would gradually acclimate, and the death toll would diminish. With these thoughts clarified, he Momo directed his gaze towards the chat records beneath the regional channel, where a deluge of messages inundated the screen. Huji lamented. My parents were devoured by beasts while trying to save me. Now I am the sole survivor in this territory. Brothers, how am I to endure this plight? Southeastern Xia expressed his distress. It is freezing. I am on the brink of hypothermia. Is there anyone willing to sponsor me a piece of clothing? Why must I be stranded in this frigid realm? Jiang Hao exclaimed, Brothers, my sister has suddenly collapsed and is suffering from a high fever. Does anyone have cold medicine or antibiotics? Please, help save my sister. Wang Lu added, This is troublesome. I have already consumed 10 loaves of bread and still have not found any food. What shall I eat tomorrow? Within the chat channel, many individuals recounted their current predicaments. Naturally, this region also harbored a number of lords who had begun to flourish. Elon Aides urged, Brothers, we must prioritize the repair of the Lord S wooden dwelling. While its defenses remain inadequate, it can at least withstand some minor beasts. Tianming chuckled, Ha ha ha. I stumbled upon a treasure chest in the wilderness, and inside I found an iron sword. After browsing the chat interface for a while, Momo gleaned some useful information. Furthermore, he realized that compared to other lords, he had forged ahead significantly. While they were still grappling with basic survival, he was already advancing his territory. Subsequently, Momo accessed the market interface on the panel. And as he did, a plethora of trading information flooded the screen. Consignment item, wood 20, required item, food 10 or water 10, seller's note, an extremely vital basic material. Negotiable price. Consignment item, rusty iron sword, white, 1, required item, food 20 or water 20, seller's note, an iron longsword, though rusty, boasts greater attack power than the stone axe found in the initial treasure chest. Clearly, on the very first day of his lordship, due to the prevalence of rivers and lakes in many lords' realms, water resources held little value in the market. The most scarce commodities were food and medicine. Momo continued to browse the market, his gaze swiftly scanning the screen in search of desired items. Just then, a consignment notice caught his eye. Consignment item, wooden goods blueprint gift pack, required item, food 80, seller's note, an exceedingly important blueprint for wooden goods, including but not limited to wooden beds, chairs, bowls, tables. Negotiable price. Momo's eyes sparkled with interest. This was precisely what he needed, an extensive array of daily necessities. However, he noted that the seller had priced it at 80 units of food, which was evidently unreasonable. Although Momo could easily part with 80 units of food, he was not foolish enough to be taken advantage of. Thus, Momo opened the private chat interface for the consignment. Momo, 5 units of food in exchange for the wooden goods blueprint gift pack. A few seconds later, Wang Weicheng? Not so fast, my friend. With all these blueprints, you're only offering me 5 units of food? Your bargaining is rather ruthless, Momo retorted. For units of food, and it will be meat. Came the response. Wang Weicheng exclaimed, Goodness, how did you manage to acquire meat so swiftly? As a master, shouldn't you lend a hand to us mere mortals? I am not your parents. I have no obligation to assist you. Besides, you should be well aware that no one else will purchase this besides me. 3 units of food, Momo replied. Upon hearing this, Wang Weicheng sighed. All right. Let us not haggle anymore, my friend. Just 3 units of food will suffice. Please modify the transaction details in the market, and I shall procure it immediately, before long. The transaction details were amended. Items for sale, wooden goods gift pack, items needed, food 3, Momo promptly completed the transaction. Transaction successful. You have acquired wooden goods gift pack 1. You have relinquished gray wolf meat 3. Then, Momo called out to Ada. Ada, could you come here for a moment? Upon hearing his voice, Ada immediately set aside her work. This enchanting woman glided towards Momo with a graceful sway. Her movements light and elegant, exuding an alluring charm. When she reached Momo, she slightly bowed and inquired softly, My lord, how may I serve you? Momo's gaze was irresistibly drawn to the pristine whiteness of Ada, his mind filled with visions of soft, milky snow. He momentarily lost his train of thought before regaining composure. Clearing his throat, he said, Ada, I have just acquired a new batch of blueprints. Please instruct George to create them. Ada smiled gently and respectfully replied, As you command, my lord, I assure you I will fulfill the task. After watching Ada depart, Momo cleared the remnants of distraction from his mind and continued to browse the market, hoping to uncover more treasures. Items for sale, flint, required items, food 2, seller's note, A very useful flint, usable up to 30 times. Purchased. Transaction successful. You have acquired Flint 1. You have lost Grey Wolf Flesh 2. Items for sale. Toilet blueprint. Required items. Food 3. Purchased. Transaction successful. You have acquired Toilet Blueprint 1. You have lost Grey Wolf Flesh 3. Items for sale. Women's clothing 10. Required items. Food 4. Seller's note. A variety of garments. Purchased. Transaction successful. You have acquired women's clothing 10. You have lost Grey Wolf Flesh 4. Items for sale. Oversized iron pot 1. Required items. Food 2. Seller's note. An enormous iron pot. For dining purposes. Purchased. Transaction successful. You have acquired oversized iron pot 1. You have lost Grey Wolf Flesh 2. Chapter 11. The banquet time flowed steadily. My lord, we have completed the construction as per your request. Ada's voice echoed in Mo's ears. Raising his gaze, he beheld 25 of his subjects standing before him. In that moment, a surge of ambition welled up within him. After a day of diligent effort, the population of the territory expanded from a solitary individual to a vibrant community of 25. Mo's gaze swept over the newly constructed trio of residences. Each dwelling, standing at over 3 meters in height, was spacious enough to accommodate 8 inhabitants. The Lord's wooden cabin behind him had also undergone a transformation. Although still modest in nature, it was a significant improvement from the dilapidated structure it once was. Mo sincerely remarked, "You have all done remarkably well. The territory flourishes because of your contributions." As his words echoed, a wave of emotion surged within the hearts of the residents. Ada stood nearby, quietly observing the scene. In that moment, she felt that Mo was distinctly different from the lords she had encountered in her previous world. Mo summoned George to his side and inquired, "How is the production of wooden furnishings progressing?" "Reporting to you, my lord, each house is now equipped with a complete set of wooden furnishings," George replied, nodding thoughtfully. Mo continued, "George, please take a few individuals to the lord's cabin and construct 2 additional beds." He considered that it would be inconvenient for Lumiere and Ada, being women, to share a room with the male residents. Fortunately, the lord's cabin was spacious enough to comfortably house the 3 of them. "Understood, my lord." George promptly accepted the command and led several residents towards the lord's cabin. Subsequently, Mo retrieved a portion of food from his backpack and handed it to Ada and the others. "You should head to the lakeside and wash these ingredients first. Lumiere, you are responsible for their protection." "At once, my lord," Ada and Lumiere responded in unison, before leading a few residents towards the lake. Mo commenced the construction of a rudimentary cooking stove. He meticulously stacked the timber to form a sturdy framework, upon which he placed the large iron pot acquired through trade. He filled it with fresh water and, with the aid of a flint, ignited the wood. The flames swiftly ascended. Mo intended to prepare a pot of stew. Before long, Ida and her companions returned to the territory, bearing freshly cleaned ingredients. George had also completed the task assigned by Mo, furnishing the lord's cabin with 2 new beds. At that moment, the water in the pot reached a vigorous boil. As if everything was perfectly timed, Mo added the cleaned snake and wolf meat into the pot. The chunks of meat rolled in the boiling water, releasing a tantalizing aroma. Within mere minutes, a rich meaty fragrance wafted throughout the territory. The onlookers gazed into the pot, unable to suppress their salivation. Mo retrieved an assortment of fantastical fruits and berries from his backpack, addressing Linley, Hui, and Li, "Please distribute these fruits." "As you command, my lord." The trio replied in unison before springing into action. Once all was prepared, Mo inspected the meat in the pot, confirming it was thoroughly cooked. He first extracted the heart of the Greystone giant wolf, which emanated a gentle warmth, its surface coated with a thin layer of grease. This heart was substantial enough to nourish 4 individuals, signifying that 4 would have the opportunity to acquire the skill of rock body. After a moment of contemplation, Mo divided the heart into 4 portions, keeping 1 for himself and distributing the remaining 3 to Hui, Linley, and Li, the first among his loyal subjects. "Thank you, my lord. We shall not disappoint your expectations." The 4 then consumed the heart of the Greystone giant wolf. Mo felt a warm current surging within him, a surge of power coursing through his veins, yet he did not sense the awakening of any skills. He had not succeeded. Among the other 3, neither Li nor Linley had managed to awaken their skills. Only Hui remained with his eyes tightly shut, seemingly striving to assimilate the power within his heart. "My apologies, my lord," he murmured. "It is of no consequence. I too have failed. The probability of acquiring skills is inherently low." After a brief moment, a noticeable transformation overtook Mo Hui. His muscles swelled, resembling those of the Greystone direwolf and the werewolf Watson, solid as rock. "I have succeeded," Mo Hui exclaimed, his eyes alight with excitement as he addressed Mo. "Thank you for your gracious gift, my lord." Mo nodded in satisfaction. After attending to the heart of the Greystone direwolf, he gestured to the crowd, proclaiming, "Dinner is served." The sight of Mo dining alongside them evoked expressions of astonishment among the subjects. Some were moved to exclaim, "It is truly remarkable that our lord would share a meal with mere serfs. To be a subject of this territory is indeed my fortune. Thank you, my lord." Upon hearing such words of gratitude, Mo felt the weight of his responsibilities as a lord. He rose to his feet, casting his gaze over each of his subjects present. "Though this is merely our first day of acquaintance, your conduct has left me exceedingly pleased, regardless of your past identities. You are now my subjects. In my domain, there exists no distinction of rank. I shall treat everyone with equal respect. If you wish to repay me, then strive to contribute your strength to our territory and let our homeland flourish." His words resonated with vigor. The subjects listened, their hearts swelling with emotion, their eyes glimmering with hope. Ada stood quietly beside Mo, observing him intently. His radiant demeanor and sincere declarations stirred feelings within her that she had never before experienced for a man. At that moment, the gratitude of the crowd transcended the bounds of verbal expression. They could only lift their bowls of broth, consuming every last drop. They devoured the wondrous fruit until not a scrap remained. Soon, exclamations of awe filled the air. "By the gods, this is undoubtedly the most delectable broth I, old Jack, have ever tasted in my lifetime. This fruit is truly extraordinary. I feel as though I am brimming with strength, capable of striking down a bull with a single blow." Let us not forget, all of this is a gift from our Lord. We must labor even harder to show our gratitude to our Lord. Praise be to our Lord. May the gods bless you. Mo, unable to resist, took a taste of the stew. He had initially presumed that the dish would lack flavor, given the absence of various spices and seasonings in his understanding. The taste of food often suffers without such enhancements. However, the outcome surprised him. As the broth graced his palate, he was instantly captivated by its pure, unadulterated deliciousness. The broth unveiled the most primal flavors of its ingredients. The wondrous fruit and berries were equally delightful. After indulging in the fruit, Mo felt a surge of vitality coursing through his being. He distinctly sensed his physical condition gradually improving. At that moment, a notification sound from the panel suddenly echoed. "Watson's loyalty towards you has increased by 5 points. Current loyalty, 91 points. Ada's loyalty towards you has increased by 7 points. Current loyalty, 94 points. Jack's loyalty towards you has increased by 13 points. Current loyalty, 91 points." Chapter 12, The Soul Contract Scroll, Night Raid of the Goblins, detected that you are the first lord with over 20 subjects, all with loyalty exceeding 90. Reward: Soul Contract Scroll X1. Soul Contract Scroll. Function: establish a contract with a being of elite rank or below and level 10 or below. During this period, the contracted individual will develop a certain fondness for the contractor. Upon successful contracting, they will pledge their loyalty. An ancient and forbidden scroll. Momo's gaze lingered on the description of the scroll for a moment. Although the limitations of this scroll were considerable, its potential was undoubtedly formidable. The banquet concluded. As the night rendered work or exploration impossible, Momo instructed his subjects to return to their abodes to rest. With their departure, the territory became eerily desolate. As for Lu Mayer and Ada, they remained in the Lord's wooden lodge alongside Momo. At this moment, Lu Mayer and Ada sat on their respective beds, appearing somewhat anxious. This seemed to be their first experience sharing a room with a male. The atmosphere was tinged with ambiguity. However, Momo harbored no extraneous thoughts, at least not for now. He intended to continue scavenging for resources. Just as he was about to enter the market, an unusual sound suddenly emanated from outside the territory. As the echoes of Wow Wow faded, Momo and the villagers emerged from their dwelling, only to be greeted by the sight of several diminutive figures emerging from the shadows ahead. In the obscurity, the details remained elusive, but as the silhouettes drew nearer, Momo furrowed his brow and squinted for a clearer view. It was 3 goblins, small of stature with verdant skin, their pointed ears accentuating the avaricious and cunning gleam in their eyes. Goblins, wretched, greedy, and timid creatures, typically quiver like mice. However, when they outnumber their foes or confront the weak, they transform into ferocious predators. Goblin, level 1, rank, minor, traits, none, skills, none. Too feeble. Momo felt confident that he could dispatch them with his bare hands. Observing the goblins greedily inhaling the rich aroma that permeated the air, he surmised that it was the tantalizing scent of meat that had drawn them forth. Simultaneously, he recognized that the information from the intelligence was not entirely accurate, particularly with regards to data spanning a considerable time frame, which could lead to discrepancies. At that moment, the goblins, confronted by over 20 individuals, were suddenly thrown into a panic. Turning to flee, Momo noted their movements and prepared to signal Lou Meyer to take action. However, Watson's voice rang out unexpectedly. "My lord, allow me to handle them." No sooner had he spoken than Watson launched himself forward like a cannonball, swiftly closing the distance to the three goblins. The goblins scattered in 3 different directions, but their speed paled in comparison to Watson's, akin to that of a snail's crawl. Watson approached a goblin from behind. With a swipe of his claws, he pierced through the goblin's head as if it were merely a thin sheet of paper. The creature was impaled. Viscous green liquid splattered, the acrid stench permeating the air. Casually, Watson flung the goblin's carcass before Momo. He then charged towards the second goblin, effortlessly seizing it and lifting it above his head. With a surge of strength in his arms, the goblin was torn to shreds mid-air, green blood raining down like a deluge. Watson bathed in the foul, viscous blood of the goblin, his figure appearing particularly macabre in the shadows. The final goblin, witnessing the gruesome fate of its comrades, was paralyzed with fear, its eyes wide with terror. Watson approached it slowly, and with a swift motion of his claws, he cleaved it in two. After the battle, a swell of pride filled Watson's heart. He believed that this calm and graceful display of artistry would surely earn the admiration of the Lord. With this thought, he could not help but extend his arms and let out a howl to the heavens. Yet, despite the ease with which Watson dispatched his foes, Momo and the others felt anything but tranquility. The brutality of the scene had inflicted upon them a profound shock and discomfort. The nauseating odor hung heavily in the air, stirring turmoil within Momo's stomach, and a bitter taste rose in his throat. He nearly succumbed to the urge to vomit, but grit his teeth and suppressed the wave of unease. Momo did not blame Watson. This was the harsh reality they had to confront. In this world, where the strong prey upon the weak, mercy equated to death. Had the goblin emerged victorious? Thus, Momo and his subjects are likely to endure treatment far more brutal than this. Momo, suppressing his discomfort, addressed Watson. "Well done, Watson." Upon receiving Momo's commendation, a smile illuminated Watson's face. He tilted his head back and released a long, haunting wolf howl, echoing through the darkness with a primal ferocity. Subsequently, he turned to the crowd, grinning widely, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. However, his visage was smeared with the green blood of goblins and other indiscernible remnants, rendering his smile particularly sinister in the night. Eventually, someone could no longer contain themselves and bent over, violently retching. The sound of nausea quickly became a chain reaction, as the surrounding individuals followed suit, heaving in unison. Listening to the cacophony of retching around him, Momo's stomach, which had finally settled, began to churn once more. In the end, he managed to refrain from vomiting, though his complexion grew somewhat pallid. Momo approached the corpse of the goblin and began to dismember it, acquiring goblin flesh 13, goblin blood 7. He then instructed Watson, "You shall handle the blood and remnants from our territory." With that, he returned to the Lord's cabin. Upon hearing that his lord had assigned him another task, Watson felt a surge of joy and promptly responded with respect. "Rest assured, my lord, I shall fulfill the task." The other subjects gradually retreated to their respective chambers, leaving Watson alone in the dark, diligently attending to his duties. Meanwhile, Momo gradually succumbed to fatigue and drifted into slumber. The day's earlier toils had already rendered him weary in both body and spirit, and the horrific scene he had just witnessed only intensified this fatigue. The following morning, as dawn broke, Momo gradually awakened from his slumber. Recognizing the importance of the morning, he observed the 2 graceful figures still lost in their dreams within the wooden cabin. He activated the regional channel and perused the latest news. Regional channel 66666, online users, 1724362159003. The Blue Star inhabitants suffered grievous losses, with over 20,000 fallen on the very first night of their lordship. As he skimmed through the chat logs, he was met with a cacophony of pleas for help and vitriolic outbursts. Unperturbed by the negative sentiments, Momo focused on his preliminary plan for the day, to relocate the berry thicket, the enchanted fruit grove, and the crystalline dragon blood trees back to his territory. At that moment, Ada and Lou Meyer stirred from their slumber. Upon noticing Momo already awake, a delicate blush crept onto their cheeks. "Good morning, my lord," they greeted in unison. Momo nodded, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Good morning. Did you rest well last night?" The pair nodded, their cheeks still tinged with a faint blush. Without further ado, Momo turned and led them out of the cabin. Chapter 13. Goblins and Fishing Enforcement. Outside the wooden cabin, more than 20 of the residents stood in a neat line, respectfully bowing to Momo. "Good morning, my lord. May you be in good health, my lord. My lord, what tasks await us today?" Momo retrieved the 3 blueprints he had previously acquired and cast a glance at them. Tavern Blueprint, One-Time Blueprint, Level 1, Materials required for construction, Wood 50, Stone 30. Iron 20, Energy Crystal 10, Lord's Manor Blueprint, One-Time Blueprint, Level 1, Materials required for construction, Wood 100, Stone 80. Iron 40, Toilet Blueprint, Permanent Blueprint, Materials required for production, Stone 2, apart from the toilet. The other 2 structures are currently unable to be constructed. Momo contemplated for a moment before assigning tasks. Lu Mayer, Linley, and Mo Hui accompany me to the woods south of the territory. Ida and George. You shall lead 5 individuals to construct residential houses, the toilet, and wooden items within the territory. Mo. You will guide Matthew and 7 others to fish by the lakeside. David, take 10 individuals to collect stones near the territory. Jack. Search for a suitable piece of land for cultivation nearby. Upon hearing these orders, the inhabitants were filled with fervor. At your command, my lord. We shall ensure the tasks are completed, my lord. Momo divided the garments acquired from last night as trade into 2 portions, handing them to Lu Mayer and Ida, stating, "This is for you." He paused briefly before adding, "Of course, you may still wear it in the lord's cabin." Lu Mayer accepted the clothing, a smile gracing her face as she softly said, "Thank you, my lord." Ida was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped Momo's intention. Her cheeks instantly flushed with a rosy hue as she addressed Momo. "Very well, my lord." Ida understood that henceforth she would attire herself solely for his eyes. With that, she hastily returned to the lord's wooden cabin. Moments later, Momo gazed at Ida before him. Although her graceful silhouette and alluring curves continued to exude charm, she was notably more modestly dressed compared to her previous revealing attire. Momo examined her closely, nodding in satisfaction. He then proceeded directly to the militia encampment. "Would you like to expend 6 wood and 6 stone to recruit 3 militia?" "Yes." 3 militia emerged from the camp. "Esteemed Lord, Lin Xiao, Wang Jia, and Zhao Xian are at your service." Momo glanced at their attribute panels and noted that they were no different from Linley and the others. Subsequently, he raised his hand and cast a healing spell. A gentle radiance enveloped the 3 militia, who felt a warm surge of power within them, leaving them profoundly astonished. "Is this the power of the divine?" "Thank you, my lord." Lin Zhao's loyalty has increased by 11 points. Current loyalty, 78 points. Wang Jia's loyalty has increased by 10 points. Current loyalty, 77 points. Zhao Xian's loyalty has increased by 12 points. Current loyalty, 78 points. Once the 3 had received their enhancements, Momo pointed towards Ida and the others, stating, "Your task is to protect them and ensure their safety." "Understood, my lord," the 3 replied. Momo then prepared to head towards the woods when Watson's eager voice reached him. "My lord, what of me? What is my task?" Momo paused, casting a glance at Watson. He recalled that the goblins had emerged from the northern expanse of their territory the previous night, and the current state of the northern and western regions remained uncertain. Thus, he addressed Watson. "You are charged with the exploration of the northern territory. Be sure to meticulously document any resources or creatures you encounter along the way. Remember, act with caution. Retreat immediately should you face any peril. Upon completion of your exploration, return to report to me." "By your command, my lord," Watson replied, swiftly setting off towards the north. Momo, not wishing to linger, proceeded southward into the woods. After a brief interval of approximately 10 minutes, they arrived at a thicket of berries. Momo crouched down, placing his hand upon the soil beneath a berry bush. Transformation. Such an act would significantly mitigate damage to the berry patch. The soil shimmered with specks of white light, flowing into Momo's right arm. Energy, 107,300. Suddenly, Momo's ears detected a faint whisper of wind. Almost immediately, he heard the sound of an arrow slicing through the air, followed by the dull thud of it embedding itself into flesh. Momo quickly looked up to see a goblin's arm firmly pinned to the ground by an arrow, causing the stout club it wielded to tumble aside. The goblin emitted a pained screech, struggling to free itself, yet the force of the arrow rendered it immobile. Goblin, level 2, rank, minor, traits, none, skills, none. Momo's heart raced as he realized that this goblin had been lurking within the berry thicket. attempting to launch a surprise attack on him. Despite the goblin's prowess, even a successful ambush would hardly inflict significant harm upon him. Nevertheless, Mo was still engulfed by a wave of trepidation. Meyer, thank you, Mo expressed, his tone imbued with gratitude. Lumiere offered a faint smile. My lord, you flatter me. It is my duty to assist. At that moment, the goblin writhed in agony, emitting pitiful whimpers. Its appearance bore a resemblance to that of a goblin. With a diminutive stature, peculiar features, verdant skin, and pointed ears. My lord, shall we eliminate it? Mo pondered for a moment before shaking his head. No. A hint of confusion crossed Lumiere's face as she inquired, My lord, why not slay it? Keeping it alive may pose a risk. Linley and Mo also exhibited expressions of bewilderment. Mo elucidated, if we release it, we can stealthily follow its trail. Goblins are social creatures, and this would allow us to eradicate them all in one fell swoop. Linley remarked, Truly, my lord, your foresight is commendable. Lumiere raised her hand, dispelling the arrows lodged in the goblin's arm. Upon sensing the arrow's disappearance and observing the three humans before it remaining still, seemingly devoid of intent to harm, the goblin felt a surge of relief. It hastily dragged its injured body, fleeing at the utmost speed into the depths of the forest. As the goblin escaped, Mo gestured for the others to proceed. Everyone, prepare yourselves, remain silent, and do not alarm the prey. The goblin fled frantically, consumed by fear and panic, entirely oblivious to the fact that it was being stealthily pursued. Mo and his companions cautiously navigated through the dense jungle, skillfully avoiding branches and fallen leaves that might betray their presence. After a considerable time, they followed the goblins out of the thicket and arrived at the foot of a mountain. Chapter 14, The Goblin Cave. Mo's ascendancy to the ordinary rank, they continued along the path with the goblins until they finally beheld a hidden cave nestled at the mountain's base. Several goblins were stationed at the entrance, vigilantly patrolling. Now that they had located the goblin's lair, there was no longer a need for stealth. Mo signaled to Lumiere to prepare for action. He then whispered, Linley, swiftly deal with the goblins at the cave's entrance. The gentle breeze beside Lumiere coalesced into a flurry of sharp arrows. At that moment, a fleeing goblin finally sensed the pursuit behind it. Terror filled its eyes as it frantically dashed towards the cave, emitting frantic cries in an attempt to alert its comrades. However, just as it was mere steps away from the cave, an arrow shot through the air, piercing its heart. Simultaneously, Mo and Linley charged toward the goblins at the entrance. Upon witnessing the approach of two robust humans, the goblins were instantly thrown into disarray. In a panic, they brandished their wooden clubs in a futile attempt to defend themselves. A few goblins turned to flee back into the cave, but Mo and Linley denied them that opportunity. Each wielded their spear with lethal precision, dispatching the goblins as effortlessly as slicing through vegetables. Mo's strikes were consistently accurate and fatal, while Linley, though slightly more challenged, engaged in a fierce struggle with each goblin before ultimately overcoming them. Possessing a sharp spear and the skill of rocky form, Mo's prowess was evidently far superior to Linley's. Mo stood to the side, observing the unfolding battle. He noted that the rocky form skill not only mitigated damage as described on the panel, but also significantly enhanced Mo's strength. Lumiere successfully slays a level 2 goblin, gaining experience points. Mo gains experience points. Mo successfully slays a level 2 goblin, gaining experience points. Mo gains experience points. Linley successfully slays a level 2 goblin, gaining experience points. Mo gains experience points. Mo levels up by 1, now at level 4. As Mo felt the surging power within him, his gratitude towards Mo deepened. He understood that his newfound strength was entirely due to Mo's generous bestowal. Once the battle concluded, Mo approached the goblin corpses for dissection. Acquired goblin flesh 54. The 4 of them arrived at the cave entrance. Before entering, a damp, putrid odor wafted toward them. Upon stepping inside, they found the cave to be dark and moist, with faint light filtering through the entrance, barely illuminating the general outline of the cave's interior. Enduring the acrid stench, Mo and his companions cautiously advanced. Suddenly, faint rustling sounds emerged from the darkness. The 4 halted in their tracks, observing as a group of goblins rushed forth from the depths of the cave. Mo scrutinized this band of goblins and soon noticed one that was notably larger than the others. Goblin, level 5, rank, ordinary, traits, none, skills, none. Momo swiftly issued his commands. Lumiere, you are responsible for dealing with that large goblin. Mo and Linley, you two shall handle the smaller goblins. Lumiere nodded, and the breeze beside her instantly coalesced into arrows. One winged arrow shot towards the goblin. The goblin watched as the arrow rapidly approached, a flicker of panic crossing its eyes as it hastily sidestepped. Yet, it still suffered a graze on its arm. Having evaded the first arrow, what of the second? Lumire scoffed. With that, the second arrow flew towards the goblin with even greater speed. The goblin's eyes widened in disbelief as it beheld the arrow's approach. However, its body had not yet reacted when the arrow pierced through its skull. Lumire successfully killed Goblin LV5. Lumire gained experience. Momo gained experience. The other goblins, witnessing their leader's swift demise, fell into disarray. Seizing the opportunity, Imohui and Linli launched a fierce assault, eliminating the remaining goblins one by one. Imohui successfully killed Goblin LV2. Imohui gained experience. Momo gained experience. Linli successfully killed Goblin LV2. Linli gained experience. Momo gained experience. Linli leveled up by 1 level. Current level 4, Disintegration, gained. Goblin Flesh 94, Ordinary Soul Fragment 1. Momo's gaze fell upon the Ordinary Soul Fragment. He promptly retrieved the 2 Ordinary Soul Fragments he had previously acquired from his backpack. 3 fragments in his hand emitted a faint glow, as if calling out to one another. Would you like to consume 3 Ordinary Soul Fragments to obtain 1 Ordinary Soul? Yes. With Momo's affirmation, the 3 soul fragments burst forth with a white light, intertwining together and gradually merging. Ultimately, they coalesced into a complete ordinary soul. The soul took the form of an irregularly shaped, translucent white orb, no larger than half of Momo's palm, its surface radiating a gentle halo. As Momo gazed at the soul in his hand, myriad thoughts flooded his mind. After a moment's contemplation, he made a decision. He would use this soul himself. He clenched it tightly in his right hand, and the soul shattered, transforming into a stream of white liquid that swiftly permeated throughout his body. At the instant of fusion, a powerful force surged within him, elevating the essence of life within. He felt as though he had transcended a certain boundary. Immersed in the transformation brought about by this power, Momo soon tightened his fist, sensing the increase in his strength. A faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. How captivating. Subsequently, Momo and his companions pressed further into the depths of the cave. As he walked, he mentally strategized for the day's plans. At that moment, his thoughts were interrupted by a deep roar emanating from the depths of the cave. Following closely, a heavy thudding of footsteps approached, growing ever nearer. Momo distinctly felt the ground quivering beneath him as some colossal creature drew near, preparing for battle. Lumiere's expression turned serious, and the breeze beside her swiftly coalesced into arrows. Imohui and Linli swiftly positioned themselves in front of Momo, gripping their long spears tightly as they gazed ahead. A colossal figure gradually emerged from the shadows. It was an enormous earth goblin, towering at 3 meters, several times larger than an ordinary goblin. Its muscles were sinewy, and it wielded a massive spiked club. Great Earth Goblin, level 10 tier, common, traits, none, skills, robust, possessing a physique larger than that of a typical Earth Goblin. With enhanced defensive capabilities and strength, Momo's eyes quickly scanned the Great Earth Goblin, eventually settling on the weapon it held. Enormous spiked club, green, function, 1. The spikes harbor a unique energy that, upon inflicting a wound, significantly impedes the healing process and intensifies the pain. 2. When wielding the spiked club, the user's strength is slightly augmented. Chapter 15. The eerie blood manipulation technique. The Great Earth Goblin did not initiate an attack, but instead fixed its furious gaze on Momo and the others. The 2 parties stood in a tense standoff. The atmosphere within the cave grew increasingly strained. Momo was acutely aware of the goblin's intentions. This cave was deep and intricate, filled with numerous passages. If they were to search for the goblins lurking in the shadows one by one, it would require an immeasurable amount of time and effort. As anticipated, moments later, a group of diminutive goblins began to materialize behind the Great Earth Goblin. Among them, a peculiar figure captured Momo's attention, a goblin wielding a wooden staff. It stood with a stooped posture, significantly shorter than the average goblin. Its grotesque face marred by an abundance of wrinkles. Goblin Spellcaster, level 10, rank, common, traits, none, skills, 1. Fireball concentrates mental and physical energy to form a fireball. 2. Bloodburn concentrates physical and mental energy, igniting the energy within the target creature, greatly enhancing its physical prowess. If the creature lacks sufficient energy, it will incinerate the creature's blood, internal organs, and even its psyche. A fortunate goblin. Or perhaps an unfortunate one. Wooden staff, white, function, slightly accelerates the mental concentration speed of the spellcaster during casting. Upon witnessing the goblin spellcaster skills, Momo was taken aback, instantly realizing the gravity of the situation. He prepared to command Lumiere to eliminate the goblin spellcaster, but it was too late. The goblin spellcaster raised its staff high, and a horrifying crimson light erupted from its tip. In an instant, the entire cavern was engulfed in this eerie blood-red glow. As the sanguine light illuminated the surroundings, the bodies of the goblins swelled like balloons, continuously exhaling scarlet gas, their eyes transforming into a deep crimson. The transformation of the greater goblin was even more astonishing. Its muscles expanded dramatically, its height increasing significantly, with bulging veins threatening to burst through the skin. Blood-colored mist perpetually emanated from its surface. Sensing this unprecedented power, the greater goblin let out a low growl. All of these changes occurred within the blink of an eye. Before Momo could fully comprehend the sudden upheaval, the goblin spellcaster pointed at him and his companions, uttering strange sounds. Wayaga Hayawao. Roar, roar, roar. The colossal earth goblin then unleashed a thunderous roar, charging towards Momo and his companions like a runaway behemoth. With each step it took, the entire cavern trembled violently. The goblins surged forward in a relentless tide, overwhelming Momo and his allies. Momo gazed at the crimson scene before him. A grave expression etched on his face. Although the situation had escalated beyond his expectations, he still maintained control. Hui, hold off the earth goblin for a moment. He commanded. Lumiere, swiftly deal with that giant goblin. Linley, you and I will restrain the remaining goblins. With those words, Momo shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, racing towards the dozen or so goblins. Linley followed closely behind. Lumiere, with a fierce shout, unleashed a barrage of wind arrows aimed at the earth goblin. Several arrows pierced its massive body, only to transform back into wind, swirling violently within its flesh, striving to inflict lethal damage. Yet, the frenzied behemoth seemed impervious to pain, its speed unabated. Lumiere understood that with a few more waves of wind arrows, she could definitively vanquish the earth goblin. However, such an approach did not align with Momo's demand for expedience. Thus, she resolutely drew her longbow from her back, pulling the string taut. The surrounding wind elements responded swiftly, coalescing into an arrow upon her bow. Gradually, Lumiere infused the arrow with wind energy, arranging it in a specific sequence. As the elemental force of wind continuously infused the arrow, the azure radiance upon it deepened gradually. Simultaneously, stood before the earth giant, his form appearing remarkably diminutive. Yet his gaze remained resolute, unflinchingly meeting the derisive eyes of the giant. With a low growl, the earth giant gripped its spiked club tightly, raising it high above its head. The muscles in its arms bulged like small mountains, veins protruding ominously. In the next moment, the giant unleashed its might, the club descending upon with a roaring wind. The fierce gust generated by the swing of the club surged towards his face, stinging his skin painfully. A chill ran through, prompting him to grasp his spear with both hands, raising it above his head in a defensive stance. With a thunderous crash, the club collided violently with the spear. S feet sank deeply into the ground, several centimeters down. He felt an overwhelming force surge through the spear, reverberating throughout his entire being. Every vein, every bone endured an unimaginable pressure, while his palms throbbed with a tearing pain. His body involuntarily trembled, his complexion paling instantly, a trickle of crimson blood seeping from the corner of his lips. Soon after, a wave surged in his throat, and he expelled a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of internal tissue onto the ground. However, at that moment, sensed a gentle warmth flowing within him, nurturing his entire being. It was the continuous healing spell cast by. Sustained by this force, barely managed to stabilize himself, refusing to succumb to the ground. Had it not been for the ongoing healing, he would likely have been crushed by that ferocious power, reduced to a lifeless corpse. Hui gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain coursing through his body, slowly raising his head to once more meet the gaze of the earth gnome. Again, he bellowed, his spear trembling slightly in his grasp. The earth gnome, observing this pitiful human who had been so ruthlessly battered by its strike, revealed a vicious grin. With a ferocious roar, it raised its spiked club high, poised to deliver a fatal blow and definitively extinguish this human's life. On the opposite side of the battlefield, Momo was engaged in fierce combat with a dozen or so gnomes, as he was an ordinary tier combatant facing gnomes of the lowest tier. The vast disparity in strength afforded Momo an overwhelming advantage in battle. Thus, even though it was his first encounter and he possessed no knowledge of spear techniques, he managed to single-handedly fend off multiple attackers with relative ease, occasionally seizing the opportunity to slay one or two gnomes. However, the situation for Linley was far less favorable. Although the majority of the gnomes were preoccupied with assaulting Momo, he found himself struggling against the remaining gnomes. These creatures were utterly frenzied, as if driven by an uncontrollable fervor. Even when wounded by the spear, leaving trails of blood or suffering grievous punctures, they pressed on relentlessly, launching brutal attacks. Sweat beaded on Lin Li's forehead, and his breath grew increasingly labored as he swung his spear desperately to defend himself. A moment's lapse in focus could result in a savage strike from the gnome's claws. At that moment, the gnome spellcaster emitted a piercing shriek, filled with irritation and fury, its grotesque visage contorting in rage. It felt the gradual resurgence of its magical power and realized it was sufficient to unleash a fireball spell. A sinister glint flashed in its eyes as it raised its staff, directing the tip towards Momo. Tiny sparks began to flicker at the staff's apex, coalescing swiftly into a searing fireball. The goblin spellcaster donned a maniacal and malevolent grin. Lin Li, witnessing this scene, felt a tightening in his chest. He anxiously shouted towards Momo, "My lord, be cautious." However, in that fleeting moment of distraction, the goblin beside him seized the opportunity to strike, its claws rending his flesh with a vicious swipe. The sound of tearing flesh echoed as deep gashes appeared on Lin Li's body, crimson blood gushing forth. Yet, he seemed oblivious to the pain, his gaze fixated on Momo, who remained motionless, igniting a fervent urgency within him, akin to ants scurrying on a hot pan. Hearing Lin Li's warning, Momo replied, "I am unharmed. Just be careful yourself." At Momo's response, Lin Li's heart found a momentary solace, redirecting his focus to the surrounding goblins. He understood that he must swiftly eliminate the immediate threat to assist Momo. Momo had already taken note of the fireball, intending to seize this moment for a bold experiment. Moments later, the goblin spellcaster completed the incantation, releasing the fireball, which surged forward, exuding intense heat and howling through the air towards Momo. As the fireball soared, the air crackled ominously. Momo stood firm, his gaze calm as he regarded the impending fireball, and with a sudden, forceful sweep of his spear, he aimed to clear a path around him. The spear traced a luminous arc, toppling the surrounding goblins to the ground. This was a clever stratagem conceived by Momo in a moment of desperation. It not only averted the imminent assault but also afforded him precious time. Subsequently, Momo extended his right hand towards the fireball, initiating its transformation. Just as the fireball was about to make contact with the palm of his hand, an unforeseen change occurred. The fireball, akin to snow succumbing to the scorching sun, rapidly transformed into a myriad of glimmering white particles, seamlessly merging into Momo's arm. Energy, 127,300, success. In that instant, a profound sense of indescribable joy surged within Momo. Eternity had once again affirmed its might. This indicated that many future ranged attacks would prove ineffective against him. Furthermore, as his physical prowess grew stronger, even melee assaults might be effortlessly neutralized. Imagine, when an adversary charges at him with a weapon, Momo could simply grasp it and, in an instant, refine its essence. The panicked expression on his enemy's face would surely be a sight to behold. However, during the transformation of the fireball, Momo discerned two critical issues. Firstly, the moment the fireball made contact with his palm, even though this moment was fleeting, he could still feel its searing heat. This was due to his inability to transform the fireball instantaneously. In other words, if an enemy's attack speed surpassed Momo's neural reaction time, he would be unable to effectuate the transformation in time. In such a scenario, should Momo choose not to evade the attack and instead attempt to force the transformation, it would undoubtedly result in injury from the enemy's assault. Moreover, Momo is acutely aware that there exists a limit to the daily energy conversion of eternity. Once this threshold is reached, he is rendered incapable of converting any further attacks. This implies that, when confronted with a series of intense battles, Momo must exercise utmost caution in utilizing his conversion abilities. Should he deplete his energy reserves, he will forfeit this formidable defensive mechanism. Regarding the first dilemma, Momo has devised two relatively reliable solutions. One approach involves enhancing his neural reaction capabilities. This method is comparatively straightforward and can be accomplished by elevating his level, rank, or acquiring skills aimed at improving his reaction time. As long as his reflexes are sufficiently swift, he can execute conversions at the very moment of an enemy's assault, thereby evading harm. The second method is considerably bolder, releasing the conversion ability externally. Momo has privately attempted this several times, yet has not succeeded thus far. As for the second issue, Momo has formulated a clear strategy. He must continually repair Eternity to augment its energy threshold. The goblin spellcaster observed Momo effortlessly obliterating a fireball, a flicker of fear flashing in its eyes. It yearned to issue a command for the earth goblins to crush Momo into a pulp. However, just as it was about to speak, a terrifying aura suddenly manifested on the battlefield. This presence surged forth like an invisible tidal wave, engulfing the entire cavern. Within that space, apart from Momo and his companions, all other beings felt their bodies tremble uncontrollably. Even the deranged goblins were momentarily paralyzed by this overwhelming aura, their eyes brimming with terror. The earth golems and the goblin spellcasters were the most profoundly affected. With a thud, a goblin spellcaster collapsed to the ground, his hands trembling violently, his staff clattering as it fell. The earth golem shared a similar fate. Its massive form quaked incessantly, and its sturdy legs could no longer bear its weight. With a thunderous crash, it crumpled to the ground, its colossal head drooping, the fierce glint in its eyes replaced by sheer fear. Lumière stood in a corner of the battlefield, surrounded by a tempestuous wind that howled and formed an invisible vortex. One hand tightly grasped the bow, while the other drew back an arrow. The posture of her archery accentuated her exquisite figure. Her slender waist, swaying like a supple willow branch in the gale, embodied both grace and formidable strength. The azure arrow in her grasp appeared profound and elegant. Hurricane arrow, Lumière called out, her voice a melodic cry. Whoosh! The azure arrow shot forth like a bolt of lightning, its speed leaving merely a blurred trail in the air. In mid-flight, the arrow transformed into a colossal azure bird, its vast body shimmering with a ghostly blue luminescence forged from pure energy. It cleaved through the pervasive crimson haze, creating a sharp, explosive sound as it traversed the air. The giant bird flapped its wings, the currents of air coalescing into a whirlwind that dispersed the remaining blood-red mist, restoring a flicker of clarity to the cave. All the goblins stared wide-eyed at the magnificent creature, their gazes filled with dread and despair. Their legs weakened, yearning to flee, yet their bodies betrayed them, trembling as they remained rooted in place. Chapter 17, The Hurricane Arrow. The colossal bird soared through the sky, its feathers shimmering with a cerulean glow. Suddenly, it retracted its wings and began to spin rapidly in the air. In an instant, it lunged towards the earth golem with astonishing speed. A piercing sound echoed as the giant bird pierced through the golem's chest. Blood erupted like a fountain, splattering in all directions. The massive form of the earth golem collapsed with a thunderous crash, a gaping wound marring its chest. Surrounded by remnants of cerulean energy, the wound voraciously consumed the golem's vitality. Yet the giant bird remained extraordinary, its feathers untouched by any filth. After vanquishing the earth golem, the bird continued its relentless slaughter. It ascended high into the air, swiftly diving towards the earth golem spellcaster. The spellcaster, clearly lacking the resilience of the fallen golem, was torn apart like fragile parchment upon impact with the giant bird, disintegrating into a puddle of flesh scattered across the ground. The bird showed no signs of restraint. It soared to the apex of the cavern, surveying the remaining earth golems. Then, with a sudden plunge, it struck at the heart of the golem horde. A resounding boom reverberated through the air. Cerulean energy surged among the golem ranks, engulfing the cavern in chaos as dust and smoke rose, shrouding the entire space in turmoil. At the epicenter of this energy, Momo and Lin Li found themselves enveloped in a cerulean haze. Momo extended his hand, sensing the chilling, destructive aura swirling at his fingertips. Remarkably, this energy inflicted no harm upon him. Moments later, as the dust and azure energy dissipated, tranquility returned to the cave. The silhouette of the giant bird had long since vanished. The goblins, too, had been utterly obliterated by the rampant energy, leaving not a trace behind. Their existence was thoroughly erased. Lumière successfully slain level 10 Earth Goblin, gaining experience. Momo gaining experience. Lumière successfully slain level 10 Goblin Spellcaster, gaining experience. Momo gaining experience. Lumière successfully slain level 3 Goblin, gaining experience. Momo gaining experience. Lumière leveled up by 3 levels. Current level 9. Momo leveled up by 2 levels, current level 5. Momo felt a surge of power within him, his vision becoming clearer and his senses sharper. At that moment, Lumière approached him, a radiant smile gracing her lips. Lord, am I impressive? Momo snapped back to reality, momentarily taken aback by the beauty and strength of the woman before him. He then sincerely replied, incredible. If it weren't for you, we would have been in dire straits. His tone was candid and earnest, devoid of any pretense. Hearing Momo's response, Lumière couldn't help but chuckle softly. It is largely thanks to your enhancements, Lord, that I have become this formidable. I am truly grateful for your assistance, Miss Meyer. Otherwise, I would have met my end at the hands of the Earth Goblin. Miss Meyer is truly remarkable. The voices of Mo Hui and Lin Li echoed from the side, filled with gratitude and admiration. Decomposing, acquired. Earth Elemental Blood Essence 213, Goblin Spellcaster Blood Essence 14, Ordinary Soul Fragment 6, Energy Crystal 10. Momo gazed at the prompt on the panel, a surge of joy swelling within him. What splendid fortune! I am immensely grateful to the goblins for bestowing upon me 6 fragments of ordinary souls. Simultaneously, Momo discerned the means of acquiring energy crystals by vanquishing formidable beings. The reason those creatures he had previously slain did not yield energy crystals was likely due to their feeble strength, incapable of condensing such precious items. After all, the prowess of the Earth Elemental and the Goblin Spellcaster was on an entirely different echelon compared to the creatures he had encountered prior. Momo combined the 6 ordinary soul fragments into 2 complete ordinary souls, their appearance identical to those he had previously absorbed. After a brief moment of contemplation, he shifted his gaze towards Mohui and Linley. Mohui, Linley, these are for you. May you harness this power to bring greater glory and brilliance to our territory. Even before Momo had synthesized the souls, Mohui and Linley's eyes had been fixated on the 2 orbs, sensing the allure emanating from them. At this moment, upon hearing that Momo intended to bestow the souls upon them, the gratitude they felt was beyond expression. Thank you, my lord, for your nurturing. I pledge to execute your will with my life, to defend the honor of our territory. Mohui exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement as he knelt on one knee. So do I. The 2 immediately began to absorb the souls upon receiving them, as the power of the souls flowed into them. The aura of Mohui and Linley gradually intensified, marking the progression of their ascension. Momo placed the abandoned Giant Wolf Fawn Club, green, and wooden staff, white, into his backpack. Moments later, Mohui and Linley successfully ascended to the ordinary tier, their injuries having substantially healed. The 4 of them took a brief respite before continuing their journey deeper into the cave. Along the way, they encountered not even a single goblin. The goblin that Lu Meo had just slain appeared to be the last of its kind within the cave. With the goblins no longer obstructing their path, their pace quickened considerably. Before long, they reached the innermost part of the cave, where they found an open bronze chest. An unopened bronze chest, and a coffin emanating an aura of mystery. This was all that the depths of the cave had to offer. Momo silently lamented the lack of riches, even beginning to question whether the goblins had genuinely made an effort to gather treasure. However, despite his grumbling, he felt compelled to open the chests. Approaching the open chest, he discovered 2 items scattered within. Acquired. Withered Spirit Bough, green, 1, level 1 library blueprint 1. Momo's gaze first fell upon the Withered Spirit Bough, green. Withered Spirit Bough, green, function 1. Summons a Withered Spirit Treant to assist in battle for 10 minutes. With a cooldown of 30 minutes. Withered Spirit Treant, level 5, tier, ordinary, traits, none, skills, none, 2. Slightly enhances the user's strength. The capabilities of this longbow were sufficient to rival those of an ordinary tier warrior, making it exceedingly powerful. Momo's interest piqued, and he turned to Lumiere, saying, Mayor, may I see your bow? Upon hearing this, Lumiere extended the longbow she held. Standard longbow, white, function, unremarkable attributes. Momo gazed at the exceedingly ordinary longbow and declared, Meyer, this bow is for you. With that, he presented the Withering Spirit Bough to Lumiere. I am grateful for the Lord's generous gift. Momo nodded in acknowledgement and then approached another unopened bronze chest. Acquired. Thunderstrike Skillbook 1. Silver Shield Ring, green, 1. Iron 50. Breaking Cloud Spear, green, 1. Momo reached for the Breaking Cloud Spear and immediately felt a chilling and sharp power. Chapter 18. Thunderstrike, the Mysterious Coffin, Breaking Cloud Spear, green, function, 1. Actively use the skill Sharp Break Cloud to enchant the spear, enhancing its armor-piercing ability and sharpness for a duration of 10 minutes, with a cooldown of 30 minutes. 2. Slightly increases the user's strength. A remarkable spear. Momo silently praised. He then entrusted the Breaking Cloud Spear to Mohui, while the sharp long spear, originally wielded by Mohui, was handed over to Linley. Mohui gripped the spear tightly, sensing its power, and earnestly stated, Rest assured, my lord, I shall not fail your expectations. Linley also accepted the sharp long spear. And although it was inferior to the Breaking Cloud Spear, he expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you, my lord. I will strive to improve myself and contribute to the territory. Subsequently, Momo turned his attention to another item, the Silver Shield Ring. Silver Shield Ring function, 1. It can summon a silver shield that envelopes a unit. When attacked, it will release passively, and this passive shield can only protect the bearer of the Silver Shield Ring. The Silver Shield can defend against a certain amount of attacks, lasting for 1 minute, with a cooldown of 10 minutes, and can be activated a maximum of 3 times a day. Witnessing the formidable capabilities of the Silver Shield Ring, Momo felt a surge of elation within. he resolved to utilize the Silver Shield Ring himself. As the core of his territory, his safety was of utmost importance. Upon donning the Silver Shield Ring, Momo felt a profound sense of security. Would you like to use the skill scroll to learn the skill Thunderstrike? Yes. Momo promptly chose to learn. Thunderstrike. Concentrate mental and physical energy to create a bolt of lightning. The power depends on the caster's physical and mental strength. Momo retrieved the wand from his backpack. At that moment, he was truly a wizard. Finally, Momo cast his gaze upon the mysterious coffin. He attempted to use appraisal on the coffin, but the result was, yielding no information whatsoever. Momo furrowed his brow tightly. Filled with confusion and perplexity, this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. He had an inkling that this coffin was no ordinary object. Reluctantly, Momo made another attempt to store the coffin in his backpack. However, the interface prompted again, cannot store in backpack. Momo instantly realized that there was a creature concealed within the coffin, or rather, a soul. Subsequently, he attempted to use transformation on the coffin. Yet even merely trying to transform the surface of the coffin proved futile. This left Momo in a state of profound perplexity. Meyer. To give it a try and see if you can open this coffin. Lou Meyer, recognized as the foremost combatant of the territory, was their only hope. If even she failed to make any headway with the coffin, then Momo would truly be at a loss. As you command, my lord. With that, a multitude of arrows coalesced around Lou Meyer. Fire. The arrows soared forth like shooting stars, all aimed at the coffin. Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony of explosive sounds erupted as the arrows collided with the coffin, unleashing a torrent of violent energy. The entire cavern trembled, dust billowed, and fragments of stone scattered in all directions. Momo and the others instinctively retreated several steps, shielding themselves from the oncoming gusts of air. As the dust gradually settled, their gazes were riveted upon the coffin. However, to their astonishment, the coffin remained utterly unscathed, not even a single scratch to be found. How is this possible? Lou Meyer's eyes widened in disbelief, her face etched with astonishment. They had reached an impasse. After a moment of contemplation, Momo sighed in resignation. It seems this coffin is beyond our current capabilities. Let us return to the territory. The others nodded in agreement. As the four approached the cavern's entrance, Momo suddenly halted, glancing back at the inky blackness of the cave with a flicker of concern in his eyes. Meyer, seal the entrance. At his command, Lou Meyer unleashed her arrows towards the rocks above the cave's mouth. A thunderous crash echoed through the cavern as stones tumbled down, sealing the entrance. With this sight, Momo felt a slight sense of relief wash over him. The group then retraced their steps along the path they had come. Along the journey, they encountered several gray wolves. However, these beasts posed no trouble for them. As soon as the wolves revealed themselves, they were swiftly dispatched by Lou Meyer's arrows. Successfully killed Gray Wolf Level 3. Lou Meyer gained experience points. Momo gained experience points. Successfully killed Gray Wolf Level 2. Lou Meyer gained experience points. Momo gained experience points. Acquired. Gray Wolf Flesh 103. Gray Wolf Fur 51. Gray Wolf Teeth 5. Gray Wolf Blood 74. Last night's losses were entirely replenished, thanks to the generous provisions brought by their companion. Momo felt a sense of gratitude towards the hospitable gray wolves, which lightened his spirits somewhat. Unbeknownst to them, the four had reached the edge of their territory. In the distance, the familiar outlines of structures became increasingly discernible. At that moment, Liam, Matthew, and the others happened to return from the lakeside, shouldering a large iron pot filled with over 20 lively fish. Upon seeing Momo and the others return, Liam and Matthew hurried over. My lord, was your expedition successful? Momo nodded slightly and replied, there were some gains, though we encountered a mysterious coffin, the nature of which remains unclear for now. Hearing this, Liam furrowed his brow slightly. A mysterious coffin? That sounds rather ominous. Could there be danger? Momo waved his hand to dismiss the topic. Let's set that aside for now. How was your return from the lakeside? Liam responded excitedly, my lord. The resources by the lake are incredibly abundant, and there were no dangers to be found. The fish we have brought back this time is sufficient for everyone to enjoy for several days. However, we must remain vigilant and not let our guard down. At this moment, Lou Meyer inquired, my lord, what shall be our next course of action? Should we continue transporting the plants back to the territory? Or should we return first to rest? Momo scanned the faces of those present and noted the weariness etched upon them. After a brief contemplation, he replied, let us take some time to recuperate. Once we have restored our strength, we can deliberate further. Upon returning to the territory, Momo surveyed the 5 newly constructed houses and felt a profound sense of satisfaction. With Ada's presence, the development of the territory had truly commenced. Ada noticed Momo and the others returning. She gracefully approached them, her enchanting figure swaying effortlessly. "Welcome home, my lord," she greeted, her voice a melodic welcome. A smile played upon Momo's lips, his admiration evident. "You have all done splendidly. Your efforts are greatly appreciated. Thank you for your kind words, my lord." "It is our duty," Ada replied, slightly bowing. Even in the simplest of attire, her alluring form could not be concealed. Rather, it accentuated her ethereal beauty, adding a refreshing charm that captivated all who beheld her. Chapter 19. The Tang Dao Green Blueprint. Momo's gaze swept across the territory, and he promptly issued his command. "George, please inform all the residents to return." Upon hearing this, George immediately turned and dashed towards the outskirts of the territory. The others followed Momo to the location where they had prepared the meal the previous night. With practiced ease, Momo retrieved his spear and began to dispatch the fish captured by Li Mo and the others, one by one. This is truly invaluable experience that must not be squandered. Successfully defeated a level 1 armored turtle, Momo gained experience. Successfully defeated a level 1 swimming carp, Momo gained experience. As the last fish succumbed, a radiant light burst forth from within Momo. His level ascended once more. Momo's level increased by 1. Now at level 6. Momo closed his eyes, earnestly attuning himself to the surge of power. He could distinctly perceive a notable enhancement in both his physical constitution and mental acuity. However, simultaneously, he quietly lamented the ever-increasing amount of experience required for advancement. Disassembly, acquired swimming carp meat 107, armored turtle meat 34. Momo entrusted some of the fish meat, along with wood and flint, to Ida and the others, instructing, "Please roast these fish. We shall feast on grilled fish for lunch." Linley exclaimed with excitement, "Wonderful. We will have grilled fish." "Not so fast. Let us wait until everyone returns to partake together." Before long, George hurried back with the villagers. Upon seeing the prepared fish awaiting roasting, anticipation gleamed in everyone's eyes. Ida and the others skillfully kindled a fire and began to focus on grilling the fish. The fish sizzled over the flames, and an enticing aroma gradually wafted through the air, causing mouths to water. Momo observed the bustling group, his heart swelling with contentment. Yet, at that moment, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Ida, whose graceful form was accentuated by her squatting posture. The fullness of her bosom was slightly compressed, while her rounded hips appeared even more pronounced. Momo quickly shook his head, dispelling those untimely thoughts from his mind. Since the grilled fish would require some time to prepare, he opened the chat interface. "Wang Lu, brothers, where is the heart of the world?" "Yun Kaheo, ISNT, that thing in the Lord's cabin?" "Edmund Ku," asked the one upstairs, "what is the use of the heart of the world?" "Yun Kaheo, only by possessing the heart of the world can we truly master our realm and be considered true world lords." Li Ming, thank you, brother Yun Kaheo, for sharing this information. Dong Enxia, brothers, I have worked hard all day and finally recruited 3 militia members. Chinchu, wait, my friend. You toiled for an entire day and managed to recruit only 3 militia? It seems you could chop down a few more trees to fashion yourself a coffin. Dong Enxia, you're quite the provocateur, aren't you? Why not try being born in the icy world yourself? Though much of the information remained trivial chatter, Momo could not help but marvel at the remarkable adaptability of humanity. Nearly a day had passed, and the majority had already calmed from their initial panic, recognizing reality and developing their territories. Yet, whether it was in combat prowess or overall progress, Momo maintained an undisputed lead. His territory had already begun to take shape, with resource reserves and combat strength far surpassing those of other lords. Subsequently, Momo opened the market interface, and a stream of information unfolded before his eyes. Consigned item, water X10, required item, food X10, seller's note, brothers, please save the child. The child has not eaten for a day. Consigned item, open wooden treasure chest X1, required item, food X10, seller's note. Although it has been opened, this empty chest can be decomposed into several units of valuable wood. Consigned item, magical doll X1, required item, food X10 or water X10, seller's note. This magical doll was obtained from a black iron chest. Its capabilities are formidable and truly worth the price. Consigned item, personal clothing X1, required item, food X10, seller's note. I am a pure and adorable young lady, and this is a rare item, so act swiftly to purchase. Despite the passage of a day, food remains a coveted commodity in the market. Many lords still grapple with the scarcity of food, resorting even to trading peculiar items in exchange for sustenance. Momo paid no heed to those unusual trade goods. He continued to peruse the market, his gaze sweeping across the screen in search of valuable trading information. Consigned item, Tang Dao Green, Blueprint X1. Required item, Healing Potion, Seller's Note, Urgent, in need of healing potions. This information caught Momo's attention. He understood well the rarity and preciousness of the Tang Dao blueprint at this stage. Thus, Momo promptly contacted the seller. Momo, would you accept 2 healing herbs? After the message was sent, Momo's gaze remained fixed on the screen, awaiting a response. Moments later, a reply materialized. Yu Shiming, I need to review the medicinal herbs first. Without hesitation, Momo swiftly transmitted the detailed information about the healing herb. Healing herb can heal wounds, cleanse inflammation and impurities, accelerate wound recovery. Yu Shiming, 2 plants are insufficient. Momo frowned, weighing the pros and cons. For plants, I possess only 4 healing herbs. In truth, Momo had 6 healing herbs, but he did not intend to reveal them all. After sending the message, Yu Shiming took his time to respond, causing a ripple of anxiety to stir within Momo. Had he come across as too mercenary? Just as he was about to send a probing message, Yu Shiming, all right. For plants it is, let us add each other as friends first. A wave of relief washed over Momo, and he promptly accepted the friend request. Once they were connected, Yu Shiming quickly sent a trade message. Item, Tang Dao Green, Blueprint 1. Required item, Healing Herb 4. Momo was genuinely taken aback. Merely 4 healing herbs could so seamlessly exchange for such a precious item as the Tang Dao Green Blueprint. Although Momo currently lacked for weapons, that was only due to the small number of combatants in his territory. Once the number of fighters increased, weapons would undoubtedly become a significant concern. Moreover, who said that crafted weapons were solely for personal use? He could very well market them and sell at a premium, reaping substantial profits. As he contemplated this, Momo felt a fierce entrepreneurial spirit igniting within him. At that moment, he was utterly unafraid of being hanged from a lamppost. This was a tremendous opportunity for profit. Transaction successful. You have acquired a Tang Dao Green, Blueprint 1. You have lost Healing Grass 4. Chapter 20. Frostwolf Breathing Technique, a batch of blueprints. After the transaction, Momo did not cease his inquiries. He promptly asked, where did you obtain this blueprint? Yu Shiming replied, I found the blueprint in a treasure chest, and I even sustained some injuries to acquire it. Momo's eyes brightened, and he continued to probe. Are there any other valuable items in that treasure chest? Yu Shiming, upon receiving Momo's message, could not help but envision a figure, a shrewd merchant rubbing his hands together with a beaming smile. He quickly shook his head, dispelling the strange thought from his mind. Yu Shiming responded, there are indeed some, though I am uncertain if you possess anything worthwhile. Upon hearing this, Momo sent over the details of the Massive Wolf Tooth Club Green. Massive Wolf Tooth Club Green. Function. 1. The spikes harbor a unique energy that, when inflicting wounds, will hinder the healing process and significantly amplify the pain. 2. Utilizing the Wolf Tooth Club will slightly enhance the user's strength. Meanwhile, in an expansive, boundless desert, an ordinary-looking youth, approximately 20 years of age, was lost in contemplation. Deep, bone-exposing gashes marred his left leg. These gruesome wounds were alarming to behold. He was cautiously applying healing grass to tend to his injuries. Though his movements appeared somewhat clumsy, they were imbued with an earnest yearning for life. He was Yu Shiming. To his astonishment, Yu Shiming discovered that Momo indeed possessed something remarkable, precisely what he desperately required at that moment. He cast a glance at the towering orc beside him, standing over 2 meters tall, with a formidable physique. He urgently needed a suitable weapon to bolster his strength. The Wolf Fang Club boasted 2 unique attributes, placing it among the finest of green weapons. Yu Shiming wrestled with his thoughts for a brief moment before steeling himself with determination. Ultimately, he resolved to send Momo the most precious item he had acquired from the treasure chest. Item, Frostwolf Breathing Technique 1. Required item, Giant Wolf Fang Club Green. 1. Frostwolf Breathing Technique, a breathing technique inspired by the Frostwolf King, a creature of the boss tier. Cultivating it grants a certain amount of experience until perfected. Upon perfection, one can master the skill Frostwolf Battle Chi. Upon witnessing the Frostwolf breathing technique, Momo was instantly overwhelmed with excitement. Transaction successful. You have obtained Frostwolf Breathing Technique 1. You have lost Giant Wolf Fang Club Green 1. Yu Shiming was contemplative as he observed the swift completion of the trade. He had not anticipated Mo's rapid response. Just then, a message interrupted his thoughts. Mo, have you encountered any danger? Perhaps I can assist you. Yu Shiming, I found a cave filled with treasure chests, but there are numerous mummies. I inadvertently sustained injuries in the cave, and now the mummies are pursuing me. Mo, do you still have time to chat? Yu Shiming, it's all right. That group of mummies moves rather slowly. Thank you for your concern. Mo, just typing a message. I hope you find more treasure chests to trade with me. At this moment, Yu Shiming finally confirmed something. Mo is indeed a shrewd merchant. However, he has more pressing matters at hand. Yu Shiming handed the spiked club to the orc beside him, instantly enhancing the orc's formidable presence. Then, he turned to face the approaching mummies behind him. Kike. Eliminate them all. Mo closed the private chat channel and continued to scour the market for supplies. Items for sale. Well Blueprint 1. Items needed. Food 5. Seller's note. Useful well. Purchased. Transaction successful. You have acquired Well Blueprint 1. You have lost Grey Wolf Flesh 5. Items for sale. Pipe Blueprint 1. Items needed. Food 5. Seller's note. A practical pipe. With this, you need not fear plumbers arriving for repairs. Purchased. Transaction successful. You have acquired Pipe Blueprint 1. You have lost Grey Wolf Flesh 5. Items for sale. Canteen Blueprint 1. Items needed. Food 10. Purchased. Transaction successful. You have acquired Canteen Blueprint 1. You have lost Grey Wolf Flesh 10. Items for sale. Warehouse Blueprint 1. Items needed. Food 10. Seller's note. A warehouse that can increase item storage duration. Purchased. Transaction successful. You have obtained the Warehouse Blueprint 1. You have lost Grey Wolf Meat 10. Items for sale. Storage Box Blueprint 1. Required items. Food 5. Seller's note. A useful storage box that can prolong the shelf life of items. Purchased. Transaction successful. You have obtained Storage Box Blueprint 1. You have lost Grey Wolf Meat 5. At that moment, Mo's gaze swept across a piece of information. Items for sale. Stone Road Blueprint 1. Required items. Food 50. Mo's eyes instantly lit up. However, the seller's exorbitant asking price caused him to furrow his brow slightly. Mo was clear in his mind. This blueprint was not worth 50 units of food. Thus, he directly contacted the seller. Mo, 10 units of food for your Stone Road blueprint. Hiwei Bei responded almost instantly. At least 45 units of food. Otherwise, I absolutely will not sell. Mo continued to negotiate. 15 units. You must be aware that at this stage, this blueprint cannot possibly sell. Hiwei Bei was instantly enraged. Get lost. Are you unable to survive? If you can't even produce 45 units of food, you deserve to starve. Mo looked at the series of foul and aggressive words on the panel, his heart as calm as a tranquil lake, undisturbed in the slightest. Anger is merely punishing oneself for the faults of others, utterly meaningless. Subsequently, Mo placed Hiwei Bei on his blacklist. This is a feature he has just discovered. And he did not expect it to be so useful so soon. In a world filled with rocks and mountains, a human lord attempted to send a message, only to be met with a system notification. You have been added to the blacklist by the other party and cannot continue sending messages. He was momentarily taken aback. And then a surge of anger welled up within him, yet he found no outlet for it. He could only grit his teeth and stare at the screen. Items for sale. Stone Road Blueprint 1. Items required. Food 10. Another Stone Road blueprint caught his eye, and the price was exceedingly reasonable. He decided to purchase it. Transaction successful. You have acquired Stone Road Blueprint 1. You have lost Grey Wolf Flesh 10. Mo intended to continue raiding the market, but at that moment, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. Lord, we have grilled fish. Ada approached with a radiant smile, presenting him with a golden brown, crispy grilled fish that filled the air with its delectable scent. Her beautiful face seemed even more enchanting amidst the steam rising from the fish. Chapter 21. Transporting plants. Mo gazed at the grilled fish Ada offered, swallowing hard. Ada, thank you. Ada gracefully inclined her body, her movements elegant and poised, replying, You are too kind, my lord, it is our duty to serve. With the delicious grilled fish in hand, Mo found himself devoid of any desire to scour the market further, especially since there was nothing particularly worthy of his attention at that moment. Thus, he began to organize some unnecessary supplies and place them up for sale in the market. Items for consignment. Snakeskin X5, Blood of the Greystone Direwolf X163. Flesh of the Earth Elemental X213, Flesh of the Goblin Spellcaster X14. Requested items: wood, stone, iron, energy crystals, blueprints, skill books. Items for consignment. Venomous Fong X2, Mild Neurotoxin Sac X1, Claw of the Greystone Direwolf X4, Tooth of the Greystone Direwolf X3. Requested items: Iron, Energy Crystals, Blueprints, Skill Books. After consigning the items, Momo took out some enchanted fruits from his backpack to distribute among the villagers. He took a bite of the roasted fish, its tender and juicy flesh melting in his mouth. Another bite of the enchanted fruit followed, the sweet flavor harmonizing with the deliciousness of the roasted fish. Momo exclaimed, "This roasted fish is absolutely delectable." At that moment, Momo was oblivious to the uproar he had caused in the regional chat. Has the big boss emptied his entire stock? Does anyone know what energy crystals are? The world of the big boss seems to differ vastly from ours. At a time when the vast majority of lords were fretting over food supplies, Momo's decision to sell such a plethora of resources at once sparked immense excitement. This not only astonished other lords but also piqued their curiosity regarding Momo's capabilities. However, even if Momo were to learn of this commotion, he would likely remain indifferent. After finishing the roasted fish, Momo slowly rose, surveying his surroundings. The villagers had all completed their meal and were awaiting his command. Momo then retrieved all the blueprints for examination. Aside from the blueprints for the Tang Dao, the Lord's Manor, the library, and the tavern, all other construction materials require merely timber and stone. He glanced at the supplies in his backpack: 10 energy crystals and 50 iron. While these resources were not abundant, they were sufficient to support the upcoming construction. Momo first decomposed the stones collected by David and others, acquiring 141 stones in total. He then strode towards an open area and laid all the supplies from his backpack on the ground. Subsequently, Momo addressed Ada and the others, saying, "Ada, George, cease the construction of the residential houses. Take Matthew and 10 others to commence the building of the library, dining hall, and warehouse. Concurrently, craft as many Tang Daos and storage boxes as possible. This shall be your task for the afternoon." Ada slightly bowed and replied, "As you command, my lord." Momo continued, "Lin Xiao, Wang Jie, and Zhao Xian, you 3 shall be responsible for protecting Ada and her team, with no room for negligence. The rest of you, follow me to the woods." The crowd responded in unison, "Yes, my lord." They swiftly acted according to Momo's directives. The group advanced towards the forest, and soon they arrived at the lush berry thicket. Momo thought to himself, "Without the interference of the goblins, I can finally bring you back to the territory." He then repeated the morning's actions, focusing intently on transforming the soil beneath the berry thicket. Energy 131,300. Once the transformation of the soil was complete, Momo packed the berry bushes into his backpack, acquiring a bounty of 42 berry bushes. As the group arrived at the enchanted fruit grove, a peculiar and rich fragrance permeated the air, intoxicating all who inhaled it. "Goodness! Is this a divine creation? How beautiful!" exclaimed many in astonishment. Momo, however, remained unfazed. He too had been equally captivated by the mesmerizing appearance of the crystal dragon blood tree upon their first encounter. He extended his hand and pressed it against the soil beneath the crystal dragon blood tree, channeling energy 139,300. He then obtained the crystal dragon blood tree, rare item, and felt a surge of joy within. Although the tree currently possessed only 2 functions, its ability to accelerate the growth and maturity of plants, along with its capacity to intimidate creatures of lower ranks, was crucial for the development of his territory. Furthermore, with its presence, incidents akin to goblin raids on his domain would be averted. From then on, Momo could enjoy restful nights. After attending to the crystal dragon blood tree, Momo promptly shifted his focus to the enchanted fruit trees. He first addressed Lumaire, instructing her, "Mayor, please gather the enchanted fruits that we did not manage to pick earlier." He then turned to the others, proclaiming, "The rest of you, collect the enchanted fruits." The group responded in unison, "At your command, my lord." As for Momo, he repeated his earlier actions, continuing to transform the soil. However, due to the immense size of the enchanted fruit trees, that could not be stored in his backpack. In exasperation, Momo had no choice but to pile the fantastical fruit trees on the ground. After accumulating a sufficient number, he would then direct the villagers to transport them back to the territory. This was the very reason why Momo had brought so many villagers along. After a while, Momo addressed the crowd, "Please take these fantastical fruit trees back to the territory." Linley, you are responsible for their protection." The villagers replied in unison, "As you command, my lord." Initially, given the villagers' frail physical condition from the previous day, it was utterly improbable that they could carry the fantastical fruit trees back to the territory. However, After indulging in 2 hearty meals and benefiting from the miraculous effects of a few fantastical fruits, their physical prowess had significantly improved. Subsequently, the villagers shouldered the fantastical fruit trees and marched back to the territory in grand procession. Momo remained behind, continuing to enrich the soil, while Lumea tirelessly harvested the remaining fantastical fruits. After several arduous rounds of transport, all the fantastical fruit trees were finally brought back to the territory. Momo stowed the harvested fantastical fruits into his backpack, acquiring a total of 172 fantastical fruits. In a short span, the territory had achieved a state of abundance regarding fantastical fruits. Momo glanced up at the sky. There was still some time before dusk. Suddenly, he recalled the healing herbs that Mohui had previously discovered. Those healing herbs had been of great assistance to him, as merely 4 of them had exchanged for a precious Tang knife blueprint. Thus, Momo declared, Linley, Liamo, you two will protect the villagers on their return to the territory. Mohui, lead us to the location where you found the healing herbs. The crowd responded in unison. As you command, my lord. Mohui raised his hand, pointing towards an unknown direction, and said, my lord. It is in that direction where I discovered the healing bloodgrass. Chapter 22. The Kaba monster Momo, Mohui, and Lumea proceeded towards that direction. The journey was unusually tranquil, devoid of the sudden interruptions from the Grey Wolves, which typically ambushed them. Before long, Momo noticed a patch of pale red grass not far ahead. Healing bloodgrass, capable of healing wounds, alleviating inflammation and impurities, and expediting the healing process. The grass swayed gently in the breeze, exuding a unique and refreshing aroma. However, amidst this serene scene, Momo sensed something amiss. A creature, lurking behind a large tree, was stealthily observing them. It was a humanoid being, standing approximately 2 meters tall, with a robust physique. Its back was slightly hunched, adorned with rows of sharp spines, giving it a fearsome and terrifying appearance. Kabu monster, level 8, tier, minor, traits, none, skills, none, a peculiar creature with a penchant for honey. How curious it was that such an odd-looking creature had an affinity for honey. Momo mused silently. The world is vast, brimming with wonders. Despite the Kabu monster's fearsome exterior, its displayed attributes suggested it was not particularly formidable, even somewhat fragile. Maya, leave it to me, Momo declared, a spark of eagerness glinting in his eyes. He wished to seize this opportunity to test the power of the lightning strike technique he had recently mastered. Upon hearing this, Lumire scattered the arrows she had prepared nearby. My lord, please exercise caution. Momo first concentrated his mental energy, then summoned the internal power within his body. The 2 forces intertwined, merging into a singular sensation he had never before experienced. Momo raised his staff, pointing it towards the distant Kibo creature. Energy surged from within him towards the tip of the staff, where blue arcs of electricity flickered and danced, crackling with sound. Instinctively, the Kibo creature sensed the impending danger. A flicker of panic crossed its grotesque visage as it turned to flee. However, at that very moment, he exclaimed, Thunderstrike. With a resounding cry, a lightning bolt, as thick as an infant's arm, shot forth from the staff's tip, resembling a frenzied blue serpent. It traversed the air with tremendous force, creating a piercing sound, and struck the Kibo creature's back. The powerful current coursed through its body, eliciting a pained howl from the Kibo creature as wisps of black smoke emerged, accompanied by a faint scent of charred flesh. It writhed on the ground, struggling to escape the torment inflicted by the lightning. Lumire exclaimed in astonishment, Wow! My lord is truly formidable. Just average, not as impressive as you, Meyer, Momo replied, quietly observing the Kibo creature's writhing form with a contemplative gaze. Although Lumire and Mohui were somewhat puzzled, they chose to remain silent and watch from the sidelines. Moments later, the Kibo creature slowly rose to its feet, its ghastly face now a mask of fortunate survival. Upon witnessing 3 individuals standing motionless, a surge of delight coursed through its heart, believing it had discovered a chance for escape. Just as it turned to flee, Momo sensed a shift in the air around him. He promptly gestured for Lumire to cease her assault. Observing this familiar scene, the astute Lumire instantly grasped Momo's intentions and dispersed her arrows. In truth, when Momo unleashed the Thunderstrike, he deliberately retracted a portion of its energy at the last moment. Otherwise, that formidable lightning could have easily claimed the life of the Kibo creature. He had not anticipated that the Kibo would be so feeble. Despite its level being 2 tiers above Momos, its strength fell far short of expectations, nearly succumbing to even a weakened Thunderstrike. When he witnessed the Kibo creature writhing in agony on the ground, a wave of anxiety washed over Momo. fearing it might perish right then and there. Should it die, he would lose an excellent guide. Nevertheless, everything remained under control. As he observed the Kibo creature hastily fleeing, a faint smile crept across his lips, and he gradually found himself relishing the thrill of this entrapment. At that moment, he was eager to discover the taste of honey from this otherworldly realm. Subsequently, the trio followed closely behind the Kibo creature, striving to maintain silence so as not to alarm their target ahead. The surroundings grew increasingly profound, with lush branches occasionally brushing against their forms. The Kibo creature remained oblivious to the pursuit behind it, its mind solely focused on escape. It only paused briefly to rest due to the pain of its wounded back, spending the remainder of the time in frantic flight. After a while, Momo halted his steps and raised his hand to signal the two individuals behind him to remain silent. The kobold creatures had entered a rudimentary encampment. Upon Momo's inspection, he estimated that there were approximately 4 kobolds within the camp. Given this feeble combat strength, he regarded them with utter disdain. Thus, he boldly approached the encampment. As he drew near, one of the kobolds spotted Momo and his companions. Its eyes widened in astonishment as it stared at them, before it began to exclaim in a chaotic manner, "Wah, wah, ka, wah." The other 3 kobolds, alerted by the frantic cries, hurried over. Among them, one kobold, bearing injuries on its back, gazed at Momo and his companions with palpable fear, just as it was about to share its trepidation with its comrades. A swift arrow pierced through its skull with lethal precision. Lumea slain a level 8 kobold, gaining experience points. Momo also gained experience points. The remaining 3 kobolds, witnessing their companion's demise at the hands of Lumea, momentarily froze before their expressions contorted into fury. They emitted deep, guttural growls, brandishing their robust arms as they charged toward Momo and his companions. However, before they could reach him, Lumea dispatched them with a flurry of arrows, each finding its mark. In the blink of an eye, the encampment was left with only Momo and his 2 companions. Lumea slain a level 9 kobold, gaining experience points. Momo also gained experience points. Lumea slain a level 8 kobold, gaining experience points. Momo also gained experience points. Lumea has leveled up by 1 level, currently at level 10. Momo has also leveled up by 1 level, now at level 7. Momo approached the corpse of the Kibo monster and began to disassemble it, acquiring 104 units of Kibo monster flesh and 17 Kibo monster spikes. Although he had amassed a considerable amount of food, Momo adhered to his own principles. He would not consume humanoid creatures. This was not due to moral constraints, but rather a simple feeling of discomfort. Naturally, if a certain humanoid's flesh could significantly enhance his power, he would reluctantly sample it. His principles were somewhat flexible. After all, improving one's strength is nothing to be ashamed of. Chapter 23. Golden Honey. Momo addressed Lumea and Mohui, suggesting they search for honey. They scoured the campsite, and before long, Lumea's voice rang out, "My lord, the honey is over here." Momo and Mohui hurried over to find several enormous beehives suspended, brimming with golden honey. The honey glistened enticingly, exuding a captivating sheen. Around the hives, a multitude of bees buzzed chaotically. The bees swarmed densely, their wings vibrating as they emitted a continuous hum. Golden honeybee, level 2 tier, minor, traits, none, skills, 1. Golden honey production, gathering nectar and utilizing a special method to produce honey, resulting in golden honey. Upon encountering the exquisite golden honey, Momo's heart was instantly filled with joy. With this remarkable nectar, even without vanquishing foes, he could still gain experience points, a truly fortuitous development. Furthermore, the territory boasted a multitude of fantastical fruit trees, which would yield ample nectar for the bees to collect. If he were to combine the golden honey with the frost wolf breathing technique, the acceleration in his level progression would surely soar like a rocket. However, the immediate challenge lay in subduing these golden bees. Resorting to force was out of the question. Any inadvertent harm to these precious creatures would be disastrous, as they represented invaluable resources within his domain. After a moment of contemplation, a spark of inspiration lit up his eyes. He retrieved a crystal blood dragon tree from his backpack. The moment the tree appeared, the once restive bees instantly calmed, transforming into docile entities. They flowed back to their hive like a river of black and yellow, trembling within the safety of their abode. With that, the issue of the bees was resolved, and Momo couldn't help but commend his own ingenuity. Approaching the hive, he carefully dipped a finger into the golden honey and tasted it. The delightful sweetness spread across his palate, immersing him in a wave of euphoria. Although Momo did not level up directly this time, he sensed that he was on the cusp of reaching level 8. He beckoned Lumiere and Mo Hui to indulge in the golden honey as well. How sweet and delicious it is. After savoring the honey, Lumiere's eyes sparkled with delight. I am immensely grateful to Lord for allowing me to indulge in such exquisite honey. Mo Hui's tone was filled with appreciation. Lumiere gained experience points. Mo Hui gained experience points. Mo Hui leveled up to level 5. Mo noticed that, aside from the experience gained from vanquishing foes, he could not share experience acquired through other means. Although there was a slight sense of regret, Mo found it quite reasonable and acceptable. Subsequently, he held the crystal dragon blood tree in one hand and the beehive in the other. Lumiere and Mo Hui each carried a beehive, closely following Mo as they departed the camp. Within the camp, aside from the precious gold and honey, everything else was mere detritus, offering nothing that Mo felt compelled to linger over. After navigating various challenges, the trio returned to the patch of healing bloodgrass. Mo continued to employ his previous methods. Energy 164,300. As the opportunity arose, Mo gathered all the healing bloodgrass above into his backpack. Acquired. Healing bloodgrass 84. Just as Mo finished collecting the healing bloodgrass, his energy reached its daily limit. Energy 200,300. The abundant harvest of healing bloodgrass filled Mo with immense joy. For stalks of healing bloodgrass could be exchanged for a Tang Dao blueprint. Although there was an element of opportunism, with so many stalks in hand, Mo could hardly fathom the treasures these herbs could yield. He lifted his gaze to the sky, observing that the once azure expanse had transformed into a vivid orange-red. It is getting late. Let us return to the territory. Lumiere and Mo Hui nodded in response. By the time the three returned to their domain, the sky had gradually darkened, casting a dim and hazy light over the landscape. Mo gazed at the 4 newly constructed buildings within the territory, feeling immensely satisfied with the outstanding work accomplished by Ida and the others. At that moment, the diligent inhabitants of the territory noticed Mo's return and paused their tasks in unison. Ida gracefully approached Mo, slightly bowing as she began to report on the progress. Lord, the library has been completed, although it is yet to be filled with books. The warehouse, and dining hall have also been constructed. Due to time constraints, the stone pathway has not yet commenced. Furthermore, she paused, continuing. All the iron within the territory has been forged into Tang Dao as per your specifications. A number of storage boxes have also been manufactured and are currently placed in the warehouse. Your belongings have been stored within these boxes. As Mo listened to Aida's melodious and alluring voice, he once again recognized her exceptional managerial skills. His gaze swept over the crowd, and he remarked, "You have all done splendidly. The territory shines ever brighter because of your presence." The inhabitants beamed with joy, feeling that their efforts had been wholeheartedly acknowledged. Ida observed the flourishing and vibrant territory, once more sensing its uniqueness. Her gaze inadvertently fell upon Mo, her eyes revealing a flicker of complex emotions. Subsequently, Mo meticulously examined the attributes of each building. Waterwell, level 1, function, none. Warehouse, level 1, function, increases the duration of item storage. Cafeteria, level 1, function, 1. The meals prepared in the cafeteria become far more delectable. 2. When the citizens dine in the cafeteria, it enhances their recognition of the territory and elevates their happiness. Library, level 1, function 1. It allows the transformation of techniques and secret manuals into books, which can be stored in the library. As long as the library remains intact, the book shall not perish. 2. Reading books in the library enhances one's comprehension. The significance of the cafeteria is undeniably profound. It not only renders meals delicious, but also effectively sustains the stability and harmony of the territory. Remarkable, indeed. However, even more astonishing is the library. Previously, he was troubled by the dissemination of the Frostwolf breathing technique. This technique could only be imparted to the citizens once he had mastered it himself, which incurred a considerable time cost. With the establishment of the library, this dilemma has been effortlessly resolved. Moreover, the library also enhances one's comprehension. Anyone who has perused a novel understands the paramount importance of this elusive quality. Chapter 24. The extraordinary function of the library. These are merely level 1 structures. Mo cannot fathom the extraordinary effects that upgraded buildings will possess. Nevertheless, he is acutely aware that upgrading necessitates corresponding blueprints, which are not easily acquired. Upon realizing the extraordinary power of the library, Mo yearned to experience it firsthand. The library was modest in size, consisting of merely 2 stories. The first floor featured a spacious hall lined with rows of wooden bookshelves, yet these shelves stood desolate, devoid of any books. The second floor offered a more intimate atmosphere, housing several private reading rooms. Momo retrieved the Frost Wolf breathing technique from his backpack. This technique was inscribed on pieces of an unknown creature's hide, adorned with figures depicting various movements and some peculiar script, comprehensible only to a lord. He placed the Frost Wolf breathing technique upon the shelf, and in an instant, it transformed into shimmering specks of white light that flickered and morphed continuously. Ultimately, it coalesced into a tangible book, its cover emblazoned with the words Frost Wolf breathing technique. As he opened the book, the text inside had metamorphosed into a universally comprehensible language, easily readable by anyone. Momo diligently absorbed the knowledge within its pages. Remarkably, after a single reading, the information seemed to be etched indelibly into his mind. Even with his eyes shut, the words and illustrations remained vividly clear before him. Even more astonishing was Momo's ability to not only grasp the concepts within the book thoroughly, but also to effortlessly integrate this knowledge. After perusing the Frost Wolf breathing technique, he exited the library and ventured to an open space. With eyes closed, the content of the technique surfaced in his mind, prompting him to assume one peculiar posture after another, channeling the energy within him to flow along the trajectory prescribed by the Frost Wolf breathing technique. As he transitioned through the postures, he could distinctly perceive the sensations within. The energy surged within him like a torrential current, ceaselessly driving and unearthing the latent powers hidden deep within his being. Simultaneously, Momo's mouth and nose adhered strictly to a specific rhythm of breathing. As the breaths continued, the exhaled air grew increasingly dense, its temperature steadily rising. Even the surface of Momo's body emanated vapor as gas escaped. During this period, should Momo falter, the knowledge of the Frost Wolf breathing technique would swiftly resurface in his mind. This knowledge seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, continually rectifying his mistakes. Such a phenomenon rendered his training process nearly devoid of hindrance, marked by exceptional efficiency. Is this the function of the library to enhance understanding? It felt as though he had been granted an extraordinary advantage. After a considerable time, Momo was drenched in sweat, beads of perspiration cascading down like raindrops. His entire body was thoroughly soaked, each inch of his clothing clinging tightly to him, akin to having just emerged from water. Exhausted, Momo was compelled to cease his practice of the breathing technique. Despite his physical fatigue, he experienced an unprecedented sensation of refreshment, as though his entire being had been unlocked. With a firm clench of his fists, Momo reveled in the surge of power, utterly captivated by it. Simultaneously, he could not help but marvel at the formidable nature of the Frost Wolf breathing technique. "My lord, dinner is ready," came the sultry, enchanting voice of Ada. At the sound, Momo turned to look. Ada stood not far away. Momo inquired, "Ada, when did you arrive?" Upon hearing this, Ada couldn't help but cover her mouth. Chuckling softly, "My lord, I have been standing here for quite some time. You were so engrossed in your training that you completely overlooked my presence." A hint of embarrassment flickered across Momo's face, and he silently resolved to ensure that his future training sessions would be conducted in a safe environment. Subsequently, Momo followed Ada to the dining hall. As soon as they stepped inside, the gaze of the villagers converged upon them. Dinner had long been laid out before them. However, not a single soul commenced their meal, as everyone awaited Momo's arrival. Observing this scene, Momo spoke. "After a day of diligent labor, everyone has worked hard. Now, let us indulge in this feast." Upon hearing Momo's sincere and warm words, the villagers felt a surge of gratitude. They were thankful for their generous lord, thankful for their benevolent leader. The villagers were filled with enthusiasm, their eyes reflecting contentment and appreciation for their current lives. They couldn't help but reminisce about the days of scarcity, contrasting it with their present stable and prosperous existence. They had already come to regard this place as home. Dinner consisted of roasted meat from the limestone giant wolf and fantastical fruits. Momo took a piece of roasted meat from the limestone giant wolf and gently bit into it. The tender and juicy meat melted instantly in his mouth, filling it with a rich, savory aroma that brought forth a delightful flavor. Simultaneously, a warm current began to flow steadily within Momo's body, a unique effect of the flesh and blood of the limestone giant wolf. It can enhance the physical constitution of the consumer. A satisfied expression graced Momo's face. "The flavor of this roasted meat is simply exquisite." Momo couldn't help but exclaim. Beside him, Ada smiled with a hint of amusement, saying, "It pleases you, my lord." Momo took another bite, savoring the delight brought forth by this delectable dish. At that moment, the townsfolk began to indulge in the sumptuous dinner, with laughter and cheer resonating throughout the dining hall. To enjoy such days is truly something they once could not even dream of, Jack remarked. His somewhat weathered face was now illuminated by a beaming smile, his eyes reflecting a deep appreciation and affection for their current lives. Indeed. It is all thanks to the Lord's leadership, others chimed in agreement. After dinner, Momo stood at the doorway of the dining hall and addressed the crowd. I have placed a book in the library. By following the methods within, you can enhance your strength. Each of you is welcome to learn. As soon as he finished speaking, a profound silence enveloped the hall, which was soon shattered by enthusiastic cheers. Although Momo did not intend for every villager to abandon their work, the events of the day had made it abundantly clear to him that once the villagers' strength increased, their productivity would be significantly enhanced. Thank you, benevolent Lord. May the gods forever bless you, the villagers exclaimed, deeply bowing to Momo, overwhelmed with emotion. They had never dared to dream that one day they too could wield extraordinary power, a once unattainable fantasy that, under Momo's guidance, had now transformed into a tangible hope. Ada's loyalty to you has increased by 6 points, current total 100 points. Jack's loyalty to you has increased by 9 points. Current total 100 points. George's loyalty to you has increased by 9 points, current total 100 points. Chapter 25. Lumeyre's power ascends, Watson severely wounded. Momo gazed at the panel notification, inwardly lamenting how remarkably effective power is in winning people's hearts. His gaze shifted from the panel to the numerous subjects heading towards the library. He then spoke, Meyre, come here for a moment. Momo retrieved a wooden bowl from his backpack and presented it to Lumeyre. The bowl was filled with golden honey, glistening and exuding an enticingly sweet aroma. During their journey back to the territory, Momo had extracted all the honey from the beehives, placing the hives alongside the crystal dragon blood tree and the fantastical fruit tree in the warehouse. Having tasted the golden honey before, Lumeyre was well aware of its rarity. Observing the scene, she looked puzzled and said, My lord, this. Momo interrupted her, smiling. This is your dessert after the meal. Do enjoy it. In an instant, Lumeyre understood Momo's intention and felt a surge of gratitude. She solemnly expressed, Thank you, my lord. Subsequently, she consumed all the golden honey without leaving a single drop behind. A warm sensation enveloped her body as waves of energy surged within. Lumeyre has gained experience points. Lumeyre has leveled up by 2 levels, now at level 12. It is important to note that the higher the level, the greater the experience required. Lumeyre's ability to ascend 2 levels in one go surpassed Momo's expectations. As for why Momo chose to give the golden honey to Lumeyre instead of consuming it himself, he had long contemplated this decision. Momo believed that as a lord, possessing a certain degree of self-preservation capability was sufficient. With tools such as the Silver Shield Ring, Transformation, Continuous Healing Spell, and Thunderstrike, his means of self-defense were more than adequate. Furthermore, as the primary combat force of the territory, every level Lumeyre ascended would significantly enhance her combat prowess. Before long, Lumeyre completely absorbed the golden honey. She attempted to clench her fist, feeling a surge of power. Subsequently, she knelt on one knee and proclaimed, My lord, I shall not disappoint your expectations. I will dedicate my strength to the territory. Due to Lumeyre's kneeling posture, combined with her rather unique attire, a subtle ripple emerged across her chest. Momo's gaze was involuntarily drawn to the expanse of white below. The profound and mysterious chasm seemed to possess boundless magic, as if it could engulf him entirely. Momo quickly realized that he had lingered with his gaze for too long. He cleared his throat awkwardly, ahem. Then, a hint of embarrassment crept onto his face as he said, Lumeyre, I trust you. Please rise. No sooner had he spoken than Lumeyre swiftly stood up. In that moment of rising, she noticed something unusual about Momo. Upon lowering her gaze, she found that her toes were not visible. Her face instantly flushed a deep crimson. In that moment, she realized that her previous actions had been overly fervent. Lumeyre, feeling shy, averted her eyes and spoke in a voice as faint as a whisper, My lord, I have acted inappropriately. Momo quickly waved his hand, replying, No need for concern. I am rather pleased that your strength has increased. At that moment, a cool breeze swept through, alleviating some of the awkwardness between them. Suddenly, a voice called out from beyond the territory, My lord, I have returned. I have completed my task. His voice was frail, trembling like a flickering candle in the wind. A robust figure limped forth from the shadows. It was the werewolf Watson. Witnessing this scene, Momo suddenly realized that someone was missing from their domain. Both he and Lumeyre approached with urgency, their expressions laden with concern. What has transpired? Watson gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain that coursed through his body, and said, My lord, I encountered a formidable group of enemies to the north. I was no match for them. Had it not been for the enhancements you bestowed upon me, I might not have returned. Upon hearing this, Momo furrowed his brow, his gaze turning grave as he scrutinized Watson's condition. The once robust figure was now marred with wounds. His chest and arms bore several ghastly gashes. Although these injuries were visibly healing at an alarming rate, the grotesque nature of the wounds still sent a shiver down Momo's spine. Taking a deep breath, he spoke solemnly, "Please, elaborate on what you encountered." "Indeed, my lord," Watson began to recount his experiences in the Northern Territories. To the north of the domain lay a vast expanse of grassland, divided by two factions occupying distinct areas. The closer of the two was a goblin encampment. According to Watson's observations, the goblins that attacked the territory last night originated from this very camp. Upon hearing this, Momo speculated in silence, deducing that the goblins indicated on the intelligence panel must also have come from this encampment. Farther afield was the Centaur camp, from which the centaur that had injured Watson hailed. After listening intently, Momo furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is the exact strength of these two encampments?" During this period, Watson's injuries had been steadily healing. At this moment, he had recovered about half of his strength, although this recovery was modest. He was no longer in the frail state he had been upon returning to the domain. With respect, Watson stated, "I believe the goblin camp poses little threat. While there are nearly 30 goblins within the camp, their levels range from 1 to 3. I could single-handedly vanquish them all." Despite possessing the capability to eliminate the goblins, Watson remained mindful of the task entrusted to him by Momo. After thoroughly investigating the goblin encampment, he chose to venture further north to explore more distant territories. The strength of the centaur camp was indeed formidable. The entire camp harbors no more than 10 centaurs. However, their levels generally range from 6 to 8. Moreover, the centaur camp boasts a centaur king, whose level, based on my estimations, likely reaches 11. Were it not for the enhancements bestowed by the Lord, I fear I would have already succumbed to his might. After listening to Watson's report, Momo stood thoughtfully in place. Given the current strength of the territory, confronting the centaur camp poses little challenge. Although only Lumiere is capable of directly contending with the centaurs at present, Momo remains unperturbed. The prowess Lumiere previously demonstrated instills in him a profound confidence. With her abilities, dealing with a group of centaurs would be a trivial matter. Contemplating this, Momo shifted his gaze toward Lumiere, who, with a smile, confidently proclaimed, "My lord, you can trust that group of centaurs to me." Witnessing this scene, the last vestige of Momo's concern evaporated instantly. He harbors no desire for any powers to exist in his world beyond his own, especially those that may pose a threat to his territory. As night has fallen, we shall raid the goblin and centaur homeland come dawn. Lumiere, please accompany Watson to explore the library. Lumiere replied, "Certainly, my lord." With that, Lumiere and Watson proceeded toward the direction of the library. Chapter 26, Shield Technique. Selling Tangdao. Momo then returned to the Lord's wooden cabin and opened the chat interface. "Yin, damn it, why do the recruited militia also need to eat? My family has no food. How can we spare any for them? Yao Chuan Mei Wei, Wuwa. My husband was devoured by a cannibal. And now it is just me and my child left at home. Is there any kind-hearted soul willing to provide us with some food? Li Qing, madam from Japan. Though I am deeply inclined to assist you, we inhabit two disparate worlds, and as I am struggling to survive myself, I truly cannot extend any help." Suffering and calamity remain the prevailing themes of the chat interface. At that moment, Momo noticed several intriguing messages. "Chihi, brothers. I just opened 5 units of energy crystals from a treasure chest. What is their purpose? Hiwei Bei, the person selling a large quantity of supplies in the market is a fraud. Everyone should refrain from purchasing his goods. Richard, what does that mean? Dong Nanxia, don't pay him any mind. He is just a lunatic. Ever since the big shot started selling supplies at noon, this fool has been spouting this idiotic nonsense. Now that the big shot supplies are all sold out, he continues to blabber on. Chin Chu, outrageous." Momo paid no heed to the antics of Yue Bei. The remarks made by this clown had no effect on him whatsoever and only served to appear ludicrous. Momo clicked into the market interface, where several messages popped up. Your consigned items, Snake Skin 5, Poisonous Fong 2, have all been sold. Acquired Iron 260 with 1340 clothing. Energy Crystal 20, items awaiting collection. Items obtained through trade can be stored in the market. Space for 24 hours. After 24 hours, the items will vanish. Most of these items consist of fundamental resources and various blueprints. Momo could not help but feel a surge of emotions. The resources he painstakingly gathered from chopping trees and mining stones seemed trivial compared to what he had obtained through trade. Indeed, trade was the swiftest avenue for acquiring resources. Momo murmured to himself, a glimmer of realization crossing his eyes. He secretly resolved that, unless absolutely necessary, he would no longer squander manpower on gathering basic materials. Instead, he intended to procure rare items and trade them for the necessary resources in the market. As for the manpower in his territory, it would be concentrated on constructing the domain and cultivating exquisite treasures. This strategy would significantly enhance the efficiency of the territory and expedite its development. At that moment, Momo noticed a unique item. Skill book, shield technique. Cast the shield technique on a target to summon a shield that can withstand a certain amount of damage. The strength of the shield depends on the caster's spirit and physique. Duration, 1 minute. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Another ephemeral enhancement skill, yet one capable of benefiting a group. While this skill might appear somewhat lackluster in the hands of others due to its brief duration and long cooldown, the scenario was entirely different in Momo's grasp. He is capable of transforming it into a permanent gain, thereby entirely resolving the issue of its transient nature. Once tomorrow arrives, eternity shall mend it once and for all. By that time, the upper limit of gains will undoubtedly increase. After contemplating these matters, Momo proceeded to the warehouse to securely store all the materials acquired from the transaction, as he had no desire for his supplies to vanish entirely. Simultaneously, his gaze fell upon 12 tank swords within the warehouse. Each sword measured approximately 1.4 meters in total length, with the blade extending over 1 meters. Their slender and elegant forms unmistakably indicated their quality. Momo carefully placed all 12 Tang swords into his backpack before returning to the Lord's cabin. He opened the chat interface and announced sharp and effective green weapon Tang swords available for sale in the market, limited to 12 pieces. Hurry to seize the opportunity. He then listed the 12 Tang swords for consignment in the market. Consigned items: Tang sword, green, 12. Requested items: energy crystal 10. Iron 30. Seller's note: if you possess skill books, blueprints, or special items, feel free to private message me. Prices are negotiable. Momo scrutinized his newly established consignment information, calculating silently in his mind. The cost of each Tang sword was approximately 4 units of iron, while he sold them for 30 units of iron each, yielding a substantial profit. Though the price was not insignificant, he did not consider himself a profiteer. After all, the quality of these Tang swords spoke for itself, making them well worth the price. The moment Momo listed the Tang swords for consignment, the chat interface erupted with activity. Southeast Summer, wow. Has the big shot reached a point where they can casually sell green weapons? They must be incredibly wealthy. Huji, is this the realm of the elite? It truly differs from my own world. I am still struggling over a mere white weapon. Wang Muchen, gentlemen, what exactly are energy crystals? Is my disparity with the big shot this fast? He Wei Bei, this fellow is nothing but a fraud. Everyone, do not purchase his wares. That green weapon must surely have issues. Chen Chu, unbelievable. Momo observed the reactions of the participants in the chat interface, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The promotional effect was indeed commendable. Before long, the first Tang Dao was successfully sold. Your consigned item Tang Dao Green has sold 1 piece. Received Energy Crystal 10. Item pending collection. The significance of energy crystals is self-evident. Powerful constructions are fundamentally reliant on energy crystals. At this stage, apart from Momo, the only avenue for other lords to acquire energy crystals seems to be through opening treasure chests. Although the probability of obtaining energy crystals from these chests is exceedingly low, the entire region boasts a staggering population of 200,000. With such a vast base, a considerable number of energy crystals still exist in the market, eagerly awaiting Momo's collection. Your consigned item Tang Dao Green has sold 1 piece. Received Energy Crystal 10. Your consigned item Tang Dao Green has sold 1 piece. Received Iron 30. As each Tang Dao was successfully sold, the quantity of energy crystals and iron continues to rise. At this stage, virtually all lords, with the exception of Momo, find themselves compelled to focus on external exploration due to the pressing challenges of survival. For them, strength is undoubtedly of utmost importance, and possessing a formidable weapon can significantly enhance their power. Chapter 27. Blueprint of the Blacksmith's Forge. The Tang Dao is merely an exceedingly ordinary green weapon. However, during the initial stages, its value is amplified immensely. If one were to consider a time beyond the present as more advanced weapons emerge, a single Tang Dao would certainly not command such substantial resources. Yet, Reality does not entertain hypotheticals. Momo has adeptly seized this temporal advantage, capitalizing on market demand to swiftly amass a considerable wealth of resources. At this moment, a private message suddenly popped up. In fact, since noon, when Momo commenced selling resources, numerous individuals had been sending him private messages. He had briefly glanced at a few and noted that the content varied widely, but fundamentally fell into two categories. One approach involved a sob story, attempting to elicit sympathy through a pitiful tone, hoping to acquire resources at a low price or even for free. The other resorted to verbal threats, trying to intimidate Momo into lowering his prices or relinquishing his resources. Such tactics are commonplace in Blue Star, and Momo has no interest in them, choosing instead to disregard them entirely. As a result of the Tang Dao sale, the volume of private messages has only increased. However, the majority of these messages remain devoid of value. Southeast Xia, esteemed one, do you think this blueprint can be exchanged for a Tang Dao? Blacksmith blueprint, level 1, materials required for construction, wood 30, stone 60, iron 30, energy crystal 10. Momo's gaze lingered on the information of the blueprint for a moment, stirring a sudden intrigue within him. Although the precise function of the blacksmith's workshop remained unclear, the materials required for its construction suggested that this blueprint held significant value. Momo promptly responded, certainly. Subsequently, he took the initiative to add Dong Nanxia as a friend and sent him the new trading information. Item: Tang Dao Green 1. Required item: Blacksmith Blueprint 1. Dong Nanxia. Thank you, esteemed one. You have lost Tang Dao Green 1. Received Blacksmith Blueprint 1. After the transaction was completed, Momo did not hasten to close the chat window. Instead, he became intrigued by the origin of this blueprint. After pondering for a moment, he sent a message. Momo, how did you acquire this blueprint? Dong Nanxia. It's a sorrowful tale. I struggled to find a black iron treasure chest in the snow, only to discover that upon opening it, there was merely a blacksmith blueprint inside. Momo read this message, momentarily unable to discern whether the young man was fortunate or unfortunate. Meanwhile, in a vast desert, Yu Xingming leaned against a severely weathered boulder, his expression grave as he gazed at the fresh, gruesome wound on his right leg. Even worse, the injury on his left leg had yet to fully heal. The addition of a new injury rendered his movements increasingly arduous. Beside him, the orc Kike was in a state of utter despair. His right arm had vanished, leaving a hollow sleeve that fluttered gently in the wind. His body was marred with bloodstains, and his eyes were still filled with profound terror. He would never forget how a horde of mummies had brutally torn his right arm from his body. Even more despairing was the emergence of a more formidable mummy from the shadows. Its fingers effortlessly sliced open his chest, from which a strange, black smoke still emanated. This was the power of a curse, gradually corroding his life force. Yu Xingming fixed his gaze upon the market. The sale of each Tang Dao felt like a dagger piercing his heart. He had once possessed the blueprints for the Tang Dao and knew well that crafting one required merely 4 units of iron. However, Momo was selling them for a staggering price of 30 units of iron and 10 energy crystals. The exorbitant profit was astonishing. Yu Xingming glanced at the wounds on his body and then at Kike's woeful appearance. The flames of jealousy and anger ignited fiercely within him. A voice echoed repeatedly in his mind. Why? Why? Those resources should belong to me. No, I cannot allow him to revel in his triumph. Yu Xingming thought through gritted teeth. He quickly opened the chat interface and contacted someone named Lin and Yu Xingming. Anzi, I need a favor. Linen, brother Yi. What is the matter? I will do my utmost to assist you. Yu Xingming, it's nothing serious. I just want you to help me tarnish someone's reputation on the chat interface. Subsequently, Yu Xingming recounted the entirety of the matter to Lin and responded. Brother Yi, leave this to me. I shall handle it. Yu Xingming expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you, brother. Before long, a striking message appeared on the chat interface. Linen declared, Brothers, that Momo is a despicable rogue. He deceived me into relinquishing my Tang Dao blueprints. Moreover, do you know? It only requires 4 units of iron to forge a Tang Dao, yet this Momo audaciously sells it for 30 units of iron. He is nothing but a shameless merchant. The moment this message was broadcast, it ignited a considerable uproar. Dong Nanxia retorted, You have no evidence. This is merely your unfounded rambling. Elon Ides added, Don't make baseless claims that jeopardize our access to Tang Dao. Linen insisted. Every word I utter is the unequivocal truth. This fellow is a cunning and treacherous individual, a merchant driven solely by profit. Li Wei interjected, What a buffoon. Shen Chu remarked, Outrageous. The chat interface erupted with fervor, with some supporting Lin N's assertions, believing Mo to be excessively mercenary, while others questioned Lin En's motives. Suspecting he aimed to tarnish Mo's reputation, Dong Anxia spoke again. You claim Mo deceived you regarding the blueprints. How can you prove it? Furthermore, even if crafting a Tang Dao only requires 4 units of iron, that is a skill. If you possess the ability, why not forge one yourself instead of making a fuss here? Momentarily taken aback by the retort, Lin En quickly replied, do not be misled by his deceit. He is nothing but a cunning merchant, preying on us ordinary lords. Livia, a jester. Qin Chu, a defiant fool. Lin En gazed at the screen, filled with scornful and dissenting remarks. A wave of anger surged within him, leaving him breathless and distressed. He had initially believed he could easily incite dissatisfaction towards Mo among the others, only to find himself the target of their ire. He gritted his teeth and ultimately sent a message to Yi Shiming. Brother Yi, I have failed. Upon receiving the message, Yi Shiming's expression darkened instantly. After perusing the entirety of the chat log, a nearly uncontrollable fury welled up within him. He yearned to berate Lin En as a worthless fool, incapable of managing even such a simple task. However, the words caught in his throat, and he swallowed them back. At present, Lin En was his sole subordinate. Should he abandon him, Yi Shiming would be utterly alone. Chapter 28. The Void Box. Yi Shiming suppressed his seething rage and managed a strained reply. It's all right. You have done your best. Thank you, brother. Yet, despite his outward calm, the inner turmoil of anger and jealousy could no longer be contained. His body trembled slightly. At that moment, a piercing pain shot through him, overwhelming his senses. Ah! Yi Shiming involuntarily exclaimed, beads of cold sweat instantly forming on his forehead. He cast his gaze downward to his wound, where crimson blood flowed steadily from the gash. Beside him, the orc Kike merely observed the scene with an unflinching gaze, devoid of any emotion. He had long since grown numb to Yi Shiming's suffering. Yi Shiming endured excruciating pain as visions of Mo's healing herb flickered in his mind. Resolutely, he gritted his teeth and opened the private messaging interface to send a message to Mo, brother Mo. Do you still have any healing herbs? I've been injured again. Upon receiving the message, Mo raised an eyebrow slightly. Observing Yi Shiming's seemingly gentle words, a chilling smile crept across his face. He has chosen the path to death. This young man is exceedingly shrewd. He must not be allowed to remain. Mo was well aware of the events transpiring in the chat interface. Although it had not significantly affected him, severing someone's financial means is akin to murdering their kin. Not only had he placed Lin En on his blacklist, but he also discerned that Lin En was undoubtedly being manipulated by this young man, Yi Shiming. Given the current circumstances, only Mo and Yi Shiming understood that crafting a Tang sword required merely 4 units of iron. Mo stroked his chin, contemplating, in the future, I must find an opportunity to eliminate Yi Shiming. However, for now, he is like a brother to me. Since a good brother is injured, I must extract his value to the fullest. Mo replied, what a coincidence. I just happened to acquire a few healing herbs this afternoon. Brother Yi, what has transpired on your end? Upon learning that Mo still possessed healing herbs, Yi Shiming's heart swelled with joy. Yet, he could not help but feel a sense of dread at Mo's cunning nature. As for Mo's claim of coincidentally acquiring the herbs, Yi Shiming found it utterly implausible. It's a long story. I truly did not anticipate that the cavern concealed a far more formidable mummy. Gratitude to Mo for his benevolent assistance. Mo inquired, does Brother Yi possess any precious treasures? Upon reading Mo's message, Yi Shiming was immediately engulfed by an uncontrollable surge of indignation. However, the excruciating pain coursing through his body doused his fury like a bucket of cold water, compelling him to regain his composure. Gritting his teeth, he reluctantly sent Mo the item he had risked his life to acquire that afternoon. Item, Void Box 1. Required items, Healing Blood Grass 6. Void Box. Due to the shattering of the world, the power of the void begins to surge anew. It is a reward bestowed upon those with great fortune. There exists a chance to obtain any item from the myriad realms. The probability is virtually equivalent to none. Then, let us gamble. Yi Shiming suppressed his inner bitterness and replied, Mo, this is all I have. Though his heart ached, he did not believe that Mo could extract anything worthwhile from this void box. That afternoon, he had obtained 3 void boxes, opened 2, and found nothing of value. He had completely lost faith in the void box, deeming it a mere deception. Mo, observing the information regarding the void box sent by Yi Shiming, revealed a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. He feigned a reluctant demeanor and responded, very well, I shall take a slight loss. However, I only possess 4 healing blood grasses. Yi Shiming was utterly skeptical that Momo had only 4 healing blood grasses. It was evident that this fellow was taking advantage of his plight. Nevertheless, the pain inflicted upon him forced him to acquiesce. Taking a deep breath, he reluctantly amended the terms of the trade. Item: Void Box 1. Required item: Healing Herb 4. Yi Shengming gritted his teeth and said, "Brother Mo, for is just 4. Let us hasten the trade." Mo swiftly completed the transaction. "You have lost Healing Herb 4, gained Void Box 1. Yi Shiming quickly extracted the healing herbs and meticulously tended to his wound. The cool sensation of the herbs gradually penetrated his skin, alleviating the pain somewhat. However, just as he began to relax, an epiphany struck him. Why not plant these herbs? This thought flashed through his mind like lightning, igniting a flicker of hope within him. If he could cultivate the healing herbs, he would no longer be beholden to others. He lifted his gaze, scanning his surroundings, but the nascent hope was swiftly extinguished. Before him lay an endless expanse of barren desert, with yellow sand swirling and no vegetation in sight. His heart full of hope transformed into mere illusion. "Where can I plant them?" Yi Shiming murmured to himself, his voice laden with helplessness and despair. Unbeknownst to him, even if he were to find a suitable place for planting, the healing herbs would not propagate. For Mo had sold him the herbs devoid of seeds. Sometime later, all 12 Tang knives were sold. From the energy crystal stones alone, Mo had amassed a total of 50 units. Observing the bounty in his backpack, joy surged within Mo's heart. He then turned his attention to the void box. It was a small, pitch-black container reminiscent of the night, exuding an air of mystery. Mo slowly extended his hand. The fingertips gently grazed the surface of the void box. In that fleeting moment, a bone-chilling cold suddenly surged forth. This was not a low temperature in the physical sense, but rather an icy sensation emanating from the depths of the mind, as if capable of freezing one's very soul. Mo involuntarily shuddered, a flicker of caution igniting within. He delicately lifted the void box. Astonishingly, it felt weightless, akin to grasping a wisp of ethereal air. Taking a deep breath, he opened the void box. At the instant it was unsealed, I heard it. The reverberation of fortuity. A dazzling golden light erupted forth, illuminating the entire Lord's cabin. The brilliance was so intense that it resembled the arrival of daylight, nearly blinding Mo. The radiance exuded both fervor and majesty. Simultaneously, a commanding dragon's roar resounded in Mo's mind. Roar. The sound reverberated, shaking him to his core. Yet, his heart was ablaze with exhilaration. It had materialized. Should Yi Shiming witness such a breathtaking spectacle, he would likely be driven to the brink of despair. After a brief interval, the radiant glow gradually subsided. Chapter 29. The Soul of the Golden Saint Dragon, the enchanting reflection in the lake. Mo slowly opened his eyes, astonished to discover that the void box he had held had vanished without a trace. In its place was a golden sphere of light. Within the sphere, a shadowy figure began to materialize. Upon closer inspection, the figure became clearer. It was a colossal dragon. This dragon bore a striking resemblance to the legendary dragons of Western folklore. Covered entirely in resplendent golden scales, the creature boasted robust limbs and bulging muscles. A pair of broad wings unfurled majestically from its back. Its imposing head was held high, adorned with enormous, curving dragon horns. The eyes radiated an aura of authority, instilling a sense of trepidation that deterred any gaze from meeting its own. Merely observing the colossal dragon, Mo could sense the terrifying power that resided within it. The soul of the golden divine dragon, a treasure from a low martial world, imbued with supreme solar energy, usable solely by male beings. Upon use, there exists a probability of acquiring the trait Golden Divine Dragon Physique. Furthermore, those who succeed in its application may gain a measure of experience. Mo's heart surged with excitement. Yet another opportunity to obtain a valuable trait. He placed the soul of the Golden Divine Dragon against his chest. In an instant, the roar of the dragon echoed thunderously in Mo's mind. The orb of light radiated a dazzling golden brilliance once more. However, unlike before, this luminescence did not disperse outward. Rather, it seemed to be drawn inward by an unseen force. The light coalesced into delicate strands, all flowing into Mo's body. As the brilliance continued to surge, the orb gradually diminished in size. Moments later, it completely merged into Mo's being. Ultimately, the dragon soul trapped within the orb followed suit, penetrating into Mo's form. The roar resonated within Mo's consciousness before gradually fading away. The soul of the Golden Divine Dragon expended. Yet, Mo felt no discernible change. His body remained as it had been, and the data on his panel showed no alterations. Had he failed? Mo murmured softly, his eyes betraying a sense of disappointment. He let out a gentle sigh, a hint of reluctance lingering in his heart. Suddenly, I heard it. The echo of fortuity. Mo felt an intense and turbulent energy erupt violently from his chest, as if struck by an invisible cannonball. This energy instantaneously transformed into a torrential current, surging through his body like a flood breaching a dam. The heat surged along Mo's meridians, his flesh and blood coursing with remarkable speed. Wherever it flowed, it felt like a searing flame, scorching every fiber of his being, every bone, every sinew. The excruciating pain made his body tremble uncontrollably. Yet, in the wake of this searing current, a brand new energy emerged, gently soothing the scorched meridians, bones, and flesh. Akin to the warm sun of winter melting away the icy grip of pain. This exhilarating sensation left Mo feeling as though he were floating among the clouds. However, as the current coursed through his entire being, returning to his chest, everything changed dramatically. The current began to whirl furiously, flowing through Mo's body once more. This time, it was even more ferocious than before. His flesh, bones, and meridians expanded like inflated balloons, and he felt an immense pressure overwhelming him. Just as he was on the brink of bursting, a powerful force surged throughout his body. Mo's form crackled with a symphony of sounds. His bones restructured. His meridians widened, and his flesh continuously strengthened. Under the influence of this force, his body underwent a profound transformation. Meanwhile, impurities incessantly seeped from his pores, forming a layer of black filth that emitted a repugnant odor. In this moment, Mo was enveloped in a remarkable sensation. After a prolonged ordeal, he was finally nearing its conclusion. His body gradually regained tranquility, and the violent surge of heat began to dissipate. Mo leveled up 4 times, current level 12. Mo sensed the surging power within him. His body felt as if it had been reborn, light and brimming with strength. His senses became extraordinarily acute. He could even hear the faint rustling of leaves in the wind. However, just as he was immersed in this newfound state, a sharp, acrid smell suddenly invaded his nostrils, causing him to furrow his brow. What was that odor? Mo looked down and discovered that his skin was coated with a viscous layer of black grime, emanating an unbearable stench. He immediately realized that this was the impurities expelled during the transformation of his body by the soul of the golden sacred dragon. I must wash this off. A thought sparked in Mo's mind as he exerted force beneath his feet, dashing swiftly toward the lakeside. His speed was astonishing. The scenery around him blurred past, and all he could hear was the howling wind. The exhilaration of such rapid movement filled him with immense joy. In the blink of an eye, Mo reached the edge of the lake. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly shed his garments and leaped into the water. Splash! Water erupted around him, enveloping his body in an instant. The lake's waters soaked into him, cleansing the grime from his form. Just as he closed his eyes to relish this fleeting moment of tranquility, suddenly 2 piercing screams shattered the tranquil silence of the night. Ah! Mo abruptly opened his eyes, turning towards the source of the sound. To his astonishment, he beheld 2 ethereal, snow-white figures not far from the lake, unclothed. Their graceful forms shimmered in the water, reminiscent of celestial nymphs emerging from the depths, breathtakingly beautiful. It was Lumiere and Ida. Having completed their frost wolf breathing technique, they could no longer endure the sticky sweat clinging to their bodies, so they ventured to the lakeside for a bath. They had assumed that the late hour would render the area deserted, unaware of Mo's presence. An air of profound awkwardness enveloped the scene. Mo found himself at a loss, unsure of how to proceed. Instinctively, he attempted to divert his gaze, yet he was irresistibly drawn to the fleeting, enchanting vision before him. Lumiere and Ida were equally stunned, a flush of crimson washing over their faces. Ida, blushing fiercely, softly implored, "My lord, could you please close your eyes? Our clothes are still on the shore." It was only then that Mo regained his composure, hastily shutting his eyes and turning away. However, even with his eyes closed, the captivating image lingered unbidden in his mind. The elegant forms, glistening droplets of water, and their silhouettes illuminated by the moonlight etched indelibly into his memory. Observing his predicament, Lumiere and Ida hurriedly swam to the shore, swiftly donning their garments. Their movements were frantic and hurried, their faces aglow with embarrassment. "My lord, we shall return to the wooden cabin now," Lumiere whispered, her voice tinged with fluster and shyness. As soon as the words left her lips, the 2 fled like startled fawns, dashing towards the direction of the cabin. Chapter 30. The transformation of Momo. Dragonization. As the sound of their footsteps gradually faded away, Momo opened his eyes and gazed at the desolate lakeshore. A surge of complex emotions welling up within him. He took a deep breath, striving to calm the tempest within his heart, and swiftly cleansed himself of the grime that clung to him before stepping onto the shore. In this moment, Momo appeared as a completely different individual compared to 2 days prior. His physique had transformed into one of towering stature, with well-defined muscles that radiated both strength and beauty. His visage had become more handsome, his short hair neat and tidy, adding a touch of masculinity to his appearance. Momo lowered his gaze to the reflection in the water, and a thought crossed his mind. Is this the power of the golden sacred dragon soul? Indeed, it is astonishingly formidable. He then accessed his personal panel. Momo, level 12, rank, ordinary, traits, golden sacred dragon physique, significantly enhances the user's physical constitution and strength, greatly augments mental power. Possesses an innate dragon's might that can intimidate surrounding foes and diminish their will to fight. The golden sacred dragon physique will undergo 3 metamorphoses, each further reinforcing physical prowess and unlocking deeper layers of dragonization power. Skills: 1. Continuous healing spell. 2. Lightning strike spell. Momo's panel gradually expanded, revealing an array of abilities in his mind. The golden sacred dragon physique had facilitated a qualitative leap in both his physical and mental capabilities. What astonished Momo even more was the inclusion of a unique skill known as dragonization. His level had reached an impressive 12. The enhancement of his strength instilled him with immense confidence, igniting an eager desire to explore the power of dragon transformation. Taking a deep breath, Momo felt his right arm subtly tense. The innate physical and mental energies within him swiftly converged into his right arm. Simultaneously, he invoked the power of the golden sacred dragon residing in his chest. In an instant, a radiant golden light erupted from his right arm, enveloping it entirely. One could faintly discern the rapid emergence of profound dragon scales. These scales gleamed with a resplendent gold, their surfaces shimmering with brilliance. As the scales spread, Momo's fingers gradually thickened, his nails extending swiftly into sharp claws. His arm continued to swell, muscles bulging with explosive strength. As the light gradually faded, the transformation was complete. Momo's right arm had fully morphed into a colossal dragon claw. The golden scales radiated light in the darkness, while the sharp claws emitted a chilling, heart-stopping glimmer. Clenching the dragon claw, he felt the terrifying power contained within it, his heart brimming with exhilaration. With a sudden and forceful sweep of his transformed right arm, a violent gust of wind surged forth, stirring the surrounding sands into the air. Momo reveled in the formidable power of his right arm, his spirit alive with excitement. This was merely the tip of the iceberg of dragon transformation. With the elevation of his level and further evolution of his traits, he would harness even greater power, potentially becoming a complete embodiment of the golden sacred dragon. With a flash of golden light, Momo retracted the transformation of his right arm as the golden scales and claws gradually receded, restoring it to its original form. Subsequently, he retrieved a white trench coat and trousers from his backpack, acquired through a midday consignment trade. He swiftly donned them and then returned to the Lord's cabin. Upon his arrival, he found Lou Meyer and Ida still awake, seated inside, awaiting his return. As Momo pushed open the door, he was met with their simultaneous gaze, which caused a slight embarrassment to wash over him. Clearing his throat, he endeavored to dispel the delicate atmosphere, explaining, "I did not intend to cause any disturbance. I merely sought to bathe by the lake, unaware that you would be there as well." At his words, both women felt their cheeks flush with a rosy hue. At the lakeside, the dim light had obscured their perception of Momo's transformation, but now they beheld him anew. He appeared more handsome, his stature more upright than before, radiating an ineffable charm. "It's quite all right. We understand that you did not mean any harm, my lord," Lumaya replied softly, her voice laced with shyness. Meanwhile, Ida occasionally stole glances at Momo, her expression imbued with complexity. Once the three settled into their respective beds, Momo found himself wide awake, brimming with energy. However, the cabin offered little in the way of entertainment, compelling him to lie back and close his eyes in a bid for rest. Unbeknownst to him, in the shadows of his periphery, Ida's gaze remained fixed upon him. After a moment, she gracefully rose and approached Momo. Her voice sultry and laced with a hint of allure. "My lord, would you care to hear a story?" As Momo opened his eyes, the sight of Ida's face so close stirred something within him. Though filled with doubt, he did not refuse. "I believe I shall be a competent listener." Upon hearing Momo's response, Ida's lips curled into a subtle smile, imbued with profound meaning. She then spoke softly, "I was born into an aristocratic family. From a young age, I understood that I was merely a commodity to serve the family's interests. My fate had long been predetermined, awaiting my coming of age to become a pawn in a matrimonial alliance. Her tone was calm, yet tinged with a faint sadness. Momo listened quietly, refraining from interrupting her. As expected, upon reaching adulthood, I was betrothed to a man I had never met, coerced by my family's demands. He was the eldest son of another noble family, wielding significant power and esteemed status. However, en route to his dominion, that very count's eldest son suddenly perished. Thus, I became a widow. Since then, a torrent of rumors has never ceased to swirl around me. Ada's voice momentarily faltered, a glimmer of coldness flashing in her eyes. She continued, "Some claim I am a husband killer, others assert I am merely fortunate, and there are even whispers that I murdered him to seize his territory. Yet, I pay no heed to such gossip. With the count's death, I unexpectedly became the sovereign of that land. Do you know? It was then that I first felt the reins of destiny in my own hands." At this juncture, Ada instinctively leaned closer to Momo. Her gaze was filled with longing, her demeanor alluring and captivating. Momo, gazing at Ada before him, felt an unbearable heat coursing through his body, a nameless fire raging within. He took a deep breath, striving to calm himself. Yet, Ada's presence rendered tranquility elusive. "I have encountered numerous lords." But Ada's voice resonated with profound emotion, her gaze revealing unmasked sentiments. "However, my lord, you are truly different. You are indeed extraordinary." Chapter 31, Ada's Tale. A double kill. Just as the volcano of emotion within Momo was on the verge of eruption, Ada shifted her narrative, continuing to unfold her story. Time flowed slowly thereafter. It was a sun-drenched afternoon, serene beyond measure. Suddenly, a fissure tore through the fabric of the world I inhabited. Darkness surged forth like a tidal wave from the crevice. All matter that came into contact with this darkness instantly transformed into black particles. These particles subsequently merged into the abyss, vanishing without a trace. I endeavored to escape this harrowing scene, but ultimately, I too was consumed by the boundless darkness. Her voice was deep, imbued with profound terror. Momo listened intently, unable to suppress his curiosity, inquiring, what was that sensation like? It was an utterly peculiar feeling. You lose all sense of time, spatial awareness, and even the perception of your own existence. She paused momentarily before continuing. Afterward, I believed I had perished. Until a voice awakened me. It was a sound beyond the realm of description. It presented me with two choices: to remain there eternally or to embrace an entirely new existence. Momo inquired, "So, did you choose the latter?" Ada nodded, her sultry gaze fixed upon Momo. "Indeed, there are still countless experiences I have yet to explore." Upon hearing Ada's tale, a profound tumult surged within Momo's heart. He finally grasped the origins of the recruitment scrolls and understood that those summoned were not mere algorithms of the game, but sentient beings, imbued with their own narratives. Momo beheld the alluring Ada before him. In her eyes burned a flame, ardent and passionate. Her breath was tantalizingly close, carrying a subtle fragrance. Taking a deep breath, he spoke, "Thank you for your story." He then slowly extended his right hand. "Welcome to my domain, Ada." Ada's radiant smile illuminated her face, and the emotions in her eyes seemed on the verge of overflowing. She gently grasped Momo's hand, her voice soft and laced with allure. "Thank you, my lord." Yet, her actions did not cease there. One hand delicately draped around Momo's neck, pressing her voluptuous form against his chest. The warmth of her body seeped through the thin fabric, igniting every nerve within him. Momo felt her softness and heat, the turmoil within him almost unbearable. His breath quickened as he struggled to contain the rising heat within, whispering, "Ada, are you certain? You are playing with fire." Ada traced gentle circles on Momo's chest, her voice rich with seduction and provocation. "It is not without reason that you are labeled the arsonist." This phrase served as a key, unlocking the shackles deep within Momo's heart. In that instant, his rationality crumbled entirely, and an internal volcano erupted. A torrid wave of desire surged forth like a flood. A battle ignited between the two, fierce and fervent. Momo gazed tenderly at Ada beside him. Her golden hair cascaded like a waterfall across the pillow, while her fair skin appeared exceptionally delicate in the dim light. Enhanced by the dragon soul, Momo's physical prowess was nothing short of terrifying. In contrast, despite Ada's utmost efforts to match his rhythm, she proved to be utterly defenseless, succumbing to slumber after scarcely an hour. Clumsy yet playful, Momo gently caressed Ada's golden tresses, his fingertips savoring their softness and smoothness. His eyes brimmed with affection and indulgence as he leaned down to place a gentle kiss upon her forehead, as if to bestow upon her his mark. He then tenderly enveloped her in his embrace, savoring her warmth and heartbeat. At that moment, a faint sound of footsteps echoed, followed by a voice tinged with shyness and anticipation whispering in Momo's ear, "My lord, would you like to hear a story?" Upon hearing this familiar phrase, Momo's heart gave a slight tremor. In the dim light, Lumiere's cheeks flushed with a soft hue, gentle and enchanting. Her gaze was infused with a dreamy tenderness, awaiting his response. "Mayer, you." Lumiere interrupted his words, her tone imbued with both firmness and gentleness. "My lord, I have long been prepared." Upon hearing these words, Momo's heart gradually became clearer. He gently rose and tucked the blanket around Ida, pausing for a moment to gaze at her serene sleeping face. He then turned to Lumiere and softly said, "Thank you, Mayer. I am truly fortunate to have you by my side." As Lumiere heard Momo's words, the shyness in her eyes was gradually replaced by tenderness. She leaned closer to Momo, their proximity increasing with each passing moment. The atmosphere grew charged with an intimate warmth, their breaths intertwining softly, their bodies pressed closely together, the sound of their heartbeats resonating clearly in the stillness of the room. Uncertain of how much time had passed, they slowly parted. A faint blush lingered on Lumiere's cheeks, her eyes brimming with affection. Her breath had yet to fully steady, her chest rising and falling gently, stirring a wave of emotion. "Momo, thank you. With you, I too feel incredibly fortunate." Thus commenced a silent war between the two. A battle devoid of smoke and swords, yet rich in tenderness and fervor. Momo caressed Lumiere's sleeping visage, although her constitution was considerably stronger than Aida's. The recent fervent exchanges had drained her vitality. Ultimately, under Momo's gentle onslaught, she succumbed. The two fierce encounters left Momo exhausted. Yet he also experienced a profound sense of intimacy and warmth. Before long, he fell into a deep slumber once more. Morning arrived, and Momo awoke from his deep sleep. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of Ida's beautiful and delicate face. Momo smiled faintly, tenderly caressing Aida's cheek, savoring the delicacy and warmth of her skin. He scanned the surroundings, noticing the absence of Lumiere in the room. "Good morning, my lord." She greeted softly. "Good morning," he replied. Aida's voice was gentle and sweet, tinged with a hint of raspiness. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, evidently recalling the boldness and madness of the previous night. Her gaze was shy yet brimming with happiness and contentment. She shifted closer to Momo and whispered, "I've asked Mayer to help prepare breakfast. You should get up and eat." At her words, Momo paused for a moment before inquiring, "You knew?" Ida nodded gently, her voice warm. "Mayer's intentions are quite apparent. It's easy to discern." She hesitated, her eyes locked onto Momo's, devoid of jealousy or discontent, filled only with profound affection. "I do not care how many others you have, as long as you hold me in your heart." Hearing this, warmth enveloped Momo's heart. "Ida, thank you." She smiled softly, her eyes radiating tenderness and joy. Subsequently, they donned their attire. Due to the previous night's fervor, Ida's delicate body suffered considerably, every inch of her aching, feeling as if she were falling apart. She needed Momo's support to walk, leaning against him, her steps somewhat unsteady. Yet, a blissful smile adorned her face. Observing Aida's smile, Momo couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Upon reaching the dining hall, the villagers immediately stood, exclaiming in unison, "Good morning, my lord and lady." Upon hearing the title of Lady of the Lord, Aida's complexion instantly flushed with a rosy hue. Yet, she did not retreat. Rather, she boldly linked her arm with Momo's, her face radiant with pride and happiness as her gaze swept across the assembly. After their breakfast, Momo first summoned the militia for the day's endeavors. "Esteemed lord, we are eager to serve you," they declared earnestly. Subsequently, Momo retrieved a scroll of the shielding art from his backpack. "Do you wish to learn the shielding art?" he affirmed, and the scroll transformed into a brilliant light, merging seamlessly into his being. However, as his eternal enhancements had reached their limit, he found himself unable to convert the shielding art into an eternal boon. Moreover, Momo had pressing matters at hand, with no time to harness energy to restore his eternal state. Thus, he refrained from casting the shielding art upon the entire populace. Following this, Momo began to orchestrate the day's tasks. He resolved to halt construction efforts temporarily, prioritizing the allocation of some individuals to cultivate berry and fantasy fruit trees, while ensuring the beehives were appropriately situated. This initiative would mark the nascent stages of agriculture within the territory. The cultivation of berries and fantasy fruits would provide a stable food source, while the beehives would yield precious honey, further enhancing the resources of the domain. As for the crystal dragon blood tree, Momo decided to plant it centrally, ensuring it would encompass the entirety of the territory. A separate group was tasked with the crafting of Tang's swords. The subjects, having received Momo's directives, promptly commenced their activities. Ada also joined in the labor. Initially, Momo had vehemently opposed her participation, concerned about her severe injuries, and had wished for her to rest within the Lord's cabin. However, as the continuous healing spell took effect, Aida's injuries gradually improved. Her perseverance and gentleness rendered Momo unable to refuse her. Ultimately, he arranged for her to have a job. Very well. But do take care not to overexert yourself, Momo gently advised. Rest assured, my lord. Subsequently, Momo set off towards the north accompanied by Watson and Lou Meyer. Lou Meyer's figure remained graceful, yet she now exuded a distinctive charm, as if she had undergone a transformation, radiating a mature aura. Her physical constitution was considerably stronger than Aida's, and the injuries she sustained last night were merely superficial. After the continuous healing spell, she had fully recovered, even appearing more vibrant than before. During their journey, Momo accessed the interface to check for any pertinent information in the chat channel. Alas, it was still inundated with trivial banter and complaints, devoid of any valuable intelligence. He then switched to the market interface, browsing through the offerings, but regrettably, he found nothing of use. At that moment, Momo astutely noticed something peculiar. The individuals he Weibai and Linen had vanished from his blacklist. He distinctly recalled that he had not removed them. Even more strange was the disappearance of his chat history with Weibai, as if it had never existed. These anomalous occurrences pointed to an unsettling conclusion. Weibai and Linen were dead. Momo's brow furrowed slightly, and a complex emotion stirred within him, neither pity nor sorrow. In a world governed by the survival of the fittest, strength alone constituted the essence of existence. Momo gazed intently at the nearby goblin encampment. Indeed, it was as Watson had previously reported. Although the number of goblins exceeded 30, their levels ranged from a mere 1 to 3, rendering them exceedingly feeble. A plan began to formulate in Momo's mind. He addressed Lou Meyer and Watson, declaring, I shall take care of these goblins. You too, ensure that none escape. At your command, my lord, they replied obediently. Taking a deep breath, Momo then launched himself from the ground, soaring through the air like a cannonball. As he ascended, his right arm shimmered with golden light. The dragon scales and sharp claws rapidly enveloped his arm, exuding an overwhelming aura of menace. The goblins in the camp were startled by the sudden commotion, all eyes turning skyward. Upon realizing that only Momo was charging towards them, the panic on their faces was swiftly replaced by cruel, malevolent grins. They brandished their wooden clubs and stone axes, emitting shrill cries. Unbeknownst to them, Momo had already secured their one-way tickets to hell. In an instant, he closed in on one goblin, revulsion welling up within him at the sight of the grotesque creature. With a mere flick of his dragon claw, the goblin was severed into several pieces before it could even utter a scream, its blood and entrails splattering across the ground. The surrounding goblins stood frozen in shock, their smiles instantly petrified. Without pausing, Momo's figure flitted like a specter through the encampment, arriving before another goblin. Clenching his dragon claw into a fist, he unleashed a powerful punch. The goblin was abruptly propelled outward, crashing heavily to the ground, where it lay in serene slumber, devoid of any sound. Seizing the opportunity, a dozen goblins encircled Momo, attempting to launch an assault from all directions. Several goblins behind him raised their wooden clubs and struck fiercely at his back. The sound of splintering wood echoed, yet Momo remained utterly motionless, not a single mark marring his flesh, save for a thin layer of dust. His reinforced physique boasted astonishing defense. Nevertheless, a flicker of discontent stirred within him. In an instant, he pivoted, his dragon claws sweeping through the air like the scythe of death. A chorus of agonized screams erupted as the goblins behind him were vanquished. Blood gushed forth, staining the dragon claws, yet failing to obscure their golden radiance. Momo gazed downward at the crimson droplets cascading from his claws, then lifted his gaze to survey the terrified goblins surrounding him, a cold smirk gracing his lips. With a sudden whirl, Momo's body spun around. The dragon claws tore through the air, unleashing a series of crescent-shaped wind blades that howled forth. These blades, tainted by the blood upon the dragon claws, transformed into a faint green hue, slicing through the air like the grim reaper's scythe directed at the goblins. As the goblins attempted to flee, the wind blades had already cleaved through their forms. Cries of anguish resonated as blood and dismembered limbs scattered in every direction. The remaining goblins, witnessing this horrifying spectacle, could no longer contain their terror. They frantically sought escape, yet the area was already sealed off by Lou Meyer's wind arrows and Watson's barriers. As a few goblins dared to take a single step, swift arrows pierced through their skulls in an instant. The remaining goblins stood frozen in place, their eyes brimming with despair. They gazed upon the slowly approaching Momo, as if witnessing the arrival of the Grim Reaper. The ensuing battle was nothing short of a one-sided massacre. The stench of blood permeated the camp, and the anguished cries of the goblins gradually faded away, leaving only a deathly silence in their wake. Chapter 33, Galestep. Disassembly acquired. Goblin Flesh and Blood 214. After a while, Momo stood amidst the pool of blood, the crimson droplets from his dragon claw falling slowly to the ground. Beneath his feet lay a sea of severed goblin limbs and filth, the air thick with the metallic scent of blood. This marked his first experience of inflicting such carnage. Momo had initially slaughtered this group of goblins to hone his adaptability, yet he was astonished by how swiftly he acclimated. The goblin shrieks, the splatter of blood, the extinguishing of life, none stirred even the slightest ripple within his heart. He was so composed that it surprised even himself. It seemed I am more suited to this world than I had imagined. Although this was a one-sided slaughter, Momo had gained insight into his current strength. It deepened his appreciation for the allure of power. Subsequently, he dispelled his dragon transformation, the scales gradually receding, yet blood still clung to his arms, trickling down from his fingertips. At that moment, Momo recognized a significant issue, due to the transformation of his right arm. The sleeve of his clothing had been reduced to tatters, scattering with the wind. This implied that each time he employed his dragon transformation, his attire would suffer damage. Crucially, he was not limited to transforming just his right arm. At present, he can choose any part of his torso or limbs for transformation into a dragon. Contemplating this, Momo couldn't help but feel a surge of headache. Must he shed his garments with every battle? The issue lies in the fact that he possesses very few clothes. If each skirmish results in the loss of a piece of attire, it won't be long before he finds himself in the embarrassing predicament of having nothing to wear. At this moment, a series of notifications from the panel appeared. Momo defeated Goblin LV3. Momo gained experience. Lumayer defeated Goblin LV3. Lumay gained experience. Momo gained experience. Momo defeated Goblin LV2. Momo gained experience. Momo glanced at the panel and noticed that despite having vanquished over 30 goblins, the increase in experience was negligible, not even sufficient to elevate him to the next level. The difficulty of leveling up had evidently escalated significantly compared to before. Just then, Lumayer and Watson approached. Watson's face was etched with astonishment and admiration. He exclaimed, "My lord, you are truly remarkable. These goblins are utterly feeble before you." Watson's loyalty to you increased by 14 points, current total 100 points. Lumayer gazed at Momo, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "Mayor, Watson, please scour this camp and see if there is anything of value." Lumayer, regaining her focus, nodded and promptly began searching the camp alongside Watson, while Momo stepped aside to initiate the transformation of the camp's structures and items. The ramshackle huts and chaotic items constructed by the goblins were of no utility to him. This was his realm, and he wished for these remnants to cease to exist. As the transformation progressed, the camp's structures and possessions gradually vanished, transmuting into energy absorbed by the Eternal. Energy, 214,300. Time relentlessly passed, and the objects within the goblin camp diminished. Momo stood at the center of the camp, his gaze sweeping the surroundings, ensuring no convertible items were overlooked. As the last of the rudimentary huts transformed into energy, the energy value on the panel updated once more. Energy, 262,300, almost there. At that moment, Lumayer and Watson approached, cradling a black iron chest in their hands. "My lord, we have found this," Watson exclaimed with excitement. Momo accepted the chest and opened it. Acquired. Galestep Skill Scroll 1. White Cloak Crafting Blueprint 1. Momo picked up the skill scroll, a glimmer of joy flashing in his eyes. "Would you like to use the skill scroll to learn Galestep?" "Yes." The skill scroll transformed into a streak of light, swiftly merging into Momo's being. He opened the panel to examine the specifics of the new skill. Galestep, upon use, increases movement speed by 10 for 3 minutes, cooldown 30 minutes. Splendid. Another temporary enhancement. Momo's heart swelled with delight. Yet, amidst his joy, he harbored a concern. The previously acquired skill, Shield Art, had yet to be transformed. And now another new enhancement skill had arrived. He remained uncertain about the extent to which the transformation limit would increase after the initial restoration of eternity, pondering whether it would suffice to accommodate these skills. Subsequently, his gaze fell upon the blueprint for the white trench coat, and his eyes sparkled with intrigue. The design depicted an elegant coat, characterized by smooth lines and a minimalist aesthetic, appearing both practical and visually appealing. Previously, he had been troubled by the issue of garment destruction, yet he had unexpectedly discovered a solution so swiftly. With this manufacturing blueprint in hand, he could now unleash his dragon transformation in battle without hesitation. After meticulously sorting through the spoils, Momo led Lumiere and Watson onward to the north. During their journey, the trio abruptly halted. In the distance, several colossal rock piles loomed, their peculiar shapes adorned with mysterious runes that radiated an ominous aura. Be cautious. Those stones seem rather unusual, Momo cautioned in a hushed tone. No sooner had he spoken than the ground trembled violently beneath them. Soon after, the three rock piles began to shift slowly. The stones clashed against one another, producing a deep, resonant roar. As the rocks reconfigured, three enormous rock golems rose from the earth. Each was composed of solid stone, towering over 3 meters, with fists as massive as millstones. Their eyes glowing with an eerie green light. The runes etched upon the rocks illuminated in tandem with their gaze, emanating an uncanny brilliance. Rock Golem, Level 9, Rank, Common, Traits, None, Skills, 1. Core of the Giant Rock. The core of the giant rock serves as the source of the golem's power, bestowing it with formidable defensive capabilities. The colossal rock core is interconnected with the earth, capable of drawing energy from the subterranean veins, swiftly mending its damaged rocky form, thus bestowing it with remarkable endurance in battle. The inferior runic body, etched with ancient symbols, although rough and incomplete, still endows the golem with a degree of mental resilience. This inferior runic body can diminish the effects of mental attacks. Momo swiftly glanced at the panel information, feeling a slight sense of relief. Fortunately, the strength of these three golems was not overly formidable. With the combined prowess of the three of them, they could easily manage. Momo quickly assessed the situation and said, Watson, you shall restrain one golem. Mayor, we shall each confront one. Chapter 34. The rock golem. A radiant golden light enveloped Momo's right arm, transforming it instantaneously into a dragon's limb. He leaped forward, positioning himself before one of the golems. The golem's eerie green eyes flickered momentarily before it slowly raised its fist, unleashing a powerful strike towards Momo with a heavy gust of wind. Momo did not evade. Instead, he swung his dragon claw forcefully, colliding with the golem's rocky fist, producing a resounding roar. The golem, unable to withstand Momo's immense strength, staggered backward a few steps, nearly losing its balance. Observing the retreating golem, Momo couldn't help but marvel at its extraordinary defensive capabilities. Indeed, these creatures possessed exceptional resilience. He quickly advanced, gripping one of the golem's arms tightly with his dragon claw, silently invoking the transformation. However, the golem did not transmute into energy as he had anticipated. In an instant, Momo realized that the golem before him possessed a soul and could not be deemed a mere puppet or lifeless entity. At that moment, the golem's other fist swung violently, accompanied by a howling wind aimed at Momo. He swiftly leaped aside, effortlessly evading the blow. The golem's fist struck the ground with tremendous force, sending up a cloud of dust. Seizing the opportunity while the golem was momentarily immobilized from retracting its fist, Momo advanced. His dragon claw clenched into a fist. He struck forcefully at the golem's chest. Boom! A resounding crash echoed as the golem was felled by Momo's immense strength. However, despite the formidable power of his punch, it merely shattered a portion of the golem's rocky exterior, failing to inflict any fatal damage. Although the golem's movements were rigid and sluggish, its defensive capabilities proved to be quite vexing. Undeterred, Momo continued to pound relentlessly at the golem's chest. At last, after a series of relentless assaults, the rock covering the golem's chest was shattered, revealing a softly glowing stone within. Elated, Momo swiftly extracted the stone with his dragon claw. The moment the stone separated from the golem, its eyes dimmed instantly, and its colossal form ceased all movement, crumbling into an unanimated heap of rubble. Successfully defeated rock golem LV9. Momo gains experience points. Meanwhile, Lumiere quickly distanced herself from another golem before employing the abilities of the withered spirit bow. A withered treant erupted from the earth, letting out a low, rumbling roar. The treant charged towards the rock golem. Lumiere did not pause. With a wave of her hand, a gentle breeze coalesced into a dozen arrows, all of which were swiftly unleashed at the golem. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrows struck the golem's rocky joints with precision, producing a crisp sound of shattering. Some of the stones were shattered by arrows, causing the golem's movements to slow slightly. However, the rocky creature did not cease its assault. Its massive stone fist was raised high, then brought crashing down upon the withered treant. A thunderous roar echoed as the Trent's body was struck by the golem's fist, sending splinters flying and leaving a deep fissure in its trunk. The withered Trent let out a pained howl. Lou Meyer furrowed her brow, pondering whether to employ the more potent skill, Hurricane Arrow, to vanquish this golem. Just then, Momo's voice rang out. Meyer, strike the glowing stone on its chest. That is its vulnerability. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of understanding flickered in Lou Meyer's eyes. She quickly focused on the golem's chest and indeed spotted a faintly glowing stone concealed beneath the heavy rock. Swiftly, she summoned a gentle breeze, coalescing it into a dozen arrows, which she launched towards the luminous stone. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrows sliced through the air, striking the golem's core with precision. With a resounding crash, the stone on the golem's chest shattered, and its colossal form collapsed into a heap of rubble. Successfully defeated Rock Golem LV9. Lou Meyer gained experience points, Momo gained experience points. Meanwhile, Watson was engaged in a fierce battle with the final golem. His form was agile as he darted and dodged amidst the golem's cumbersome attacks. The golem's fists descended relentlessly, each strike accompanied by a heavy rush of wind. The ground was pounded into deep craters, with dust swirling in the air. Watson continuously evaded, simultaneously seeking an opportune moment to strike. However, his eagerness and fervent desire for victory led him to underestimate the formidable defense of the golem. Just as the golem retracted its fist, Watson seized the opportunity. Leaping forth with ferocity, his claws glinting with a chilling light as they aimed for the golem's chest. Crack! His claws shattered a portion of the rocky exterior, yet failed to inflict a fatal wound. A sense of despair enveloped Watson. At that moment, the golem's fist swung forth with unparalleled might, targeting Watson's chest. Watson's eyes widened in alarm, attempting to leap away quickly, but the golem's speed far surpassed his expectations. Before he could react, the golem's fist struck heavily against his chest. Bang! A dull thud resonated as Watson's body was sent hurtling through the air like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground. A sharp pain coursed through his chest, and as he tasted blood trickling from his lips, he struggled to rise, but the agony immobilized him momentarily. The golem approached slowly, its heavy footsteps echoing ominously. It raised its colossal fist, emerald light flickering in its eyes, poised to deliver a fatal blow to Watson. Overwhelmed by despair, Watson gritted his teeth, crossing his arms defensively over his chest in a futile attempt to withstand the impending assault. In that critical moment, a golden figure suddenly materialized before him. Momo's right arm transformed, shimmering golden scales radiating brilliance in the light. He extended his dragon claw with fervor, firmly grasping the golem's mighty fist, halting its advance with unwavering strength. Boom! The golem's fist was ensnared by Momo, incapable of progressing an inch further. Momo emitted a low grunt, his arm suddenly exerting force as he lifted the heavy punch of the golem. The creature's body lost its balance in an instant, staggering backward for several steps before barely stabilizing itself. Watson, retreat. Momo commanded in a tone that brooked no argument. Watson nodded, swiftly withdrawing, his eyes filled with gratitude and admiration. Without pausing, Momo dashed toward the golem like a bolt of lightning. Before the golem could regain its footing, Momo's dragon claw struck with ferocity, landing a powerful blow to its chest. Boom! The golem was sent crashing to the ground, its rocky chest fracturing to reveal a faintly glowing core within. Without the slightest hesitation, Momo plunged his dragon claw into the golem's chest, ripping the core from its place. As the core was extracted, the light in the golem's eyes extinguished instantaneously. Its massive form crumbled into a pile of debris, scattering across the ground. Successfully defeated Rock Golem LV9. Momo gained experience points. Chapter 35, The Core of the Giant Rock. The centaurs of the wilderness. Watson gasped for breath, struggling to rise. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with gratitude and remorse. Thank you, my lord, for saving my life. Had it not been for your timely intervention, I fear the outcome could have been dire. Momo turned, the golden scales of his arm gradually fading as it returned to its normal state. His gaze was calm, devoid of reproach or pity, simply observing Watson with a measured look. Combat not only demands courage, but also requires a calm judgment. Impulsiveness will only lead you into peril. Moreover, my command was to restrain the golem, not to confront it head-on. Watson lowered his head and spoke. I understand, my lord. Momo said nothing further, merely nodding slightly. He then approached the remains of the magical golems. Acquired, Inferior Magic Pattern Stones 367, Damaged Giant Rock Cores 3. Shattered Ordinary Soul Fragment 6, Inferior Magic Pattern Stones, originally excellent conduits for magical energy, imbued with a natural affinity for magic, yet marred by crude markings. Their craftsmanship woefully inadequate. Rather than harnessing their potential, the intricate etchings have disrupted the energy structures within the stones. Such a waste. Damaged giant rock cores. An intact core can significantly enhance the user's physique and energy quality, even bestowing the ability to manipulate rock. However, these cores have suffered extensive damage during battle. Forcibly absorbing them could result in energy backlash, subjecting one to the might of the giant rock, leading to bodily harm at best, or petrification and death at worst. Momo's gaze lingered on the damaged giant rock cores for a moment. An intact core could amplify my strength, yet these damaged ones, the risks are too great. Had I known the cores had such potential, I would have fought less recklessly. Momo meticulously stored the materials in his backpack. His eye swept over Watson and Mayer, noticing that Watson's injuries were no longer severe. He nodded, signaling to proceed. After a brief respite, the trio resumed their journey northward. After some time, a centaur encampment came into view. Momo's eyes swiftly scanned the camp, his brow slightly furrowing. There were a total of 8 wild centaurs within the encampment. One centaur, particularly striking, stood out, its physique more robust than that of its kin, with sinewy muscles and a glint of wildness gleaming in its eyes. Wilderness Centaur, level 13, rank common, traits none, skills 1. Iron Hoof Stomp, a gathering of energy. The centaur's hoof strike carries a shockwave effect. 2. Wilderness Call, the centaur lets out a roar, enhancing its own physical strength and that of nearby wilderness centaurs. 3. Spirit of the Wilderness, the centaur shares a symbiotic bond with the wild. While in the wilderness, its movement speed increases by 10, and its stamina recovery rate accelerates by 20. Momo immediately realized that Watson's intelligence was flawed. This most formidable wilderness centaur boasted an impressive level of 13. The remaining centaurs aligned with Watson's report, ranging from levels 6 to 8. Momo pondered momentarily, swiftly formulating a plan in his mind. He turned to Mayer and Watson. Speaking in hushed tones, Mayer, Watson, I shall take on the strongest centaur. You two handle the others. At your command, my lord, they replied in unison. The trio emerged from their concealed position behind the rocks, striding purposefully toward the centaur encampment. Their footsteps echoed distinctly through the stillness of the wilderness. Before long, the centaurs sensed an anomaly. The mightiest among them abruptly raised its head, a fierce glimmer flashing in its eyes. It let out a low growl, its hooves thundering against the ground, causing the earth to tremble slightly. The other centaurs quickly rallied, their spears aimed at the 3 intruders, their manes dancing like flames in the wind, exuding an untamed aura. Momo's lips curled into a subtle smile, a glimmer of battle fervor igniting in his eyes. The atmosphere around them thickened with tension as the imminent clash loomed. The centaur chief let out a piercing howl that echoed through the air, instantly invoking the power of his skill, Wild Call. The resonance of his howl was imbued with the essence of the wilderness. In an instant, the physical strength of all centaurs surged, their muscles swelling, eyes ablaze with ferocity. Kill! The centaur chief bellowed, stomping the ground with great force, charging headlong towards Momo. The rest of the centaurs followed suit, their spears raised high, manes billowing like flames in the wind, rushing towards the trio. The centaur chief barreled forward, his iron hooves striking the earth with a resounding thud. Humans dare to trespass in our domain, he growled. Momo remained silent, a cold smile gracing his features. A flash of golden light enveloped his right arm, dragon scales rapidly covering it entirely. Clenching his dragon claw, he mused inwardly, Your domain? This is my world. I'm not even asking for rent, and yet you presume to assert ownership? Meanwhile, a gentle breeze began to swirl around Lumiere. With a delicate lift of her hand, the wind condensed into a dozen arrows. Go, she commanded softly. The arrows shot forth like raindrops, targeting the frenzied centaurs of the wild. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrows sliced through the air, striking their marks with precision. The dull thud of arrows embedding themselves into flesh rang out, followed by the splattering of blood and the anguished cries of the centaurs. Within mere seconds, 4 of the 7 centaurs fell, their ranks thrown into disarray by the relentless onslaught of arrows. Luiwer successfully defeated the level 8 wilderness centaur, earning experience points, while Momo also gained experience points. Luiwer successfully vanquished the level 7 wilderness centaur, gaining experience points, with Momo benefiting as well. Observing this, Watson charged at the remaining 3 centaurs. His movements were swift, effectively restraining the trio in place. His eyes gleamed with fervor as he bellowed, Come on! Show me your prowess. No sooner had he spoken than his claws lashed out, tearing into the flank of one centaur. Blood gushed forth, staining his fur crimson. Yet, he remained unfazed, his excitement only intensifying. The centaur chief, witnessing this spectacle, could no longer contain its fury. Its eyes blazed crimson, its mane danced like flames, and its hooves pounded the ground, causing the earth to tremble. With a thunderous roar, it declared, "Humans, you seek your demise." The voice reverberated through the wilderness. The centaur chief gripped its spear tightly, the tip glinting ominously as it aimed directly at Momo's chest. Momo stood resolute, his gaze tranquil. The centaur chief, moving with astonishing speed, rapidly closed the distance to Momo. It raised its spear high, poised to pierce Momo's heart in the next heartbeat. However, just as the spear was about to penetrate Momo's form, he made his move. His dragon claw shot forth, seizing the spear's tip with unwavering grip. Like an iron vise, his claw held the spear firmly, rendering the centaur chief unable to advance even a fraction, no matter how forcefully it struggled. Chapter 36. The Transformation of Thunderstrike Technique. In a moment, he seized it, instantly refining it, transmuting it. The spear's surface shimmered with a radiant white light. Then it transformed into countless specks of light, merging into Momo's dragon claw. The centaur leader's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight before it. Its weapon had been effortlessly erased in an instant. For a moment, it stood frozen in place. Momo, however, did not grant it the luxury of time to react. His dragon claw shot forward, firmly grasping the centaur leader's arm. The sharp claws embedded deeply into its flesh. The centaur leader winced in pain, attempting to break free, but Momo's strength far exceeded its expectations. Lightning strike, Momo uttered fiercely, and a surge of energy surged within him. He simultaneously channeled two forms of energy, one of mental prowess and the other of physical might. As these energies coursed through his torso and converged towards his right arm, suddenly, the power of the golden sacred dragon within his chest surged forth. Awakening like a slumbering giant, energy flowed ceaselessly, ultimately gathering upon his dragon claw. The three energies intertwined, transforming the originally blue arcs of electricity into a brilliant gold. The golden arcs flickered wildly upon Momo's dragon claw, emitting crackling sounds. The air was thick with a charred scent, and even the space around them twisted under the weight of this force. Momo's dragon claw radiated an aura of majesty and destruction. The centaur leader seemed to sense the impending danger, a glimmer of fear flashing in its eyes. The golden arcs surged forth like a roaring thunder dragon, piercing through the centaur leader's body in an instant. A powerful current rampaged within it, tearing apart every nerve and muscle. The centaur leader's body stiffened suddenly, then began to tremble violently. Its eyes widened in horror, releasing a heart-wrenching scream. Ah, ah, ah. Its voice echoed through the wilderness, but soon it began to fade, ultimately vanishing without a trace. Thick plumes of black smoke emanated from its form, as its vitality was being consumed by this destructive force. The centaur leader's body ceased its struggle, and the light in its eyes gradually dimmed. Momo observed it coldly, then suddenly swung his dragon claw, sending the centaur leader's body hurtling away. It crashed heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust, and fell silent. The golden arcs of electricity on Momo's dragon claw slowly dissipated, and the lingering scent of charred air gradually faded. Momo gazed down at his claw, a glimmer of surprise crossing his eyes. He had not anticipated that the fusion of lightning strike and the power of the golden sacred dragon would yield such terrifying results. What was initially a mere lightning attack had, under the enhancement of the golden sacred dragon's power, multiplied in potency several times over. With just a single strike, he had slain the centaur leader. It appeared this power held even greater potential. Momo murmured to himself, a look of contemplation in his eyes. The combination of the golden sacred dragon's power and the lightning strike revealed to him myriad applications of strength. The golden dragon's scales gradually receded, restoring his right arm to its original form. At that moment, a notification chimed in. Momo successfully defeated the wilderness centaur LV-13, gaining experience points. Momo leveled up by 1. Current level 13. Finally leveled up. A wave of joy surged within Momo. After vanquishing so many creatures, he had finally attained a level increase. He felt the familiar surge of power coursing through him. Soon, more notifications rang out. Lumire successfully vanquished a level 7 wild centaur, earning experience points, while Momo also gained experience. Watson triumphed over a level 8 wild centaur, similarly gaining experience alongside Momo. Subsequently, Lumire advanced a level, now at level 13. And Watson too ascended a level, reaching level 8. The battle between Watson and Lumire concluded, leaving the wild terrain strewn with the fallen bodies of the centaurs. This encounter significantly enhanced the strength of all three participants. Lumiere and Watson approached Momo, their faces radiant with the joy of victory. "My lord, these centaurs are hardly formidable," Lumiere remarked. Watson, clenching his fist in excitement, exclaimed, "My lord, I feel myself growing stronger." Momo nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze sweeping over the duo as he said, "Well done." He then instructed Lumiere and Watson to explore the entirety of the territory in search of treasures, while he remained behind to attend to the centaur corpses. Upon disassembling the remains, he acquired 317 units of centaur flesh, 24 ordinary soul fragments, and 20 energy crystals. After inspecting the flesh, Momo concluded that it bore no special properties. Given the ample food reserves within the territory, there was no necessity to consume humanoid flesh. Thus he resolved to trade it in the market for more useful resources. He then collected the weapons dropped by the centaurs, acquiring 7 rudimentary spears. Although these spears were rudely crafted, they remained functional, and Momo stowed them away in his backpack. Subsequently, he cast his gaze upon the entire centaur camp. The aesthetic sensibilities of the centaurs left much to be desired. The architecture and objects were remarkably grotesque, rivaling even that of goblins. Thus, Momo resolved to transform the entire encampment. As he converted the last 10 into energy, the eternal energy reached its zenith. Momo nodded with satisfaction, his heart beginning to brim with anticipation for the surprises that restoration would bestow upon him. At that moment, Lumiere and Watson approached, each bearing a bronze chest. "My lord," Lumiere said with a smile, presenting the chests to Momo. He accepted them, a glint of eagerness flickering in his eyes, and proceeded to open them. Acquired, Tailoring Workshop Blueprint 1, Crocodile Recton Recruitment Scroll 1, Rand's Basic Healing Potion Crafting Blueprint 1, Phantom Windlight Armor 1. Frost Warrior Training Camp Manufacturing Blueprint 1. Momo examined the contents with great delight, placing all the items into his backpack, intending to scrutinize them further upon returning to his territory. "Well done," Momo said to Lumiere and Watson, his tone infused with approval. "Where shall we head next, my lord?" Watson inquired. Momo gazed northward and replied, "We shall continue our journey north. I am curious to witness the boundaries of this world." The trio took a brief respite before resuming their advance toward the north. The winds of the wilderness swept past, carrying a hint of coolness. Moments later, Momo came to a halt, his gaze fixed ahead, his brows slightly furrowed, feeling an odd sensation within. From his vantage point, an expansive wilderness lay before him, overgrown with wild grass. As the wind stirred up the sand, everything appearing quite ordinary. However, the moment he took a step forward, the scene before him underwent a radical transformation. The wilderness vanished entirely, replaced by an endless expanse of white, pure and mysterious, akin to the clouds on the blue planet. Chapter 37. The World's Edge. The void. Is this the boundary of the world? Lumiere inquired softly, her eyes brimming with curiosity and doubt. She stood just behind Momo, her gaze intently fixed on the white expanse. Watson, wide-eyed, murmured to himself, "What is this? It looks so peculiar." Momo offered no reply, silently observing the white expanse. A wave of inexplicable emotion surged within him. Perhaps, behind this white facade, something lay concealed. There might be something hidden beyond this white, Momo remarked quietly, gradually advancing, his focus unwaveringly trained on the white. It seemed like an invisible barrier separating him from the world's end. Extending his hand, he gently pressed his palm against the white surface. The instant his hand made contact, ripples cascaded forth, akin to the gentle disturbance of water, radiating outward. As the ripples spread, the white gradually transformed into transparency, as if a delicate veil were being lifted. Momo's pupils constricted slightly, for he beheld what lay concealed behind the white, a realm of darkness, a swirling abyss. This darkness was profound and distant, evoking a sense of familiarity within Momo, as though he had encountered such darkness before. Images flashed rapidly through his mind. Suddenly, he recalled the Void Box. This darkness bore an uncanny resemblance to the Void Box, the haunting sense of emptiness identical. At the same time, Momo remembered the words Ada had once spoken to him. In retrospect, the darkness before him was undoubtedly the void, while the layer of white served as the barrier, separating the void from the world. However, this information provided little assistance to him at the moment. Momo withdrew his hand, and the white veil returned to its original state, as if nothing had transpired. Time was running short. We should return to the territory. Although Lumiere and Watson were still filled with doubts, they nodded in agreement, saying, "As you command, my lord." The three turned and departed, heading back to the territory. Sometime later, Momo stood in a clearing on the right side of the territory. his gaze sweeping over the fantastical fruit trees, his heart brimming with joy. He turned towards the center of the territory, where he found Ada engrossed in her work. Ada was bent over, her brow furrowed in thought. As Momo approached her, he gently inquired, "How's the progress of the task?" It was only then that Ada noticed Momo had returned to the territory. She lifted her head, a glimmer of surprise flashing in her eyes, and then smiled, saying, "Dearest Lord, the task is progressing smoothly." She then began to provide a detailed report. "As per your request, all the iron in the territory has been forged into tank swords. The crystal dragon blood tree has been positioned in the center of the territory. The beehives have been fully installed upon the enchanted fruit trees, and the bees have commenced their industrious tasks. It is anticipated that we shall soon reap our first harvest of wondrous honey. The berry bushes and healing herbs have all been planted as well. As for the enchanted fruit trees, only a portion has been cultivated thus far, with the remaining sections expected to be completed before nightfall." Momo nodded in satisfaction after listening, approvingly saying, "Well done, Ida. How's your injury?" Ida smiled faintly and replied, "Thanks to your enhancements, my wounds have been steadily healing, and I am now fully recovered." Suddenly, her tone shifted to one of allure, her voice laced with temptation. "I am ready to continue fighting, my lord." At this, Momo felt a surge of fervor igniting within him. He quickly regained his composure, inhaling deeply, and thought to himself, "What enchantress, it is still daylight, but come nightfall, I shall see to your submission." Maintaining a facade of calm, he said, "You may call me by my name. There is no need for formalities." However, Ida shook her head, playfully responding, "No, I prefer to call you my lord." With that, she gently took Momo's hand, leading him towards the dining hall. Within the hall, the air was rich with delightful aromas. The table was laden with a sumptuous array of food, including fresh enchanted fruits, golden roasted fish, and fragrant grilled meats. Ida tenderly picked up a piece of roasted meat for Momo, presenting it to him with a smile, "My lord, please enjoy." Momo opened his mouth and savored the grilled meat. The aroma spread throughout his palate, the meat tender and juicy, leaving an indelible aftertaste. "Thank you, Ada." This scene was keenly observed by Lou Mayer, who promptly picked up a magical fruit and softly said, "My lord, please enjoy." Momo gently took a bite. The fruit's flesh sweet and succulent. He looked up at Lou Mayer and smiled, saying, "Thank you, Mayer." After lunch concluded, the villagers gradually departed from the dining hall, embarking on their afternoon tasks. The territory was abuzz with activity, as each individual contributed their efforts to the development of the land. Momo made his way directly to the warehouse, retrieving all the tank swords stored within. He organized the swords alongside some unused supplies. Subsequently, he accessed the market to initiate a consignment. Consigned items: tank swords, green, 45, requested items, energy crystals 10, iron 30, seller's note. If you possess skill books, blueprints, or special items, feel free to message me. Prices are negotiable. Consigned items: Kibo Monster Flesh 104, Centaur Flesh 317, requested items, wood, stone, iron, cloth. Seller's note: if you possess skill books, blueprints, or special items, feel free to message me. Prices are negotiable. As Momo's items were listed, the entire regional channel erupted with activity. Messages flooded in one after another. Hanpu exclaimed, "Wow, Momo has started selling swords. Everyone hurry and grab them. These are green quality tank swords. If you miss out, there won't be another chance." Southeast Summer: "Kid, if you remain silent, no one will regard you as mute." However, on another note, Momo's recent generosity is truly remarkable. A total of 45 tank swords. Williams: "Where has the boss struck gold this time?" Denny: "If I told you, you wouldn't be able to go." Han Shio: "The power of the boss is indeed formidable. If we could seize even one of those tank swords, our combat prowess would double." Chin Chu: "Incredible." The discussions in the regional channel grew increasingly fervent, with Momo's name being mentioned repeatedly. Yet, Momo merely cast a fleeting glance, his heart unperturbed. He was well aware that such ephemeral fame offered no tangible benefits. He closed the panel and redirected his focus to himself, lowering his gaze to the mark on his right arm. Energy: 300. The energy had reached its limit. Momo silently chanted, "Repair." However, moments later, nothing transpired. His body remained entirely normal, devoid of any anomalies. Chapter 38: The First Repair. Transforming equipment. Momo furrowed his brow, puzzled. Could it have failed? Is that even possible? Just as he contemplated the possibility of failure, he suddenly noticed a change in the mark. The previously dim emblem began to shimmer with a faint golden light. Simultaneously, several delicate and mysterious patterns emerged within the mark. These patterns moved within the symbol as if alive, exuding an ancient aura. Momo's gaze fixated on the mark, a flicker of anticipation stirring within him. Moments later, the golden light gradually faded, yet those few lines did not vanish. Instead, they were deeply imprinted within the mark, becoming an integral part of it. Shortly thereafter, a surge of information flooded into Momo's mind. Current enhancement limit, 310. Energy, 0-1000. Daily energy conversion limit is set at 200. Momo swiftly assimilated this information, his heart brimming with joy. He had not anticipated that merely upon the initial restoration, he would gain 7 additional conversion enhancements. This signified that he could convert more enhancements for himself or his subjects, thereby further augmenting the overall strength of his territory. What exhilarated him even more was the prospect of being able to restore the mark once again in just 5 days. Momo resolved to first employ the power of eternity to eternalize his skills, shield technique, and gale steps. One skill provided defense while the other enhanced speed, both proving to be exceedingly practical abilities. He closed his eyes and channeled the power of eternity into the 2 skills. The mark flickered softly, and a stream of energy coursed through his arm and enveloped his entire being. The temporary enhancement Gale Steps has been converted into an eternal enhancement. This enhancement is individual, only Momo benefits from it. The temporary enhancement Shield technique has been converted into an eternal enhancement. This enhancement is collective. The Lord may freely select the targets to receive the enhancement. Current number of enhancements, 510. With a mere thought, Momo activated Gale Steps. Instantly, a force of wind infused his legs, spreading throughout his entire body. He felt his form become remarkably buoyant, attempting to traverse swiftly within the territory. His form glided through the edifices like a wraith. This sensation is utterly exhilarating. Momo murmured to himself, his eyes brimming with astonishment. The Gale Step not only augmented his speed, but also rendered his entire being remarkably agile. He then redirected his focus to the Shield art, a collective enhancement skill capable of providing an energy shield to allied units within range, thereby mitigating a certain amount of damage. Momo resolved to gather the villagers shortly and employ the shield art in unison. Before that, he retrieved from his backpack the equipment he had previously acquired, the Ethereal Wind Armor. Ethereal Wind Armor, green. Functions, 1. Resonance of the Wind. Amplifies the wearer's wind attribute energy, enhancing the efficacy of wind attribute skills. 2. Surge of Wind, upon activation. Increases the wearer's wind attribute attack power and movement speed, lasting for 1 minute. Cooldown, 10 minutes. 3. Wind's Embrace. Instantly generates a shield composed of wind elements upon receiving damage. The shield's strength is contingent upon the intensity of the wind attribute energy within the wearer. The shield endures for 3 seconds, with a cooldown of 3 minutes. A flicker of astonishment crossed Momo's eyes. Although the Ethereal Wind Armor was merely of green quality, its capabilities vastly surpassed any equipment of the same tier he had encountered before. The 3 skills harmoniously complemented one another, enhancing not only attack power but also defense and mobility, rendering it truly versatile. Even more surprising was the fact that the Ethereal Wind Armor was designed as a feminine light armor, exquisite and elegant in its craftsmanship. The light armor emanated a delicate azure hue, its surface intricately engraved with flowing wind patterns, each line pulsating with an ethereal grace. Its 3 abilities harmoniously complemented Lu Meier's innate talents. Lu Meier, already adept in wind-based skills, found this light armor to be a perfect fit, as if it were crafted specifically for her. Just as Momo was about to present the illusory wind armor to Lu Meier, a sudden spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. Wait, Momo murmured to himself, his brow furrowing slightly as a bold notion began to take shape. The Eternal could transform transient enhancements into everlasting ones, yet it did not explicitly state that only skills were eligible for such transformation. What of equipment? Could it too be transmuted through the power of the Eternal? The moment this thought emerged, Momo's curiosity was instantly kindled. His heart raced, excitement illuminating his eyes. If the Eternal truly had the capacity to transmute equipment, it would mean he could convert any formidable gear into an everlasting boon, thereby further augmenting the strength of his domain. Without hesitation, Momo grasped the illusory wind armor in his right hand and immersed his consciousness into the essence of the Eternal. The mark on his right arm flickered softly, and a surge of energy flowed from it, gradually infusing the illusory wind armor. Momo could distinctly sense this energy coursing like a gentle stream across the surface of the armor, seeping into every crevice. The brilliance of the mark intensified, resonating with the illusory wind armor in a profound way. Momo's heart soared with elation. He knew his hypothesis was correct. The power of the Eternal could indeed be wielded upon equipment. As the energy enveloped the entire illusory wind armor, a gentle chime resonated through the air. The ethereal wind-light armor instantaneously transformed into countless azure motes, drifting through the air like fireflies. As Momo beheld this scene, his heart felt no sorrow. Instead, it brimmed with anticipation. The motes danced in the air for a brief moment before gradually coalescing into 3 azure orbs, suspended before him. Each orb emanated a faint aura of wind elemental energy. Momo extended his hand, delicately grazing the orbs. In an instant, a surge of information flooded his mind. Skill, Resonance of the Wind, enhances wind elemental energy, amplifying the effects of wind-based skills. Skill, Wind Surge, augments wind-based attack power and movement speed. Skill, Wind's Embrace, upon receiving damage, automatically generates a shield composed of wind elements. The shield's strength is contingent upon the intensity of wind elemental energy within. Can be actively released. Shield lasts for 3 seconds. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Current boost count, 610. Momo was profoundly astonished. The effects of these skills mirrored the functions of the original equipment. Yet they were even more versatile and formidable. Truly extraordinary. Momo remained silent, simply lauding the capabilities of Eternity's transformation. The Windlight armor was already immensely powerful, and through Eternity's refinement, its abilities had been further enhanced, evolving into skills that could be utilized at will. Not only could Momo bestow these skills upon himself, but he could also choose to impart them to other suitable subjects, thereby maximizing their worth. Chapter 39. Lumiere strengthens Crocodile Rek'Sai. Simultaneously, Momo uncovered the limitations of Eternity's equipment refinement. Eternity can only refine equipment that offers transient benefits. For those items that merely provide attribute enhancements or lack any beneficial effects, Eternity remains unable to initiate transformation. Nevertheless, this limitation does not diminish the admiration he holds for Eternity. In regard to these 3 skills, Momo has already reached a conclusion in his heart. These abilities are undoubtedly most suited for Lumiere. Her affinity for the wind element harmonizes flawlessly with these skills, allowing her to unleash their full potential. Having contemplated this, Momo is eager to bestow the 3 skills upon Lumiere. He scoured the territory and ultimately found her by the lakeside. There she sat quietly, her gaze fixed upon the tranquil waters. A gentle breeze caressed her hair, causing it to flutter softly. Momo approached stealthily from behind. His voice tender as he said, "Lumiere, I have a surprise for you." Startled by the sudden sound, Lumiere shivered slightly. Her eyes fell upon the 3 luminous orbs in Momo's hands, curiosity glimmering within them. She could sense the wind energy contained within the orbs. "Thank you," she replied softly, her voice tinged with unmistakable delight. Before the words had fully left her lips, Lumiere leaned in and swiftly kissed Momo on the cheek. In that fleeting moment, Momo felt a warm, gentle sensation on his face, stirring something within his heart. "You should absorb them quickly," Momo urged gently, concern evident in his tone. With that, he turned and departed from the lakeside, for he had many matters to attend to. Lumiere watched his retreating figure as she slowly absorbed the 3 luminous orbs. The orbs merged with her body, transforming into a surge of energy that flowed throughout her being. She closed her eyes, savoring the newfound power coursing within her. The energy of the wind attribute has grown increasingly vibrant, resonating with every inch of her skin. The powers of resonance of the wind, surge of the wind, and shelter of the wind awaken within her. At this moment, Momo stands at the heart of the territory, surveying the industrious denizens around him. He retrieves 2 items from his backpack, a recruitment scroll for the Crocodile Rek'Sai and the blueprint for crafting Rand's basic healing potion. Momo's gaze first settles on the potion blueprint. Rand's basic healing potion, required materials, Moonlight Flower 2, Healing Herb 6, Wind Lotus 1, function, upon consumption. The potion's energy flows throughout the body, continuously healing all injuries. The first creation in the legendary life of a certain genius, boasting remarkably low cost while offering commendable healing effects. Momo's attention lingers momentarily on the word continuously. A bold thought arises in his mind. Could this potion be transformed through Eternal? The power of Eternity can transmute equipment and skills. It stands to reason that potions could be converted as well. However, due to the absence of 2 critical ingredients, Moonlight Flower and Wind Lotus, he finds himself unable to proceed for the time being. Moreover, should the potion indeed be transformable, a substantial quantity of healing herbs would be necessary to bestow the benefits upon all the inhabitants. Momo murmurs to himself, a frown creasing his brow. He understands that the current supply of healing herbs within the territory is woefully inadequate. An expansion of cultivation is imperative. This matter requires immediate resolution. The crafting of the potion not only promises formidable healing support, but may also potentially be transmuted into an enduring boon through the power of eternity. Upon contemplating this, Momo stowed the blueprint into his backpack. He then turned his gaze towards another object, the Crocodile Recton recruitment scroll. Do you wish to consume the recruitment scroll to summon Crocodile Recton? As soon as the words left his lips, a circular magical array suddenly materialized before him. The array shimmered with intricate runes, its brilliance gradually intensifying. Shortly thereafter, a towering figure slowly emerged from the array. Recton appeared as a colossal crocodile standing upright. Towering at approximately 2.5 meters, his robust physique was laden with muscular sinew, exuding an aura of immense strength. His body was encased in tough, green scales, and his broad, heavy head bore sharp fangs protruding from its maw. With powerful arms and razor-sharp claws, he also sported rows of prominent spikes along his back. In his grasp was a massive crescent-shaped battle blade, glinting ominously in the light. Recton, level 11, rank, ordinary, loyalty, 69, traits, desert butcher, a warrior hailing from the desert. His veins coursing with ancient and ferocious power, endowed with formidable combat instincts. Skills, 1. Tyrant Might, each strike is imbued with the savage strength of a tyrant, capable of inflicting devastating damage upon foes. Upon landing a blow, Recton draws strength from the agony of his enemies, restoring a portion of his own vitality. 2. Tyrant Domination, Recton enters a frenzied state, his form swelling dramatically, significantly enhancing his strength and resilience. In this state, Recton gains the ability to command the very rocks themselves. This ability becomes increasingly formidable as one's strength enhances. With a duration of 30 minutes and a cooldown of 3 hours, the formidable Riven gradually opened his eyes, surveying his surroundings before finally fixing his gaze upon Momo. My lord, he declared, the Berserker Riven shall annihilate all enemies that stand in your way. With that, he swung his crescent-shaped blade twice, the edge slicing through the air with a sharp, whistling sound. Momo smiled and responded, welcome to my domain, Riven. As he regarded Riven, a sense of familiarity stirred within him. Riven's appearance, his words, and even his wild demeanor reminded Momo of a character from a game on Blue Star. Could this merely be a coincidence? Momo pondered silently, unable to suppress his curiosity as he tentatively inquired, Riven, do you happen to know someone named Nasus? Or rather, a dog? Upon hearing this, Riven shook his head vigorously, replying, he is my brother. However, he finds me unattractive, and I feel the same about him. We never seem to get along. We always end up fighting at first sight, bearing various grudges. By the way, my lord, why do you ask about him? Riven scratched his head, a look of confusion adorning his face. Momo, feeling a wave of exasperation, waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing, just a casual inquiry. Although Riven's response confirmed the identity of this crocodile, Momo realized that the Riven before him was not the character he once knew. While this crocodile was certainly fierce, his power was far beneath that of the Desert Butcher etched in Momo's memory. Moreover, the temperament of this crocodile diverged significantly from that of the Desert Butcher etched in his memory. This peculiar creature exhibited an eccentric disposition. Clearly, this crocodile must have originated from an unknown realm or a parallel universe. Perhaps, this version of Recton is more amiable than anticipated. Subsequently, Momo resolved to bestow a protective shield upon his subjects, enhancing their resilience. He proclaimed loudly, everyone, temporarily set aside your tasks and gather here. Chapter 40, a lesson for Recton. Upon hearing Momo's command, the subjects promptly abandoned their work and swiftly assembled around him. Ida, Lumiere, and Watson approached as well, curiosity gleaming in their eyes. Standing before the crowd, Momo scanned the familiar faces and declared, I shall now impart a protective shield for all of you. This shield will safeguard your well-being in critical moments. Please, relax and do not resist. The crowd nodded in agreement, anticipation evident in their expressions. Momo raised his hand, silently invoking the shield spell, while extending his consciousness to envelop everyone present. A surge of energy emanated from within him, transforming into countless tiny specks of light that drifted towards each individual. The luminous particles settled upon the subjects, swiftly coalescing into a faint energy shield that enveloped them. The brilliance of the shield gradually waned, yet it did not vanish. Instead, it integrated into the essence of each person. This shield would only manifest when under attack, leaving the normal lives of the subjects undisturbed. Is this indeed the shield spell? A palpable force enveloped the body, a villager murmured. Such an extraordinary power, our lord is truly remarkable," another villager exclaimed in admiration. Ada, feeling the shield surrounding her, expressed her astonishment. "The strength of our lord grows ever more formidable." Lumiere gently traced her fingers along the surface of the shield, sensing the energy contained within. Watson clenched his fist, excitement radiating from his face as he laughed heartily. "My lord, with the shield, I shall face battles with unparalleled courage." Mo, listening to the surrounding conversations, smiled faintly and proclaimed, "This is merely the beginning. In the future, our territory shall grow ever stronger." The crowd chorused in unison, "Yes, our lord." However, at that moment, Mo discerned a faint voice tinged with excitement. "So many buns. How fragrant. I long to taste them. Oh my. There are even 2 female buns. They are even more delectable." Mo furrowed his brow and turned to see Rekton wiping the drool trickling from the corner of his mouth with his claw. His gaze was fixated on the villagers, eyes gleaming as if he beheld a sumptuous feast. Particularly when his gaze fell upon Ada and Lumiere, the intensity of his longing intensified, and his mouth involuntarily curled into a grin, revealing sharp fangs. Mo observed this scene, a sense of exasperation washing over him, silently questioning, "What on earth is this fellow thinking? Does he truly regard the villagers as food?" He swiftly approached Rekton and whispered, "Rekton, what are you staring at?" Rekton regained his composure, wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, and earnestly remarked, "My lord, these buns appear exceedingly fragrant. I find myself somewhat unable to resist." Upon hearing this, Momo's expression darkened instantaneously. A flash of golden light enveloped his right arm, and dragon scales swiftly covered his entire limb, completing his transformation in an instant. His dragon claw clenched into a fist, radiating a faint golden glow. At this moment, Rekton remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, puzzled as to whether his lord intended to snatch the buns from him. He scratched his head, contemplating inwardly if he were to take them. Ought I not to offer my lord a few buns? After all, he is my lord, and I must show him some respect. However, as Rekton pondered, Momo's fist had already swung toward him. Rekton barely registered a blur before an overwhelming force struck his abdomen with tremendous impact. His body shot forth like a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. The surrounding villagers, though unaware of the unfolding events, exhibited expressions of confusion upon witnessing Momo's sudden assault. Yet, they uttered not a word, merely standing quietly by and observing the scene. Rekton's mind momentarily malfunctioned, utterly incapable of grasping what had transpired. Lying on the ground, his chest heaving violently, confusion clouded his eyes. Why did my lord strike me? Is it because I was stealing glances at the buns? Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Momo's figure loomed above him. To Rekton's dismay, he beheld Momo's dragon claw clenched into a fist, descending forcefully toward his chest. "Wait. My lord, Rekton began, eager to explain. Yet, before he could utter another word, Momo's fist descended upon him with a resounding thud. The impact reverberated through Rekton's chest, akin to being crushed beneath a mountain. Unable to suppress the urge, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his form driven into the ground. In that moment, the realization dawned upon Rekton. Defense was futile. Even if he attempted to shield himself, he was no match for his lord. The likelihood of suffering a more severe beating loomed large. Contemplating this, he could not help but admire his own insight. Indeed, enduring punishment could serve as a strategy. Yet, he maintained an outward facade of misery, wailing, "My lord, please stop. I am on the brink of death. I promise I won't defy you again." Momo remained silent, relentlessly raining down blows. Each punch carried immense force, yet he refrained from delivering a fatal strike, merely ensuring that Rekton experienced sufficient agony. Thud, thud, thud. Fists fell like raindrops, and Rekton's cries echoed throughout the territory. The subject stood in stunned silence, none daring to intervene. With each successive punch, the sounds that once rang out robustly gradually dwindled to a whisper and then ceased entirely. Rekton lay quietly on the ground, feeling as though his body belonged to someone else, each bone feeling as if it had been disassembled and reassembled. Observing that the lesson had been sufficiently imparted, Momo halted his assault. Standing beside Rekton, he spoke with a grave tone. "Stop pretending to be dead. Rise up, for slumber is not permitted here." Upon hearing Momo's voice, Rekton's body trembled slightly, and he slowly opened his eyes. He observed with relief that Mo had ceased to strike him. Mo continued, "I do not wish for you to harbor such thoughts. Remember, they are my subjects, not your food. You are forbidden to gaze upon them with such eyes, and even more so to entertain any improper intentions towards them. Do you understand?" His voice was deep and commanding, imbued with an undeniable authority. Leighton quickly nodded. Sincerity etched upon his face as he replied, I understand, I understand. My lord, I merely lost control for a moment. It shall not happen again. Upon hearing this, Momo's tone softened somewhat, and he hoped it would be so. Subsequently, Leighton rose from the ground, dusting himself off, though the expression of pain lingered on his face. He scratched his head and remarked nonsensically, however, I must admit, you are quite formidable, far superior to both my brother and me. Should I encounter my brother in the future? You must assist me in subduing him. Momo chuckled, your relationship with your brother is indeed unique. Leighton shrugged nonchalantly, in any case. We always end up fighting when we meet. It has become a habit. Throughout our lives, we have hardly exchanged more than a few words. He finds me ugly, and I find him ugly. Our encounters invariably lead to mutual scuffles, after which we part ways. Chapter 41. The comical Leighton after enduring Momo's rigorous training. Leighton had become considerably more subdued. Despite receiving numerous blows, he emerged with only minor injuries. This was, of course, partly due to Momo's restraint. However, Momo could not deny that Leighton possessed a remarkably robust constitution, proving to be quite resilient. His scales and muscles seemed inherently designed to withstand blows. Even after being struck multiple times by Momer's Dragon Fist, he merely sustained some superficial injuries. Rek'Sai gingerly touched his still-pained chest and murmured, My lord is truly formidable. However, it is such a lord that is worthy of my allegiance. His tone carried a sense of reverence, yet it was overshadowed by admiration. Although Rek'Sai possessed a capricious nature, he harbored an instinctive respect for the powerful. Momer remained silent, casting continuous healing and shielding spells upon Rek'Sai, simultaneously bestowing eternal duration upon his skill, Tyrant's Reign. Current buff count, 710, the mark flickered softly, and a surge of energy emanated from his palm, transforming into countless tiny specks of light that drifted towards Rek'Sai. As those luminous particles settled upon him, they coalesced into a faint energy shield that enveloped him entirely. He felt a warm force penetrating from the shield into his very being, followed by a soothing warmth surging deep within him. This power not only mended the injuries he had just sustained, but also bestowed upon him an unparalleled sense of comfort. What is this power? Rek'Sai whispered to himself, his eyes wide with astonishment. He felt as if he had returned to his childhood, lying beneath the warm sun, free of worries. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Soon after, a ferocious force surged within Rek'Sai, the familiar tyrant's power. But this time, it was more potent than ever before. His form began to swell dramatically, muscles bulging, and scales glinting with a chilling radiance. He closed his eyes, meticulously attuning himself to the transformations within. His heart brimmed with astonishment. My strength is amplifying. At that moment, another force awakened within him. A wave of tawny energy surged around him, causing the surrounding rocks to tremble slightly. Subsequently, as if summoned by an unseen call, they began to gravitate toward Reichten. The stones encircled him, swirling and coalescing into a miniature rock storm. Reichten's physique expanded continuously, and the quantity of surrounding rocks multiplied, causing the scale of the storm to grow. His body became the epicenter of the earth, drawing forth the power of all nearby rocks. Moments later, Reichten let out a thunderous roar that echoed throughout the territory. The tawny energy enveloping him surged rapidly into his being. The surrounding rocks ceased their rotation, plummeting to the ground with a dull thud. Reichten's loyalty to you has increased by 26 points, current total, 95 points. At this juncture, Reichten stood over 3 meters tall, his muscles more robust, as unyielding as stone. His claws, fangs, and the spines along his back grew sharper still. Most intriguing to Momo was the fact that even the crescent-shaped blade in Reichten's grasp expanded alongside his form, its edge becoming increasingly keen. The subjects nearby did not recoil in fear at Reichten's newfound ferocity. Rather, they reveled in his enhancement. For them, the territory had long been their home, and Reichten's ascension signified an elevation in their collective strength. At that moment, Reichten spoke. My lord, thank you. I have never felt so powerful before. From now on, should anyone dare to bully you, simply let me know, and I shall avenge you. At this juncture, he suddenly paused, as if a thought struck him, and his tone became somewhat awkward. Wait, if you are unable to defeat someone, I likely cannot either. Subsequently, he scratched his head and, with utmost seriousness, declared, Then I shall cover for you. You need only focus on fleeing. After all, I am tough and resilient, and enduring blows is of little consequence to me. Henceforth, whomever you wish for me to confront, I shall do so without a moment's hesitation. Listening to these words filled with camaraderie, Momo couldn't help but chuckle, teasingly remarking, What if I ask you to strike yourself? No sooner had the words left his lips than Rekton raised his hand and, without a hint of hesitation, delivered a punch to his own head. The force of the blow was such that he staggered back a few steps before barely regaining his balance. Rubbing his head, Rekton, with a look of grievance, addressed Momo. "My lord, please do not make me hit myself. Otherwise, this brilliant mind of mine may very well be rendered foolish by my own hand. The loss of my clever intellect would be an immense detriment to the entire territory. My lord." Upon hearing this, the surrounding subjects could no longer contain themselves and erupted into laughter. Even Ada stifled a giggle behind her hand. "This fellow is simply delightful," remarked one of the subjects. "Indeed, it is surprising that he appears so fierce, yet possesses such a whimsical nature," another concurred. Momo observed Rekton's antics with exasperation. "All right. Enough of this merriment. Your astute intellect shall be reserved for the betterment of our domain." Rekton nodded earnestly and declared, "Rest assured, my lord. I shall wield both my keen mind and formidable strength to vanquish all adversaries that threaten our territory." Rekton's arrival not only augmented the realm's formidable power but also infused it with joy. Momo extended his right hand towards Rekton and sincerely proclaimed, "Welcome to my territory, Rekton." Witnessing this moment, Rekton's eyes glimmered with emotion as he extended his massive hand to clasp Momo's, saying, "I am grateful for your willingness to take me in, my lord." Subsequently, Momo commenced the arrangement of afternoon tasks. Currently, the situation in the West remained the only area uncharted. Drawing from the experience of Watson's severe injury, Momo resolved to dispatch Rekton, Watson, Missouri Hui, and Lindley to explore the western region together. Before their departure, Momo cautioned the four. The primary objective of this mission is to assess the conditions in the West. Should you encounter resources or enemies, do not act recklessly. Safety comes first, understood? In unison, the four responded, "Understood, my lord." Thereafter, they proceeded towards the woods in the west. Once the western reconnaissance was arranged, Momo turned to the remaining villagers. Except for Lou Mayer, everyone else was assigned to continue cultivating the fantastical fruit trees. Momo called out, "Let us all strive diligently to complete today's planting tasks before nightfall." The villagers echoed in response, "Yes, my lord." Subsequently, they each returned to their respective posts, resuming their labors. Chapter 42, Elite Biological Class, The Call of the Sea Giant Shark. Momo approached Lou Mayer and said, "Mayer, come with me to inspect the lake on the eastern border of our territory." "Yes, my lord." The menace of the shark lurking beneath the lake posed an ever-looming threat that Momo must address promptly. By the lakeside, a gentle breeze swept through, bringing a breath of coolness. Momo paused, his gaze fixed intently upon the surface of the water. "My lord, what shall we do next?" Lou Mayer inquired softly. "We must deal with the shark at the lake's bottom. This lake is of utmost importance to our territory. It cannot be allowed to survive." At that moment, Momo suddenly noticed ripples breaking the lake's serene surface, indicating that something enormous was stirring beneath the water. "Be cautious," Momo whispered. In the next instant, a colossal creature erupted from the depths, sending a tremendous splash into the air. Fortunately, the distance from the lake's center to the shore spared Momo and Lou Mayer from the deluge. "Humans, I have permitted you to catch numerous fish. Yet your insatiable greed compels you to return for more. I shall bring upon you the calamity of death." The roaring voice echoed ominously above the lake. Momo focused intently, and to his astonishment, he beheld a gigantic shark suspended in midair. A wave of incredulity washed over him. "No, dude, you can fly?" Momo couldn't help but silently scoff at the absurdity of the situation. He had never imagined that one day he would confront a flying shark. Meanwhile, a wave of trepidation surged within Momo. In recent days, the villagers had frequently visited the lakeside to collect water and catch fish. Just last night, he and Ida, along with Lou Mayer, had bathed in the lake. If this shark had launched an attack then, the consequences would have been unimaginable. At this thought, Momo couldn't help but feel a surge of relief. What remarkable fortune it was. The shark was colossal, measuring over 10 meters in length, with a sleek and elongated form. Its entire body was a deep black, the skin taut and textured, with clear muscle definition. The dorsal fin rose sharply, while the caudal fin was crescent-shaped with a razor-sharp edge. Its fearsome teeth were bared, emitting a chilling glimmer. Identification: Call of the Oceanic Behemoth, Level 10, Rank, Elite, Traits, Abilities, Catastrophe of the Ocean, possessing the power of the boundless sea, it embodies disaster. Capable of traversing freely between sea and sky. Due to damage to its essence, aside from the ability to fly, all its former powers have dissipated, leaving only the hollow title of Catastrophe of the Ocean. 1. Water Blade concentrates energy to unleash sharp blades of water. 2. Frost Spirit Water Cannon concentrates energy within its mouth to fire a Frost Spirit Water Cannon, which, upon impact, continuously inflicts low temperatures, freezing the enemy's movements. 3. Dark Tides creates a whirlpool of dark currents in the target area. Enemies entering the whirlpool are persistently pulled in, their movements restricted, while simultaneously suffering from the assault of the dark currents. 4. Shark Spirit's Protection activates its innate potential, significantly enhancing its physique and spirit, summoning the flow of water to continuously heal itself. Simultaneously acquiring the skill Shark Spirit Surge, one can summon the phantom of a shark to assault a target. This ability lasts for 30 minutes and has a cooldown period of 3 hours. However, due to damage to its essence, the skill Shark Spirit Surge is currently unavailable. In that realm, the mere mention of that name invariably evokes a sense of dread. It embodies calamity, reigns over the ocean, and has wrought death upon countless beings, transforming numerous continents into seas. A juvenile manifestation of the oceanic leviathan, for reasons unknown, has suffered damage to its essence, ceasing growth and development, its power stagnating. An elite-tier creature, this marks Momo's inaugural encounter with an opponent of elite status. He can distinctly sense the suppression of his own strength. This restraint brings him immense discomfort, as if every ounce of his power were shackled. Yet, this very suppression ignites a smoldering fury deep within him, an anger that cannot be contained. His heart races, blood surges through his veins, and his wrath erupts like a volcano. At the moment this fury reaches its zenith, a golden light flickers from Momo's right arm, instantly completing his transformation into a dragon. He unleashes his draconic might towards the oceanic leviathan. An intangible dragon's roar reverberates through the air. With the sound of the roar, Momo feels an immediate sense of relief. The previous sensation of suppression vanishes without a trace. Elation fills his heart as he realizes that the barriers between tiers can indeed be surmounted. By discovering the right approach, one can obliterate such constraints. Beside him, Lumiere also feels the weight of the oceanic leviathan's suppression. However, upon witnessing Mo effortlessly dispel the restraint and exude the aura of a dragon, her own resolve begins to strengthen. She gazed intently at Mo. Her eyes filled with admiration. The oceanic leviathan looked down at the diminutive Mo, and a flicker of fear surged within its heart, a sentiment that ignited its fury. It roared, "Insignificant human, how can the strength of an ant shake a tree?" As soon as the words left its lips, Mo propelled himself from the ground, hurtling towards it like a cannonball. The oceanic leviathan, startled by Momo's rapid approach, reacted with remarkable swiftness, characteristic of an elite creature. Almost in the instant Mo drew near, it lashed out with its colossal tail, unleashing a torrent of violent water aimed squarely at him. A thunderous crash resonated across the surface of the sea. Momo's body was sent flying backward at a speed even greater than his initial advance. Moments later, another resounding impact echoed as Mo crashed into the ground like a projectile, sending dust swirling into the air. The earth was gouged out, forming a deep crater, while the surrounding rocks were shattered into fragments. A silver light flickered across Momo's form, followed by a shattering effect. The shielding spell had activated. On the surface, it appeared as though Mo had suffered a significant setback in this round of combat, seemingly at a disadvantage. However, the reality was quite different. The oceanic leviathan's strike had failed to harm Mo. The shielding spell had absorbed the ground's reaction force on his behalf. His body remained unscathed, devoid of even the slightest pain, save for a bit of soiling on his attire. In contrast, the oceanic leviathan, despite the ferocity of its earlier tail swipe, had gained no advantage. Upon colliding with Mo, its tail encountered a force of recoil, akin to striking an indomitable metal. At this moment, its tail throbbed with a subtle pain, even tinged with a sense of numbness. The sea giant shark was filled with astonishment, a flicker of trepidation crossing its eyes. It had never fathomed that a mere human could exhibit such formidable strength. Nevertheless, although Mo had not sustained any injuries, he feigned severe wounds. Clutching his chest as he gradually rose to his feet, his expression was one of agony, his movements sluggish, as if he were on the verge of collapse. Mo was acutely aware that the lakeside was exceedingly disadvantageous for them. Should the sea giant shark plunge into the water, he and Lumiere would find themselves utterly helpless. Thus, he needed to devise a strategy to lure the sea giant shark on a solid ground. Chapter 43. A fierce beating of the sea giant shark not far away. Lumiere, upon witnessing Momo's injured demeanor, hurriedly rushed to his side, supporting him with concern etched upon her features. "My lord, are you all right?" she inquired, her voice laced with urgency and her eyes brimming with worry. Anger surged within her as she cast a fierce glare at the sea giant shark hovering above. However, at that moment, she noticed the signal in Momo's gaze directed at her. Instantly, she comprehended his intentions. Nodding in understanding, she continued to assist Momo, adopting a disheveled appearance as they fled northward. The sea giant shark watched the retreating figures of the two, a wave of humiliation washing over it. It recalled the earlier moment when Momo's dragon-like aura had instilled fear within it, igniting a surge of rage. "Weak humans, you cannot escape," it bellowed. And with a powerful sweep of its tail, it pursued Momo and Lumiere. Its body carved a swift arc through the air, moving with the speed of a dark bolt of lightning. As Momo and Lumiere sprinted forward, they remained vigilant of the movements behind them. The sea summoner shark had taken the bait. Once they could lure it to the land, far from the lake's confines, they would be poised to counterattack. At that moment, the energy within the sea summoner shark began to circulate, forming blades of water that coalesced around it. With a sudden flick of its powerful tail, the water blades shot forth like arrows aimed at Momo and Lumiere. Lumiere, light on her feet, effortlessly evaded the onslaught of water blades, while Momo feigned difficulty in dodging, moving with a sluggishness that suggested he could be struck at any moment. His performance was convincingly realistic, even fooling the sea summoner shark into believing his plight. After a brief interval, Momo sensed the time was ripe. He signaled Lumiere to halt, and together they turned to confront the sea summoner shark. At that juncture, the shark, observing Momo's sudden agility, glanced around at the rugged terrain and instantly grasped the situation. A flicker of anger and embarrassment flashed in its eyes, a wave of humiliation washing over it as it realized it had been outwitted. "You feeble reptiles dare to deceive me. I shall demonstrate with overwhelming power that your tricks are futile against me." Its fury erupted completely, energy surging violently within. Before long, an indigo energy rapidly coalesced in its jaws, transforming in the blink of an eye into a colossal energy projectile, enveloped in a chilling mist. Frosty water cannon. The sea summoner shark roared, unleashing the energy projectile with a fierce blast. The projectile hurtled toward Momo and Lumiere with a piercing shriek, freezing the very air in its wake. On the ground, upon hearing the words reptile uttered by the wailing sea shark, Momo felt a chill wash over him. Without hesitation, he propelled himself towards the wailing sea shark with a powerful leap. The wailing sea shark, observing Momo's audacious approach, could not help but marvel at his arrogance. The water cannon surged forward with astonishing speed, reaching Momo in the blink of an eye. Yet, just as the chilling water cannon was about to strike him, Momo extended his dragon claw, seizing the energy projectile with a firm grip. He grasped it and instantaneously refined it. The energy projectile transformed into a white light, merging seamlessly into Momo's right arm. With his strength significantly bolstered since his time in the Goblin Cave, this transformation proceeded without any hiccups. The wailing sea shark, witnessing its own attack effortlessly captured and swiftly converted into light, was left in a state of disbelief. It stood frozen, its eyes filled with confusion, and its mind a whirlwind of chaos. The wailing sea shark had never imagined that its assault could be so easily neutralized by a mere human. Seizing the opportunity while the creature was momentarily stunned, Momo ascended above the wailing sea shark. He clenched his dragon claw into a fist and struck down fiercely upon its back. A resounding crash echoed as the wailing sea shark plummeted to the ground like a cannonball. Its massive form collided heavily with the earth, raising a cloud of dust and creating a crater upon impact. The wailing sea shark was engulfed in excruciating pain, unable to suppress a couple of coughs that expelled blood from its mouth. At that moment, a colossal azure bird surged towards it from the side. Long before Momo launched his attack on the wailing sea shark, Lumiere had begun channeling her power for a hurricane arrow. Bang! A resounding explosion echoed as the arrow struck the side of the Leviathan shark with unerring precision, instantly creating a gaping wound from which blood gushed forth, staining the ground crimson. The creature let out a pained roar, its body trembling violently as it struggled to rise. Observing this scene, Momo gave a thumbs up to Lumiere, praising, "Well done, Mayor." Upon hearing this, Lumiere smiled faintly, her heart brimming with joy. Suddenly, an unforeseen transformation occurred. A colossal shadow of a shark swiftly emerged from the Leviathan shark, letting out a thunderous roar. Simultaneously, an invisible pressure radiated from the creature, making the very air feel considerably heavier. Momo could distinctly sense the surge in the Leviathan shark's aura. Its strength had dramatically escalated in a short span of time. Was this the shark spirit's protection? He realized that the Leviathan shark was tapping into its potential, attempting to reverse the tide of battle through this skill. However, just as a gentle stream began to flow from the wound, seeking to heal its injury, the residual azure energy at the site suddenly erupted. The azure energy reacted violently with the flowing water, akin to dry kindling meeting fierce flames. The Leviathan shark, overwhelmed by excruciating pain, let out a wail of despair. Its body quivered violently as the intertwining streams and azure energy triggered a minor explosion within. The battle was nearing its conclusion. Yet Momo would not grant the Leviathan shark a moment's respite. He turned to Lumiere beside him and said, "Meyer, release a few more arrows." "Yes, my lord," Lumiere replied. A gentle breeze encircled her, swiftly coalescing into a dozen arrows. With a delicate shout, Lumiere commanded the arrows to fly forth. And they soared towards the sea summoner shark. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of arrows slicing through the air was sharp and piercing. Soon after, a series of dull thuds echoed as the arrows pierced the flesh of the sea summoner shark. With a flick of her wrist, Lumiere summoned the arrows back, transforming them into wind that stirred the blood and flesh of the wounded creature. In an instant, blood splattered, and the anguished cries of the sea summoner shark grew increasingly mournful. Momo observed the situation, realizing victory was assured, and slowly approached the sea summoner shark. The creature, gazing at Momo's advancing figure, revealed a flicker of complex emotions in its eyes. It murmured, "To the victor belong the spoils. My fate is sealed. Human. In my life." Subsequently, it gently closed its eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. Chapter 44. Subduing the white foam. Momo found the shark before him rather intriguing. Its pride and dignity had not diminished even in defeat. At that moment, he recalled the soul contract scroll he had previously acquired. The sea summoner shark perfectly matched the requirements for using the scroll. Perhaps this was an opportunity. Momo contemplated silently, swiftly retrieving the soul contract scroll from his bag and activating it. The scroll transformed into a beam of light, gradually dissipating. Subsequently, a hexagram formation appeared beneath both Momo and the sea summoner shark, emanating a mysterious glow. In Momo's mind, a countdown of 10 minutes began to tick away. This signified that he had merely 10 minutes to persuade the oceanic Leviathan to willingly accept the soul contract. Momo commenced, "Submit or." However, before he could finish, the Leviathan coldly interrupted him, declaring, "I choose death. Human, there is no need for further words. The shark kin shall never be enslaved." Its voice resonated with an unwavering firmness. Momo furrowed his brow and replied solemnly, "Are you aware that interrupting others is quite impolite?" The Leviathan paused, taken aback. "Oh, I did not know. No one taught me." Momo couldn't help but shake his head, inwardly lamenting the creature's naivety. He softened his tone and continued, "I do not wish to make you a slave. I desire for you to become my subject." At the mention of slave, the Leviathan's body quivered slightly, a flicker of complex emotion crossing its eyes. Momo astutely seized the moment, pressing on, "Moreover, I can assist you in becoming stronger. We can confront and resolve the issue of your impaired essence together." The Leviathan remained unmoved, yet a hint of hesitation glimmered in its gaze. Momo sensed he was nearing success. He added, "Furthermore, my territory boasts a plethora of delectable cuisine, ensuring your satisfaction." At this juncture, the Leviathan slowly opened one eye, fixing its gaze upon Momo, skepticism lacing its tone. "Is what you say truly the case? More genuine than pearls?" At this very moment, an intriguing message resonated within Momo's mind. "The call of the sea giant shark has joined your territory." A surge of joy welled up within him. Initially, upon witnessing the shark's fearless demeanor, he had anticipated failure. To his astonishment, the situation unfolded so favorably. Observing the now lamentable state of the call of the sea giant shark, he turned to Lumiere beside him and inquired, "Mayor, are you able to alleviate the energy from its wounds?" Lumiere nodded affirmatively. "Of course, my lord." She approached the call of the sea giant shark and gently brushed her hand over its wounds. The residual wind attribute energy swiftly dissipated. Instantly, the shark felt a wave of comfort wash over it, and the pain from its injuries diminished significantly. A glimmer of gratitude flickered in its eyes as it addressed Lumiere. "Thank you. You are truly kind-hearted." As for the circumstances of its injuries, that was best left unspoken. Subsequently, Momo employed a continuous healing spell and a protective shield on the shark, transforming its skill, Shark Spirit Sanctuary. Current buff count, 810. A delicate shield enveloped the call of the sea giant shark, surrounding it in a warm embrace. A soothing warmth surged from deep within its being, gradually mending its wounds. At that moment, a powerful and profound energy erupted from within the shark. as torrents of water swirled around it. The continuous healing spell and shark spirit sanctuary synergized, hastening the recovery of the Call of the Sea giant shark. The ethereal shadow that had previously manifested reappeared once more. However, this time the apparition was even more colossal and solidified. Yet, MOMO observed that Eternity had not resolved the issue of the Abyssal Leviathan's damage origin. Although its power had been augmented, the injury to its essence remained, continuing to hinder its growth. After a while, the apparition gradually dissipated, and the wounds of the Abyssal Leviathan were completely healed. Once it had familiarized itself with its newfound abilities, it addressed MOMO, saying, "Thank you, my lord. You are indeed a good soul. The loyalty of the Abyssal Leviathan towards you has increased by 12 points, current level, 79 points. Upon hearing this, MOMO could not help but internally scoff. You need not distribute commendations indiscriminately. He then inquired of the Abyssal Leviathan, "Do you have a name?" The moment the words escaped his lips, MOMO realized the folly of his question. How could a shark possibly possess a name? Just as he contemplated retracting his inquiry, he heard the Abyssal Leviathan respond, "I am called by MOMO." Was left utterly astonished. By MO? Why would a shark bear a human name? Upon hearing this, MO did not respond immediately but fell into silence. MOMO sensed a shift in Mo's demeanor and inwardly regretted, "Did I err in my question?" He hastily changed the subject to alleviate the awkward atmosphere. "MO, you have resided in this lake for 3 days. Are there any treasures within?" MOMO fixed his gaze on MO, his expression filled with anticipation. However, Mo's countenance grew somewhat peculiar. MOMO was astounded to discern a look of bewilderment upon the face of a shark. MO scratched its head, if it had hands, and spoke with a hint of embarrassment. Well, I haven't really paid attention to whether there are treasures. After all, my days consist solely of eating and sleeping. Who would care about such trivialities? Had it not been for your excessive fishing, I would not have emerged from the lake." Upon hearing this, MOMO fell into a contemplative silence. He sensed that the shark might become a good companion for that crocodile. MO, noticing MOMO's quietude, hastily interjected, "It's all right. It's all right. Such a simple matter is under my purview." With that, he darted swiftly towards the lake. MOMO and Lumiere followed closely behind until they reached the lakeshore. MO called out to MOMO, "Please wait a moment, my lord." He then plunged into the water, causing a splash. At that moment, Lumiere whispered to MOMO, "My lord, is it wise to allow it to join our territory? Could there be any danger? Rest assured, with me here, it will not cause any trouble." Moments later, the lake's surface rippled once more. MO emerged, triumphantly clutching a bronze treasure chest in his mouth, exclaiming to MOMO, "My lord, I found this." "Well done, MO." MOMO praised, patting MO on the head. Upon receiving the commendation, MO beamed, revealing a row of sharp teeth. Lumiere couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. She realized that this seemingly fearsome shark possessed an endearing side. MOMO opened the treasure chest, revealing, acquired, Level 2 Militia Construction Blueprint 1, Frost Crystal 10, Energy Crystal 20. Chapter 45, Organizations Within the Region. This was the blueprint with the highest material requirements that MOMO had ever encountered. Not only does it require a vast array of fundamental resources, but it also necessitates a newly acquired special material, the Frost Crystal. In MOMO's mind, a silent speculation arose. Evidently, the efficacy of this training camp is remarkable. Presently, the resource reserves of the territory are entirely sufficient to construct this training facility. However, MOMO is not in a rush to commence the project immediately. He intends to await the completion of the enchanted fruit tree plantation before embarking on a significant construction endeavor, fully digesting the schematics obtained during this period. The territory currently lacks neither materials nor supplies. It merely suffers from a scarcity of time and manpower. Subsequently, MOMO plans to return to the territory. Yet, just as he takes his first step, he suddenly glances up MO, nearly forgetting that he now possesses a mount. He has yet to experience riding a shark, particularly one capable of flight. Observing MOMO's eager demeanor, MO is instantly struck by a troubling premonition. As anticipated, MOMO, with a grin, addresses MO, "MO, I have yet to experience riding a shark. How about you volunteer yourself?" "Lord, are you considering me as a mount?" MO responds incredulously. MOMO gently pats Mo's head, saying, "Do not be so stingy. You are a member of our territory. It would not be too much to assist your lord a little, would it?" With no choice but to acquiesce, MO nods, "Very well, my lord." Following this, MOMO gracefully mounts MO's back. He then turns to Lumiere, extending his hand. "Mayor, You should join as well. Despite her ability to effortlessly leap onto Bai Mo's back, Lumea accepts Mo's hand, allowing him to assist her in ascending. Mo sat at the front, while Lumea occupied the rear. Their bodies were closely pressed together, and a faint blush crept upon Lumea's cheeks, yet she refrained from uttering much. Her heart raced uncontrollably, and her breath became somewhat labored. Once they were both settled, Bai Mo announced, "My lord, my lady, please make yourselves comfortable. My speed is quite remarkable." Upon hearing Bai Mo address her as my lady, Lumea felt a tumult of emotion stir within her. Her cheeks flushed deeper, a blend of shyness and sweetness enveloping her heart. At a loss for words, she merely lowered her gaze and softly acknowledged with a faint hum. "All right, Bai Mo. Let us embark," Mo declared. Bai Mo nodded and then swiftly flicked its tail fin, propelling its body skyward like a bolt of black lightning. The speed was astonishing, and the scenery blurred past them as the wind howled in their ears. Lumea clung tightly to Mo, savoring his warmth and presence. Her arms encircled his waist, her cheek gently resting against his back, enveloped in an unprecedented sense of security. Mo extended his arms, relishing the exhilarating rush of the wind. In a short while, the trio soared above their territory. The inhabitants below, spotting the colossal shark appearing suddenly in the sky, felt a wave of fear wash over them. However, their apprehension quickly dissipated upon recognizing Mo and Lumea seated atop the shark. "It is our lord," cried one of the villagers. Instantly, a wave of reassurance swept through the crowd as they joyfully called out to the sky, "Welcome home, my lord." Ada gazed upward, witnessing Mo and Lumea perched together atop the shark. She mused to herself, "It seems the two of them get along quite well. Mo's combat prowess is formidable. She cannot manage him alone. Moreover, if this continues day after day, her body will surely be unable to endure." With this thought, a subtle smile graced Ada's lips. White foam gently descended to the ground. Mo and Lumea dismounted from his back. "My lord, I shall head to the library to cultivate," she stated before hastily departing. Mo turned to White Foam and said with a smile, "Thank you for your efforts." White Foam flicked his tail, his tone tinged with anticipation. "It's not hard at all, my lord. But where is the food?" Mo paused, then chuckled wryly. "It's not mealtime yet. You should rest for now. Once the matters of the territory are settled, I promise you a feast." White Foam let out a slight, disappointed "oh," then waved his tail fin and gracefully took to the air. Mo watched White Foam depart before opening the regional channel. The channel buzzed with activity. The Wind and Cloud Society was recruiting members, offering shared blueprints and assistance from all members during times of difficulty, with generous benefits and perks. Is this for real? Is the Wind and Cloud Society truly this good? It's genuine. I am a member of the Wind and Cloud Society. The talents within are remarkable, and their words are pleasing. I adore the Wind and Cloud Society. The previous speaker is merely a shill, confirmed. Although that was indeed a shill, the president, Li Hu, treats the members exceptionally well. If it weren't for the food he provided me yesterday, I would have starved. Indeed, indeed. Our esteemed leader Li Hu is a truly commendable individual. Alwyn is assisting in recruiting members. We possess abundant resources and formidable combat capabilities by joining us. You shall acquire unparalleled opportunities for advancement. However, do not be swayed by Alwyn's group. It is merely a gathering of the unremarkable. Many lords have come to recognize the challenges of solitary development, opting instead to band together for mutual support, forming or joining various organizations. These entities tout resource sharing as their primary allure and cooperation as their core principle. Some even focus primarily on combat. Yet, a flicker of doubt lingered in Mo's mind. He believed such alliances should have emerged on the very first day, rather than being postponed until the third. Despite the fervent recruitment efforts of numerous organizations within the regional channels, Mo harbored no intention of joining any. It is only the weak who flock in groups. The strong have always walked alone. For Mo, becoming part of an organization offered no tangible benefits. The so-called shared blueprints were of no necessity to him. Furthermore, seeking assistance from an organization in times of trouble held no significance for him. Besides, with such a vast territory to manage, he could scarcely afford to divert his attention to joining any organization. Mo murmured to himself. Having come to this realization, he opened the market interface. As soon as he did, a plethora of notifications regarding sold consignments appeared before him. The goods he had consigned at noon had all been sold. Upon meticulously reviewing the transaction records, he discovered that the items obtained were primarily basic materials and blueprints, such as timber, stone, iron blocks, energy crystals, fabric, and various ordinary construction and item blueprints. Though he had been presented with numerous resources, none had led him to discover anything of genuine value. Mo inwardly lamented. Upon reflection, it is understandable. After all, it is already the third day. Not everyone is as foolish as Yi Shengming, willing to part with treasures without a second thought. Chapter 46. The diversity of species. Mo closed the transaction records and turned his attention to private messages. The messages were filled with a myriad of requests. A portion of the individuals continued to besiege Mo for sympathy, attempting to evoke his compassion through tales of woe. Esteemed leader, I implore you to assist me. My territory is on the brink of collapse. Mo, I have not eaten for 3 days. Might you spare some sustenance? Mo glanced briefly at these messages, choosing to disregard them. Another group sent him an array of peculiar statements. Mo, I have been missing you for 3 days. Esteemed leader, I would do anything for you, should you grant me some supplies. After perusing a few of these odd messages, Mo found himself unable to continue. With the presence of Lu Meyer and Ada, the peculiarities of these private messages held no allure for him. The final batch of messages came from the higher echelons of various organizations. Mo first opened the message from Li Hu. Based solely on the information from the regional channel, Li Hu's integrity could be deemed commendable. He had contacted Mo shortly after the latter had consigned a Tang Dao for sale. Li Hu sent an array of schematics, inquiring, Esteemed leader, I was unable to acquire the Tang Dao you consigned. May I exchange some of these schematics for a Tang Dao? Mo meticulously examined the information contained within those schematics. Although the blueprints are primarily basic, their variety is quite comprehensive. For Mo, these blueprints may not be particularly rare, yet they certainly offer substantial assistance for the development of his territory. After a moment of contemplation, he sent a message to Li Hu. Certainly, but I already possess a portion of these blueprints. I only require those that I do not have. Li Hu promptly replied. Feel free to choose, boss. Mo nodded, feeling satisfied with Li Hu's straightforwardness. He selected the blueprints he lacked and sent them to Li Hu, adding, I need these blueprints. I will exchange them for 7 Tang swords. However, I currently do not have the swords on hand and will only acquire them tonight. Without hesitation, Li Hu sent Mo a transaction message. Item. Blueprints. Required item. None. Mo was taken aback and then chuckled. Do you trust me so readily? Aren't you concerned that I might take the blueprints and renege? Li Hu quickly responded. I have faith. Anyone capable of producing a substantial number of Tang swords in just 3 days and dominating the market is undoubtedly a hero. Upon reading this message, Mo found Li Hu to be quite intriguing. He replied, What if I were a scoundrel? Li Hu fell silent, refraining from responding. Mo laughed, realizing that his jest might have startled Li Hu. He quickly added, Just kidding. I will deliver the 7 Tang swords to you tonight. Rest assured, Mo, always keep my word. Only then did Li Hu reply, You nearly gave me a heart attack, boss. Please refrain from such jokes. My heart can't handle it. Mo smiled slightly, then proceeded to finalize the transaction concerning the blueprints. Following that, he closed the private chat with Li Hu and began to peruse other messages. However, as he scrolled through them one by one, he increasingly found resonance with a particular sentiment. One can assure oneself of their own normalcy, yet cannot guarantee the same for others. The remaining private messages were an eclectic mix, filled with a plethora of bizarre content, leading Mo to question the mental faculties of these individuals. Some, emboldened by the reputation of their organization, resorted to intimidation. Mo. Our Tinxia Alliance is the mightiest organization in this region. If you know what's good for you, join us quickly, or risk facing our wrath. Others hurled curses his way. You selfish wretch, refusing to assist us will surely invite retribution. There were those who implored him to join their ranks, and upon receiving no response, unleashed a tirade of insults. What's with the pretentious aloofness? Is it just because you possess a few resources that you consider yourself significant? Furthermore, some sent him an assortment of peculiar and curious remarks. Through this experience, Mo achieved a profound understanding of the diversity of human nature. For all these eccentric messages, he promptly blocked each sender, unwilling to squander his time on such trivialities or allow their negativity to taint his mood. Ultimately, he found himself engaging in a verbal transaction with a leader named Lin Qingmiao. She proposed an exchange of a void box in return for 3 Tang swords. Mo was intrigued by the void box and promptly replied, Certainly, but I currently do not possess any Tang swords. I will only have them available later tonight. If you are willing to wait, we can conduct the trade in the evening. Lin Qingmiao promptly replied, No problem, I can wait. After dealing with the private messages, Mo felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. He then made a trip to the warehouse, storing all the materials obtained from the transaction. Following that, Mo made his way to the library. From a distance, he spotted Lu Meyer standing in the open space before the library, practicing the frost wolf breathing technique. She radiated steam, enveloped in a veil of mist. Due to her superior physique, she hardly perspired. Nonetheless, the rising heat rendered her even more captivating. The peculiar movements of the frost wolf breathing technique, when performed by Lu Meyer, transformed into a display of grace. At that moment, a voice suddenly emerged from behind. "My lord, does it look good?" Upon hearing this, Mo instinctively nodded and replied, "It looks good." As soon as the words left his mouth, he abruptly realized something and turned around swiftly, only to find Ida gazing at him with a smile. Mo was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Ida, however, seemed unfazed, casually remarked, "It's all right. I think it looks quite nice too. Let's go." With that, she naturally linked her arm with Mo's, and together they entered the library. The two immersed themselves in reading and studying the frost wolf breathing technique, and Mo felt his understanding of it deepen and clarify. Mo and Ida approached Lu Meyer, who finally snapped out of her practice and noticed their presence. "My lord, Sister Ida, have you come to practice as well?" Lu Meyer inquired softly. Ada nodded and smiled, saying, "Indeed, let us cultivate together." The three of them stood in the open space, commencing their practice of the frost wolf breathing technique. This time, Mo could distinctly sense the difference from the previous night. His physique had significantly strengthened, resulting in minimal perspiration. However, the air he exhaled and the vapor emanating from his body felt considerably warmer. It was as if his body had transformed into a furnace, continuously igniting the energy within. Simultaneously, Mo found this session of cultivation to be far more effortless and comfortable than the last. His movements flowed more seamlessly, and his breathing remained steady. He understood that this was the result of his enhanced physique. Chapter 47. The anomalous moss. As time progressed, Ada's stamina gradually waned. Her face glistened with beads of sweat. Her breath grew rapid, and her chest heaved violently, creating waves of exertion. Sweat soaked through her garments, clinging to her skin and accentuating her perfect curves. At last, Ada could no longer endure. She halted her movements, placing her hands on her knees as she gasped for breath. Looking at Mo and Lu Meyer, she said, I can't go on any longer. You two carry on. I need to rest." With that, she slowly straightened up, wiped the sweat from her brow, and turned to leave. Time was slipping away, and after the villagers finished planting the fantasy fruit trees, she still needed to prepare dinner. The tasks were demanding. Mo remained undistracted by Ada's departure, instead becoming even more immersed in his cultivation. His movements continued to be fluid, and his breathing remained calm. Meanwhile, Lu Meyer gradually began to feel the strain. Her cheeks were flushed, and her entire being radiated with steam. At last, she ceased her cultivation and approached. Her gaze resting upon Mo, she refrained from disturbing him, merely standing quietly to the side. Due to the enhancement of his constitution, Mo found himself able to cultivate for extended periods, while simultaneously experiencing a significant increase in efficiency. With each breath, he felt the energy within him intensifying. After some time, he finally halted his movements and exhaled a long, weary breath. Unlike the previous session where he had been drenched in sweat, this time only a few beads of perspiration had formed on his skin. A faint premonition lingered in his heart. It would not be long before he mastered the frost wolf breathing technique and acquired the skill of frost wolf battle chi. Mo gained experience points. Mo leveled up, now at level 14. In truth, had he wished, he could have continued his practice indefinitely. However, it was time for dinner as his stomach began to rumble. Mo glanced at Lu Meyer, only to find her quietly observing him, her eyes brimming with tenderness. This gesture filled him with warmth. "Let us go, dinner awaits." Lu Meyer nodded, a smile gracing her lips. She uttered no further words, silently walking alongside Mo as they proceeded together. At the entrance of the dining hall, Mo immediately spotted two imposing figures blocking the doorway. The duo, drawn by the enticing aroma wafting from within, had glistening drool at the corners of their mouths, and their eyes sparkled with anticipation. Recton wiped his mouth with a robust arm and turned to Mo beside him, saying, "Brother Bai, let us have a friendly competition later and see who can eat the most." Upon hearing this, Mo could not help but grin and remarked, "Brother Lei, when it comes to dining, I fear no one. Just ensure you do not lose too embarrassingly." At that moment, Leighton noticed Mo and Lu Meyer approaching the cafeteria. He quickly rose from the ground, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and hastened towards the two. Greetings, Lord and Lady. Upon hearing the title of Lady once more, Lumeo involuntarily smiled. Mo inquired of Lycton, what is the situation in the West? Have you observed anything unusual? In response to your inquiry, my lord, the West is devoid of any enemies, leaving me with no opportunity to showcase my skills. I had anticipated a good brawl, yet I encountered not even a mere shadow. At this point, he scratched his head in regret but quickly added, however, I did stumble upon an unsightly object, the nature of which remains a mystery. I have handed it over to Ida. She mentioned she would examine it thoroughly. Mo nodded, encouraging him to continue. By the way, the four of us managed to catch some rabbits. Hee, I caught the most rabbits. As Lycton proclaimed this, his chest puffed with pride, his face radiating satisfaction with his accomplishments. Mo chuckled at his enthusiasm, offering praise. Well done, Lycton. Upon receiving the compliment, Lycton scratched his head modestly and replied, Hee. I, Lycton, am the mightiest warrior. This is but a trivial matter, hardly worth mentioning. Lumiere, standing nearby, couldn't help but laugh at Lycton's antics. She softly remarked, Recton, be sure to eat well tonight. Do not let Mo outshine you. Upon hearing this, Recton patted his chest and boisterously declared, Rest assured, my lady. My appetite is formidable. That little rascal Mo cannot possibly compete with me. At that moment, Ida emerged from the dining hall. Upon seeing Mo, her eyes brightened, and she hurried over. My lord, Ida said, offering a slight bow. The villagers have successfully planted all the fantastical fruit trees. Mo nodded, a satisfied expression gracing his face. Thank you for your hard work, Ida. Ida then retrieved a small pouch from her apron pocket and handed it to Mo, saying, This is some moss that Recton and the others discovered. I found it rather peculiar, so I thought I should bring it to you. Mo accepted the pouch and leaned down to examine it closely. The moss inside was vibrant and oddly shaped. Unusual moss, it can completely absorb nutrients from wastewater and excrement while eliminating all unpleasant odors. It grows and reproduces at an astonishing rate. It serves as an excellent feed, enabling livestock to grow rapidly and enhancing the quality of their meat. Mo's heart swelled with joy. He had been troubled about how to manage the wastewater and excrement generated over the past 3 days on the estate. He never anticipated that this seemingly strange moss possessed such miraculous properties. Not only could it absorb the nutrients from wastewater and excrement, but it could also entirely eradicate foul odors. It was indeed a perfect solution to the sanitation dilemma. Furthermore, this moss was an exceptional feed. Thus, the pastoral industry within the territory can flourish, providing the inhabitants with an abundance of food sources. Ada, this moss is of paramount importance. Not only can it address our territory's sewage issues, but it also serves as high-quality fodder for livestock. Upon hearing Momo's words, a glimmer of surprise flickered in Ada's eyes. Splendid. This means we need not worry about the sanitation issues in our territory, while simultaneously offering more sustenance to our people. Momo nodded and said, Indeed, Ada. It is getting late. By tomorrow, you must immediately arrange for personnel to construct the water supply system and cultivate this moss in the sewage and waste treatment area. Yes, my lord. Ada paused and added, Recton and the others have captured a total of 27 rabbits, which are now stored in the warehouse. However, we are currently uncertain about how to care for them. What do you suggest? Momo pondered briefly before responding. I have just acquired the blueprints for a fence. After dinner, instruct the inhabitants to construct some fences to house the rabbits. Upon hearing this, Ada's eyes brightened, and she eagerly nodded. Very well, I shall notify the inhabitants at once. Momo further instructed, additionally, have them craft tin-tang knives. Ada diligently noted Momo's directives, stating, Understood, my lord. I will ensure everything is arranged properly to guarantee the successful completion of the tasks. Chapter 48. The gluttonous Recton. After all matters were clarified, everyone proceeded to the dining hall. The dining hall was filled with the diligent inhabitants who had just concluded a day of hard labor. Though weariness graced their faces, their eyes shimmered with anticipation and contentment. Mo stepped to the center of the hall, surveyed the crowd, and addressed everyone. After a day of toil, you have all worked remarkably hard. It is precisely due to your unwavering efforts that our territory can steadily progress towards prosperity. Upon hearing Mo's words, the faces of the inhabitants lit up with excitement and pride. One person quietly remarked, Our Lord is truly considerate. What we do is but a trifling matter. Another chimed in, Indeed, as long as our land flourishes, every bit of effort is worthwhile. Sensing the enthusiasm around him, Mo continued, Now, please indulge in the feast before you. No sooner had he spoken than a wave of cheers erupted in the dining hall. The inhabitants eagerly began to savor their delicious dinner, and the grand eating contest between Leekton and Bai Imo officially commenced. Leekton immediately seized a piece of roasted meat before him and stuffed it into his mouth. Instantly, the delectable flavors of the roast exploded within him. The aroma of meat wafting delightfully. Leekton's eyes widened, and a few tears of joy involuntarily escaped from the corners of his eyes. He exclaimed with fervor, "This is exquisite. It is the best thing I have ever tasted in my life." His voice resonated loudly, drawing the attention of those around him, who responded with hearty laughter. Unfazed, Leekton continued to feast voraciously, chewing the roasted meat while reaching for a fantastical fruit, tossing it into his mouth. The sweetness of the fantastical fruit blossomed immediately on his palate, the flesh tender and juicy. Recton's eyes widened once more as he couldn't help but exclaim, "This is exquisite. This is the most, Mid-sentence, he suddenly froze, his mouth slightly agape, his gaze somewhat vacant. As he savored the flavors of the roasted meat and the fantastical fruit, his brow furrowed slightly, as if he were engaged in deep contemplation. He endeavored to compare the deliciousness of both delicacies with his sharp little mind, momentarily finding himself in a quandary. He scratched his head, a conflicted expression adorning his face. The surrounding subjects, witnessing this scene, erupted into laughter. Taking the opportunity, Imo Hui teased, "Recton, have you gone daft? Can't even tell which one is tastier?" Recton shot Imo Hui a glare, defiantly retorting, "What do you know? I'm savoring each bite." Linley chimed in with a smile, "Recton, food is meant to be enjoyed, not to be pondered over." Upon hearing this, Recton experienced a moment of clarity. "You're right. Since they are both delicious, I shall indulge in both." At that moment, Watson directed Recton's attention, saying, "Recton, look over there." He pointed towards the figure of Bai Imo, who was astonishingly devouring the food before him at an incredible speed. His movements were precise and efficient, devoid of any unnecessary gestures, resembling a highly effective eating machine. The food on his plate diminished at a visibly shocking rate. Enraged by this spectacle, Recton pointed at Bai Imo and shouted, "Oi, white brat, you lack honor. Is this how one eats? You're cheating." Bubbles remained silent, wholly engrossed in her meal. Imo observed this scene and couldn't help but chuckle. "Recton, which is more delectable, these delicacies or the steamed buns?" Recton, preoccupied with shoveling food into his mouth, mumbled in response, "I've never tasted steamed buns, so I can't say what they specifically taste like. But they surely cannot surpass the deliciousness of these." As he spoke, his hands continued their relentless motion, stuffing roasted meat and fantastical fruits into his mouth. Seeing this, a surge of concern crept into Imo's heart. He glanced at the rapidly depleting food on the table, then at Recton and Bubbles, whose appetites seemed insatiable. He couldn't help but wonder how many days the provisions in his territory would suffice for the two of them. The thought filled him with a sense of urgency. He was aware that while the food reserves in his domain were still relatively ample, if Recton and Bubbles continued to eat with such fervor, it would not be long before they were exhausted. Moreover, the inhabitants of the territory also required sufficient sustenance to maintain their daily lives. The development of livestock farming needed to be prioritized, Imo resolved inwardly. As time passed, the pace of their consumption gradually slowed. Beads of perspiration formed on Recton's forehead, and a hint of discomfort appeared on Bubbles' face. They simultaneously halted their eating, clutching their stomachs and exhaling deeply. "I can't go on. I can't eat another bite." Recton waved his hand, his expression a mix of satisfaction and pain. Bubbles nodded, gasping for breath, and added, "Me too. One more bite, and I shall surely be ill." Subsequently, the two summoned Watson to assist in tallying who had consumed more. Watson meticulously counted the plates before the two, and ultimately announced, "The victor of this gourmand competition is Recton." Upon hearing the result, the entire populace erupted into applause and cheers for Recton. Recton scratched his head, a foolish grin spreading across his face. He rose to his feet, waved to the crowd, and said with a smile, "Thank you. Thank you all for your encouragement. I will strive harder to become even more gluttonous." After the dinner concluded, Momo did not immediately rest but instead sought out Old Jack. Old Jack had been involved in the cultivation of plants and possessed a considerable understanding of botany. Momo wished to inquire about the state of the territory's vegetation. At that moment, Old Jack bore little resemblance to the man who had first arrived in the territory. His once frail body had gained considerable strength, and his aged visage, rejuvenated by improved living conditions, now radiated vitality. His eyes sparkled with anticipation for the future. Upon learning that the Lord wished to see him, Old Jack's face lit up with excitement. He hastened to Momo, respectfully bowed, and then exclaimed, "My lord, those plants are nothing short of miraculous. Their growth rate and yield far exceed my expectations." Momo nodded, encouraging Old Jack to continue. Taking a deep breath to steady his exhilaration, Old Jack reported in detail, "Based on my observations, those berry bushes can bear fruit approximately every 10 days. The fantastical fruit trees are even more remarkable, producing fruit roughly every 20 days. Moreover, in the process of yielding results, these plants will also bloom. These blossoms have the remarkable ability to attract golden bees for nectar. Consequently, we shall not only harvest the enchanting fruits, but also acquire the precious golden honey." An excited glimmer sparkled in Old Jack's eyes as he brimmed with anticipation for these plants. He continued, "Furthermore, there is the bloodwort, a herb that grows at a truly astonishing rate, capable of expanding within approximately 5 days. Chapter 49, The Scarlet Crystal Droplet. Momo patted Old Jack on the shoulder, commending him. "Well done, Old Jack. Next, we must further enlarge our cultivation efforts." Old Jack nodded and replied, "Rest assured, my lord. I shall exert every effort to ensure these plants thrive and contribute to the development of our territory." As time grew late, Momo advised, "You should rest early." Old Jack respectfully acknowledged and then departed. Meanwhile, Ada, following Momo's instructions, gathered the residents to commence the construction of fences and tang swords. Standing in the center of the territory, she proclaimed loudly, "Esteemed residents, the Lord commands that we produce a batch of fences and 10 tang swords tonight. Let us work a little overtime and exert ourselves." Upon hearing Ada's words, the residents responded enthusiastically. They expressed no grievances, but rather were filled with fervor and vigor. One person exclaimed, "Lady Ada, we do not mind the effort. For the development of our territory, this task is but a trifle." Another echoed, "Indeed. The Lord treats us so well, we shall certainly give our utmost." Momo stood at the center of his territory, gazing at the industrious subjects around him, a warm current surging within his heart. Ada softly addressed him, "My lord, it won't be long before the Tang Dao and the barriers are completed. Everyone is working diligently, and the tasks are progressing smoothly." Momo's expression softened as he nodded and replied, "Thank you for your hard work, Ada. You have done exceptionally well." "It is my duty, my lord," Ada responded. "With such a capable assistant like you, I feel at ease." Upon hearing his words, Ada lifted her head and gently kissed Momo's cheek like a fleeting dragonfly, saying, "Thank you for your trust, my lord. I will continue to strive diligently." With that, Ada turned and resumed directing the subjects in their tasks. Momo remained in place, watching her retreating figure, his heart brimming with tenderness. As night deepened, Momo did not rest. Instead, he ventured to an open space to explore and practice the power of the Golden Saint Dragon and his dragon transformation abilities. Lumiere stood quietly beside him, a gentle smile gracing her face as her gaze followed Momo's every movement. She too was familiarizing herself with her newly acquired skills, gradually mastering the surging energy within her. Ever since the last fusion of the Golden Saint Dragon's power with the Thunderstrike technique, Momo felt an insatiable curiosity about this force. He endeavored to combine the Golden Saint Dragon's power with other skills, hoping to unearth further possibilities. However, after numerous experiments, he discovered that the Golden Saint Dragon's power did not yield similar transformations when combined with continuous healing, shielding, or Gale Step. The amalgamation of these skills with the power of the Golden Sacred Dragon did not yield any new breakthroughs. However, Momo remained undeterred, redirecting his focus towards dragon transformation. Currently, he was still quite distant from reaching level 30, which implied that for an extended period, he could only partially transform his body into that of a dragon. Yet, this limitation did not stifle his imagination. He aspired to swiftly alternate the transformed parts of his body during combat to adapt to various battle scenarios. Nevertheless, reality proved to be less accommodating than his aspirations. Momo discovered that there was always a brief transition period when switching dragon forms in the heat of battle. Although this interval lasted but a moment, it could potentially become a fatal weakness amidst intense confrontations. He endeavored to shorten this duration through relentless practice. Yet the results were not markedly significant. Taking a deep breath, he paused his actions and gazed up at the sky, silently contemplating how to transcend this impasse. At that moment, Lumiere sensed a shift in Momo's emotions. She gently approached him, taking his hand in hers. The warmth of her palm enveloped Momo's heart. Turning to meet Lumiere's tender gaze, his inner turmoil began to dissipate. Momo tightened his grip on her hand and softly uttered, "Thank you, Mayer." After a while, the villagers finally completed the construction of the fence. They placed all the rabbits from the warehouse into an open area, encircling them with the fence. Simultaneously, the villagers presented 10 Tang Dao swords they had crafted to Momo. With the task accomplished, night had fallen. The villagers returned to their respective homes to rest. Momo, Ida, and Lu Mei returned to the Lord's wooden cabin. Momo settled on the bed, opened his interface, and traded the Tang Dao to Li Hu and Lin Xingmiao. Li Hu expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Momo, for the weapon." Meanwhile, Lin Xingmiao, upon receiving the Tang Dao, uttered not a word but simply acknowledged through the system, "Received. You have lost Tang Dao, green, Te, gained, Void Box 1. Momo gazed at the Void Box in his hand as Ida and Lu Mei approached, their curiosity piqued by the mysterious item. This Void Box was identical to the one he had encountered previously. Its color, design, dimensions, and texture were indistinguishable, as if they had emerged from the same assembly line. The last time he had opened a Void Box, the brilliance emanating from the golden holy dragon's soul had compelled him to shut his eyes, preventing him from witnessing the box's disappearance. This time, he intended to observe closely. With deliberate care, Momo slowly opened the Void Box. At that very instant, his gaze fell upon the interior. Inside lay a profound, swirling darkness, reminiscent of the void he had glimpsed at the world's edge during the day. Shortly thereafter, he witnessed the Void Box undergo a transformation. It appeared to be compressed and distorted by an unseen force, gradually diminishing until it vanished entirely. Though the entire process was fleeting, it left Momo with an ineffable sense of awe. He beheld the spectacle of space folding and tearing, a force that far surpassed the limits of his comprehension. As the Void Box dissipated completely, a drop of vivid crimson material materialized in Momo's hand. This drop was translucent and radiated a faint, sanguine glow. Momo delicately cradled the droplet, feeling its icy touch. Crimson Crystal Droplet. The Crimson Crystal Droplet possesses the ability to transform any living being into a perfect bloodkin. Perfect bloodkin are not constrained by the traditional weaknesses of vampires. They can consume regular food without losing their humanity, are devoid of the thirst for blood, and are unafraid of sunlight or other fatal vulnerabilities typical of vampires. However, the strength of the transformed perfect bloodkin is relatively weak, only slightly surpassing that of ordinary Blue Star inhabitants. There exists a variation in the compatibility of different individuals with the Crimson Crystal Droplet. The higher the compatibility, the greater the potential of the transformed perfect bloodkin, and the higher their growth ceiling. A perfect item capable of enhancing strength. Chapter 50. Warmth beside him. Ada and Lu Mei gazed curiously at the blood-colored droplet in Momo's hand. Ada blinked and inquired, "My lord, what is this? It appears so wondrous." Lu Mei leaned in closer, whispering, "Its hue is so unique, resembling coagulated blood, yet it imparts a sense of purity." Momo did not respond immediately. Instead, he plunged into contemplation, deliberating over who should be entrusted with this invaluable droplet. The worth of this droplet was immense, necessitating careful consideration. Just then, the Crimson Crystal Droplet suddenly emitted a brilliant sanguine light, accompanied by an intense warmth. It trembled violently, as though it had gained a consciousness of its own, striving to break free from Momo's grasp and soar in a particular direction. Startled, Momo quickly tightened his hold, fearful that it might escape. What could be the cause of this? Momo murmured to himself, his brow furrowed in concentration. At that moment, Ida gazed at Momo, a flicker of confusion and astonishment crossing her features. She spoke softly, "My lord, how peculiar. This droplet seems to be drawing me in. I sense an inexplicable familiarity, as if it is calling out to me." Upon hearing her words, Momo immediately took note of the droplet's peculiar behavior. He looked down at the scarlet crystal droplet in his hand and realized that its recent tremors were directed towards Aida's position. A realization dawned upon him. Ida likely possessed a high affinity with the scarlet crystal droplet. Nevertheless, Momo did not relinquish his grip. On one hand, he understood the immense power contained within the droplet, which could enhance Aida's abilities. On the other hand, despite the droplet's apparent safety, he remained somewhat apprehensive. Ida perceived Momo's hesitation. She gently urged, "My lord, allow me to take it. I do not wish to be a mere ornament, nor do I want to remain perpetually in your shadow. I desire to grow stronger and contribute more to your endeavors." At her words, Momo's heart quivered slightly. He had never anticipated that such thoughts resided within Aida's heart. Drawing a deep breath, he proceeded to elucidate the properties of the scarlet crystal droplet to her in detail. Ida, upon hearing his explanation, fell momentarily silent. She lowered her gaze to the crimson droplet, then lifted her eyes to Momo, softly inquiring, "My lord, if I were to use it, Would I cease to be myself? Am I still me? Momo shook his head and replied, no. It will not alter you. You remain you, with your personality, your memories, and your emotions untouched. You are still the Ada I know, only you will become stronger. Ada fell into a moment of silence, her gaze shifting between the scarlet crystal droplet and Momo. Ultimately, she met Momo's eyes with unwavering determination. Observing the resolve in Ada's gaze, Momo slowly released his grip. At the instant he let go, the droplet transformed into a stream of crimson light. Swiftly darting towards Ada, it moved with remarkable speed, reaching her hands almost instantaneously. Upon touching Ada's palm, the droplet's brilliance intensified. She felt the warm sensation emanating from it, her heart rate quickening slightly. Taking a deep breath, she gradually brought the droplet closer to her chest. As soon as it made contact with her skin, a faint crimson glow began to envelop her surroundings. The light flowed like blood, gently wrapping around her form. Ada closed her eyes, savoring the surge of power within her. Momo and Lumiere stood quietly nearby, observing the unfolding scene. The crimson radiance gradually converged, ultimately merging entirely with her being. Momo approached, softly asking Ada, "How do you feel?" Ada slowly opened her eyes, her gaze hazy and ethereal. Her cheeks flushed with a delicate hue, her breath grew rapid and erratic. Her body trembled slightly, as if she were striving to restrain something within. Her gaze was fixed intently upon Momo. At that moment, Momo sensed Ada's unusual demeanor and felt a jolt of surprise. Just as he was about to inquire, before he could utter a sound, Ada suddenly lunged towards him. Her movements were swift and fervent, her entire being pressed closely against Momo. She wrapped her arms around his neck, her legs entwined around his waist, resembling a supple water snake that ensnared him firmly. Momo was caught off guard by this unexpected action, yet he quickly regained his composure and securely embraced Ada. He felt the softness and warmth emanating from her body. Just as he intended to ask her what was amiss, Ada interrupted him. Her voice trembled and was laced with an indescribable yearning and deep affection. "My lord." Momo was momentarily taken aback, only to have his mouth sealed by Ada. He was moved by her fervor, and the confusion and concern that had once filled his heart gradually gave way to a warm sentiment. He gently reciprocated her embrace, holding her tightly. Time seemed to stand still in that instant, and the air around them became laden with intimacy. Lumiere stood quietly to the side, refraining from interrupting, merely observing and understanding. After a while, Ada had expended all her strength. Her breathing gradually steadied, and her body relaxed, ultimately succumbing to slumber. Her cheeks retained a faint blush, and a satisfied smile graced her lips. Momo gazed down at Ada, who was so close, his heart brimming with tenderness. He carefully lifted Ada, approaching the bedside, and gently laid her down, tucking her in snugly. At that moment, Lumiere stepped beside Momo and whispered, "Is she all right?" "She's fine. She's merely fatigued and will be rejuvenated after a short slumber." "That's a relief. She truly loves you." Suddenly, Lumiere's tone shifted, laced with a hint of shyness and anticipation. "My lord, does it come to me now?" Momo turned his gaze towards Lumiere, noticing the faint blush adorning her cheeks and the dreamy tenderness in her eyes. She leaned closer to him, the space between them diminishing. Momo reached out, gently caressing Lumiere's cheek. She closed her eyes, tilting her head slightly upward. Their breaths began to intertwine. Time became an abstract concept as they slowly separated. Her breathing had not fully steadied, her chest rising and falling with a subtle rhythm, stirring a wave of emotions within. Although Lumiere's constitution was not as formidable as Momo's, her resolve was unwavering, striving to seize the upper hand in this contest, exhibiting remarkable tenacity. Yet, as time wore on, her strength waned in the face of Momo's relentless onslaught. Despite her indomitable spirit, she ultimately succumbed to a mere flick of Momo's hand, drifting into a deep slumber. Though he had just emerged from a fierce battle, Momo felt no fatigue. His robust constitution rendered a night without rest inconsequential. He quietly rose, carefully rearranging the covers over Lumiere, donned his attire, and exited the chamber. Chapter 51. Refreshing New Intelligence. The cataclysmic crisis. Momo made his way to the library, intent on utilizing the time from now until dawn to master the Frost Wolf breathing technique. He entered the library and perused the text of the Frost Wolf breathing once more. Subsequently, he stepped into the open area outside the library and began to perform a series of peculiar movements. His breathing gradually became steady and profound. Although his actions appeared strange, they were imbued with a captivating grace and strength. As the light began to brighten, Momo seemed blissfully unaware of the passage of time, remaining engrossed in his cultivation. His body swayed in harmony with the rhythm of his breath. Finally, when the light fully illuminated the earth, Momo ceased his movements. He exhaled deeply, feeling the surging power within him. Almost there, he understood that he was nearing the completion of the Frost Wolf breathing technique. With just a bit more practice, he would fully grasp the skill of Frost Wolf Battle Chi. At that moment, a cold and mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Refresh new intelligence? Momo paused for a moment, then quickly realized that 3 days had already elapsed, and the intelligence interface was ready for a refresh. A wave of anticipation surged within him. Refresh. In the next instant, a blue panel materialized before Momo 1. In the world located at. A group of fervent beings is conducting a forbidden ritual. They seek to glimpse the power of the divine through sacrifice and incantations. However, their ignorance and greed will yield catastrophic consequences. Tomorrow at noon, they will successfully attract the attention of the Outer God. A wisp of the Outer God's shadow will descend upon that world, transforming the surrounding area into a realm of blood and torment. In the realm located at, there exists a world governed by peculiar rules, where individuals who enter become ensnared by these constraints. Within this realm wanders a captive spirit, lost, yet seeking freedom. Also, in this wondrous world, there thrives a flower sprite endowed with the extraordinary ability to expedite the growth of plants. Among its flora are rare species such as moonlight blossoms and wind lotus grass, each exuding an enchanting allure. Moreover, in this peculiar realm, there reigns a half-merfolk king, who descends into madness as he ruthlessly slaughters his kin. By consuming the essence of his brethren, he seeks to augment his own powers, driven solely by a thirst for vengeance against a nearby human settlement. Furthermore, there lies an ancient statue, long dormant, which is said to awaken only to an offering of sufficient blood, should one muster the courage to engage it in a fair duel. Victory would grant them its recognition and loyalty. Momo's gaze lingered on the first piece of information, his heart tightening abruptly. The arrival of the Outer Gods and the spread of the blood abyss. A chilling thought flashed through his mind. Could his own world be situated within that impending doom? The moment this notion surfaced, it took root deeply in Momo's consciousness. He hastily consulted the information interface to discern the location of his world. However, the cold, unyielding notification cruelly shattered his hopes. World heart not possessed. Map cannot be accessed. This proclamation fell upon him like a bucket of icy water, extinguishing the flicker of hope within. Momo's breathing quickened, and beads of cold sweat formed on his palms. If his world truly lay within that impending zone of destruction, by noon tomorrow, would not all living beings perish? Thus, everything that Momo cherished would vanish into oblivion. A tide of panic surged forth, nearly overwhelming him. Yet, amidst this turmoil, another emotion quietly took root, a fervent anger towards the weak and a profound yearning for strength. Momo inhaled deeply, focusing his attention on the pressing matter at hand. Firstly, he needed to acquire the heart of the world. Only then could he unlock the map and ascertain the safety of his realm. Secondly, the intelligence indicated the existence of other worlds, suggesting that pathways to these realms were indeed available. With this realization, Momo's thoughts began to crystallize. He calmed the inner tempest and subsequently returned to the Lord's cabin. At that moment, inside the cabin, Ida and Lumiere had already awakened. Aida's transformation was strikingly apparent. After utilizing the crimson crystal droplets, her figure had become even more voluptuous and alluring, boasting an exquisite silhouette. Her demeanor had also undergone a subtle transformation. The original mature charm now infused with an air of nobility and grace. She resembled a goddess emerging from the annals of legend, rendering her almost unapproachable. Upon hearing footsteps, both women lifted their heads simultaneously, only to see Momo entering the room. Thoughts of the previous night brought a blush to their cheeks, and a flicker of shyness danced in their eyes. In unison, they greeted, "Good morning, my lord." Momo nodded, his gaze sweeping over the two before resting upon Ida. He refrained from further conversation and instead summoned Aida's panel, scrutinizing her condition with great care. Ida, level 2, rank, minor, trait, Crimson Moon, possessing unparalleled growth potential. The purest crimson power flows within her. The bearer can absorb other bloodline beings, converting them into personal experience points, with a chance of acquiring their traits and skills during the absorption process. This ability renders the owner of the Crimson Moon an anomaly among bloodline beings, making her an adversary to all. Loyalty, 100, skill, mastery of management. Ida excels in managing personnel when she directs tasks. Work efficiency increases by 20. Momo's gaze lingered on the trait of the Crimson Moon for an extended period, a surge of delight rising within him. The power of this trait was indisputable. It not only bestowed upon Ida remarkable growth potential but also endowed her with the ability to absorb the powers of other bloodline beings. Aida's future limits appeared exceedingly high. Yet, amidst his joy, a flicker of doubt crept into Momo's heart. Despite acquiring such a formidable trait, Aida's rank remained stagnant at minor, showing no signs of enhancement. This dissonance struck him as profoundly unsettling. It was akin to witnessing a being capable of effortlessly vanquishing an adult yet weighing a mere 50 pounds. The incongruity was striking. This contradiction left him perplexed. However, Momo chose not to dwell excessively on the matter. After all, the world had long since become fragmented, its rules chaotic, rendering many occurrences beyond the realm of rational explanation. In light of such trifles, he had far more pressing concerns to address. Momo retracted the interface and lifted his gaze to Ida. Her transformation was indeed profound. However, Momo understood that these external changes were merely superficial. The true metamorphosis lay within her being. Ida, your transformation is remarkable. Thank you for the diligent cultivation, my lord. Upon witnessing this, Lumiere's lips curled into a charming smile. Chapter 52. Preparations before battle. Lumiere stepped forward, linking arms with Ida on either side of Momo. The two were poised to escort Momo to the dining hall for breakfast. Yet, Momo abruptly halted his steps. I shall not eat today, he declared gravely. Our territory is on the brink of a grave crisis. Ida and Lumiere were instantly alarmed by his words. My lord, what has happened? Lumiere inquired. Her brow furrowed, her gaze fixed intently on Momo's face, awaiting his response. Momo slowly elucidated, to be precise, our world faces a significant peril. He then proceeded to elaborate on the situation in detail. Ida and Lumiere did not concern themselves with how Momo had come by this intelligence, for they had complete faith in him. They were convinced that, regardless of the challenges that lay ahead, Momo would find a way to resolve the issues. Moreover, they were willing to stand by him in the face of adversity. Even if there was no solution and the world were to truly perish, they would choose to spend that final day together with him. As Momo gazed into the trusting eyes of the two, a warmth blossomed within his heart. Subsequently, he summoned all the inhabitants of the territory. He refrained from disclosing the impending doom to the ordinary citizens to prevent unnecessary panic. Instead, he issued the day's tasks just as he had done before. Today, your task is to gradually construct the acquired blueprints. The territory's material reserves are abundant, so there is no need to worry about resource issues. Upon hearing this, the citizens nodded in understanding. Their trust in Momo had long been deeply rooted. Regardless of the tasks he assigned, they would execute them without hesitation. Once the assignments were completed, Momo waved his hand, signaling that everyone could go have breakfast first. However, at that moment, George stepped forward and asked with concern, My lord, will you not have breakfast? Another individual echoed, Yes, my lord, will you not eat? Momo smiled faintly and shook his head. No, I have important matters to attend to today. You all go ahead and eat. Do not mind me. Upon hearing this, warmth surged within the citizens. They were touched to have such a responsible leader who cared for their well-being. Yet, precisely because Momo had not eaten breakfast, the citizens too lost their appetite and did not wish to enjoy their meal alone. They exchanged glances and directly immersed themselves in their work. At that moment, Momo noticed Lycton and by Mo making their way toward the dining hall, their steps light and seemingly unaffected by the tense atmosphere. A spark of irritation ignited within Momo, and he furrowed his brow, calling out to the two, What are you two up to? Upon hearing the voice, Lycton halted, scratching his head with a perplexed expression, eating. My lord, one cannot survive without food. Momo silently mused, Eat, eat, eat. Eating will be your downfall, Lycton. He suppressed the discontent within him and spoke with a grave tone. If tomorrow is the apocalypse, would you still have the appetite to dine? Rakton blinked in surprise at the question, yet quickly replied, If tomorrow is indeed the end of the world, why not enjoy a meal? After all, we are destined to perish. One cannot depart this life on an empty stomach. Momo was instantly amused by Rakton's response, astonished that he could articulate such a bold assertion with such conviction. Just as Rakton was about to continue, he was silenced by a firm grip on his mouth from By Mo quickly intervened, his voice tinged with urgency. My lord, we shall forego our meal. You are right, aren't you, Rakton? He gestured with his eyes for Rakton to remain silent. Rakton, muffled by Mo's hand, could only emit a series of indistinct sounds, still wishing to defend his stance. Ultimately, he nodded in agreement. Although a hint of reluctance lingered on Rakton's face, he understood that Mo's decision was final. Mo suppressed his own helplessness, softening his tone slightly. There are pressing matters at hand today. We must journey to the southern mountains and will dine upon our return." Rakuten and Mo exchanged glances and nodded in acknowledgement. After that, Mo ceased further discussion. He turned and approached the militia encampment, summoning the recruits of the day. "Esteemed Lord," they proclaimed, "we offer you our unwavering loyalty." The presence of the crystal dragon blood tree within the territory bestowed a protective aura, shielding the denizens from external threats. Thus, Momo resolved to mobilize all combat units to fully pursue the vampire lurking among the mountains. The intelligence report instilled an overwhelming sense of urgency within him. It described a creature that could easily obliterate his world, referred to as a god. Just as Momo prepared to set forth, he suddenly recalled the 30 units of ordinary-grade soul fragments he had yet to utilize. He quickly retrieved these fragments from his backpack and began the synthesis process. The 30 fragments coalesced into 10 complete ordinary-grade souls. While these souls could not alter the overarching situation, they would undoubtedly enhance his strength to some degree. He entrusted these souls to Ada and the militia members who had not yet reached the ordinary grade. Soon, 10 individuals absorbed the souls and successfully ascended to the ordinary grade, significantly augmenting their power. Notably, Ada, possessing the unique trait of Crimson Moon, experienced a remarkable enhancement with each upgrade or promotion. However, due to the limited number of souls, the last militia member remained at a meager level, unable to break through. With all preparations complete, Momo stood at the forefront of the group, his gaze sweeping over each individual. "Let us depart." The contingent set forth in grand fashion towards the south. Along the way, pressed for time, they encountered wild creatures that suffered dire fates. The moment they revealed themselves, they were swiftly dispatched, either cleaved in two by a water blade from Mo or severed by Rekton's war blade. After the skirmish, Momo collected a substantial amount of food, fully replenishing the provisions consumed the previous evening. Additionally, he acquired some ordinary-grade soul fragments. Though these fragments were scattered, their cumulative effect soon amounted to 3 units. Mo promptly synthesized the 3 units of soul fragments into a complete soul, successfully elevating the last of his subjects to the ordinary tier. After a period of time, the group finally arrived at the foot of the mountain. Mo gazed up at the diminutive peak before him, pondering how he might locate the heart of the world within this region. Just as he was lost in thought, a sudden and acrid scent of blood permeated the air, overwhelming in its intensity and almost nauseating. Ada, participating in battle for the first time, felt a wave of discomfort wash over her, her complexion paling slightly. Mo's brow furrowed instantly as he scanned the surroundings with heightened vigilance. Chapter 53, Bloodbat Mistress. Reina's moments later, a crimson tide surged toward them like a wave. It was composed of countless blood-colored bats, each no larger than a sparrow, flapping their wings with an eerie sound that sent chills down the spine. At the center of the sanguine tide, a female vampire glided slowly toward them. She wore a gown of deep crimson, crafted from scant fabric and designed provocatively. Her visage could be deemed beautiful, yet it paled in comparison to Lu Mayer and Ada, contrary to the depictions from the intelligence interface. She was not as malevolent as suggested. Her malevolence could barely rival that of Lu Mayer, and when compared to Ada, she was utterly overshadowed. Her skin was as pale as snow, while her lips were a striking shade of red. Reina's, level 15, tier, elite, trait, Bloodbat Mistress, capable of converting creatures she personally slays into bloodbats, which are entirely under her control. She possesses the ability to command bloodbats to assault her foes, as well as to transform them into pure blood. The number of bloodbats under her dominion is contingent upon her strength. Skills: 1. Blood Control, the capability to manipulate the blood she commands at will, allowing for both offensive and defensive maneuvers. 2. Blood Healing, by expending blood, she can mend her own wounds, regardless of the severity. As long as there is an ample supply of blood, she can swiftly heal her injuries and restore her combat prowess. 3. Blood Fusion, the ability to amalgamate vast quantities of blood to forcibly enhance her own power. However, this ability comes with its share of drawbacks. Excessive fusion may impose tremendous strain on her body, potentially leading to loss of control and self-detonation. 4. Crimson Whip, the ability to condense blood into a long whip, with its potency directly proportional to the quantity of blood utilized. When blood is consumed to a certain extent, the whips might reach its zenith, not only inflicting a unique corrosive effect that hinders the healing of enemies' wounds, but also significantly amplifying their pain. Simultaneously, the Crimson Whip provides a slight augmentation to Reina's own strength. Reina's is the most formidable being that Momo has encountered thus far. Each of her skills synergizes with her inherent trait of bloodbat manipulation, culminating in a combat system that is uniquely her own. Thus, her true power far surpasses the mere statistics displayed on her profile. Rhaenys had never envisioned that as a lowly bloodkin, she would find such unparalleled opportunities in this unfamiliar realm, transforming from a mere lowly bloodkin into the formidable entity she is now. Over the past 3 days, Rhaenys has relentlessly hunted creatures in the mountains, converting them into bloodbats to serve as her subordinates. The number of bloodbats continues to swell, and the power of blood surges through her veins. Compared to her arrival in this world, Rhaenys has significantly enhanced her strength. This augmentation has gradually inflated her confidence. Despite the mysterious crystal in the mountains instilling a sense of frustration within her, as her attacks fail to budge it even slightly, she harbors no doubt about her capabilities. On the contrary, she attributes this vexation to the uniqueness of the crystal rather than any inadequacy in her own power. As Rhaenys' gaze swept over the group led by Momo, a look of contempt and disdain flickered in her eyes. To her, these beings were nothing more than mere ants, incapable of posing any threat. Yet, as her eyes lingered on Momo, her expression abruptly shifted. Her gaze became fervent, laced with a hint of provocation and allure. She licked her lips, casting a flirtatious glance at Momo, her voice dripping with temptation. "You smell divine. I am utterly tempted to devour you." Rhaenys herself did not anticipate encountering someone as exquisite as Momo in this world. The aura emanating from Momo resembled a lethal poison, deeply captivating her and rendering her nearly powerless to resist. However, Momo remained unresponsive to Rhaenys' seduction. This indifference sparked a flicker of displeasure within Rhaenys. Upon hearing Rhaenys' words, Ida and Lumeyre's expressions instantly darkened, their eyes gleaming with murderous intent. When Rhaenys' gaze fell upon Ida, she felt a wave of revulsion emanating from the depths of her soul, stirring an unsettling agitation within her. Although Rhaenys did not know Ida, an inexplicable desire to annihilate her surged within. She let out a light laugh, her tone laced with a hint of sarcasm. Oh, is the little girlfriend feeling jealous? How adorable." Ada and Lumeyre paid no heed to her provocation, their gazes remaining icy as they regarded her. In an instant, Rhaenys' smile froze, a glint of cold malice flickering in her eyes. "How utterly dull," she sneered, her lips curling into a cruel arc. She then gently raised her hand. In the next moment, a torrent of bloodbats surged wildly from her side, resembling a crimson tsunami as it lunged toward Momo and his companions. Rhaenys' voice echoed amidst the sanguine tide. "Trying to amuse me, are you? I eagerly anticipate your performance. Remember, do try to last a while." Momo fixed his gaze upon the approaching crimson wave, swiftly assessing the situation and issuing commands. "Recton, intercept that woman." Although Rhaenys had yet to directly attack the group, her mere presence was akin to a ticking time bomb, poised to explode at any moment, necessitating preemptive caution. He continued, "The rest of you, join me in vanquishing those bats." Upon hearing Momo's orders, Recton charged toward Rhaenys, a mocking grin spreading across his face as he ran. "Though I no longer have a taste for buns, and I suspect you might be quite unpalatable, reeking as you do, I shall nonetheless reduce you to a pulp." Rhaenys' expression darkened at Recton's taunts, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in her eyes as she coldly retorted, "Insect, you have successfully provoked me. I hope your screams will be a bit more melodious." Before her words faded into silence, Rhaenys gracefully waved her hand, transforming a portion of the bloodbats into crimson liquid. The blood coalesced in the air, gradually taking the form of a sanguine whip, entwined with a dark red energy, its surface adorned with sharp barbs. As Rhaenys grasped the whip, an unhealthy flush enveloped her, as if she were submerged in a profound ecstasy. Her voice brimmed with excitement, tinged with a hint of morbid anticipation. "Come now. I hope you can bring me joy." Upon witnessing this scene, Rek'Sai involuntarily shuddered, his face betraying shock. He could not help but exclaim, "No, you are a perverse one, aren't you?" To his surprise, rather than being incensed, Rhaenys erupted into a fit of sickly laughter, perhaps. Before her words could fully dissipate, the blood-red whip lashed out abruptly, its velocity so swift that its trajectory was nearly imperceptible. The whip tore through the air, emitting a sharp sound as it hurtled towards Rek'Sai. Aware that he was at a disadvantage in speed, he chose to adopt a defensive stance. Chapter 54. Intense battle. With a flourish of his hands, Rek'Sai summoned the surrounding rocks to swiftly coalesce into a formidable stone wall, erecting it before him. However, the power of Rhaenys' whip was astonishing. Upon striking the stone wall, it shattered as if it were made of mere paper, debris scattering in all directions. Seeing this, Rek'Sai's heart sank, realizing the dire situation. Just as he intended to conjure a second wall, Rhaenys' second strike had already been unleashed. Crack! The whip struck fiercely against Rek'Sai's chest, and in that instant, a flash of silver light erupted. The shield shattered with a resounding crack, successfully intercepting the blow meant for Rek'Sai, only to dissolve into motes of light that dissipated into the air. Observing this, Rhaenys' smile widened with a more pronounced arrogance. Here it comes. She swung her whip once more, this time with increased speed and ferocity. Rek'Sai had no time to react as the whip lashed mercilessly against his shoulder. The moment the whip made contact with his skin, a deafening crack echoed. An intense wave of pain surged through his body, prompting a pain scream to escape his lips. Pain, pain, pain. It feels as if I might perish. Although Rhaenys' attack was not particularly powerful, a slender wound was left etched upon Rek'Sai's shoulder. Yet the sheer intensity of the agony was unbearable. To make matters worse, dark red energy coiled around the wound, relentlessly consuming his flesh. Even countering the effects of his ongoing healing spell, rendering the injury nearly impossible to mend. Rhaenys stood a short distance away, her face adorned with a sickly grin. Relishing in Rek'Sai's suffering, she flicked her whip lightly, tracing a crimson arc through the air. Tilting her head, she taunted Rek'Sai, "How are you holding up? I'm just getting started. You mustn't say that you can't endure." Rek'Sai gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain, glaring fiercely at Rhaenys. He forced a mocking grin, retorting, "Is this all you've got? You are nowhere near a match for me, Rek'Sai. You better hope I don't get my hands on you. Otherwise, I shall ensure you understand the might and grandeur of Rek'Sai." Upon hearing this, Rhaenys not only refrained from anger but instead laughed even more exuberantly. Her entire visage contorted with excitement, her eyes brimming with madness. "Very well, let us continue this game." As her words hung in the air, the long whip in her hand lashed out once more, aimed directly at Rek'Sai. "Come on, you little dumpling," Rek'Sai bellowed. "Allow me, Rek'Sai, to impart to you the true essence of battle." Meanwhile, on the other side, faced with the surging tide of blood, Mo swiftly allocated tasks. Mo ascended rapidly to a height above the swarm of bloodbats. From her aerial vantage point, the mass of bloodbats resembled a roiling crimson cloud, advancing ominously. Energy surged within Mo, and she unleashed a flurry of sharp water blades. The water blades sliced through the air with a piercing sound, hurtling towards the swarm of bloodbats. Given the immense density of the blood tide, Mo did not even need to aim deliberately. She simply released water blades continuously, effortlessly reaping the lives of the bloodbats. The water blades instantaneously severed the bodies of several bloodbats, which, upon being struck, disintegrated into blood, plummeting from the sky. The spilled blood, now beyond Rhaenys' control, could not coalesce back into bloodbats. Mo's efficiency in attack was astonishing. Both the water blades and the frost water cannon could obliterate the bloodbats in a single strike, yet the water blades required a shorter casting time and consumed less energy. Thus, Mo opted for the water blades as her primary means of assault. A cascade of water blades rained down, each strike claiming numerous bloodbats. However, the sheer number of bloodbats was overwhelming. Even with Mo's fervent onslaught, the scale of the blood tide showed no significant signs of diminishing. Meanwhile, Lumière stood upon the ground, gazing at the torrent of blood above. The wind coalesced into over 20 arrows as she began to channel her hurricane arrow. With her power significantly enhanced, she was capable of condensing a greater number of arrows simultaneously, each imbued with increased potency. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More than 20 arrows shot forth in unison, hurtling toward the blood tide. Given the immense density of the blood, not a single arrow missed its mark, all striking true. The arrows penetrated the bodies of the blood bats, which dissolved into crimson, cascading from the sky. After 2 volleys, Lumière completed the charge for her hurricane arrow. She released the bowstring, and the arrow instantly transformed into a colossal azure bird, enveloped in a tempest of raging elemental energy. The azure bird emitted a piercing cry as it soared toward the blood tide. With Lumière's enhanced strength, the azure bird grew even larger and more magnificent than before. Upon its collision with the blood tide, a powerful shockwave of energy erupted. The crimson and azure energies intertwined, radiating outward. Wherever the energy passed, bloodbats were torn asunder, scattering into pools of blood upon the ground. This singular strike annihilated a multitude of bloodbats, creating a small breach in the tide. Blood rained down like droplets, gradually staining the earth a deep red. The air was thick with the nauseating scent of blood, evoking a sense of revulsion. Mo furrowed his brow slightly, a flicker of doubt igniting within him. He observed that despite the significant number of bloodbats slain by Mo and Lumière, they had not garnered any experience points. A thought swiftly traversed his mind. These bloodbats were not true living beings, but rather manifestations formed from pure blood. Since these bloodbats are composed of energy, he could undoubtedly transform them. With this thought, Momo's right arm instantaneously completed its dragon transformation and surged toward the tide of blood. Simultaneously, he attempted to unleash his dragon might upon the blood tide, striving to intimidate these bloodbats. However, the dragon might had no effect on the tide, and the bloodbats continued to surge wildly. This outcome further validated Momo's hypothesis. These bloodbats were not biological entities, but rather pure energy forms. Grasping several bloodbats in one swift motion, Momo began their transformation. In an instant, the bloodbats transformed into shimmering specks of white light, merging into Momo's right arm. Energy, 14-1000. The surrounding bloodbats surged frantically toward Momo. Mo and Lu Mei unleashed a fierce barrage of firepower against them. Nevertheless, the sheer number of bloodbats was overwhelming, and a portion still lunged at Momo. Their attack struck against the shield, producing a hissing sound. As the assaults intensified, the shield shattered, and more attacks rained down upon Momo. Yet, they failed to inflict any substantial harm. Momo's defenses were formidable. These assaults were merely akin to a tickle. However, the claws and fangs of the bloodbats still left shallow marks upon his skin, and his shirt was torn into several ragged pieces, hanging from him. After a single transformation, Momo realized that this method of grasping them one by one was dreadfully inefficient. He furrowed his brow, rapidly contemplating a more effective strategy. At that moment, his gaze fell upon the blood-red whip in Rhaenys' hand, and a spark of inspiration ignited within him. If she could attack with a whip, then why couldn't he? Chapter 55. The golden lightning whip. Momo raised his dragon-transformed right arm, and golden arcs of electricity flickered into existence, crackling audibly. He then endeavored to harness the power of the golden sacred dragon contained within the lightning, condensing the pulsating electricity into a long whip. This was Momo's inaugural attempt to transform lightning into a whip, and to his astonishment, he succeeded on the very first try. The golden lightning whip danced in his grasp, sporadic arcs of electricity leaping along its length, rendering it remarkably unstable yet brimming with ferocious power. Momo could not help but commend his own ingenuity. Although the energy of the whip was exceedingly volatile, its might was undeniable, rivaling that of the golden thunderstrike technique. The whip's extended reach and agility enabled Momo to more effectively combat the surrounding bloodbats. With the golden lightning whip, he lashed out, the golden arcs tracing brilliant trajectories through the air. Wherever it struck, bloodbats were obliterated, transforming into splashes of crimson mist. The air was thick with the pungent scent of blood and the acrid aroma of charred flesh. Simultaneously, due to the instability of the lightning whip, bolts of electricity occasionally broke free, shooting outwards. Those bloodbats that came into contact with the stray lightning were instantaneously shattered. The whip resembled a frenzied lightning dragon, tearing through the scarlet tide with a surge of brilliance. Momo's efficiency and attack soared, each swing of the whip claiming numerous bloodbats. His figure wove through the crimson deluge, harvesting indiscriminately. The trio managed to intercept the vast majority of the bloodbats. However, a handful still slipped through their defenses, swooping down towards the ground. The remaining foes were entrusted to Watson, Ada, and the militia. Watson darted across the battlefield, his claws seizing a bloodbat. With a fierce grip, he crushed it, causing it to splatter into a pool of crimson upon the ground. Standing at a distance, Ada endeavored to harness the scarlet power within her. Though still somewhat inexperienced, she managed to coalesce blood-red spikes at her fingertips. Unlike ordinary blood, these spikes emitted a subtle fragrance rather than a pungent odor. Upon being struck by the spikes, the bloodbat was instantly enveloped in scarlet energy, gradually fading away. The militia valiantly resisted the onslaught of bloodbats. After a time, the tide of blood had significantly diminished. What once surged like a tsunami had now thinned considerably, and the number of bloodbats had drastically reduced. The ground lay soaked in blood, resembling a scarlet mire, while the air was thick with a heavy mist of blood. Each breath was laden with the nauseating scent of iron. At this moment, Momo had transformed into a figure drenched in blood, his skin smeared with viscous stains. Some blood congealed into clumps, exuding a foul odor. Yet, Momo paid it no mind, resembling a tireless machine of slaughter. With each swing of the long whip in his hand, he unleashed a resounding crack, obliterating clusters of bloodbats. Simultaneously, the attacks from Foam and Lu Mei persisted, as streams of water blades and gusts of wind arrows relentlessly assailed the tide of blood. However, as the battle raged on, the energy within the trio waned. With a crack, Momo once again lashed out with his lightning whip, reducing another group of bloodbats to mist. A chilling scream echoed through the air. "My lord, save me. I am on the verge of being beaten to death by this female brute." Momo's movements momentarily faltered before he swiftly wielded the lightning whip around him. Golden arcs of electricity surged forth like furious lightning serpents, reducing the surrounding bloodbaths to mere mist. A transient vacuum was formed in the vicinity. Following the source of the voice, he beheld Rek'Sai, whose body was marred by numerous slender bloodstains. Dark red energy coiled around the wounds, impeding their healing, rendering him a pitiful sight. Due to the prolonged intensity of battle, Momo's mind was somewhat hazy, and it took him a couple of seconds to regain his senses. He assessed the situation, given the current scale of the blood tide. While Lumiere and Bai Mo would face some pressure, they were capable of managing. Thus, Mo proceeded to offer aid to Rek'Sai. Reyna glanced at the approaching Mo, then turned her gaze back to Rek'Sai, a look of disdain etched upon her features. Coldly, she remarked, "You truly are a useless wretch. You cannot even allow me to enjoy myself. What purpose do you serve?" No sooner had the words left her lips than her crimson whip lashed out violently towards Rek'Sai. Realizing the imminent threat, Rek'Sai hastily manipulated the surrounding rocks to erect a formidable stone wall before him. The whip struck the stone barrier, shattering it instantly, sending debris flying. With each flash from Reyna, Rek'Sai's control over the rocks evidently intensified. He shouted towards Reyna, "You, Rek'Sai, are merely constrained by your own limitations. If you have the audacity, refrain from using such a long whip. Stand still if you dare, and do not strike so painfully. Follow me into a true contest of manhood, and I shall demonstrate the formidable prowess of your esteemed Rek'Sai." Upon hearing this, the expression of disdain on Rhaenys' face intensified. She coldly retorted, "A worthless being is forever worthless." With that, Rhaenys shifted her gaze to Momo, her demeanor transforming instantaneously. The previous contempt vanished, replaced by a flush of crimson and an unsettling smile, her eyes brimming with excitement and anticipation. She addressed Momo, "At long last, you have arrived. I have awaited your presence for quite some time. I hope you do not resemble that lifeless crocodile. I truly wish to engage in some delightful play with you. I trust you will allow me to revel in this experience." Momo regarded her with a frigid stare, the electric whip in his hand quivering slightly. Golden arcs of electricity dancing along its length. "Revel in this?" Momo scoffed, "Let us see who truly finds delight." No sooner had he spoken than he swung the whip with ferocity. The golden arc sliced through the air, hurtling towards Rhaenys. Yet, as the shimmering arc rushed forth, Rhaenys displayed no sign of trepidation. Instead, an exhilarated smile adorned her visage. With a flourish of her crimson whip, she met Momo's electric lash head-on. Boom! The moment their whips collided, a potent surge of energy erupted. Golden and crimson light intertwined, radiating outward in a dazzling display. The air crackled with the sound of electricity. In the midst of their fierce clash, Rek'Sai seized the opportunity, commanding the surrounding rocks. The stones coalesced into sharp, pointed spikes, hurtling towards Rhaenys. Previously, Rekton had employed this tactic against Rhaenys. However, she adeptly evaded the stone spikes by transforming her blood into wings, allowing her to soar through the air with agility. This time, the circumstances were markedly different. Momo's onslaught constrained her movements. Should Rhaenys choose to dodge the stone spikes, she would inevitably be struck by Momo's lightning whip. She was acutely aware of which inflicted greater harm upon her. Thud, thud. Two dull thuds resonated. The stone spikes pierced Rhaenys' flesh. One impaled her abdomen, while the other struck her shoulder. Crimson droplets trickled from the wounds. Chapter 56. Devastating blow to Rhaenys. Upon witnessing this, Rekton grinned broadly, his expression one of triumph. "Huh. Now you comprehend the might of your esteemed Rekton, don't you?" Simultaneously, he felt a slight surge of energy siphoned from Rhaenys, aiding in the recuperation of his injuries. Momo glanced at the self-satisfied Rekton beside him, feeling a wave of disbelief. He had not anticipated Rekton's aim to be so woefully inaccurate. Despite the multitude of stone spikes, only two had found their mark. Moreover, the damage inflicted seemed rather insignificant. Rhaenys regarded Rekton with icy disdain and declared, "You wretched crocodile. I shall make you experience a fate worse than death." As her words hung in the air, Rhaenys suddenly sprang into action. Several bloodbaths around her transformed into sanguine liquid and rapidly coalesced, forming a pair of crimson blood wings. The moment these wings unfurled, Rhaenys ascended into the sky, evading further assault. Hovering above, she cast a glance at the stone spikes embedded in her abdomen and shoulder, a fleeting glimmer of revulsion flashing in her eyes. She extended her hand, extracting two stone thorns, drawing forth droplets of crimson blood. The moment the thorns were detached, Rhaenys' body trembled slightly. Yet, she displayed no hint of pain. Rather, she became increasingly exhilarated. Immediately, a bloodbath beside her transformed rapidly into sanguine essence, surging towards her wound. The blood quickly enveloped the injury, striving to mend her affliction. However, just as the wound was on the verge of healing, the residual power of the tyrant erupted violently. Colliding with the blood energy, and forcibly interrupting the restoration. With a gasp, Rhaenys spat a mouthful of blood, her eyes widening in astonishment. Clearly unprepared for the hidden energy within Rek'Sai's assault. Subsequently, Rhaenys summoned more bloodbats, their essence flowing towards her wound like a relentless tide, effectively suppressing the tyrant's power. Accompanied by a soft, euphoric sigh from Rhaenys, the wound finally healed completely. She hovered gracefully in the air, gazing down at Momo and Rek'Sai on the ground. Thus, the real amusement was about to commence. She then began to wildly lash out with her crimson whips. Momo wielded his lightning whip to fend off Rhaenys' assaults, while Rek'Sai was not idle either. He manipulated the surrounding rocks, forming stone spikes that shot towards Rhaenys in the air. Although his accuracy was notably low, a few spikes managed to pierce her flesh. Each time Rhaenys sustained an injury, she healed herself with blood. Meanwhile, Lumiere and Bai Mo were fiercely attacking the tide of blood from the other side, causing the number of bloodbats to dwindle rapidly. After some time, Rhaenys hovered in the air, gazing down at the relentless battle between Momo and Rek'Sai, her heart increasingly agitated. Gradually, she became aware that the speed of her wound's healing had diminished. Lowering her gaze to her abdomen, she noted the recent impact of Rek'Sai's rocky spike. Blood continued to flow, yet the healing process was far slower than before. Swiftly, she scanned her surroundings, realizing that the number of bloodbats encircling her had dwindled to a mere few. Nearby, the tide of blood was reduced to just a small faction of bats. If this continues, I am bound to lose, Rhaenys murmured to herself, never having envisioned being cornered in such a manner. Her gaze swept over the crowd, filled with madness and a murderous intent. However, the game was far from over. Subsequently, Rhaenys summoned all the bloodbats to her side. They transformed into blood, surging into her being. Momo observed this scene in silence, then raised a hand to halt those nearby who sought to attack. The energy within the group was now nearly depleted. Rather than slowly exhausting Rhaenys, it would be wiser to eliminate her in one fell swoop. Moments later, Rhaenys completed her blood fusion technique, the quantity of blood perfectly aligned with her capacity to endure. Crimson patterns emerged upon her skin, radiating an eerie glow, and her aura grew even more formidable. Blood energy flowed continuously around her as she erupted into a maniacal laughter, tinged with a twisted thrill. Now, let us commence the true game. I shall cherish you all dearly. As the last words escaped her lips, her blood-colored whip lashed out violently, striking towards the crowd. Mo dispelled the lightning strike technique, his figure flashing as he positioned himself before the group. He raised his dragon-formed right arm and seized the blood-red whip wielded by Rhaenys. The moment the whip made contact with the dragon scales, a piercing sound of friction echoed through the air. The dragon scales shattered under the immense force, golden blood gushing from the wounds. Intense pain radiated from his palm, coursing throughout his body. Mo's brow furrowed slightly as he endured the excruciating agony, firmly gripping the blood-red whip and murmuring, "Transform." In that instant, he converted the blood-red whip into energy. Simultaneously, he also transformed the dark red energy that ravaged his wounds. The flow of golden blood began to staunch, and the wounds started to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Energy, 52-1000. At this moment, Mo had been waiting for a long time. From the very first sight of Rhaenys, he had conceived this strategy. Initially, he had intended to deploy this tactic right away. But upon noticing Rhaenys' arrogant and frenzied demeanor, he altered his plans, deciding to reserve this move for the end as a surprise for her. In retrospect, his decision proved to be exceedingly astute. Now, as Rhaenys watched her blood-red whip being grasped by Mo, it transformed into specks of white light, absorbed by his right arm, leaving her momentarily stunned. However, in that fleeting moment of distraction, Mo had stealthily maneuvered to her rear. Gathering a chilling water cannon in his mouth, he unleashed it, radiating an icy aura. The water cannon struck true, impacting Rhaenys' back with a resounding boom. The frigid energy erupted instantaneously. Although Mo's strength paled in comparison to Rhaenys, yet, his assault proved effective. The purpose of the frost water cannon was not to injure Rhaenys, but to bring her crashing down from the heights. In her moment of distraction, Rhaenys was struck by the cannon, causing her body to lose balance and plummet rapidly. A flicker of panic crossed her eyes as she attempted to steady herself by flapping her wings. However, the chilling energy enveloping her back encased her crimson wings in ice, rendering them unable to move with agility. She descended like a marionette severed from its strings, hurtling towards the ground. At that moment, a massive azure bird surged towards her. Rhaenys lashed out with her long whip, striking the colossal creature with a resounding crack, shattering it into countless azure motes that dissipated into the air. Nevertheless, in the instant of the bird's demise, a fragment of energy still struck Rhaenys. Her shoulder and abdomen were torn open, two gaping wounds erupting. While the azure energy wreaked havoc within, the intense pain contorted Rhaenys' expression. Before Rhaenys could catch her breath, a torrent of water blades and wind arrows descended upon her like a violent storm. The sharp edges pierced her skin with a series of dull thuds. While the wind arrows penetrated deep into her flesh, blood gushed forth from her wounds. Rhaenys could no longer suppress a heart-wrenching scream, her voice imbued with anguish and defiance. Observing this, Momo invoked his lightning strike technique once more, transforming it into a lightning whip. With a swift motion, he lashed the whip towards Rhaenys. It coiled around her form, binding her tightly. With a forceful tug, he yanked Rhaenys from the air, bringing her crashing down. Bang! Rhaenys fell heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Her body trembled slightly, her eyes still filled with confusion, as she remained in a state of bewilderment. However, Momo offered her no respite. With a sudden flick of the lightning whip in his hand, golden arcs of electricity erupted instantly. The current surged through Rhaenys' entire being. The excruciating pain caused her body to tense violently. Escaping her lips was a piercing scream. The electric shock not only inflicted immense suffering, but also shattered her stupor. Rhaenys summoned all her strength in a desperate attempt to break free from the binding of the lightning whip. Yet, Momo granted her no opportunity. He intensified the electric current, and the golden arcs danced incessantly across her body, delivering waves of agony. Rhaenys trembled violently. At that moment, she suddenly realized that she was on the brink of death. But she did not wish to perish. She had finally seized an opportunity, acquired formidable power. She had yet to fully relish the sensation of being exalted, of trampling upon those who had once looked down upon her. She did not want to die. She could not die. With this thought, Rhaenys grit her teeth against the searing pain, writhing her battered form, slowly crawling towards Momo on the ground. Her eyes brimmed with desperation and humility, a stark contrast to her earlier haughty and frenzied demeanor. As she reached Momo's feet, she lifted her gaze and, with a quivering voice, pleaded, "Master, would you spare my life? I can submit to you, Master. Would you spare my life? I can do anything for you. Becoming your most loyal servant." In Momo's eyes, there was no flicker of emotion. He gazed down upon Rhaenys' grotesque form. In that moment, her pride and madness evaporated, leaving only humility and fear. Momo hoisted Rhaenys from the ground. Then, with a sudden motion, he raised his dragonized right arm, and his sharp claws pierced through Rhaenys' chest in an instant. Blood gushed from her wound, staining Momo's arm crimson. Rhaenys' body convulsed violently, her eyes momentarily reflecting disbelief, before gradually dimming. Momo casually discarded her onto the ground. Blood trickled from Rhaenys' chest. Her eyes were filled with resentment and bitterness. Yet her life had irrevocably come to an end. "You may seek refuge with me today, but tomorrow you may turn to another. I do not accept refuse." Momo successfully vanquished Rhaenys, level 15, and gained experience points. Congratulations! As you are the first lord to slay an elite tier wild creature in the 66666 region, you have received the first kill reward, Core of the Intelligent Machine X1, Golden Wing Skill Scroll X1. Blueprint for the recruitment camp of the Forest Sea Empire Soldiers X1. The notification echoed in Momo's mind. Elite tier first kill rewards. Momo meticulously examined the details of the items. His gaze lingered on the Golden Wing Skill Scroll. The other two rewards were currently unusable. Would you like to use the skill scroll to learn the Golden Wing skill? The Golden Wings selectively usable on a target, allowing the target to freely unfurl their wings, consuming energy based on varying circumstances during the 30-minute duration, with a cooldown of 1 day, is a brief, collective enhancement. The formidable nature of the Golden Wings is beyond dispute. Following the recent encounter with Rhaenys, Momo profoundly recognized the significance of aerial units. Currently, within his domain, only Momo possesses the ability to fly. Should he encounter a swarm of airborne adversaries, he would find himself in an exceedingly precarious position. The Golden Wings perfectly remedy this deficiency. Had he possessed this skill earlier, he could have effortlessly soared into the skies with a group, executing a decisive strike against Rhaenys, thus avoiding the cumbersome ordeal. Momo mused inwardly. He then made the Golden Wings a permanent enhancement, current enhancement count, 910. Satisfied, Momo nodded and turned his gaze towards his subjects. A golden radiance coalesced in the palm of his hand, transforming into luminous orbs that drifted towards each individual present. Golden Wings, activate. As his words resonated, golden glimmers gathered behind each person, gradually forming resplendent golden wings. The wings fluttered gently, stirring a soft breeze. "Is this wings?" Watson exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at the golden appendages sprouting from his back, his eyes filled with disbelief. "Give it a try," Momo encouraged with a smile. Upon hearing this, the crowd eagerly attempted to flap their wings. Initially, their movements were somewhat clumsy, but soon they mastered the art of flight. One by one ascending into the azure sky. "Haha, I'm flying. This sensation is incredible," Mo Hui shouted in exhilaration. Mo gazed at the figures in the sky, utterly entranced. He had once been the sole airborne unit within his territory. At that moment, witnessing everyone else acquiring the ability to fly, a wave of despondency surged within him. Nevertheless, he swiftly recalibrated his mindset. Unfurling his wings from both sides, he ascended into the sky, eager to experience the sensation of the golden wings. However, after merely a minute of flight, he distinctly perceived that although the golden wings were resplendent, they paled in comparison to his own capabilities in terms of agility and endurance. "Indeed, I am still the stronger one." Mo felt a slight relief in his heart. Momo observed the chaotic figures soaring through the sky and soon recognized that further training was essential for mastering the art of flight. "All right, everyone, descend." Upon hearing the call, the crowd gracefully landed, their faces still illuminated with excitement. Subsequently, Momo turned his attention to Ida and whispered, "Ida, you should absorb Reyna's. Her power will undoubtedly be of great assistance to you." Ida nodded and approached Reyna's lifeless form, placing her hand upon her chest. A crimson glow emanated from Aida's palm, gradually enveloping Reyna's body. As the light swirled, Reyna's was slowly absorbed, transforming into pure crimson energy that merged with Aida's being. Meanwhile, Momo directed his gaze towards Recton, preparing to convert the dark red energy emanating from him. However, as he drew near, he discovered that the dark red energy had dissipated with Reyna's demise. Chapter 58. The Call of Blue Stars Will. Escaping the blood abyss. Although Recton's injuries had not completely healed, they were gradually mending, showing considerable improvement from before. It appeared that Reyna's demise had severed the source of this energy. "How do you feel?" Mo inquired. Recton smirked. "If it weren't for my hunger, I would have deliberately let her be. I could have easily dismantled that woman into pieces long ago." Mo was momentarily at a loss for words. "You stay here to protect Ida and focus on recovering. Once we locate the heart of the world, we shall return together for a meal." Recton chuckled and waved his hand. "Rest assured, with me around, not a single hair on Lady Ida will be harmed. Make haste, but do not keep me waiting too long. My stomach is growling." Mo nodded and addressed the others with a loud voice. "Everyone, join me in the mountains to search for the heart of the world." Upon hearing this, the group unfurled their golden feathered wings, soaring into the sky towards the mountains. With the ability to fly, their efficiency and movement significantly increased. No longer hindered by the terrain, and their field of vision broadened. "Spread out to search and stay safe. Notify me immediately if anything unusual is discovered." The group responded and dispersed, each soaring in different directions, leaving trails of shimmering gold in the air. Mo flew high above, surveying the mountainous landscape below. Before long, Lumiere stumbled upon the heart of the world within a concealed cave. She swiftly summoned the others to gather around. As he ventured into the cave, the dim light enveloped the space, with only a faint glow emanating from the center. Mo approached and beheld a palm-sized diamond-shaped crystal suspended in midair. He extended his hand and grasped it firmly. The moment he touched the heart of the world, a deluge of information surged into his mind. Firstly, congratulations on mastering the heart of the world and becoming a true world lord. Next, allow me to introduce you to the world. The world is divided into domains with a master and those without. In unmastered domains, the heart of the world resides somewhere within and may be refined. In mastered domains, to refine the heart of the world, one must either vanquish or subdue the world lord. When the world lord is absent from this realm, the heart of the world and the entire domain will enter a defensive state, which can be breached and refined. The heart of the world cannot be easily destroyed unless an entire domain is obliterated. Finally, may your future be as bright as the stars. Mo quietly absorbed the information swirling within his mind. At that moment, a gentle and familiar female voice resonated in his consciousness, imbued with a tinge of pleading and hope. "Child, save me." This voice enveloped Mo in an inexplicable warmth, reminiscent of a mother-esque call, stirring an innate desire for closeness. Yet, this sudden warmth and familiarity ignited a profound conflict and aversion deep within him. The will of Blue Star, perhaps? Mo coldly reflected within. "You seek to evoke maternal radiance to elicit my affection? Yet, you have chosen the wrong individual." In Mo's eyes lay an abyss of indifference. An orphan, he had never known the warmth of maternal affection, nor had he ever yearned for the so-called radiance of motherhood. This sudden emergence of unfamiliar emotions only served to render him uneasy, even repulsed. I have never felt familial love, nor do I desire this illusory warmth. Mo coldly mused within himself, your call holds no significance for me. The voice appeared to sense Mo's detachment and resistance, gradually diminishing until it ultimately vanished from his consciousness, casting aside those irrelevant emotions. Mo directed his focus towards matters of greater importance at hand. He opened the world-building panel. A prompt materialized on the panel. Please name your world. After a moment of contemplation, he inscribed, Eternal Realm. Subsequently, a new message emerged on the panel. Eternal Realm, world level, minor, 99, can be elevated by devouring other worlds and through special methods. World power, 100 can be utilized to maneuver the world and for other special purposes. Regenerates 1 point per hour. And can also be replenished by consuming worlds and through special means. World composition. Map. Upon opening the map, he was confronted with an expanse of darkness. An endless void. He furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of confusion. Just then, a prompt appeared on the panel. The world sovereign can expend world power to relocate realms. If a relocation is initiated, anchoring to a specific world will reduce the time consumed to half that of ordinary movement. Time holds significance only between the two. Immediately thereafter, a new prompt emerged. Detected information from other worlds. Would you like to anchor to a world? Affirmative. With Mo's confirmation, the map transformed. He observed that his world, Eternal Realm, was situated on the very edge of a crimson zone. This sanguine expanse must be the territory of the outer gods. Concurrently, 5 white dots appeared on the map, varying in size and scattered across different locations. These dots represented other worlds. Mo's gaze swiftly traversed these points, ultimately fixating on the one closest to him and situated outside the sanguine territory. This world was the most suitable target, being nearest and beyond the reach of the blood abyss. Traveling to this world will require 50 points of world power, with an estimated arrival in 5 hours. 5 hours. The arrival of the blood abyss is scheduled for noon tomorrow, and his realm can escape its grasp in just 5 hours. There is ample time. Watching the map, the Eternal Realm gradually approached the selected world. Mo finally exhaled, the burden that had weighed heavily on his heart now lifted. However, he did not completely lower his guard. Mo accessed the intelligence panel to confirm that the target world was indeed the one indicated by Intelligence 4, the realm of the Half-Merman King. Let us proceed. It is time to return. Momo addressed the crowd in a relaxed tone. At that moment, Watson suddenly pointed towards the depths of the cave and said, No, my lord, look there. Momo followed Watson's gaze and beheld flickering glimmers of blood in the darkness of the cave's depths. What is that? Lumiere inquired softly. Uncertain. But it feels rather unusual, Watson replied, shaking his head. Momo pondered for a moment and declared, Let us proceed and investigate. The group ventured deeper into the cave. As they advanced, the scent of blood grew increasingly potent, and peculiar patterns began to emerge on the cave walls. After a brief period, they reached the innermost sanctum of the cave, a desiccated pool of blood. At the center of this pool lay a blood-colored grinding disc, roughly the size of a basin. Its surface etched with intricate runes that emitted a faint crimson glow. Chapter 59, Blood Crown. Frost Warrior Training Camp, Blood Crown. Consume blood to exchange for rewards from the Blood Calamity. Remaining uses, 2-3, Blood Crown? Momo speculated. Considering that the power of Reyna's was likely derived from this crimson disc, the sanguine aura surrounding Reyna's bore a striking resemblance to the emanation of this grinding disc. Unfortunately, having sold all the blood acquired from previous slayings, Momo found himself lacking sufficient blood to activate the disc. What a pity, it cannot be utilized now. This thought left Momo somewhat regretful, as he was eager to explore the power of the disc. Let us return for now and seize the opportunity to come back later. The crowd nodded in agreement and followed Momo out of the cave. They retraced their steps and soon found Ida and Raikton waiting patiently. Raikton had fully recovered from his injuries and was seated on the ground, thoughtfully rubbing his belly as he pondered what to have for lunch. Upon seeing Momo and the others return, he immediately sprang to his feet and exclaimed with a broad grin, My lord, you have finally returned. I was about to starve. When shall we dine? Momo smiled reassuringly. Do not worry, you shall feast heartily upon our return. Meanwhile, Ida had completely absorbed the power of Reyna's, and her demeanor had become even more noble and graceful. Ida, level 10, rank, ordinary, traits 1, Crimson Moon 2, Bloodbat Conjurer, skills 1, Mastery of Management 2, Blood Control 3, Blood Healing 4, Scarlet Whip. Except for the blood fusion technique, Ida had acquired all of Rhaenys' skills, significantly enhancing her strength. She stepped forward and softly inquired, "My lord, how fares the situation?" Momo gazed at Ida, reflecting on her transformation. The crisis had been averted. They had located the heart of the world and successfully anchored a new realm. Now, as long as they could escape the confines of the Blood Abyss, they would be safe. Upon hearing this, Aida's face blossomed into a radiant smile. She embraced Momo, her voice brimming with excitement. "This is wonderful. I knew it. My lord is certainly capable of achieving this." Momo was momentarily taken aback by Aida's sudden embrace. He could feel the softness of her form and the delicate fragrance that enveloped her. Gently patting Aida's back, he remarked, "All right. The crisis has been averted thanks to everyone's efforts. We still have much to accomplish." Ida nodded slightly, releasing her firm grasp and stepping back, her demeanor returning to its characteristic grace and elegance. Witnessing this scene, a subtle smile flickered in the eyes of those present, though none dared to express it aloud. They maintained a shared silence. Subsequently, Momo led everyone back to the territory. Upon their return, Momo observed a significant decline in the efficiency of the villagers' work due to Aida's absence. It was already nearing noon, and they had managed to construct merely the Frost Warrior training camp. Standing before the newly completed structure, Momo assessed the building. Despite the reduced efficiency, the completion of such a project was commendable. It seemed Aida's influence was greater than I had anticipated. At that moment, Ida approached Momo and softly said, "My lord, I shall go prepare lunch." Momo nodded, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for your hard work, Ida." Everyone's stomachs were growling with hunger, particularly Recton, who had been murmuring about it all the way. Ida smiled gently, a glimmer of warmth in her eyes. "This is what I ought to do, my lord." Upon overhearing the conversation between the two, Leekton immediately approached, exclaiming, "My lady, I shall accompany you." Ada was momentarily taken aback by Leekton's address. She shot him a glare but offered no rebuttal, instead softly replying, "Let us go. No time to waste." After Ada and Leekton departed, Momo entered the Frost Warrior training camp. The walls of the camp were adorned with intricate patterns, and a subtle chill permeated the air. He activated the panel to examine the detailed information of the Frost Warrior training camp. Frost Warrior training camp function capable of training the subjects, elevating their levels up to 7, while imparting the skills of the Frost Warriors. Training capacity, a maximum of 10 subjects can be trained at once. Training duration, each training session lasts for 1 hour. Momo gazed at the information displayed on the panel, marveling at the formidable capabilities of the training camp. Not only could it rapidly enhance the levels of the subjects, but it also enabled them to master the unique skills of the Frost Warriors. The efficiency far exceeded his previous expectations. A thought suddenly flickered in Momo's mind. Could I possibly utilize this training camp? He resolved to test it for himself. Thus, he summoned 9 militia members, preparing to undergo training alongside them. The militia members, astonished yet elated at the prospect of training alongside their lord, stood at attention, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the session. Among them were Emohui and Linley. Emohui beamed, saying, "My lord, we are truly honored that you would train with us." Linley confidently added, "With our lord present, we are certain to grow stronger." Momo nodded slightly, encouraging everyone. As the training commenced, the scene before him suddenly transformed. He found himself immersed in an endless expanse of snow. All around was a blinding white, with fierce winds howling and snowflakes swirling. Due to Momo's robust physique, he felt no discomfort from the cold. Instead, it enveloped him in an extraordinary sense of tranquility. "Is this the illusion of the training camp?" Momo murmured softly, scanning his surroundings. The chill of the snow persisted for 30 minutes. Yet he remained untouched by its bite. In fact, he sensed a surge of power emanating from the cold. At that moment, a phantom materialized before him. It was a towering warrior wielding a spear, exuding an imposing aura. The phantom's gaze fixed intently on Momo, awaiting his response. Unbeknownst to him, a spear had appeared in his grasp. He tightened his grip, feeling the icy sensation coursing through the spear's shaft, igniting within him a fervent spirit of combat. "Come on," Momo whispered, his eyes locked onto the phantom. Suddenly, the phantom surged forward, its spear darting toward Momo like a bolt of lightning. Although he had never formally studied spear techniques, he instinctively swung his weapon, striking at the phantom. Bang! In that instant of collision, the phantom was obliterated by his blow, dissolving into shimmering particles that vanished into the air. Chapter 60, The Transformation of Physical Energy. Momo was momentarily taken aback. Was it truly so weak? Then, a flood of insights surged into his mind, memories of spear techniques as if he had honed them through countless battles. Indeed, is this the effect of training? Mo murmured softly, a glimmer of enlightenment flashing in his eyes. Before he could fully savor the moment, another ethereal figure materialized before him. This time, the figure moved with greater swiftness and launched more ferocious attacks. Without a moment's hesitation, Mo brandished his spear once more, engaging in battle with the apparition. Each time he vanquished the specter, a fresh wave of insight surged into his mind. His movements became increasingly fluid, and his mastery of the spear grew more intuitive. In a mere 30 minutes, it felt as though Mo had undergone countless battles, amassing a wealth of experience. As the training concluded, the scene before him shifted once again, returning him to the training camp. The spear in his hand had vanished. Yet the echoes of those fierce encounters lingered in his memory. At that moment, Mo's body shuddered abruptly. A chilling current surged within him, swiftly coursing through his entire being, invigorating the energy within him. The energy resonated with the cold wave, cleansing every part of his body, rendering him more resilient and his strength more concentrated. Concurrently, profound memories of spear techniques flooded into his consciousness. Mo's comprehension of the spear ascended to an unprecedented level. After a brief interlude, the chilling current gradually subsided, and the influx of memories ceased. Mo slowly opened his eyes, excitement shimmering within them. He clenched his fist, sensing the newfound power coursing through him. "This sensation is truly extraordinary," he whispered. He could distinctly perceive that his physical energy had been compressed, refined, and transformed into something more potent and powerful. Mo opened his personal panel and scrutinized his status. However, he found it peculiar that only a single skill, the Frost Marksman technique, had been added to his skill bar, with no other enhancements or abilities in sight. It was strange. He felt a significant change within his body. Yet the skill bar reflected only the addition of a marksmanship ability. After pondering this for a moment without resolution, Mo closed the panel. Turning his gaze to the militia beside him, he noticed their bodies were trembling violently from the cold, yet their eyes sparkled with excitement. Clearly, they had also experienced immense growth from their training. Despite their bodies enduring the onslaught of the frigid air, their spirits were undeniably invigorated. "My lord, I feel significantly stronger," exclaimed Mo Hui, his voice quivering yet brimming with joy. Lin Li nodded in agreement, adding, "So do I. This sense of power is simply magnificent." The other militia members echoed their sentiments, their bodies still shivering slightly, but the light in their eyes shone brighter than ever before. Mo smiled gently and said, "Excellent. Everyone's hard work has not been in vain. This training has afforded us remarkable progress, but this is merely the beginning. In the days to come, we shall grow even stronger." In unison, the group affirmed, "Yes, my lord." Mo understood that with the assistance of the Frost Warrior training camp, the strength of their territory would soon experience a qualitative leap. Once everyone completed their final transformation, Mo led them to the dining hall for a meal. Inside, Rekton was already seated at the table, awaiting the commencement of the feast. Upon seeing Mo and others enter, he waved his hand and exclaimed, "My lord, you have finally arrived. If you had delayed any longer, I would have starved." Chapter 61. The Frost Wolf King Shi. After the meal, Mo gathered all the combat villagers to explain the purpose of the Frost Warriors training camp. Subsequently, the villagers made their way towards the training camp. However, Mo did not follow them. Instead, he turned and headed to the library. He had an important task to accomplish, mastering the Frost Wolf breathing technique. Mo first studied it thoroughly before beginning his practice. Initially, the process was no different from before. He could sense the energy within him flowing gently. However, as time passed, he gradually felt a cold energy surging from within his body. This energy was distinct from the previous one. It was colder and more refined. As he continued his practice, this chilling energy increased in intensity, gradually coalescing into a small stream. The stream emanated a bone-chilling coldness. Mo could distinctly perceive the presence of this energy flowing within him, imparting a peculiar sense of strength. At that moment, the cold energy he had recently cultivated in the Frost Warriors training camp surged forth unexpectedly. The two energies encountered each other within Mo, yet instead of clashing, they began to slowly converge and merge. This fusion was not merely an additive process but represented a qualitative leap. Mo could feel his physical energy undergoing a transformation, as every part of his body was washed by the cold currents, becoming broader and more resilient. The originally dispersed energy has been compressed and purified, resulting in a brand new and more potent form of energy. Mo can distinctly perceive the profound transformation within his physical energy. What was once an ordinary energy form has now evolved into the chilling Frost Wolf King's combat aura. This aura not only boasts superior quality, imbued with formidable ice attributes, but its capacity has also significantly expanded, transforming his body into a more expansive vessel capable of accommodating greater amounts of energy. Momo's level has risen by 1. Now at level 14. The notification echoed in Momo's mind, heralding his advancement. Elated, he concluded his training after some time, slowly opening his eyes. A white mist emanated from his body. This mist was not mere steam, but rather a frigid vapor, piercingly cold. Rising to his feet, he stretched his limbs, feeling the surge of newfound power coursing within him. At last, he had mastered the Frost Wolf breathing technique. He accessed his personal panel to meticulously examine his status. In the skills section, a new ability, Frostwolf King's Combat Aura, had appeared beside the original Frostbite Spear technique. Momo understood that this formidable energy form resulted from the perfect fusion of the cold energy within him and the Frostwolf Combat Aura. The Frostwolf King's Combat Aura not only retained the ferocity and chill of its predecessor, but also integrated the energy characteristics bestowed by the Frost Warrior training camp, greatly enhancing both its quality and power. Clenching his fist, Momo reveled in the exhilarating flow of the Frostwolf King's Combat Aura within him. His physical energy has completely transformed into the Frostwolf King's Battle Aura. Not only is its quality significantly enhanced, but its capacity has also increased substantially. This signifies that he will possess greater endurance and explosive power during combat. To assess the effectiveness of the Frostwolf King's Battle Aura, Momo decides to attempt unleashing a non-ice attribute skill, Lightning Strike. He raises his hand, gathering a dazzling sphere of lightning in his palm. The lightning dances within his grasp, emitting crackling sounds. Chapter 62, The Lord's Mansion Lightning Strike. Momo murmurs. In an instant, the lightning in his hand morphs into a brilliant bolt, racing towards a distant target. Since Lightning Strike is not an ice attribute skill, the chilling characteristics of the Frostwolf King's Battle Aura remain unutilized. However, the superior energy of the Frostwolf King's Battle Aura significantly amplifies the power of the Lightning Strike. The bolt of lightning is more radiant and faster than ever before. Boom! The lightning erupts, filling the air with a charred scent. The distant target is obliterated by the lightning strike, leaving behind a scorched crater on the ground. Momo gazes at this scene, a glint of satisfaction crossing his eyes. He can sense that the power of the lightning strike has vastly improved. The formation of the Frostwolf King's Battle Aura has fortified each of his skills. Whether they are ice attribute skills or of other types, they all benefit from this enhancement. Next, he must continue to familiarize himself with this newfound power and test its effects in practical combat. Momo opens the map to check the distance between the current world and the target world. The map indicates that the two worlds are now exceedingly close, and contact is anticipated within a matter of minutes. Momo's gaze swept across the map, quickly contemplating the forthcoming actions. What transformations might arise from the convergence of two worlds? A sense of uncertainty lingered in his heart. He subsequently accessed the system panel to examine the regulations governing the contact between the two realms. It became evident that when the two worlds approached a certain proximity, unique alterations would occur in the closest areas of both realms. The world barrier would expand outward, creating a passageway. This conduit would permit the free traversal of beings between the two worlds. This revelation implied that Momo could proactively enter the target world to explore resources and extend his dominion. However, it also signified that adversaries from the target realm might invade his world through this passage. Next, Momo opened the panel to scrutinize the composition of his own world. The map revealed that his territory was situated at the heart of the realm, encircled by diverse terrains. To the south lay forests and mountains, to the west, more woodland. To the east, a stretch of lakes, and to the north, prairies and wastelands. His gaze lingered on the northern prairies and wastelands for a moment, sparking an idea within him. The flat terrain and expansive visibility to the north rendered it exceptionally suitable as a front line for combat. Should a connection with other worlds materialize in the future, the north would undoubtedly serve as the most advantageous position. This arrangement would ensure that, even in the event of conflict, the battlefield could be contained far from the core territory, thereby safeguarding it from damage. Henceforth, when establishing connections with other worlds, the northern region would be the optimal choice. With a clear plan crystallizing in his mind, Momo closed the map and turned towards the center of his domain. Upon his return to the heart of his territory, he was greeted by a striking sight. The construction of the Lord's Manor had been completed by his subjects. In contrast to the previously modest Lord's wooden cabin, the newly constructed Lord's Manor exudes grandeur and magnificence. Momo meticulously inspected every corner of the manor, feeling a sense of satisfaction within. Everyone has worked hard, he praised, and upon hearing the Lord's commendation, the faces of the villagers blossomed with smiles, aware that their efforts had been acknowledged. "My lord, this is what we ought to do," George replied with a grin. However, Mo did not linger in delight for long. The development of the territory still demanded further diligence. Thus, he reassigned tasks, directing a portion of the populace to forge tank sabers. Chapter 63. The Elven Gang, as there remained a considerable interval before the world connection. Mo resolved to first open the chat interface to assess the local situation. The chat interface was filled with rapidly scrolling information. Mo's gaze swiftly scanned the content, ultimately pausing on a discussion regarding the recruitment of militia. "Hanuelu, brothers, do you have any methods to increase the number of militia recruits?" Southeast Summer. Indeed, brothers. Currently, I am aware of two methods. One is to obtain building upgrade blueprints, and the other is an item known as the Root of the Militia Camp. As far as I know, only the Elven Gang possesses this at present. Lin Jun, that Elven Gang is a bunch of beasts. That item was pilfered by their leader from someone else. Southeast Summer. Agreed. Wang Lu, what do you mean by pilfered? This is merely the law of the jungle. He should consider himself fortunate. Lin Jun expressed his frustration, while Mo perused the unfolding events, his brow slightly furrowing. This appeared to be the first instance of homicide within the region, and the nature of the incident was exceedingly heinous. The catalyst for this turmoil was a lord who had acquired a formidable artifact, the Root of the Militia Encampment, and showcased it within the territory. This item could significantly enhance both the quantity and efficiency of militia recruitment, drawing considerable attention from many. However, the leader of the Elven Gang, Elven, was fortuitous. The heart of the world was situated near his domain. Thus, on the very first day, he ascended to become a true world lord. Empowered by the heart of the world, Elven commenced the movement of his realm, seeking greater resources and opportunities. By the third day, he fortuitously encountered the lord in possession of the Root of the Militia Encampment. He launched a surprise attack, slaying his adversary, seizing all possessions, and devouring the essence of the defeated world. Even more infuriating was Elven's desecration of the corpse, as he disseminated images of the act across the regional channel, brazenly challenging other lords. This audacity immediately sent shockwaves throughout the region. Numerous lords expressed their outrage at Elven's actions, vehemently condemning him in the chat channels. Yet, constrained by the distances and regulations between worlds, they found themselves powerless to take tangible action against Elven, relegated to voicing their grievances. Having absorbed this information, Mo, while astonished by Elven's conduct, felt little emotional upheaval. He understood that in this ruthless world, strength was the sole law that governed existence. Although Elven's behavior was cruel, it conformed to the survival rules of this world, the law of the jungle, where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, and only the fittest survive. Subsequently, Mo noticed that he had numerous private messages awaiting his attention. He opened the list of messages and began to peruse them one by one. Most of the messages consisted of requests or casual chatter, with even a few abstract ones that were utterly perplexing. For these worthless messages, Mo chose to block them outright. However, just as he was about to close the private messaging interface, one particular note caught his eye. "Elven, Mo. If you can deliver the Tang Dao blueprint to me, I shall offer you an opportunity to join the Elven Gang. What do you say?" Upon reading this message, Mo raised an eyebrow in surprise. He had not anticipated that Elven would seek him out with such a condescending demeanor. As Mo took his time to respond, Elven appeared to grow impatient. Chapter 64. The Round Sky and Square Earth. Elven, I advise you not to be ungrateful. The Elven Gang is in its nascent stages. If you manage to join, your future prospects will be boundless. You would do well to contemplate this carefully. Mo regarded these messages with a cold smirk. Engaging with such a quintessential simpleton was hardly worth his time. He promptly blocked Elven and closed the messaging interface, feeling no inclination to respond even with a single word. Associating with someone like Elven would only serve to diminish his own intellect. Yet, unbeknownst to Mo, shortly after he had blocked Elven, a tremendous uproar erupted within the regional channel. "Elven, attention, lords. The individual known as Momo has foolishly rejected the benevolent invitation extended by my Elven Guild. Consequently, I hereby place a bounty on Momo. Anyone who can provide the location of his territory or vanquish him shall receive a generous reward. The specifics of the reward are as follows. 1. 50 units of food. 2. A green weapon. 3. An opportunity to join the Elven Guild." Upon the announcement of this bounty, the regional channel erupted in fervor. "Southeast Summer, is this a joke?" Chin Chu, outrageous. "Wang Lu, my chief has offered such a bounty, and you remain unmoved?" Lin Jun, "Wang Lu, if I recall correctly, You are not a member of the Elven Guild, so why do you act like a lapdog? Momo closed the chat interface and shifted his focus to the market. His gaze swiftly scanned the screen. The prices of food had begun to gradually decline. The Lord's developments were slowly finding their rhythm. The items in the region were continuously updated. However, due to Momo's significant advantage, these newly emerged items held little allure for him. He glanced at the time. The moment of world connection was drawing near. Momo summoned all his battle-ready subjects. After an hour of training, their combat prowess had markedly improved. Rekton exclaimed with excitement, "My lord, that training facility is truly miraculous. I feel capable of defeating 10 foes." My MO echoed his sentiments. "I feel the same way." Momo nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the crowd unfurled their wings, transforming into golden figures as they soared swiftly towards the north. The inhabitants below gazed upwards, witnessing a dazzling display of golden light in the sky. Due to their remarkable speed, it was but a short while before they reached the world's boundary. Momo hovered in the air, his gaze fixed upon the heavens, seemingly lost in contemplation. Then, with a swift motion, he transformed into a beam of golden light, ascending towards the clouds. As Momo continued to rise, the once azure sky abruptly shifted to a brilliant white. Upon reaching this expanse of whiteness, he extended his hand and gently touched it. The white surface began to ripple, revealing the swirling void beyond. Momo beheld this scene, a torrent of thought surging within him. He recognized that the world he inhabited was one of a round sky and flat land, with the heavens resembling a vast dome enveloping the earth. This structure of the world intrigued him. At the same time, he couldn't help but recall a prior contemplation. He discovered that, on the map, movement was confined to a two-dimensional plane, devoid of any vertical ascension or descent. This peculiarity piqued his curiosity, prompting him to delve deeper into the nature of this world. Chapter 65. The Connection of Worlds. While Momo was absorbed in thought, two figures silently approached his side. Ida and Lumaire flanked him, their eyes filled with concern and curiosity. Ida tilted her head slightly and inquired softly, "My lord, what troubles you? You appear somewhat preoccupied." Lumaire echoed gently, "Indeed, my lord, you have been staring into the void. Have you discovered something?" Momo regained his composure and cast a glance at his two companions, offering a faint smile. Instead of directly addressing their inquiries, he posed a rhetorical question. "Do you not find this world rather peculiar? We are confined to movement within a plane, unable to truly ascend or descend. What do you think is the reason for such limitations?" Ada and Lumaire exchanged glances, evidently taken aback by Momo's provocative question. After a moment of contemplation, Ada responded, "Perhaps this is simply the nature of our rules. Just as we cannot transcend the boundaries of our world, vertical movement may also be constrained by some unseen force." Lumaire added, "Or perhaps it is because we have yet to discover the correct method." After listening to their responses, Momo nodded thoughtfully, his gaze returning to the undulating void before him. However, as he immersed himself in contemplation, he suddenly sensed a powerful surge of energy emanating from below. Almost instantaneously, a notification panel materialized before his eyes, connecting to the world. Momo quickly lowered his gaze and observed as the once desolate landscape began to be enveloped by a pristine white light. The white surged and roiled like boiling water, gradually extending outward and forming a colossal passageway. The edges of this passage flickered with a faint luminescence, bridging the gap to another realm. Moments later, the white light stabilized, revealing an immense corridor before them, its interior glowing with an immaculate whiteness. Momo gazed intently at the passage and turned to Ada and Lumaire, saying, "Let us proceed and explore this wonder." The three individuals swiftly descended towards the ground. Below, the inhabitants were rendered speechless by the astonishing sight before them. Rekton widened his eyes, stammering as he pointed towards the passage, "My lord, this is simply extraordinary. What on earth is this?" Momo smiled faintly and addressed the crowd, "This is a passage to another world. Come, let us explore this realm together." Upon hearing this, excitement illuminated the faces of the group. They followed Momo and stepped into the passage. Inside, the passage was a pristine white. Momo and the inhabitants reached out to touch the walls, discovering they felt just as before. Wherever they touched, ripples emerged, spreading outward and revealing the swirling void behind. As they ventured deeper, the end of the passage gradually came into view. However, before them lay nothing but an expanse of pure white, with no discernible path ahead. Momo, looking puzzled, remarked, "My lord, there seems to be no way forward. What shall we do?" His voice echoed in the vast passage, sounding somewhat jarring. Momo did not respond immediately, instead gazing thoughtfully at the wide expanse. He slowly extended his hand, lightly touching the surface. Instantly, ripples danced across the white, spreading swiftly and unveiling the scene beyond. Momo took the lead, Stepping out of the passage, followed closely by the others, they found themselves on a high ground, overlooking this unfamiliar world. Chapter 66. The half-fishman King Momo surveyed his surroundings, realizing this realm was significantly smaller than his own, roughly one-tenth of its size. At that moment, Lumiere suddenly pointed to a spot below, exclaiming, "My lord, look over there." Momo followed her, and soon beheld a bizarre figure seated upon the ground. Its form was drenched in blood, surrounded by numerous corpses, clearly the aftermath of a brutal battle. Its movements were unsettling, as it lowered its head to manipulate something, seemingly engaged in a ritual or some mysterious act. "Let us approach and observe," Momo whispered, leading the group toward the Half-Merman King. Half-Merman King, level 12, tier, ordinary, traits, gaze of the Half-Merman god, a fortunate child, bestowed a fleeting glance from the father deity. The future may brim with hope. Should you be willing to offer your soul? Skills 1. Water wave impact, manipulate water currents to create a wave that surges forward. 2. Fishbone spear, conjure a spear from flowing water, marking the target upon impact. 3. Call of the tides, invoke tidal movements within a certain radius, empowering all attacks from Half-Merman within the area with tidal force. Before them stood the figure identified in the intelligence report as the Half-Merman King. Its size was akin to that of Rek'Sai, yet appeared more corpulent. A viscous layer coated its body, emanating an overwhelmingly nauseating stench. Its form was riddled with wounds, blood coursing down its skin, indistinguishable between its own and that of other creatures. The Half-Merman King showed no reaction to Momo and her companion's arrival, mechanically repeating its actions. Its gaze was hollow and devoid of life, resembling a soulless shell. Momo fixed her eyes upon the Half-Merman King, her brow slightly furrowing. He addressed the crowd, cautioning, "Be wary, something seems amiss with this creature." Rek'Sai swung his fist and grinned. "What is there to fear? Watch me knock it down with a single blow." No sooner had he spoken than he charged towards the king of the Murlocs, delivering a powerful punch to its chest. His fist struck the Murloc King with a resounding thud, but the creature's slimy exterior absorbed some of the impact. Nevertheless, the blow caused it to shudder slightly, momentarily halting its movements. Yet, the Murloc King remained unfazed by Rek'Sai's assault, pausing only briefly before mechanically resuming its actions, as if Rek'Sai's strike was nothing but a gentle breeze. Its gaze remained vacant and devoid of emotion. Witnessing this, Rek'Sai felt a surge of indignation. His eyes widened in disbelief. How dare it disregard me? He brandished his crescent-shaped blade, its edge glinting ominously in the air. With a cold smirk, he declared, "If a punch proves ineffective, let us see how this fares." Raising his weapon high, he brought it crashing down towards the Murloc King's chest. The blade sliced through the air with a piercing shriek, striking the Murloc King's torso with a thunderous tearing sound. A gaping wound opened on its chest, dark crimson blood gushing forth. The Murloc King's body lurched violently, clearly reeling from the devastating blow. Chapter 67. The transformation of the Half-Fish King unexpectedly. The Half-Fish King continued to disregard Rek'Sai's presence. Its gaze remained hollow and devoid of emotion, and its movement showed no sign of pause. Witnessing this, Rek'Sai was instantly consumed by rage. His eyes widened as he exclaimed, "You fool, you seek your own demise." With that, he swung his blade once more, intent on delivering a fatal blow to the Half-Fish King. The blade carved a graceful arc through the air, aimed directly at the creature's neck. However, just as the weapon was about to descend, a surge of pale blue energy erupted from the Half-Fish King's form. This energy surged forth like an overwhelming tide, instantly propelling Rek'Sai away. He crashed heavily to the ground beside Momo and the others, kicking up a cloud of dust, rising from the earth. Rek'Sai brushed off the dirt from his attire, a hint of embarrassment crossing his features. He glanced at his companions, scratched his head, and forced a chuckle, thinking, "This creature possesses some formidable power." Then, he shouted at the Half-Fish King, "You coward, resorting to underhanded tactics. If you have the courage, face me head-on." Momo observed Rek'Sai's flustered demeanor and shook his head. Rek'Sai remained calm. Its condition is peculiar. No sooner had he spoken than the corpses surrounding the Half-Fish King began to tremble violently. Following this, those lifeless forms transformed into wisps of eerie blue gas, drifting towards the Half-Fish King. The blue gas spiraled in the air, ultimately merging entirely with the being. Concurrently, a vague ethereal silhouette materialized behind the Half-Fish King, slowly blending with its corporeal form. The emergence of the phantom caused the body of the Half-Fish King to tremble violently. Its skin decayed at a visible pace, rotting away. Despite its physical deterioration, its aura grew increasingly potent, emanating an invisible sense of oppression. Lumiere and Mo, perceiving the change, immediately became alert. Lumiere swiftly conjured a series of wind arrows, while Bai Mo formed a sharp water blade. The two simultaneously launched their attacks at the Half-Fish King. However, just as the wind arrows and water blade were on the verge of striking him, a pale blue shield materialized, enveloping the surrounding area and effortlessly deflecting all incoming assaults. The wind arrows and water blade collided against the shield, producing a series of resounding thuds, yet inflicted no harm whatsoever. Lumiere frowned slightly, gathering her strength to conjure a mightier hurricane arrow. Bai Mo, meanwhile, summoned a freezing water cannon imbued with frigid energy. Once again, the two unleashed their attacks in unison, with the hurricane arrow and freezing water cannon hurtling toward the shield. Nevertheless, even amidst this barrage, the shield merely rippled, showing no signs of fracture. Unwilling to concede, Lumiere and Bai Mo launched several more rounds of attacks, but the outcome remained unchanged. All their efforts were effortlessly thwarted by the shield. Observing this, Mo raised his hand, signaling the two to cease their assault. Approaching the shield, his gaze remained composed as he extended his hand, gently pressing against its surface. Transform. As his words fell, the entire shield dissipated into countless specks of white light, ultimately melding into Mo's right arm. In that fleeting moment of the shield's disappearance, the figure of the Half-Fish King was laid bare before all. At this moment, the king of the Half-Fishmen was enveloped in a layer of pale blue light. Its skin remained in a state of decay and putrefaction, yet its aura grew increasingly formidable. Chapter 68. The god of the Half-Fishmen Mo gazed intently at the king of the Half-Fishmen, his brow furrowing slightly. He could sense that the pale blue glow emanated an air of oppression, as if it were drawn from the abyss of the deepest ocean. The surrounding corpses had diminished significantly. Despite its decaying form, the king of the Half-Fishmen's power was steadily escalating. This creature. Lumiere gripped her withered spirit bow tightly and inquired, "My lord, what shall we do? Its strength appears to be augmenting." Bai Mo nodded in agreement, stating, "If it completes its transformation, we may find ourselves in dire straits." Mo did not respond immediately. Instead, he scrutinized the condition of the king of the Half-Fishmen. He discerned that the phantasmal figure's fusion with the king was seemingly incomplete. Its body continued to tremble violently, enduring immense agony. A flicker of determination flashed in Mo's eyes as he murmured, "While it has yet to fully transform, we must swiftly eliminate it." Upon hearing this, Recton grinned broadly and exclaimed, "Finally, we can make our move. This time, I shall show him the might of Lord Recton." Lumiere, Bai Mo, continue your ranged assaults. Recton, you shall engage in close combat alongside me. The rest of you, take advantage of the situation. The crowd replied in unison, "Yes, my lord." Lumiere quickly drew her withered spirit bow, channeling a powerful gust arrow. Simultaneously, she concentrated to conjure multiple wind arrows, which shot forth like meteors towards the king of the Half-Fishmen. The white foam coalesced into blades of water, piercing towards the Half-Fish King. Simultaneously, Momo completed his transformation into a dragon, flanking Rek'Sai as they charged swiftly towards the Half-Fish King. It seemed to sense the impending danger. The pale blue aura surrounding its body intensified abruptly, expanding outward in an attempt to reconstitute its shield. However, Momo was prepared. He raised his right hand and intoned softly, "Conversion." This dismantled the shield the Half-Fish King endeavored to form. Seizing the moment, Rek'Sai leaped high, his crescent-shaped blade descending with the force of thunder upon the Half-Fish King's crown. Momo surged in from the side, his dragon claw aimed directly at the Half-Fish King's heart. Yet, just as their strikes were poised to connect, the Half-Fish King's body erupted with a formidable surge of energy. Its eyes snapped open, revealing a strange blue light that flickered within their formerly hollow depths. It let out a deep roar, and the pale blue light surrounding it transformed instantaneously into a shockwave that radiated outward. Momo and Rek'Sai were knocked back several steps, barely maintaining their balance. The ranged attacks from Lumiere and Bai Mo were also nullified by this energy, failing to inflict any damage. The Half-Fish King gradually rose to its feet. Though its body remained decayed, its presence had grown overwhelmingly suffocating. It cast a glance at its own hands and the corpses still lying on the ground. Then, lifting its gaze, it surveyed the others with a frigid stare, as if regarding mere insects. "Foolish mortals, you dare disrupt the ritual of the divine." The Half-Fish King's voice resonated, imbued with an indescribable authority. A chill ran through Mo's heart as he realized that the situation had surpassed their expectations. He spoke softly to the group, "Be cautious. It has already undergone part of its metamorphosis, its power far exceeding what it was before." The others nodded in agreement, showing no sign of retreat. The Half-Merman King slowly raised its hand, causing the surrounding air to begin to vibrate violently. It murmured, "Under the power of the tides." be reduced to dust. Chapter 69. Assaulted by the Half-Merman King. Half-Merman King. Special. Level. 20. Rank. Elite. Traits. Skills. Momo's gaze sharpened. He discovered that he was unable to view the Half-Merman King's traits and skills, an unprecedented situation for him. At that moment, the Half-Merman King's palm clenched suddenly. The air around them was drawn by an invisible force, instantly coalescing into towering columns of water. The water columns surged upwards like roaring dragons, propelled from the ground into the sky, infused with formidable tidal power, rushing towards the group. Momo reacted swiftly, shouting, "Scatter!" Upon hearing his command, the group immediately dispersed, spreading their wings to evade the onslaught of the water columns. The power of the columns exceeded their imagination, and the splashes they created still carried tremendous force, tearing apart the surrounding earth. Momo sensed the latent power within the splashes, growing increasingly vigilant. He understood that the difficulty of this battle had escalated beyond their expectations. He called out loudly, "Everyone except me, Mayer, Rekton, Ida, and by Mo, leave this place immediately." Upon hearing the order, Watson and the others felt a surge of complex emotions. They understood that remaining here would only serve as a burden. Watson gritted his teeth and shouted, "My lord, be cautious. We await your triumphant return." With that, he led the other villagers swiftly away from the perilous battlefield. Momo watched them depart before redirecting his focus to the Half-Merman King. However, just as he prepared to launch his assault, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Due to Rekton's insufficient mastery of the golden feathered wings, he hesitated in evading the water column and was struck directly by it. A flash of silver light erupted as Rekton's shield shattered instantaneously. The shield failed to fully absorb the impact of the water column, and the tidal force contained within it penetrated the shield, delivering a heavy blow to Rekton's shoulder. A gaping wound appeared, blood gushing forth. Rekton let out a muffled groan, losing his balance and crashing to the ground. This fellow so formidable. Rekton gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as he attempted to rise. Observing this, the Half-Merman King did not relent in its assault. It raised another hand, and the air around it quivered violently once more. Countless droplets coalesced in the air, transforming into sharp fishbone spears. "Be careful," Momo warned loudly. The Half-Merman King's hand swept violently, and the fishbone spears rained down upon the group like a torrential storm. Lumiere swiftly conjured wind arrows, shattering the fishbone spears aimed at her one by one. The wind arrows clashed with the fishbone spears in the air, producing a series of explosive sounds. Meanwhile, Mo leveraged her flying advantage, skillfully maneuvering through the air to evade the onslaught of fishbone spears. Ada remained stationary, the scarlet power within her swiftly transforming into blood. Under her command, the blood coalesced into a formidable shield, positioned protectively before her. The fishbone spear collided with the shield, producing a dull thud, yet it failed to breach her defenses. The Half-Fish King observed this scene, his eyes narrowing slightly. Although severely injured, Rek'Sai did not relinquish the fight. He swung his blade across the ground, cleaving through the onslaught of fishbone spears directed at him. However, the sheer number of spears was overwhelming. Despite his utmost efforts, several still pierced his body, blood gushing from his wounds. The continuous healing spell persisted, gradually mending his injuries. While the pace of recovery was sluggish, it at least afforded him a momentary stabilization. Chapter 70. The phantasm of the half-fish god Momo's form darted through the air like a specter, deftly evading the barrage of fishbone spears. Although the spears were densely packed, none managed to make contact with his body. His gaze remained fixed upon the Half-Fish King, searching for an opportunity to counterattack. At that moment, the Half-Fish King's body suddenly trembled, his offensive abruptly ceasing. The suspended fishbone spears also halted in midair, dissipating into droplets of water. The Half-Fish King's movement slowed, his posture slightly hunched, as if weakened from the excessive exertion of his powers. The azure glow in his eyes dimmed noticeably. Seizing this fleeting moment of vulnerability, Momo called out, "Now is the time. Attack with all your might." Upon hearing this, Lumiere swiftly drew the withered spirit bow, channeling her energy into a tempestuous arrow. The bowstring tautened, and the arrow was enveloped by a swirling vortex of violent winds. Hurricane arrow. The arrow was loosed from the bowstring, accompanied by a piercing whistle that tore through the air, aimed directly at the Half-Merman King. White foam coalesced into a colossal frostwater cannon, imbued with an essence of frigid energy. Rek'Sai, dragging his injured form, let out a roar, his muscles taut with fury, charging toward the Half-Merman King. His blade, imbued with the force of thunder, cleaved toward the king's head. Momo, like a bolt of lightning, darted toward the Half-Merman King. His dragon claws shimmered with golden electricity, crackling in the air as they sought the king's heart. The half-merman king sensed the impending danger and attempted to conjure a shield once more. Yet, Emoma had anticipated this move. He raised his right hand and softly intoned, "Transform." The shield the half-merman king sought to form was utterly shattered. Boom. The collective onslaught of their attacks struck the half-merman king simultaneously, erupting with a resounding crash. The king's body was shredded by the hurricane arrow, frozen by the frost water cannon, cleaved open by Rek'Sai's blade, and ultimately pierced through the heart by Emoma's dragon claws. The half-merman king let out a heart-wrenching roar, his body convulsing violently before slowly collapsing. His form began to disintegrate, transforming into wisps of blue gas that dissipated into the air. Emoma leveled up by 1. Now at level 15. A collective sigh of relief escaped the group. However, Emoma's brow remained furrowed. The ordeal was not yet over. Indeed, at the very moment the half-merman king's body completely vanished, a massive ethereal silhouette materialized in the air. The figure was vast and indistinct, exuding an aura of majesty and oppression. Its presence rendered the surrounding air heavy and suffocating. The identification of it revealed that all information has been obscured, rendering even the name and rank invisible. The shadow slowly bowed its head, surveying the crowd below. At that moment, its gaze flickered slightly, catching sight of Ada soaring in the distance. The shadow raised its hand, and in an instant, the surrounding air grew moist. Countless droplets converged from all directions, coalescing into shimmering spheres in midair. These droplets seemed to respond to an unseen summons, hastening towards the shadow's palm, forming an immense orb of water. Simultaneously, the lower half of the shadow began to dissipate, transforming into wisps of azure gas that merged into the water sphere. Its form became increasingly ethereal. However, this dissolution did not afford the onlookers any relief. Rather, it intensified the gravity of the atmosphere. The crowd felt an escalating pressure from their environment, as if the very space were repelling their existence. A damp and chilling aura pervaded the air, inducing a sense of suffocation. Lumire tightened her grip on the withered spirit bow, her fingertips trembling slightly. Ada floated in the air, the crimson energy surging within her, resisting the intangible oppression. Chapter 71. Water Tornado. The air was thick with a damp and frigid essence, stifling all breath. Lumire's gaze fixated on the colossal shadow, her heart heavy with despair. Meanwhile, Ada remained suspended, her crimson power swirling within, countering the invisible weight. Momo observed as the shadow cast a fleeting glance towards Ada. Though he could not comprehend why the phantom harbored an interest in Ada, he was acutely aware that she was in grave peril. Without a moment's hesitation, Momo surged towards Ada, his right arm instantaneously transforming into a draconic form, golden scales enveloping his limb. At that very moment, the orb of water within the phantom's palm erupted violently, morphing into a colossal water vortex. The vortex roared forth with devastating force, advancing relentlessly towards Ada. Following the unleashing of the water vortex, the phantom's form began to dissipate, its mission accomplished. Ada gazed at the impending water vortex, her eyes filled with despair. The overwhelming pressure rendered her immobile, making even the act of breathing a daunting challenge. A fleeting thought crossed her mind. Am I destined to perish? Simultaneously, Momo's image flickered continuously in her mind. Onlookers were engulfed in a sense of urgency and helplessness. Lumiere attempted to draw her withered bow, yet her trembling hands rendered her aim unsteady. Mo concentrated on gathering water elements, only to find her strength utterly insignificant before the might of the vortex. Rekton roared, yearning to charge forward, but his body was repelled by the vortex's residual force. In this critical moment, a golden figure suddenly materialized before Ada. It was Momo. He positioned himself as a shield before her, raising his draconic right arm in an effort to withstand the vortex. Just as the vortex was about to make contact with Momo, a flash of silver light illuminated the scene, and a shield materialized out of thin air, enveloping Momo. However, the vortex's power was too formidable. The shield barely held for an instant before shattering spectacularly. Almost immediately, another shield emerged, empowered by the might of the Silver Shield Ring. However, the shield of the Silver Shield Ring rapidly succumbed to the force of the water vortex. Even the Silver Shield Ring itself was rendered inoperative under the weight of this power. The combined shields managed to withstand the onslaught of the water vortex for but a fleeting moment, depleting only a fraction of its energy. Although the might of the water vortex diminished slightly, it still surged forward with destructive force, heading straight for Momo. Ada gazed at Momo, who stood before her, her eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions. She murmured softly, "My lord." Momo did not turn back. He merely stated, Do not be afraid. I am here. As Ada beheld Momo's silhouette, warmth surged within her heart. She whispered, "Thank you, my lord." Momo offered no reply, his focus locked on the approaching vortex. Mere shields could not withstand such a force. He inhaled deeply and commanded, "Transmute." As the words left his lips, a portion of the water vortex's energy began to transform into flecks of white light, rapidly flowing into Momo's right arm. However, the rate of transmutation lagged far behind the impact of the vortex. Soon, the eternal transmutation ability reached its daily limit. The energy of the water vortex ceased to convert into white light and barreled directly towards Momo. Boom. The moment the dragon's claw made contact with the water vortex, a colossal roar erupted. Chapter 72. Injury. The water vortex violently tore at Momo's right arm, now transformed into that of a dragon. Scales shattered under the overwhelming force, splintering into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. Golden blood gushed forth from the wounds, raining down like a crimson shower. The power of the tides surged incessantly before Momo. Momo's body was jolted backward by an immense force, carving deep rifts into the ground beneath him. Nevertheless, he resolutely stood his ground before Ada, showing not the slightest inclination to retreat. "My lord," Ada exclaimed, her eyes brimming with urgency and concern. She swiftly raised her hands, crimson energy surging from her fingertips, transforming into beams of blood-red light, attempting to aid Momo in fending off the onslaught of the water vortex. However, the power of the vortex was overwhelmingly formidable. The crimson energy merely stirred ripples upon its surface before dissipating into nothingness. Momo's right arm was a gruesome sight. Flesh and blood mangled, with the scales of his dragon form nearly stripped away, exposing stark white bone. The excruciating pain caused cold sweat to beat on his forehead. Yet he remained undeterred. At that moment, Lumiere, by Mo, and Rakton finally arrived. Lumiere waved her hand, unleashing a barrage of wind arrows towards the water vortex. By Mo manipulated water blades, attacking from the side. Rakton roared with fury, brandishing his massive battle blade and striking fiercely at the vortex. Ada's eyes reflected a tumult of emotions. She bit her lip, once again channeling the crimson energy in her grasp. While their combined assaults could not shatter the water vortex, they at least managed to weaken it slightly. At that juncture, Mo summoned his strength. Golden lightning erupted from his dragon claws, clashing head-on with the vortex's might. "Give me. Break." Mo bellowed. With a thunderous explosion, the water vortex succumbed to the impact of the golden thunder, disintegrating into countless droplets that scattered upon the ground. Momo's body swayed slightly, blood dripping from his fingertips, yet he quickly regained his composure, slowly standing upright. Ada hurriedly approached, expressing her concern. "My lord." Mo managed to force a faint smile, speaking in a light tone. "It's nothing, just a minor injury." His gaze soon fell upon the now-defunct silver shield ring in his hand, his eyes filled with sorrow and regret. This was the first time he had employed this ring, and it had been destroyed due to bearing excessive force. Mo sighed, his anger towards the half-fishman god intensifying. He clenched his fist, a glimmer of coldness flickering in his eyes as he murmured, "This debt will eventually be settled." Although on the surface it appeared that they had instigated the assault on the half-fishman king, Mo felt no remorse within. After all, who had compelled the half-fishman king to harm his future subjects? At that moment, others began to gather around. Lumiere looked at Momo's bloodied and mangled arm, her eyes brimming with compassion. She gently extended her hand, seemingly wishing to touch his wound, but hesitated for fear of causing him pain. Ultimately, she merely whispered, "My lord, you were too reckless." Rakton scratched his head and spoke in a gruff voice, "My lord, it should have been me to take the hit. I'm tough and resilient." Upon hearing this, Mo forced a slight grin, revealing a trace of bitter amusement. "If you had taken the hit, you'd likely be nothing more than a puddle by now." Mo was acutely aware that his ability to withstand the blow was solely due to the power of eternal transformation. Had it not been for the eternal conversion of the energy from the water vortex, he would have surely been torn to shreds by its might. Chapter 73. An unexpected turn. Upon reflecting on this, Mo could not help but feel a surge of trepidation. He lowered his gaze to his right arm, where the wound had begun to heal. Fresh flesh gradually enveloped the stark white bone. "Fear not, everyone. I am quite all right," he feigned nonchalance, raising his arm lightly and stating calmly, "It is merely a trivial injury." No sooner had the words escaped his lips than an excruciating pain suddenly assailed him. Mo instinctively grimaced, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Upon witnessing this, Mo could not suppress a light chuckle, teasingly remarking, "My lord, perhaps it is best not to overexert yourself. Though the wound heals swiftly, the pain is undeniably real, is it not?" Mo, shaking his head in resignation, was about to utter a response when a sudden whooshing sound broke through from afar. The crowd looked up to see Linley, with golden wings unfurled, swiftly approaching. His face, initially etched with urgency, visibly relaxed upon confirming that everyone was safe. However, upon noticing Mo's gruesomely injured arm, his expression shifted dramatically. "My lord, this. Your injury." Mo waved a hand dismissively, interrupting him with a calm tone. "It is nothing of concern. Do not make a fuss." "What of the others? Why have you returned alone?" Linley then recalled his mission, his demeanor shifting to one of panic. He hurriedly replied, "My lord, we discovered a small town and intended to investigate the situation. However, Watson inadvertently frightened a child, which led to a conflict with the townsfolk. There is a formidable individual in the town, and we were simply no match for them. Others sheltered me, allowing my escape to deliver the message." Upon hearing this, Mo's expression darkened abruptly, and he inquired in a grave tone, "What is their current situation?" Linley lowered his head, his voice trembling. I do not know. That individual was far too powerful. We were no match for him. They insisted I leave first, and I had no time to look back." Mo suppressed the worry in his heart. "Everyone, we must set off immediately." Just as he was about to unfurl his wings, he was halted by Ada's outstretched hand. Her gaze bore reproach, yet it was tinged with deep concern. "My lord, please rest here. Allow us to handle this matter." Laketon nodded in agreement, stating, Indeed, you are gravely injured. It would be unwise for you to go. A few of us will suffice to ensure Watson and the others return safely." Mo disregarded their objections and resolutely spread his wings. The golden light shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight. "Lead the way." Seeing Mo's unwavering resolve, the others understood that further persuasion would be futile, and thus remained silent. Ada sighed softly, a hint of helplessness crossing her features. Linley nodded, flapping his golden wings, soaring at the forefront. His demeanor was somewhat frantic, yet it was overshadowed by feelings of guilt and remorse. He murmured, "My lord, I apologize. It is our recklessness that has led us here." Mo glanced at him, his tone calm. This was not the time for self-reproach. "Lead the way. We must hasten to the town." Linley gritted his teeth, accelerating his flight. The crowd hurriedly advanced towards the direction of the small town. During their flight, a sharp pain coursed through Mo's right arm. Yet he gritted his teeth and remained silent. Lumea flew beside him and whispered, "My lord, do not push yourself beyond your limits if it becomes unbearable." Chapter 74. Ho Qinglin Mo glanced at her, a slight smile gracing his lips as he reassured, "Fear not, I am not so fragile." Lumea chose not to respond further, merely nodding in understanding. Soon, the outline of the distant town became increasingly distinct. Linley pointed ahead and spoke softly. "It is there. Watson and the others should still be within the town." Mo replied in a low voice, "Everyone, strive to avoid conflict with the townsfolk." The group responded in unison, "Yes, my lord." Meanwhile, in the town, a middle-aged man clad in coarse clothing stood in the center of the square. He suddenly noticed several golden figures streaking across the sky. Squinting, he turned to the young man beside him and said, "Master Ho, look, they have arrived." The young man lifted his gaze towards the sky, a serene smile playing on his lips. He nodded and instructed the middle-aged man, "Gather all the villagers. Those we await have come." "Understood." The middle-aged man replied, swiftly turning to call out for the villagers. The young man remained in place, hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor tranquil. His gaze swept over Watson and the others, who were bound nearby, and he calmly inquired, "Tell me, how many blows do you believe your lord can withstand from me?" Though bound, Watson held his head high and defiantly retorted, "The lord can defeat you with a single blow." Upon hearing this, the youth not only refrained from anger but instead burst into laughter, nodding in agreement. "That is indeed good." Watson was momentarily taken aback, his face a canvas of confusion as he inquired, "What do you mean?" A glimmer of anticipation flickered in the youth's gaze as he spoke slowly, "I hope to witness a power greater than my own. It has been a long time since I encountered an opponent worthy of my utmost effort." Watson's eyes widened in disbelief, clearly unprepared for such a response. He opened his mouth to speak, yet words eluded him, and he could only mutter softly, "What a peculiar individual." Before long, the townsfolk gathered in the square, their eyes brimming with curiosity. They whispered among themselves, uncertain of what was to unfold. The youth gazed skyward, observing the approaching golden figures, softly murmuring, "I hope you shall not disappoint me, my lord." His voice, though barely a whisper, resonated with an indescribable blend of expectation and fervor. Moments later, Mo noticed that the open space in the town was filled with people. A dense throng had amassed, all eyes turned toward the heavens. He signaled to those behind him and then gradually descended. He landed gracefully on the ground, stirring up a slight cloud of dust beneath his feet. As Momo surveyed his surroundings, he recognized the familiar Eastern faces among the crowd. Their gazes infused with curiosity as they quietly speculated about the stranger who had descended from the sky. At that moment, Momo noticed a young man approaching him slowly. The youth was clad in a flowing garment of green, its sleeves fluttering gently in the breeze. He carried an ancient wooden long box on his back, intricately adorned with exquisite carvings. The young man appeared to be around 20 years of age, with striking features and a noble demeanor. Standing tall and upright like a pine tree, exuding an aura of refined gentility akin to jade. Upon reaching Momo, the young man offered a faint smile, then clasped his hands in a respectful salute, his voice resonant and strong. "I am Ho Qinglin, the 17th descendant of the Junzi sword, paying my respects to the Lord." His tone was neither obsequious nor arrogant, conveying both respect and integrity. Momo was momentarily taken aback, then nodded in acknowledgement, returning the gesture. "Mr. Ho, you are too kind. May I inquire about the whereabouts of my subjects?" Ho Qinglin straightened, his gaze steady as he addressed Momo in a gentle tone. "Rest assured, my lord, your subjects are safe and sound. I merely wish to seize this opportunity to engage in a friendly exchange with you." At this point, Ho Qinglin's attention was drawn to Momo's severely injured right arm. "However, it appears that your injuries are quite grave. Perhaps it would be best to postpone our sparring until you have fully recovered." Momo glanced down at his right arm. Although the wound had begun to heal, it remained a distressing sight. "If Mr. Ho wishes to spar, I shall gladly oblige. However, might I first be allowed to see my subjects?" Ho Qinglin smiled, stepping aside and gesturing graciously. "Of course, my lord, please follow me." Momo nodded slightly, following Ho Qinglin toward the center of the town. The surrounding townsfolk parted to create a path. As Momo walked, he discreetly surveyed his surroundings, contemplating his next actions. Soon, they arrived at a spacious square. Though an air of anxiety and unease lingered, the moment Watson spotted Momo, he exclaimed with excitement, "My lord, you have finally arrived." Momo acknowledged him with a nod, signaling him to remain calm. He then turned to Ho Qinglin, his gaze inquisitive. "How did Mr. Ho know I am the lord?" Ho Qinglin casually pointed to Watson and the others, responding nonchalantly. "They mentioned it." As he spoke, Ho Qinglin retrieved a prism-shaped crystal from his pocket and tossed it to Momo. Momo raised his hand to catch it, and upon closer inspection, his heart jolted. It was indeed a heart of the world. He looked up, his eyes filled with surprise and confusion. "Mr. Ho, this..." Ho Qinglin waved his hand, interrupting Momo's words, his tone calm. "I have no intention of hunting for deer, nor do I wish to be embroiled in any meaningless disputes. This heart of the world holds no significance for me. It is better suited for someone who truly needs it." He paused, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes, and continued. "I merely seek to pursue what I desire. I kindly request that once you have recovered, my lord, we engage in a friendly spar. I am quite intrigued by your prowess." Momo tightened his grip on the heart of the world and nodded earnestly. "Certainly, Mr. Ho. I shall gladly acquiesce to your request. Once my injuries have fully healed, I shall undoubtedly engage you in battle." Hearing this, Ho Qinglin nodded slightly, affirming that it was settled. Momo glanced at the heart of the world in his hand, then turned his gaze back to Ho Qinglin, feeling a surge of curiosity towards this enigmatic youth. He then turned to Watson and the others, waving his hand, which instantly dissolved the bindings that restrained them. Watson and the others immediately stood up, their faces etched with guilt. Watson scratched his head and murmured, "My lord, I apologize for the trouble we've caused you." Momo shook his head, his tone serious, reminding them to exercise caution before their next undertaking. The group nodded in agreement. Ho Qinglin stood quietly aside, observing the scene with a faint smile, murmuring to himself, "What an intriguing individual. It seems the future shall become even more fascinating." Chapter 76. Ho Qinglin's speculation. Subsequently, Momo turned his attention to Ho Qinglin, inquiring, "What are your plans moving forward, Mr. Ho?" Ho Qinglin smiled and replied, "There is no need for further probing, my lord. The townsfolk and I shall join your domain." Momo was momentarily taken aback, clearly not anticipating such a forthright response. Rather than feeling embarrassed at having his thoughts uncovered, he found himself appreciating Ho Qinglin even more. He continued to ask, "Why?" Ho Qinglin gazed into the distance, his tone serene. "I have always had faith in my instincts." Upon hearing this, Momo said nothing further but extended his left hand, solemnly declaring, "Welcome to the Eternal Realm, Ho Qinglin." Ho Qinglin lowered his gaze to Momo's outstretched hand and clasped it firmly. After their handshake, Ho Qinglin turned to address the townsfolk behind him, proclaiming, "Ladies and gentlemen, from this day forth, we shall join the domain of our esteemed lord. Do you wish to accompany me on this journey?" The townspeople exchanged glances and then nodded in unison. An elder among them stepped forward, respectfully bowing to Mo, and said, "My lord, we are willing to follow you and place our trust in Master Ho's judgment." Mo nodded appreciatively, his gaze sweeping over the gathered crowd, expressing gratitude for their trust. "I assure you, once you join my territory, you shall be my subjects. I will exert every effort to safeguard you and lead us all in the creation of a better homeland." Upon hearing this, smiles blossomed on the faces of the townsfolk, who began to murmur amongst themselves. Watson and others approached to engage in conversation with the townspeople, fostering a harmonious atmosphere. Ida and her companions descended slowly from the sky. Previously, Mo had refrained from bringing them down to avoid conflict, opting instead to confront Ho Qinglin alone. Now, witnessing the situation stabilize, Ida and the others joined the group. Mo succinctly explained the circumstances to them. After listening, they nodded in agreement, welcoming the inclusion of Ho Qinglin and the townsfolk. Ida approached Mo's side, her concern evident as she inquired, "My lord, how is your injury?" "It is nothing to worry about. I am recovering well," he replied. Subsequently, Mo surveyed his surroundings, noting that although the architecture of the town was quaint, it was evidently less developed than the facilities within his own domain. He addressed Ho Qinglin, saying, "Master Ho, let them pack their belongings and return to our territory. The conditions there will be more favorable." Ho Qinglin nodded in agreement. "Very well, I shall ensure they prepare promptly." After a brief pause, he continued, "However, it would be prudent for the Lord to investigate this realm. One might uncover something valuable." Mo furrowed his brow and inquired, "Why is that?" Ho Qinglin gestured towards Mo's injured arm, suggesting, "I presume the Lord has dealt with that merman?" Mo nodded, affirming, "Indeed, it no longer poses a threat to us." Ho Qinglin elaborated, "I have encountered that merman. Its strength is evidently not its own. Although formidable, it lacks the skill to wield it effectively, appearing rather clumsy. This power has clearly been forcefully bestowed upon it." At this revelation, Mo felt a slight shock. He was well aware of the Merman King's situation. Its power stemmed from the blessings of the Merman deity. Such power was incongruent with its nature, rendering it unable to master it fully. However, he did not expect Ho Qinglin to deduce so much from merely their encounter. This level of insight was truly remarkable. Chapter 77. Arrangements noting Mo's silence. Ho Qinglin continued, "There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Why would someone grant it power? Surely, there must be an underlying motive. Perhaps this realm conceals something significant, warranting such elaborate efforts." Mo fell silent for a moment, his mind swirling with thoughts. He recalled the battle with the demi-merman god and the formidable power that was not of a demi-merman. The demi-merman god had expended considerable energy to elevate the demi-merman king, evidently for reasons beyond merely confronting him. In this realm, there might indeed lie hidden secrets unknown to mankind. Perhaps these secrets were precisely what the demi-merman god coveted. "You are right," Mo said in a low voice. "This world may still conceal mysteries." Ho Qinglin suggested, "In that case, let us embark on this endeavor together." Mo nodded, his appreciation for Ho Qinglin rising further. He turned to the others and proclaimed, "You shall escort the new subjects back to the territory to recuperate, ensuring their accommodations and necessities are arranged. Ida, Mayer, by Mo, you three shall remain and accompany me." As for Leighton, despite having recovered considerably from his prior injuries, Mo decided it prudent for him to return to the territory to rest. Although Leighton was somewhat reluctant, he complied with the command and followed the others back. Once the group received their orders, they guided the new inhabitants toward the direction of the territory. The townsfolk felt a sense of anticipation for their impending new lives, though some harbored a bittersweet longing for their homeland. However, under the reassuring words of Watson and others, their emotions gradually settled. After watching the group depart, Mo turned his gaze to Ho Qinglin, filled with curiosity. A thought crossed his mind, and he activated the panel's exploration function. Instantly, the information regarding Ho Qinglin materialized in his consciousness. Ho Qinglin, level 16, rank, elite, loyalty, 70, trait, translucent sword heart, exhibits an extraordinarily high aptitude for swordsmanship with exceptional growth potential. His physical and mental energies are entirely supplanted by pure sword chi energy. This sword chi energy harmonizes with his body and mind, significantly enhancing swordsmanship damage while allowing him to effortlessly discern his enemy's weaknesses. Skills 1. Sword chi transformation possesses the ability to manifest sword chi into any form, with the capacity for transformation enhancing alongside his strength. This greatly augments the flexibility and lethality of his swordsmanship. 2. Surge of sword chi. Pure sword chi energy surges throughout his body, flowing like a ceaseless river. This results in a substantial increase in swordsmanship damage. 3. Gentleman's swordsmanship. Perfectly masters the gentleman's swordsmanship, encompassing all techniques within this style. 4. Celestial Sword of the Grove. Concentrates all sword chi energy into a singular, unparalleled beam of sword light. This strike possesses tremendous might, serving as Ho Qinglin's ultimate finishing move. Ho Qinglin's translucent sword heart not only elevates his swordsmanship to extraordinary heights but also completely transforms his physical and mental energies into sword chi energy. This signifies that each of his strikes is imbued with pure sword power, showcasing incredible might. Coupled with his mastery of 4 formidable skills, Ho Qinglin undoubtedly stands as a powerful swordsman. Upon perusing Ho Qinglin's information, Mo felt an overwhelming sense of joy. He couldn't help but marvel. No wonder he could triumph over half the Fisherman King. Such prowess is genuinely awe-inspiring. However, it was somewhat regrettable for Mo that Ho Qinglin did not possess any short-term enhancement skills. This signifies that the final enhancement conversion position of Momo cannot be utilized. Chapter 78, Exploration. After a brief contemplation, Momo resolved to bestow several enhancement effects upon Ho Qinglin to further augment his combat prowess. With a graceful wave of his hand, he softly intoned, "Continuous healing, shielding, radiant wings." As his words resonated, 3 beams of light cascaded upon Ho Qinglin. The continuous healing rapidly mended his wounds. The shielding provided him with a layer of defense, while the radiant wings endowed him with the ability to soar, rendering his movements more agile. Ho Qinglin sensed the transformation within him, a flicker of astonishment gleaming in his eyes. Indeed, the Lord's techniques were extraordinary. Upon finishing his incantation, he unfurled the radiant wings from his back. The golden luminescence appeared resplendent under the sun's embrace. With a flutter of his wings, Ho Qinglin gradually ascended into the sky. The wind howled past his ears as he glanced down at the ground, and then, with a sudden burst of speed, he surged skyward, piercing the clouds. In midair, Ho Qinglin executed several rapid turns and dives, experiencing the capabilities of the radiant wings. Subsequently, with a mere thought, he retracted the radiant wings and instead manifested a pair of sword energy wings through his own sword aura. These ethereal wings were entirely transparent, their edges shimmering with a gentle silver light, composed of countless minuscule blades. He soared through the sky once more. The agility and maneuverability of the sword energy wings were evidently superior to that of the radiant wings. In terms of both speed and energy efficiency, the sword energy wings were far more suited to him. Eventually, Ho Qinglin descended gracefully to the ground, retracting the sword energy wings. He mused inwardly, although the radiant wings are exquisite, they pale in comparison to the utility of my own sword energy wings. However, the Lord possesses the extraordinary ability to bestow such formidable enhancements upon others at will, a gift that is certainly rare. Although the golden wings are not entirely suited to him, Ho Qinglin remains astonished by Momo's capabilities. His assessment of Momo has elevated, and consequently, his loyalty has also increased. Ho Qinglin's loyalty towards you has risen by 17 points, current loyalty, 87 points. Upon hearing the notification from the panel, a subtle smile graced Momo's lips. He then surveyed the crowd and declared, "Let us proceed. There are still numerous tasks ahead." Yet, just as Momo was about to unfurl his wings and join the others, Ida suddenly reached out to halt him. Her gaze was laced with concern, and her tone was resolute. "My lord, please allow us to handle this. You are gravely injured. Rest here for now, and we shall inform you once we have results." Momo initially intended to refuse, but upon witnessing Aida's unwavering expression and glancing at his recovering right arm, he ultimately nodded and replied, "Very well. However, safety comes first." In unison, the group responded, "Yes, my lord." Subsequently, Ida, Ho Qinglin, Mei and Mo unfurled their wings, transforming into streaks of radiant light as they soared into the sky, commencing a thorough search of this realm. Mo remained grounded, gazing up at the golden luminescence streaking across the sky, feeling a mix of resignation and solace. He glanced down at his injured right arm. Thanks to the ongoing effects of the healing spell, the wound had significantly improved, and the pain had lessened considerably. Yet, full recovery would likely not occur until the following day. Mo subsequently turned his gaze towards the heart of the world in his hand. This diamond-shaped crystal emitted a faint glow. He understood that by devouring this realm, the rank of the eternal domain would elevate. However, As he had yet to discover the coveted object of the half-merman god, he chose not to hastily consume this world for the time being. The half-merman god had expended considerable energy to elevate the half-merman king, evidently for something within this realm. Mo muttered softly, what could it possibly be? Chapter 79, Discovery. At this moment, for streaks of light were swiftly traversing the sky. Ida, Ho Chi Lin, Bai Mo, and Lu Meyer had separated to search, each responsible for a designated area. They meticulously examined every inch of land below, leaving no suspicious signs uninvestigated. Ho Chi Lin, with his keen perception, did not overlook any dubious aura. Given their mission, they refrained from indiscriminately slaying the creatures they encountered along the way, instead swiftly passing by and focusing their attention on the search. As time ticked away, they had scoured vast expanses yet found no trace. After a considerable while, Bai Mo suddenly sensed a familiar yet strange fluctuation. His body trembled slightly as his gaze locked onto a specific direction, though the fluctuation was faint. It evoked a peculiar sensation within him. I found it. Truly remarkable, Bai Mo exclaimed loudly. He quickly gathered the others, and they all soared towards the source of the disturbance. The 4 streaks of light converged in the air, rapidly approaching the targeted location. As they drew nearer, Bai Mo felt the intensity of that fluctuation growing ever stronger. In a secluded forest, they stumbled upon a concealed cave, its entrance shrouded by lush vegetation, with vines and branches intricately entwined. Were it not for Bai Mo's keen perception of an unusual energy, this cave could have easily been overlooked. The group descended slowly before the cave, their gazes fixed upon its mysterious entrance, which was enveloped in darkness. Bai Mo turned to his companions, declaring, I shall summon the Lord. At that moment, Ho Chi Lin intercepted him, suggesting it would be prudent to allow the Lord a well-deserved rest. We can manage here. Bai Mo regarded the unfamiliar Ho Chi Lin, uncertain due to their first encounter. He glanced at Lu Meyer and Ida, hoping for assistance. Ida nodded, affirming, Mr. Ho is correct. The Lord has been under considerable strain lately. It would be best not to disrupt his rest. We are capable of handling matters here. Lu Meyer added, Indeed, Bai Mo. We are sufficient in numbers. Should there be any real danger, we can always inform the Lord later. Reluctantly, Bai Mo acquiesced, abandoning his intention to summon the Lord. His gaze returned to the cave, then let us proceed inside, but do tread carefully. A faint smile crossed Ho Chi Lin's face as he raised his hand, conjuring a blade of sword energy that transformed into a luminous sword, illuminating the path ahead. He stepped forward into the cave, saying, Follow me, I shall lead the way. The others followed closely, entering the cave, where an eerie silence enveloped them, with only the sound of their footsteps echoing in the stillness. At first, the cave held no particular significance. The surrounding rock walls were damp, and a faint musty odor lingered in the air. However, as they ventured deeper, Bai Mo sensed an eerie, moist presence. He whispered to the group, My instincts are correct. There is certainly something within this cave. Although the others did not perceive the same sensation, they trusted Bai Mo's words, knowing he would not speak without reason. The group continued to delve into the cave, and gradually, everyone began to feel that peculiar dampness in the air. At that moment, a shadow suddenly emerged from the darkness, indistinct yet charging directly at Ho Chi Lin. Chapter 80, The strange creature quick to react. Ho Chi Lin waved his hand, unleashing a surge of sword chi that manifested into a long sword. The blade sliced through the air, piercing the shadow. Thud. The sword penetrated the figure but did not halt. Instead, it continued onward, pinning it against the wall. Then, with a mere thought, Ho Chi Lin commanded the sword to emit a brilliant light, dispelling the surrounding darkness. The group, illuminated by the sword's radiance, finally discerned the true nature of the shadow. It was a grotesque creature, its limbs twisted, spine contorted, and body bloated. Its skin was riddled with bumps, some of which had burst, oozing pus and presenting a most repulsive sight. Strangely, despite its appearance suggesting a foul stench, there was not a hint of odor. With bulging eyes nearly popping from their sockets, it stared intently at the group, with a slight parting of its lips. The creature remained silent even as a long sword pierced its chest, blue blood gushing forth in a relentless stream. Bai Mo gazed at this bizarre being, a sense of shock washing over him as he murmured softly, Is there truly a creature so grotesque in this world? I wouldn't even consider consuming it if you offered it to me. Fixating on its bulging eyes, a surge of anger welled within him, and he spoke with a fierce tone, What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I shall pluck out your eyes. Although Bai Mo lacked hands to actually carry out such a threat, his menacing tone failed to faze the strange creature. It continued to glare at the onlookers, its expression unwavering. Lu Meyer furrowed her brow and remarked, This being does not resemble a typical organism. It appears more akin to something tainted or modified. Ho Qinglin nodded in agreement, his gaze steely as he scrutinized the peculiar entity. Indeed, its form is exceedingly odd. We must exercise caution. There may be more such creatures lurking about. At that moment, Ho Qinglin realized that the group lacked a panel to assess the creature's information, rendering it a potential liability rather than an asset. With a sudden thought, he whirled forth another longsword. In a flash, the blade glimmered, moving with such swiftness that it was nearly imperceptible. The head of the strange creature was severed instantaneously, blue blood erupting like a fountain from the smooth surface of the cut. Baiemo, positioned close to the creature, swiftly dodged, narrowly escaping a deluge of blue rain. White foam, nearly drenched and resembling a blue shark, cast an irate glance at Ho Qinglin. Could you perhaps extend a greeting before you strike? I was almost caught in your crossfire. Suddenly, a notification echoed in Momo's mind. Ho Qinglin successfully defeated the contaminated fishman LV5, gaining experience points. Momo gains experience points. Momo, who had been pondering their next course of action, was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected alert. A contaminated fishman? He had not anticipated that Ho Qinglin and the others would proceed without informing him, although they possessed the ability to handle the situation. A twinge of concern lingered in Momo's heart. He hoped for their unimpeded success. Simultaneously, within the cave, Ho Qinglin also received the notification. A contaminated fishman? Is this creature truly a fishman? He exclaimed in astonishment. Lumire remarked, it seems this area may have been tainted by some malevolent force. Turning to White Foam, Ho Qinglin apologized earnestly. I am truly sorry. I didn't realize his blood would be so abundant. I shall be more cautious next time. Seeing the sincerity in Ho Qinglin's apology, White Foam's discontent dissipated significantly. Well, just remember to give me a heads up before you act next time. Chapter 81. The contaminated fishman. Observing the interaction between the two, Lumire could not suppress a light chuckle, yet her expression quickly reverted to seriousness. She surveyed the depths of the cave and declared, let us proceed. At that moment, an echo of footsteps resonated from the depths of the cave, heralding the rapid approach of something ominous. A wave of alarm surged among the group as they turned their gazes deeper into the darkness. There, amidst the shadows, numerous indistinct figures rushed towards them. Baiemo, upon glimpsing these indistinct shapes, was immediately reminded of the repugnant fishman they had encountered moments earlier. A look of revulsion crossed his face as he urged Ho Qinglin, Brother Ho, swiftly eliminate these grotesque creatures. The reason Baiemo refrained from engaging directly was quite straightforward. Firstly, he could not possibly confront these hideous beings in close combat. Merely envisioning such a scenario made his stomach turn. Secondly, employing his skills against this horde would likely obliterate them entirely, resulting in a shower of blue blood that would create an exceedingly gruesome spectacle. Ho Qinglin shook his head, fully aware of Baiemo's sentiments. However, he chose not to intervene. His level was far too elevated. Vanquishing these lowly creatures would yield minimal experience points. It was more prudent to leave the task to Baiemo and Ada. Thus, he declared, I shall refrain from participating. They are entrusted to the two of you, Lady Ada and Baiemo. As he spoke, two long swords materialized in his hands, their blades shimmering in the darkness. The swords soared into the depths of the cave, emitting a radiant glow that dispelled the shadows, illuminating the path ahead for the group. This is all the assistance I can offer. Ho Qinglin's voice carried a note of resignation. Baiemo muttered under his breath, these creatures are truly too hideous to behold. Observing this, Lumire grasped Ho Qinglin's intention, while Baiemo swiftly conjured a frost spirit water cannon. The icy blue energy flickered in his mouth, emanating a bone-chilling cold. As for the reason for not utilizing the water blade, Baiemo had no desire to be splattered by that repugnant blue blood. The cold spirit water cannon not only had the capability to obliterate the fishmen but could also freeze a portion of their blood. Meanwhile, Ida channeled the crimson energy within her body, her fingertips coalescing into several red spikes. The scarlet energy danced at her fingertips. Together, they unleashed their attacks, targeting the tainted fishmen. Although Baiemo and Ida were deemed lower in rank compared to Ho Qinglin and Lumire, they undeniably held a higher standing against these fishmen. The cold spirit water cannon roared forth, striking several fishmen with precision, instantly shattering them into fragments. Before the blue blood had the chance to spurt forth, it was frozen by the icy power, transforming into crystalline shards scattered upon the ground. Furthermore, the surrounding fishmen were also affected by the chill. The nearer fishmen began to freeze, their movements growing sluggish. A thin layer of frost enveloped the more distant fishmen. Baiemo successfully eliminated a tainted fishman of level 6, earning experience points, while Momo also gained experience. Evidently, the Frost Warrior training camp had significantly enhanced by Mo's abilities. Observing the power of her strike, Mo couldn't help but exclaim, as expected of me. On the other side, Aida's crimson spikes rained down upon the fishmen. The spikes pierced through the air, forcefully embedding themselves in the flesh of the fishmen. However, due to Aida's lack of combat experience, her initial accuracy was rather low. Many spikes veered off course, grazing the bodies of the fishmen as they flew past. Chapter 82. The unusual bloodbaths. Upon witnessing the scene, Aida swiftly regained control over the errant spikes, recalibrating their trajectory to once again target the fishmen. This time, her manipulation was impeccably precise. The spikes pierced through the flesh of the fishmen as if guided by an unseen force, achieving a flawless accuracy of 100%. Aida did not cease her assault. She commanded the crimson power to churn within the bodies of the fishmen, causing blue blood to erupt from their wounds. The fishmen's forms contorted grotesquely before they ultimately collapsed. Aida successfully slayed the corrupted fishman LV7, gaining experience points, while Mo also acquired experience points. Observing this, Mo quickly reacted, gathering her icy spirit into a concentrated frost cannon. A chilling mist erupted from her mouth, instantly encasing several fishmen in solid ice. The icy layer rapidly spread, immobilizing their movements. The blue blood congealed within the crystalline frost, preventing any further splatter. Despite Mo's earnest efforts to freeze them, the sheer number of fishmen proved overwhelming. With each of their combined attacks, the fishmen continued to fall, and some blue blood spurted from the wounds, splattering onto the cavern floor and walls. From the depths of the cave, more fishmen surged forth. At that moment, Aida experienced a sudden epiphany. Recalling her ability to control the bloodbaths, her consciousness swiftly converged on the corpses of the fishmen she had slain. She observed as the blue blood surrounding these bodies began to writhe, merging with the corpses to form eerie, pulsating cocoons of flesh and blood. The cocoons throbbed continuously, their surfaces appearing riddled with fine cracks. Soon after, bloodbats emerged from the husks, their wings still stained with the remnants of fresh blood. The bloodbats circled in the air, emitting sharp, piercing cries as they awaited Aida's command. In contrast to the bloodbats controlled by Rhaenys, those under Aida's influence exhibited a deep crimson hue, less grotesque yet imbued with an eerie elegance. A subtle fragrance enveloped them, devoid of any sanguinary scent. Ho Qinglin's gaze fell upon these bloodbats, his pupils narrowing slightly. Instinctively, he tightened his grip on the long sword in his hand. However, he quickly realized that he was no longer in his original world. Had this been before, upon witnessing such a scene, Ho Qinglin would have undoubtedly swung his sword to eradicate them. In his understanding, the ability to manipulate bloodbats was a manifestation of malevolent forces that needed to be eradicated. Yet now, a faint smile graced Ho Qinglin's lips as he remarked, "Lady Aida's prowess is indeed formidable." Upon hearing his words, Aida merely nodded gently, refraining from further commentary as she focused her attention on the bloodbats. She endeavored to infuse her own scarlet power into them. As the crimson energy flowed into the bloodbats, their bodies gradually transformed from dark red to a rich burgundy. Simultaneously, the delicate fragrance intensified, becoming more pronounced. Aida sensed that these bloodbats were not merely instruments of battle, they had become an extension of her own scarlet power. The bloodbats could serve not only to attack her foes and heal her wounds, but also as a reservoir for her crimson energy. After infusing her power into the bloodbats, the energy within her did not wane. Rather, it began to recover slowly. These bloodbats had turned into her reservoir of energy. Moreover, Aida possesses the extraordinary ability to command the bloodbats infused with the essence of crimson power to merge with one another. With a mere flicker of her thought, several bloodbats swiftly converge, their bodies intertwining. A burgundy glow flickers in the darkness. Chapter 83. Delving deeper, these amalgamated bloodbats not only grow in size, but also see enhancements in both their offensive and defensive capabilities. Mo, witnessing this spectacle, could not help but exclaim, "This is incredible! Such a remarkable ability!" Ho Qinglin nodded slightly, acknowledging that Lord Aida's powers are indeed quite unique. Aida, choosing not to elaborate further, simply raised her hand and with a subtle movement of her fingertips, directed the swarm of bloodbats towards the approaching mermen. The claws and fangs of the bloodbats viciously tore into the flesh of the mermen, with azure blood spraying wildly through the air. Aida successfully slays a contaminated merman LV6, earning experience points. Mo also gains experience points. As Mo observed this, she swiftly conjured a torrent of icy spirit water, unleashing a chilling force. As the battle raged on, mermen continued to fall. The once rampant blue blood ceased its chaotic splatter. Some of the deceased mermen transformed into flesh cocoons from which bloodbats emerged. These newly birthed bloodbats quickly joined the fray, plunging alongside their predecessors toward the remaining mermen. The number of bloodbats surged like an accumulating snowball, accelerating their slaughter of the mermen. Within the cavern, the conflict evolved into a one-sided massacre. As time progressed, the mermen within the cave were entirely annihilated, with no new foes emerging from the depths. The entire cavern succumbed to an unsettling silence. Aida's level has risen to 12, while Baimo's has reached 11. The notification resonated in their minds, and both Aida and Baimo felt a surge of power within them. However, the intensity of battle had rendered their faces somewhat pale, and the depletion of energy left them feeling fatigued. Baimo exhaled deeply and remarked, finally resolved. The sensation of leveling up is truly delightful. It seems our efforts in this battle were not in vain. Although the number of mermen he had slain paled in comparison to Aida's, he was undeniably exhausted. Aida, on the other hand, beamed with joy as she surveyed her surroundings, witnessing the multitude of bloodbats swirling about her. A wave of pride surged within her. She could finally contribute her strength to the Lord. However, as she gazed upon the remnants of flesh scattered across the ground, a twinge of regret crept into her heart. Aside from the few mermen frozen into ice sculptures by Baimo, the majority of the merman corpses had transformed into bloodbats. Their numbers increased steadily during the battle, quickly reaching their limit, which was contingent upon Aida's own strength. This limit remained unaffected by the merging of bloodbats. It was based solely on their foundational quantity. Even though the merged bloodbats were larger and more powerful, their overall count could not be augmented. The cave was littered with remnants and stained with blue blood, while a faint, ethereal fragrance lingered in the air. Let us proceed, Ho Chi Lin spoke. The mermen are likely mere foot soldiers. The true adversary lies ahead. Baimo replied. Let us go. I am eager to discover what awaits us further on. Aida nodded gently, and under her command, the swarm of bloodbats swiftly flew ahead to scout the path for the group. The 4 individuals spread their wings and ventured deep into the cave. The bloodbats circled in the air, their wine-red glow illuminating the encroaching darkness. The air grew increasingly humid in the depths of the cave, carrying an eerie metallic scent. As they delved deeper, the passage gradually narrowed, the dampness becoming more pronounced. Eventually, the width of the cave allowed only a single person to pass. Chapter 84. The underground realm. Baimo's physique was far from cumbersome, remaining quite normal, barely able to squeeze through. The 4 had to line up in single file, cautiously advancing forward. Ho Chi Lin led the way, 2 long swords still hovering beside him. Lu Meyer followed closely, with Baimo and Aida bringing up the rear. The swarm of bloodbats, guided by Aida, continued to illuminate the path ahead. As they progressed, the 4 could distinctly sense their descent. The cave floor began to slope downward, with droplets of water cascading from the rocky walls, creating a rhythmic dripping sound. This place is becoming increasingly bizarre, Baimo murmured, her voice echoing in the narrow corridor. The 4 continued their descent. How deep must we go? Baimo could not help but inquire. Ho Chi Lin did not turn back, merely responding with a calm demeanor, until we find the answer. Though Baimo felt some dissatisfaction within, she had no choice but to keep pace. After traversing several dozen steps, they suddenly emerged into a spacious opening. The group gazed at the entrance before them, revealing an unknown expanse, the area significantly wider than before. Suddenly emerging from a narrow tunnel, they found themselves in a vast underground expanse. Baimo gazed at the spacious surroundings, exhaling deeply, and could not help but lament. Finally out. I felt suffocated in there. This wretched place is hardly fit for human habitation. Just as he was about to soar ahead, Aida abruptly reached out to halt them, sensing something amiss ahead. Allow my bloodbats to scout the area. Baimo paused momentarily before nodding in agreement and stepping back. An enormous swarm of bloodbats swiftly darted forward. However, as the bats ventured forth, a spear formed of flowing water suddenly shot from the darkness with astonishing speed. The spear, imbued with a fierce intent to kill, pierced through several bloodbats in an instant, continuing its menacing trajectory toward the group. Ho Chi Lin reacted with remarkable swiftness. The 2 swords at his side transformed instantaneously into a torrent of sword energy. This energy swirled in the air, coalescing rapidly into a translucent shield that stood before them. The water spear collided violently with the shield, producing a dull thud, yet it could not breach this layer of defense. As the energy contained within the spear gradually waned, it ultimately dissipated into mere droplets, vanishing into the air. With a steely gaze, Ho Chi Lin felt the surge of sword energy within him, rapidly manifesting into 4 distinct shields, encasing each of the 4 individuals. This space is far too constricted for combat. We would only be at the mercy of our adversaries. We must advance to a more spacious area where we can confront them effectively. With that, he led the way forward, the shield swirling protectively around him. Lumire followed closely, the winds around her coalescing into arrows, clearly prepared for battle. Bayamo and Ada quickly kept pace behind them. The four swiftly departed from the narrow passage, entering a spacious expanse ahead. This area was significantly larger than the previous confines. With that, he took the lead, soaring forward. Enveloped entirely by a swirling shield of sword energy, Lumire followed closely, her surrounding wind elements coalescing into arrows, poised to strike at any moment. Bayamo and Ida also hastened to keep pace, as they emerged from the constricted corridor into the vast region. Ida commanded a swarm of bloodbats to dance through the air. A deep crimson glow gradually illuminated the entire area, casting an eerie ambience. The group surveyed their surroundings, only to find the ground teeming with more fishmen, their numbers far exceeding those they had previously vanquished. Chapter 85. Beneath the earth, the blue skin of the fishmen appeared particularly striking under the radiance of the bloodbats. Their large, bulbous eyes fixated intently on the quartet. Bayamo, upon noticing the abundance of fishmen, couldn't help but sigh in exasperation, lamenting the seemingly unending presence of these grotesque creatures. At that moment, their attention was drawn to a small lake below. The tranquil waters began to ripple, hinting at something concealed beneath the surface. Suddenly, accompanied by a low, muffled sound, several spears formed from flowing water erupted from the lake, hurtling towards Ho Qinglin. However, before the spears could reach him, they were effortlessly deflected by his sword energy shield. The spears shattered upon impact with the shield, disintegrating into droplets that scattered onto the ground, leaving Ho Qinglin unscathed. The disturbances in the lake showed no signs of abating. The once tranquil surface of the lake now rippled with increasing intensity, heralding the emergence of something formidable. Suddenly, two fishmen, their sizes magnified several-fold compared to any previously encountered, ascended from the depths of the lake. Their corpulent forms dominated their figures, with disproportionately short limbs that rendered them grotesque, resembling colossal masses of flesh writhing upon the ground. Observing this, Bayamo could not help but exclaim, "How can they be even uglier? These creatures are grotesquely beyond comprehension." Ada and Lumeo exchanged uneasy glances, clearly disturbed by the appearance of the two fishmen. At that moment, the lake surged once more, its tumult more pronounced than before. The water bubbled as if boiling, rising high into the air. Following this, an even larger fishman emerged from the lake, its stature 3 times that of the previous two, akin to a moving mountain. Its form bore similarities to the earlier fishman but was far more terrifying. Arms grotesquely sprouted from its sides and back, each limb twisted and deformed, as if forcibly extruded from its very being. Its chest was a horrific tableau, adorned with faces of other fishmen, each visage contorted in anguish. The body itself was in a state of decay, oozing pus from its wounds that dripped to the ground with a hissing sound of corrosion. Bayamo gazed at this colossal fishman and could not restrain her disdain, remarking, "This one is even more hideous, surpassing all previous standards of ugliness." Ho Qinglin furrowed his brow slightly, cautioning, "Be careful. This creature is no ordinary foe." Lumea nodded gently, sensing the quiver of the arrow of wind beside her. "Regardless, we must find a resolution for this." At that moment, the colossal fishman suddenly opened its festering maw, unleashing a deafening roar. On its chest, the multitude of fishman faces also gaped, emitting a cacophony of howls. The sound reverberated like thunder, echoing throughout the subterranean space. The immense sound wave assaulted the eardrums of the onlookers, causing their spirits to tremble and their bodies to sway precariously, nearly toppling from the air. Ho Qinglin quickly regained his composure, casting a swift glance at the 3 who were teetering, and shouted, "Steady your minds. Do not let its voice sway you." His voice instantly jolted the trio back to reality. Bayamo, Lumire, and Ida swiftly adjusted their states, regaining control over their bodies and averting a fall from the heights. "That creature's voice is truly more repulsive than its appearance," Lumire muttered under her breath, shaking her head in an attempt to dispel the lingering buzz in her mind. Chapter 86. The lake. This indeed promises to be a fierce battle, Bayamo remarked. Ida surveyed the surrounding chaos and replied, "Yet we have emerged victorious." Ho Qinglin rose to his feet and cautioned, "Do not let your guard down. There may yet be more formidable foes awaiting us." The group nodded in agreement, taking a brief respite before continuing deeper into the underground realm, delving into the secrets that lay shrouded in mystery. As they pressed onward, the atmosphere grew increasingly eerie, as if countless unseen eyes were watching them from the shadows. The ground beneath their feet had become a treacherous quagmire, and a foul stench pervaded the air. Lumire wrinkled her nose and murmured, "This odor is unbearable. I can scarcely imagine what horrors lie ahead." Bayamo interjected, "Who cares? We'll face whatever comes. If one appears, we shall strike it down. If 2 emerge, We shall vanquish them both. Ida remained silent, her focus intensifying as she directed the bloodbats to scout ahead. As they progressed, they arrived at a vast subterranean lake. The water was a pitch-black expanse, undisturbed and devoid of ripples, resembling a massive sheet of black satin. Ho Chi Lin picked up a stone and hurled it into the lake. But no sound echoed back. This lake is peculiar. Everyone, tread carefully, he cautioned. At that moment, a colossal whirlpool suddenly erupted on the surface, and a gigantic creature slowly emerged from its depths. Its form resembled that of a monstrous octopus, with countless tentacles thrashing in the air, each adorned with sharp barbs. What manner of beast is this? Bai Mo exclaimed in shock. Ho Qinglin's gaze sharpened. Regardless of its nature, they must prepare for battle. Ida was the first to initiate the attack, as the swarm of bloodbats surged forth like a crimson tide toward the creature. The monster's tentacles lashed out, effortlessly scattering many of the bloodbats. Lu Meyer danced with her hands, sending forth blades of wind toward the creature, yet the wind blades merely nicked its tentacles, leaving only shallow marks. Ho Qilin darted forward, transforming into a streak of sword light aimed at the beast. The creature's tentacles swiftly coiled around him, attempting to thwart his advance. Ho Qinglin's sword energy sliced through the tentacles, splattering green viscous fluid in its wake. The icy waterspout unleashed by Mo continuously erupted. Yet the creature appeared to possess a formidable resistance to the cold, rendering the attacks rather ineffective. As the creature's assaults grew increasingly ferocious, the group found themselves gradually ensnared in a dire predicament. The voice of Mo resonated once more in their minds. Strike at its eyes, for that is its Achilles heel. Upon hearing this, the group focused their energies on attacking the creature's eyes. Ho Qinglin's sword aura, Lu Meyer's wind blades, Bai Mo's water cannon, and Aida's bloodbats all surged toward the creature's vulnerable site. The creature, sensing their intentions, desperately attempted to shield itself with its tentacles. However, through their concerted efforts, a single sword aura finally pierced its defenses and struck its eye. The creature emitted a tormented roar, its body convulsing violently. Seizing the opportunity, the group intensified their onslaught. The creature's tentacles gradually lost their strength, ultimately collapsing into the lake with a tremendous splash. We have finally vanquished it. Bai Mo gasped, breathless. Yet, before they could catch their breath, a powerful tremor erupted from the lake's depths, and countless bubbles ascended to the surface. This is bad. The creature may not be acting alone, Ho Qilin exclaimed. Indeed, one after another, creatures of strikingly similar forms emerged from the depths of the lake. Chapter 87, The Giant Fishman. The giant fishman, realizing its roar had no effect on Ho Qilin, contorted its grotesque visage in fury. Its arms swung once more, and water rapidly coalesced in its palms, transforming into a barrage of spears. These spears rained down upon Ho Qilin with relentless ferocity. Yet he did not evade as he had before. He hovered in midair, his expression austere, as he swung the long sword in his hand. In an instant, the sword aura around him surged like a tempest, transforming into several sharp long swords that floated beside him, their tips aimed menacingly at the colossal merman. Compared to Lu Meyer's flying sword, Ho Qinglin's longsword possessed far greater lethality, not only due to his impressive level of 16, classified as elite, but also because the unique traits and two skills he wielded could significantly amplify his swordsmanship damage. Go! Ho Qilin intoned softly, and with a fierce swing of his longsword, the floating sword auras shot forth like arrows released from a bow, hurtling towards the giant merman. The sound of swords slicing through the air echoed throughout the cavern. The merman's bloated, grotesque form was utterly incapable of evasion. The sword auras easily penetrated its flesh. Thud, thud, thud. The resounding impact of the swords piercing through flesh was relentless. The merman's body was perforated by the sword auras, blue blood gushing forth from the wounds. Yet, Ho Qilin did not relent. With a subtle flick of his fingers, the swords lodged within the merman transformed back into sword aura, swirling violently within its body. The merman's flesh was torn asunder by the rampant sword energy, blue blood splattering in every direction. The excruciating pain elicited a piercing howl from the creature. Simultaneously, the merman's face, adorned on its chest, opened its mouth to emit a deafening roar. Its arms flailed wildly in a futile attempt to alleviate the torment. But all was in vain. No matter how vigorously it struggled, it could not alter its fate. Ho Qinglin's sword aura rampaged within it, methodically shredding its flesh piece by piece. The colossal merman's body began to disintegrate, with azure blood cascading like a waterfall from its wounds, staining the ground beneath. A pungent, fishy odor permeated the air. Meanwhile, the torrent of spears launched by the merman had long been thwarted by Ho Qinglin's sword aura shield. Observing the merman's agonized visage, Ho Qilin felt not an ounce of emotion stir within him. He understood that this degree of injury was merely superficial for such a behemoth. It would require numerous waves of assault to ultimately vanquish it. Thus, Ho Chi-Lin once more brandished his longsword, the surrounding sword energy surging forth, manifesting into an array of flying swords. Again, he commanded, his sword sweeping forth with sudden ferocity. The onslaught descended like a tempest, each wave relentless and unyielding. Simultaneously, Ada parted her crimson lips, declaring, "Leave those minions to my bloodbaths." Her gaze swept over Lu Meyer and Bai Mo, continuing, "Meyer, Bai Mo. Those two large mermen are entrusted to you." As her words hung in the air, she commanded the swarm of bloodbats. With a mere thought, the bats surged forth like a crimson tide toward the mermen. Upon hearing this, Lu Meyer nodded, her wind arrows vibrating slightly at her side. Bai Mo grinned widely, affirming, "No problem, we got this." In this expansive arena, Bai Mo cast aside her worries of being doused in blue blood. Lu Meyer was the first to strike, her wind arrows shooting forth like lightning toward one of the large mermen. Each arrow found its mark with precision. Chapter 88, The Rampaging Colossal Merman Simultaneously. She began to channel her power into a hurricane arrow, the tempest swirling upon the withered spirit bow. A colossal arrow of azure hue took form, radiating an oppressive aura that sent shivers down the spine. Bai Mo unleashed a blade of water towards another imposing merman, charging forth with lethal intent. Simultaneously, the frost spirit water cannon in his mouth swiftly coalesced, exuding a chilling torrent. Bai Mo successfully vanquished the polluted merman, level 10, earning experience points. Mo also received experience points. Lu Meyer successfully defeated the polluted merman, level 11, gaining experience points. Mo likewise accrued experience points. The two formidable mermen stood little chance against the combined onslaught of the duo, swiftly succumbing to their assault. Their bodies thudded to the ground, and subsequently, Lu Meyer, Bai Mo, and Ida pivoted towards the merman minions. The trio found it remarkably effortless to contend with these lesser foes. These mermen could neither soar through the air nor wield the long-range water spear attack of their giant counterparts. They could only flounder on the ground, attempting to strike the airborne trio with their weapons, but all efforts proved futile. For the three adventurers, these mermen were nothing short of mere experience fodder. Bai Mo successfully dispatched the polluted merman, level 5, gaining experience points. Mo also received experience points. Lu Meyer successfully eliminated the polluted merman, level 7, earning experience points. Mo likewise accrued experience points. Ida successfully vanquished the polluted merman, level 5, gaining experience points. Mo also received experience points. Each strike from the trio effortlessly reaped the lives of the mermen. Meanwhile, Ho Chi-Lin's gaze remained coldly fixed upon the frenzied giant merman before him. Since it witnessed the effortless demise of two colossal fishmen at the hands of Lu Meyer and Bai Mo, it has succumbed to a state of unrestrained fury. Its grotesque maw emits a cacophony of roars, while the visages of the fishmen upon its chest remain perpetually agape, each one vocalizing its rage and torment. Its arms flail chaotically as the flowing spears coalesce within its grasp. Yet, in its frenzied state, it has lost precision. Numerous spears are unleashed without aim, failing to strike Ho Chi-Lin and careening wildly into the recesses of the cave, with some even inflicting harm upon its own kin. Nevertheless, Ho Chi-Lin cannot help but marvel at the formidable vitality of this gigantic fishman. Despite being assailed multiple times by a sword's energy, its form is riddled with massive wounds, blue blood cascading from its injuries like a waterfall. Yet, it remains unyielding, a testament to its tenacity. "What a resilient life force," Ho Chi-Lin murmurs quietly. At that moment, the colossal fishman ceased its spear assault, and all its mouths emitted a piercing wail. This sound was not an offensive sonic wave. Subsequently, every eye of the fishman fixated intently on Ho Chi-Lin. Sensing the impending threat, he realized with dread that it was about to unleash its ultimate attack. As predicted, deep blue energy surged within all its mouths, and then, a barrage of deep blue energy pillars was launched toward Ho Chi-Lin. Fortunately, he had anticipated this assault. A torrent of sword energy enveloped him, coalescing into a formidable barrier before him, striving to withstand the impending onslaught. The two forces collided, unleashing a tremendous surge of energy. And with a resonant crack, fissures appeared across the barrier. Upon witnessing this, Ho Chi-Lin's gaze sharpened as he summoned the sword energy coursing through his body to mend the barrier. Ultimately, he managed to withstand the formidable strike. As he beheld the dissipating column of energy, a sigh of relief escaped his lips. He then cast his eyes upon the colossal merman, slumped on the ground, its arms and face drooping lifelessly. "I didn't expect you to possess such strength," he remarked. "However, it is time to bid you farewell." With that, the sword energy surrounding Ho Chi-Lin surged forth, manifesting an even greater number of swords than before, all aimed at the giant merman. Yet this time, the swords did not pierce its flesh. Instead, they encircled its form. Subsequently, with a swift motion of his hand, the sword in Ho Qinglin's grasp transformed into a swirling tempest of sword energy, enveloping the merman. The energy then began to constrict around the creature, prompting a profound sense of peril within the merman. It flailed its arms in a futile attempt to escape, but to no avail. Chapter 89. The water monster. The sword energy sliced through its skin with precision. A chilling roar erupted from the giant merman, echoing with despair. Its body trembled incessantly under the relentless onslaught of sword energy, yet it remained ensnared. Ho Qinglin observed this scene with an icy demeanor, devoid of any emotion. He murmured softly, "It is over." As his words lingered in the air, he clenched his hand forcefully. The speed of the sword energy's constriction surged dramatically. Gradually, it dissected the merman's body, culminating in its complete obliteration, reducing it to a mass of mangled flesh and azure blood. The air became thick with a pungent stench. Ho Qinglin glanced at the trio who were simultaneously engaged in the slaughter of the remaining mermen, as the frosty spirit water cannons erupted continuously, encasing the mermen in icy sculptures. The arrows of Lumire's wind rained down like a tempest. The bloodbats commanded by Ada ravaged the flesh of the fishmen with unrelenting ferocity. Faced with the aerial onslaught from the trio, the fishmen lacked any capacity for resistance, resembling mere lambs destined for slaughter. Observing this, Ho Qinglin felt a wave of relief wash over him. These fishmen posed no threat whatsoever. He descended before the carcass of a colossal fishman, his gaze sweeping over the mangled remains. After this period of combat, he was nearly certain that the object of the half-fishman deity's covetousness lay hidden within this subterranean realm. However, upon closer inspection of the giant fishman's remains, he found nothing of value amidst the repulsive mass. The fragments of flesh and blue blood concealed no treasures. A slight frown creased Ho Qinglin's brow as he pondered silently. Could my judgment be erroneous? He lifted his gaze, surveying the entirety of the underground space. Apart from the expanse of the lake and the multitude of fishermen corpses, there was nothing remarkable here. His eyes eventually settled upon the lake. Its surface was serene. Yet beneath the illumination of the bloodbats, it appeared somewhat eerie. Perhaps the secret lies at the lake's bottom, Ho Qinglin mused quietly to himself. He resolved to plunge into the water for a closer examination. Just as he prepared to step into the lake, an unexpected transformation occurred. The surface of the lake suddenly roiled as if boiling. The once tranquil waters began to churn violently, sending splashes cascading. Ho Qinglin's expression sharpened, and he swiftly retreated a few paces, his eyes fixed intently on the tumultuous surface, a sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. Indeed, something lurks within the waters. In an instant, the lake's waters coalesced, manifesting into a colossal monstrosity. The entire cave trembled, and the other three, witnessing this, saw Momo, who was probing the rules of world devouring on the ground, interrupted by a tremendous wave of energy. He gazed downward. Upon noticing this, Ho Qinglin immediately activated his sword energy wings and retreated. The colossal water monster let out a roar, swinging its massive fist toward Ho Qinglin. The speed of the fist was astonishing, striking the sword energy shield with a resounding blow that shattered it instantaneously. The fist continued its relentless assault toward Ho Qinglin. The sound of the shield's destruction echoed once more as the protective spell cast by Momo shattered in an instant. Seeing this, Ho Qinglin swiftly placed his black longsword before his chest. A thunderous crash ensued, propelling Ho Qinglin like a cannonball against the cave wall, where he collided heavily, debris cascading down around him. Ho Qinglin! Ada exclaimed in alarm as the swarm of bloodbats immediately diverted their course, lunging toward the gigantic water monster. Bayamo and Lu Mayer also abandoned the fishmen, directing their attacks at the water creature. The icy water cannon, arrows of wind, and bloodbats surged toward the monster. Yet it seemed enveloped by an invisible barrier, effortlessly deflecting all assaults. Chapter 90. Slaying. Upon witnessing this, Bayamo felt a tightening in his chest and hurriedly flew over. He positioned himself beneath Ho Qinglin, securely catching him. "Brother Ho, are you all right?" Bayamo asked anxiously. Unable to ascertain Ho Qinglin's condition, his worry intensified. Feeling the stillness above and the absence of any response, a sense of dread washed over him. Bayamo raised his voice. "Brother Ho, are you still alive?" Ho Qinglin remained silent, his eyes tightly shut, and his brow furrowed in concentration. In his hand, he tightly grasped a slender object, its radiance diminishing with each passing moment. At that moment, Lumiere and Ada flew over. Bayamo looked at the two, his voice laced with panic. "Brother Ho. He seems to be dead." Ada glanced at the unconscious Ho Qinglin and replied, "Bayamo, do not speak nonsense. Ho Qinglin is not dead. For now. Refrain from engaging in battle and take care of him. Upon hearing this, Bai Mo exhaled a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Lord Ada. I will certainly look after Brother Ho. Lu Meyer, however, cast a glance at the object tightly held in Ho Qinglin's hand, pondering its significance. Ada's gaze swept over the merman below. Meyer, let us eliminate the merman together. With that, she commanded the swarm of blood bats to assault the mermen, tearing at their flesh with ferocity. Lu Meyer nodded, her arrows of wind quivering before they were all released. Ada successfully killed the contaminated merman LV6, gaining experience points. Mo received experience points. Lu Meyer successfully killed the contaminated merman LV7, gaining experience points. Mo received experience points. The notifications echoed in their minds. Yet they remained undeterred in their actions. Bai Mo gently lowered Ho Qinglin to the ground, worry etched across his face. Brother Ho, please do not come to harm. I still wish to learn that technique from earlier. At that moment, he noticed the slender object tightly clutched in Ho Qinglin's hand, pondering its nature. Yet, no matter how he pondered, he could not arrive at an answer. Bai Mo could only quietly remain by Ho Qinglin's side, awaiting his awakening. Time passed. Though its duration was uncertain, Ho Qinglin's fingers trembled slightly before he slowly opened his eyes. Initially, his gaze was somewhat vacant, but soon it sharpened, and he regained some awareness. Bai Mo. Ho Qinglin called softly, his voice tinged with weakness. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Bai Mo was instantly filled with excitement. Ho Gu, you have finally awoken. You scared me to death. As she gazed at the awakened Ho Qinglin, the heavy burden in Bai Mo's heart was finally lifted. In Ho Qinglin's eyes, there was a glimmer of gratitude as he realized that it was Bai Mo who had saved him. Thank you, Bai Mo, he said sincerely. Bai Mo, slightly embarrassed, replied with a smile, Oh, there is no need for thanks. It is only right. Ho Qinglin smiled faintly, choosing not to say more. His gaze fell upon the dim, ribbon-like object in his hand, his brow furrowing slightly, filled with confusion. Without a Lord panel or identification function, he had no idea what it was. However, the impact he had previously endured made it clear to Ho Qinglin that this was no ordinary item. He scrutinized the object in his hand, striving to discern its nature. What exactly is this? Meanwhile, on the other side of the cave, Aida's level has increased by 2. Current level 14, Lu Meyer's level has increased by 2. Current level 15, their bodies momentarily paused as they felt the surge of power within. All the mermen in the cave had been eradicated. Ada and Lu Meyer swiftly flew to the side of Bai Mo and Ho Qinglin. At that moment, Bai Mo, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed to Ho Qinglin, Brother Ho, that move you just executed was magnificent. May I learn it? His eyes sparkled with anticipation, eager to master the captivating skill. Ho Qinglin glanced at Bai Mo's shark-like physique, scratched his head, and awkwardly replied, I don't think that's possible. His tone carried a sense of helplessness, finding the request somewhat burdensome. Upon hearing this, Bai Mo instantly deflated like a punctured balloon, his earlier excitement transforming into dismay. He mumbled, Huh? Observing this, Ada timely interrupted Bai Mo's incessant inquiries and turned to Ho Qinglin, asking, What just happened? Why did you suddenly faint? Ho Qinglin raised the dim, ribbon-like object in his hand, his expression grave as he responded, I believe this is the very object the half-merman god covets. He paused before continuing at that moment. This item shot out from the body of that water monster. The instant I grasped it, a powerful shock surged through my mind. Subsequently, I lost consciousness. Ada scrutinized the dim ribbon-like object, her brow slightly furrowing. She could discern nothing particularly extraordinary about it. However, Ho Qinglin's description made her realize that this item was far from ordinary. Nodding, she advised Ho Qinglin, You should rest here for now and regain your strength. The impact of the shockwave was not insignificant on you. Bai Mo and Meyer, let us thoroughly search this space. Perhaps we may discover something of value. Ada turned to the other two and spoke. Indeed, replied Bai Mo and Lu Meyer, promptly springing into action. Their gazes were sharp, their steps light, as they commenced a meticulous search of the entire area. Subsequently, the trio conducted a comprehensive examination of the surroundings. Ho Qinglin leaned against the cave wall, closing his eyes to meditate, seeking to alleviate the residual effects of the shock. Although his body was frail, a faint smile lingered at the corners of his lips. This was precisely what he had been pursuing. The three women scrutinized every nook and cranny, leaving no corner unchecked. Ultimately, they unearthed a silver chest at the bottom of the lake, emanating a gentle silvery glow. Aside from this discovery, there were no other anomalies within the cave. They refrained from hastily opening the chest, as they lacked a panel or backpack function. Obtaining too many items would render them incapable of carrying them back. After completing their search, they retraced their steps. Due to enduring two intense battles coupled with the peculiar shock, Ho Qinglin was left physically and mentally exhausted, scarcely able to move independently. Observing his condition, Bai Mo approached him and offered, "Brother Ho, allow me to carry you." Without waiting for a response, she hoisted him onto her back and continued onward. As Ho Qinglin rested against Bai Mo, a warmth surged within him, and he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Bai Mo." She smiled and replied, "Oh, it's a trifling matter." Although Lu Mei Er and Ada had nearly exhausted their energy. However, having just leveled up a few times, her state had somewhat improved. They walked ahead, vigilantly observing their surroundings to ensure a safe return. The group slowly emerged from the cave. Chapter 92. The Return. The four soared towards the direction of Momo, their figures tracing 3 arcs in the sky. Momo gazed at them from a distance, his brow slightly furrowed, puzzled as to why one person was missing. The group soon arrived before Momo, with Ida being the first to speak, respectfully stating, "My lord, we have returned." Momo nodded, his gaze sweeping over the 3 before finally resting on Ho Qinglin, who lay pale and weak on Bai Mo's back. In that moment, Ho Qinglin appeared a far cry from the spirited individual they had first encountered. Momo's brow furrowed deeply as he inquired in a solemn tone, "What has happened here?" Ida, Lu Meyer, and Bai Mo exchanged glances before they began to recount their experiences in the underground cave to Momo. They described the tainted merman, the colossal fishman, the gigantic water monster, and the entirety of the battle, leaving no detail unaddressed. Particularly notable was the moment when Ho Qinglin had struck down the enormous water creature with a flash of his sword, only to succumb to the strange backlash that rendered him unconscious. At this juncture, Bai Mo could not help but interject, her tone infused with both excitement and regret. "It is such a pity that my lord did not witness that moment. Brother Ho is truly magnificent. That strike was nothing short of awe-inspiring. A blow that could move the heavens and weep for the spirits. When he swung that sword, the massive water monster was obliterated, leaving not a trace behind." As she spoke, she animatedly gestured with her head and fins. Upon hearing this, Ho Qinglin displayed a hint of embarrassment on his face and quietly remarked, "No, no. It was merely luck." After listening, Momo's expression turned serious, yet his eyes brimmed with admiration. "You have performed admirably." Simultaneously, he pondered to himself, "It seems the strength of the territory can now stand on its own." With this thought, a slight smile graced Momo's lips. He could now devote more energy to the construction of the world, while the routine affairs and combat tasks of the territory could be entrusted to them. Subsequently, Mo shifted his gaze to Ho Qinglin and inquired with genuine concern, "Mr. Ho, are you all right?" Cough, cough. Ho Qinglin cleared his throat lightly. Although his complexion remained pale, his spirit had improved significantly. He managed to muster a faint smile and replied softly, "I am fine, my lord. Thanks to your healing enhancement. My injuries are gradually mending." Indeed, Ho Qinglin's condition was slowly improving, yet due to the severity of his injuries, complete recovery would take time. Afterward, with a tinge of regret, Ho Qinglin remarked, "It is a pity that our sparring must be postponed." Hearing this, Mo chuckled, "Once Mr. Ho has fully recovered, I shall engage in a thorough spar with you. At that time, you must give it your all." Ho Qinglin nodded, his eyes alight with fighting spirit. "Rest assured, my lord, I shall certainly put forth my utmost effort." After listening to the detailed accounts of the 3 men's combat experiences, Mo understood clearly that he would most likely not be a match for Ho Qinglin. Nevertheless, despite this realization, his own fighting spirit remained undiminished. He yearned to spar with formidable individuals like Ho Qinglin to discover the limits of his own capabilities. At that moment, Ho Qinglin suddenly spoke, a hint of teasing lacing his tone. "My lord, it would be better to address me as Qinglin. Mr. Ho sounds rather peculiar and feels somewhat distant." Mo was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and replied, "Very well, Qinglin." Subsequently, Ho Qinglin handed over a dim, ribbon-like object to Mo. His expression turned serious as he spoke in a hushed tone, "My lord, this should be the coveted item of the demigod of the half-fishmen." Mo took the object, gazing intently at it, as an excerpt of information materialized in his mind. The sigh of the deep sea, a whisper of lament from a great being, recorded by its devout followers. Perhaps it holds no significance. Mo scrutinized the enigmatic description, his brow furrowing slightly, filled with perplexity. What purpose could this item possibly serve? He examined it from every angle, yet discerned no clues. Judging by Ho Qinglin's experience with it, Its power was evidently considerable. Was it merely a decorative piece? Or did its function require specific conditions for activation? Mo pondered in silence, unable to reach a conclusion. He turned to Ho Qinglin and inquired, Qinglin, when you held it, did you feel anything apart from the impact? Ho Qinglin shook his head and replied, No, my lord. I only remember the overwhelming force, as if it were about to shatter my consciousness. Beyond that, no other particularly notable sensations lingered. He paused momentarily, his brow slightly furrowing as he endeavored to recall the details of that moment. However, there was one peculiar thing, Ho Qinglin continued. I distinctly remember that this object was originally a deep azure hue. Yet, upon regaining consciousness, it had faded. Mo nodded in acknowledgement, his mind still rife with curiosity. After a moment of contemplation, he placed the Sigh of the Deep Sea into his backpack, intending to explore it further when the opportunity arose. Regardless, given that this item had piqued the interest of the demi-fish god, it must be extraordinary, he mused internally, just as he was lost in thought. A delicate fragrance wafted through the air. Ada approached, swaying gracefully with her enchanting figure. A light red gown accentuated her curvaceous silhouette, while her cascading golden locks shimmered with captivating brilliance. My lord, this is the silver chest we discovered in the subterranean space, Ada softly remarked, presenting the silver chest to Mo. This marked the first silver chest he had acquired. As he accepted the chest, feeling its substantial weight, a sense of anticipation welled up within him. Upon opening it, a flash of silver revealed several items before his eyes. Acquired, Ethereal Crystal 10, Level 3 Militia Camp 1. Electronic Components 30, Arcane Tome, Fragment, 13, 1. Mo's gaze swept over the items, internally appraising their worth. At that moment, a mechanical voice resonated in his mind, the familiar sound of the panel notification. Upon detecting the ethereal crystal, should it be utilized to expand the backpack? Mo paused momentarily, his gaze falling upon the shimmering, ethereal crystals. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately resolved to refrain from using these crystals to augment his backpack for the time being. Although the space within his backpack had become rather limited, this was his first encounter with such a rare material. He desired to meticulously study it, to comprehend all its potential uses before making a decision. To recklessly employ an unknown item could result in unnecessary waste. Subsequently, his attention shifted to the blueprint for a Level 3 militia camp. This was a single-use construction blueprint. Mo couldn't help but reflect on how his territory had yet to establish even a Level 2 militia camp, yet here he was, unexpectedly in possession of a blueprint for a higher-level Level 3 militia camp. This was indeed one of the significant drawbacks of having too few subjects. Without a sufficient number of inhabitants, even possessing advanced architectural blueprints would not facilitate timely construction. However, with the recent increase in inhabitants, this issue was alleviating. Mo silently contemplated. Upon returning to the territory, he could commence the construction of the Level 2 and Level 3 militia camps. Afterward, Mo inquired of the others about the precise location of the underground space. Ida, Lumiere, and by Mo provided detailed descriptions of the underground environment and routes. Mo committed every detail to memory. You all performed exceptionally well in this task, he commended the group. He paused, casting his gaze over them, and continued, Next, I shall venture into the underground space. You should return to the territory and rest well. Though the crowd was filled with perplexity, their trust in the Lord restrained them from further inquiries, and they collectively replied, Yes, my lord. Subsequently, they unfurled their wings and swiftly departed from the area, heading towards their territory. Mo watched their retreating figures until they vanished from sight. The underground passage was dim and damp. Looking down, Mo discovered an array of grotesque fishermen corpses strewn across the ground, their blood staining the entire passage in a bizarre shade of blue. The sight before him tightened Mo's brow. Although he had already gleaned from reports the ferocity of the battle, witnessing it firsthand still left him slightly astonished. The fishermen's bodies were torn asunder, and their azure blood flowed across the floor. Mo meticulously disassembled the filth before him, acquiring the distorted flesh and blue blood of the fishmen. These fishmen were mere lowly beings with feeble strength, thus they yielded no soul fragments upon disintegration. Mo was not surprised by this, and allowed his gaze to linger on the fishman flesh. It exhibited an unnatural bluish-purple hue, its surface adorned with intricate patterns. Distorted fishman flesh, due to unknown reasons, the excessively mutated fishman flesh is inedible and of little value. Mo's brow furrowed slightly. It was evident that this flesh and blood had been warped by some formidable force, losing their original worth and rendering them utterly useless. Mo silently speculated. Could it be that the sigh of the deep sea has tainted these fishmen? Despite his speculations, he remained uncertain about the purpose of the deep sea sighs. He temporarily suppressed these questions and gathered the twisted flesh and blood of the fishmen into his backpack. Once he had finished, he unfurled his wings and glided through the passage like a shadow, soaring deeper into the abyss. After a while, Momo finally arrived at the subterranean realm. The scene here was even more harrowing than in the passage. Remnants of fishmen lay scattered across the ground, nearly covering the entire floor. Pools of blue blood coalesced, forming small lagoons. Momo's gaze swept over the heap of corpses, ultimately resting on a colossal body in the distance. He swiftly approached and landed beside the massive carcass. As the light flickered, the enormous body began to disintegrate. In the end, Momo acquired a substantial amount of twisted fishman flesh, the distorted blue blood, and 3 elite soul shards. Fortune smiled upon him, as he had directly obtained 3 shards. Momo murmured to himself, his eyes alight with delight. These 3 soul shards were sufficient to forge a complete elite soul. This implied that his territory was soon to welcome an additional elite combat unit. With this thought, the corners of Momo's mouth lifted slightly, and a sense of anticipation blossomed within him. Currently, only Ho Qinglin and Bai Mo within his domain had reached the elite tier. There was no doubt regarding Ho Qinglin's prowess, having demonstrated astonishing combat strength during this encounter. The imposing corpse just now was ample proof of his might. In contrast, Bai Mo's situation was somewhat peculiar. Due to damage to her essence, even as an elite being, her strength had not attained its expected height. Compared to Momo, Lumiere, and Ada, his combat prowess appears somewhat lacking. After storing the soul fragments in his backpack, Momo retrieved the heart of the world, which had been entrusted to him by Ho Qinglin. During their time battling in the subterranean realm, Momo had been diligently exploring methods to devour worlds. As this particular realm lacked a world lord, the heart of the world could be refined to guide the eternal realm in consuming it. However, this process was not without its costs. A certain quantity of the original world's substance was required as sustenance for a successful assimilation. Momo was reluctant to deplete the land and resources of this realm. Just as he grappled with this dilemma, the grotesque flesh of the distorted fishman emerged. This flesh had lost its intrinsic value, being neither consumable nor usable for other purposes. Yet, it was perfectly suited to serve as nourishment for the devouring process, ensuring no detriment to the territory while maximizing utility. Truly, it was a stroke of divine providence. Subsequently, Momo grasped the heart of the world tightly in his hand. The crystal, emanating a faint glow, quivered slightly in his palm, as if responding to his intent. In the next moment, the heart of the world transformed into a streak of light, swiftly penetrating Momo's being. His body quivered slightly as he felt an energy merging with his soul. At that instant, a cold, mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Detection complete. Lord Momo has gained control of the world, eternal realm. Please consume a portion of matter as sustenance to devour this realm. Upon completion of the devouring process, there is a probability of acquiring an affiliated Lord panel. Momo immediately selected all the twisted flesh and blood within his backpack and surrounding area as sustenance. Under his mental command, the blood and flesh swiftly transformed into pure material energy and then vanished entirely. Selection complete. Please wait. As the voice faded, Momo stood still, quietly awaiting the completion of the devouring process. His body felt no unusual sensations. Everything transpired silently. However, unbeknownst to him, the external world had undergone a dramatic transformation. Within the territory, some inhabitants suddenly noticed that the once azure sky had transformed into a pristine white. This was not a cloud cover, but rather the manifestation of the world barrier, an invisible shield enveloping the entire realm. The denizens had never witnessed such a phenomenon and were instantly thrown into a state of panic, rushing to inform one another. What has happened to the sky? Why has it turned white? What is going on? Is the apocalypse upon us? We must seek the Lord. The atmosphere of fear spread rapidly, leaving the inhabitants bewildered. Just as the chaos was on the verge of escalating, Ho Qinglin, Ada, and others stepped forward. Although they were unsure of the specific events and why the world barrier had suddenly appeared, they were convinced that it must be connected to their Lord. Chapter 93. Progress everyone. Please remain calm. This is undoubtedly the handiwork of our Lord. He is creating a more powerful territory for us. We simply need to trust him and continue to perform our duties. Ada added, please maintain your composure and return to your respective posts. We shall ensure that everything remains under control. Under the soothing presence of the two individuals, the emotions of the subjects gradually settled. Although their hearts were still brimming with confusion, their trust in Momo led them to choose faith. They returned to their respective posts, diligently continuing their tasks. Occasionally glancing up at the expanse of white sky above, their eyes filled with curiosity and reverence. That pure white realm enveloped the hearts of all, evoking speculation about the grand endeavors being undertaken by their lord. Meanwhile, Momo remained steadfast in his position, patiently awaiting the completion of the devouring process. Time ticked away, moment by moment. At last, a cold, mechanical voice resonated within his mind. World devoured. Please select the location for world expansion. Acquired subordinate lord panel. As the voice faded, a translucent screen materialized before Momo, clearly displaying the composition of the eternal realm, mountains, lakes, forests, and deserts. Upon closer inspection, Momo discerned that the newly expanded land consisted of plains and woodlands. He needed to judiciously integrate this newly acquired territory into the eternal realm. Momo gazed at the screen, lost in contemplation. The western edge of the eternal realm was already a dense forest. To the north lay a desert, serving as a pivotal nexus for Momo's future connections with other worlds, holding significant strategic importance. To the south stretched a series of undulating hills, marked by complex terrain. The east was adorned with a pristine lake, a vital water source for the territory. Clearly, the northern desert, southern hills, and eastern lake were unsuitable for the expansion of the land. Thus, Momo's gaze naturally fell upon the woods to the west. By situating the plains and the forest to the west, it could seamlessly connect with the existing woodland. He resolved to choose the west, delicately tapping the designated area on the luminous screen. As he made this gesture, the world map on the screen began to transform. The original forest gradually extended outward, intertwining with the plains, culminating in a more expansive territory. Selection complete. Please wait. Momo stood quietly, his eyes fixed on the changes unfolding on the screen. This process required time, and all he could do was patiently await the outcome. The external world remained still. The pure white sky acted as an invisible barrier, shielding them from outside disturbances. After a while, the external light gradually dimmed, and nightfall quietly descended. The inhabitants of the territory looked up at the sky, noticing that the white world barrier was slowly receding, revealing the familiar starry sky. They collectively exhaled, their tension and unease dissipating, replaced by a profound sense of relief. The sky has returned to normal. The Lord is truly remarkable. How wonderful. We can live in peace once more. The inhabitants consoled each other, their faces adorned with relaxed smiles. Although they were unaware of the specific events that had transpired, their trust in Momo assured them that all of this was for the future of their territory. Chapter 94, The Transformation of the Eternal Realm. Meanwhile, in the subterranean space, Momo heard the cold, mechanical voice echoing in his ears. The augmentation has been completed. A subtle smile graced the corners of Momo's lips as he realized the expansion of the eternal realm was now a reality. He unfurled his wings, his form soaring like a streak of light towards the exit of the passage, eager to return to his territory. Upon emerging from the cavern, he noticed that night had fallen. The sky was adorned with twinkling stars, a truly enchanting sight. At that moment, a sudden growl emanated from Momo's stomach, a reminder that he had been busy all day without sustenance. It seemed he needed to hasten his pace, he murmured to himself. With renewed urgency, he accelerated his flight towards his domain. Originally, the Eternal Realm connected to the world to the north of his territory. However, due to its consumption and Momo's decision to situate the newly expanded land to the west of his realm, he was now flying eastward back to his territory. The night breeze caressed his face, bringing a refreshing chill. As he flew, Momo's gaze swept over the land below. The newly augmented plains and woodlands appeared particularly serene under the night sky. Before long, he arrived above his territory, gently descending until his feet firmly touched the ground. At that moment, Ida approached him, her face illuminated by a warm smile. "My lord, you have returned. We have noticed the changes in the sky. Was everything successful?" Momo nodded and replied, "Everything went smoothly. The Eternal Realm has completed its expansion." Ida, intrigued, softly inquired, "Could you share with me the details of what transpired?" Momo smiled faintly and proceeded to explain the process of the world's consumption to Ida in detail. He recounted how to utilize the twisted flesh and blood of the fishmen as sustenance, how to select the newly acquired land for placement in the wooded area to the west, and the myriad details that transpired throughout the devouring process. Ada listened quietly, her expression shifting from curiosity to delight, her eyes sparkling with excitement. When Momo finished speaking, she suddenly leapt into his arms, holding him tightly. "How wonderful!" Ada's voice brimmed with joy as her cheek pressed against Momo's chest, feeling the strength of his heartbeat. Momo was momentarily taken aback by Ada's unexpected gesture. Yet he soon relaxed, gently enveloping her in his embrace. The faint fragrance that lingered around her was refreshing, enchanting his senses. Looking down at the woman in his arms, the dim light cascaded over her hair, casting a soft halo around her. A smile graced her face, and her eyes radiated happiness. Ada, Momo murmured softly, his voice infused with tenderness. His fingers delicately brushed through her hair, and a wave of warmth surged within him. Ada lifted her gaze, meeting Momo's eyes, her own filled with shyness. My lord, regardless of what the future holds, I shall always remain by your side, facing it together. For Ada, today had been an exceedingly tumultuous day. From her initial frailty in the morning to her newfound strength now. From her early concerns, through an entire day of battles and exertions, to the present moment of profound relief. Her body had undergone a significant transformation, and in this moment, all her pressures were released in Momo's embrace. She savored this rare moment of tranquility, as if the entire world had transformed into a realm of serenity and beauty. After a brief pause, Ida took a step back, her cheeks slightly flushed, and softly remarked, "My lord must be feeling quite hungry." She then took Momo's hand gently and added, "I have prepared the food. Let us go together." Chapter 82. The subordinate lords panel. Both of them underwent tremendous changes. And at this moment, all the stress was released in Momo's embrace. They nestled in Momo's arms, feeling his warmth and heartbeat. The world had turned serene and beautiful. In this instant, time seemed to stand still. All the clamor was isolated outside, leaving only the intertwining of their heartbeats and breaths. In this fleeting tranquility, they relished this rare moment of ease. After a moment, Ida gently stepped back, her cheeks still slightly flushed. She whispered, "My lord must be hungry, having worked tirelessly all day without proper rest." Then, she took one of Momo's hands and softly said, "I have prepared the food. Let us go together." Seeing this, Lumiere also grasped Momo's other hand. Momo nodded, allowing the two to hold on to him. The trio walked side by side toward the dining hall. Along the way, Momo casually inquired, "What about the new residents? How are they faring?" Ida smiled slightly and replied, "The residents are all in the dining hall, waiting for their meal. They have been diligently working throughout the afternoon and seem to be adapting well to the territory." Momo nodded in satisfaction, about to pose another inquiry when he suddenly halted his steps. Ada and Lumiere exchanged puzzled glances, ready to voice their curiosity, only to witness Momo gently lift Ada's hand. Her palm was cradled delicately, fingers quivering slightly. At that moment, a cold, mechanical voice resonated in Momo's mind. "Would you like to grant the current vassal lords panel?" Without hesitation, he silently affirmed, "Yes," as he made his choice. A faint glow emanated from the center of Ada's palm. Initially, the light flickered like a firefly, gradually intensifying in brilliance. Ada's pupils dilated slightly, her face betraying a hint of astonishment as she experienced an influx of entirely new information flooding her mind. This was the introduction to the Vassal Lords panel, revealing to her the privileges and functions inherent to such a role. The features of the Ordinary Lords panel were all present in the Vassal panel. Igniting a sense of exhilaration within Ada, she realized she could assist Momo in managing the territory to a significant extent, greatly enhancing her role. At that moment, Momo observed that, due to the unique nature of his Lords panel, it possessed an intelligence interface, a feature absent from the Vassal panel. A faint sigh escaped his lips. Had the Vassal panel also included an intelligence interface, the information at his disposal would have expanded considerably. Alas, this was a distinctive capability of his Lords panel, one that could not be shared even with Vassal Lords. Moreover, Momo discovered that the Vassal Lords panel was not entirely autonomous. As the primary lord, he held complete dominion over the Vassal panel. He can peruse Ada's operational records at any moment, gaining insight into her every action. Furthermore, if necessary, he can directly retract her auxiliary panel. Momo glanced at Ada, noticing her engrossed in the information displayed on the panel. With a subtle smile, he softly inquired, "How do you feel?" Upon hearing Momo's voice, Ada immediately lifted her head, a joyful smile illuminating her face. "My lord, this panel is truly remarkable and exceedingly convenient. With it, I can assist you in managing the territory more efficiently." Momo nodded in approval, stating, "That's good. Let us proceed to dinner." Ada readily complied, stowing away the panel and following in Momo's footsteps. Beside them, Lumiere's face displayed no discernible emotional fluctuations. However, upon closer inspection, one could detect a fleeting glimmer of unacknowledged disappointment in her eyes. That emotion rippled across her demeanor like subtle waves on a lake, unobtrusive yet undeniably present. Although Lumiere did not exhibit any overt signs of discontent, Momo knew her well enough to see through the facade with a mere glance. He turned his gaze towards Lu Mei, his tone imbued with regret. Mei, there is only one panel this time. I shall provide you with another on the next occasion. Lu Mei, caught off guard by Mo's perceptive remark, briefly displayed an awkward expression. Yet, she swiftly composed herself and softly replied, I understand, my lord. You need not worry about me. I am not troubled. Her voice, though calm, carried an undercurrent of subtle grievance, an essence of being overlooked. Mo sighed inwardly, his gaze softening with empathy. He gently withdrew his hand from Lu Mei's delicate grasp and instead wrapped his arms around her waist, expressing with a tone of regret, Meyer, this situation is exceptional. He offered a brief explanation. Ida possesses management skills, and with the increasing population within the territory, entrusting her with the subordinate panel would allow her to better fulfill her role. This is the most advantageous choice for our entire domain. After a moment's pause, Mo continued, but I assure you, I will grant you the subordinate panel next time. Feeling the warmth radiating from his embrace, Lu Meier's cheeks involuntarily flushed a soft hue. She lowered her gaze, lightly nodding, and her voice, as delicate as a whisper, responded, Yes, I trust you, my lord. Observing her, Mo's heart softened. Although Lu Meier appeared strong on the surface, her inner world was remarkably intricate. Let us proceed to the dining hall. I am quite hungry, Mo suggested. The two nodded in agreement, all right. The trio walked side by side towards the dining hall. The enticing aroma wafted from the kitchen, igniting Mo's appetite. Inside the dining hall, the residents had already gathered, their faces aglow with smiles as they awaited the meal. Upon seeing Mo and Ida enter, the residents rose in unison, respectfully bowing, Greetings, my lord and lady. Mo acknowledged them with a nod, his gaze sweeping over the array of food. Most of it was the flesh and blood of creatures slain during their previous campaign against Rhaenys. Mo could not help but reflect on the magnitude of their previous endeavor without the bounty they had secured. Sustaining such a considerable population would have been a formidable challenge. He addressed the crowd, saying, Esteemed guests, after a day of diligent toil, you have all labored tirelessly. It is your sweat that has nourished our territory, allowing it to blossom with vibrant life. Your efforts have rendered our domain more prosperous and beautiful. Now, it is time to cast aside the fatigue of the day and indulge in this feast. This is the finest reward for your unwavering dedication. As Mo's words resonated, the subjects respectfully acknowledged him, expressing their gratitude for the Lord's care and affection. An elderly subject, with a voice quivering with emotion, fervently exclaimed, Each of your words fills us with immeasurable warmth. We shall not betray your trust and will continue to contribute our strength to the territory. Indeed, my lord, we shall persevere and make this land even more magnificent, echoed another young subject. Chapter 96. Dinner, the humorous Reichten. Subsequently, the subjects eagerly took up their bowls and chopsticks, their faces radiant with joy. On the dining table, steaming dishes emanated an enticing aroma, golden roasted meats, sweet fantastical fruits, and rich, hearty soups. After a day of hard work, these simple foods transformed into exquisite delicacies in the mouths of the subjects. As they savored the meal, they sang its praises. A newcomer, still bearing the shyness of first arrival, couldn't help but exclaim, This food is absolutely delightful. Each bite lingers on the palate. Another newcomer nodded vigorously, eyes wide with astonishment. Yes, indeed. It is far superior to the meals of previous days. The flavor was simply irresistible. Grateful was the Lord for allowing me to indulge in such exquisite cuisine. Their conversation resonated with those around them. Old Jack interjected with a smile, This is all a blessing from our Lord. Not only has he bestowed upon us a long and stable life, but he has also gifted us with such delectable fare. We are truly fortunate to reside in this land brimming with hope and warmth. A nearby villager echoed in agreement, Indeed, indeed. The hall was filled with the joyous laughter and chatter of the villagers, who gathered together to share both food and their stories. Yet, amidst this atmosphere of merriment, Ho Chi-Lin felt a tinge of embarrassment. His ears caught snippets of the new villagers discussing the meals from a few days prior. Their words pricked at his heart like delicate needles. During that time, he had developed a sudden passion for cooking, taking on the mantle of the chef. However, it seemed that all his talent was devoted to the art of swordsmanship. He was utterly clueless in the culinary realm. For those days, the meals prepared for the new villagers had originated from his hands, yet the flavors left much to be desired, verging on inedible. Now, as he savored the delicious dish before him, a complex wave of emotion surged within Ho Chi-Lin. He inhaled deeply and then took a hearty bite of the roasted meat. The exquisite taste blossomed in his mouth, serving as a silent farewell to his past culinary endeavors. Ho Qinglin silently vowed to himself that he would henceforth forsake the culinary arts. His sword was to be his eternal companion, and the path of swordsmanship was the true pursuit he should endeavor to follow. He lifted his gaze, his eyes shining with fervor, as he envisioned a glorious future in the realm of swordsmanship, one that would commence with his renunciation of cooking, just as he was lost in this reverie of aspirations. The robust voice of Rekton interrupted his thoughts. While voraciously devouring the roasted meat in his hands, Rekton inquired with curiosity, "Ho Qinglin, what occupies your mind? You appear so engrossed that you've neglected this delectable roast." Snapping back to reality, Ho Qinglin gently waved his hand. "It's nothing, just some rather unpleasant thoughts." Upon hearing this, Rekton's interest was piqued, a glint of mischief flickering in his eyes. "Oh, what dismal thoughts plague you? Do share, and let me partake in your merriment." Ho Qinglin found himself momentarily speechless, uncertain of how to respond to this sudden jest. He shook his head in resignation, yet felt a sense of warmth towards Rekton's forthrightness. At that moment, Mo approached with Lu Meier, and Ai de Mo's gaze swept over the two, and with genuine concern, he asked, "How are your injuries healing? Do you experience any discomfort?" Just as Ho Qinglin was about to respond, Rekton interjected with a hearty slap on his chest, producing a resounding thud. With a boisterous laugh, he declared, "Reporting to you, my lord, my injuries have long since healed. Just look at me. I am full of vigor, brimming with energy, ready to charge into battle at a moment's notice, without hesitation." As he spoke, he gestured towards the nearby Ho Qinglin, a playful smirk curling at the corners of his lips, laced with a hint of mockery. "However, this fellow pales in comparison to me, Rekton. His physique is woefully inadequate, utterly frail. Just look at him, still appearing quite ill. It truly raises concerns." Upon hearing this, Ho Qinglin furrowed his brow slightly, feeling a twinge of displeasure. Yet he swiftly quelled his emotions. He turned to Mo, speaking with deference, "Thanks to Lord's healing arts, my injuries are gradually mending. However, given the severity of my previous wounds, full recovery will take some time. I appreciate your concern." Mo nodded. "There is no need for haste. Health is paramount, and recovery requires patience. Focus on your healing." "Thank you, Lord," Ho Qinglin replied. Then, he turned back, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he regarded Rekton, "Little crocodile. Once I have fully recovered, do you dare to engage in a spar? I wish to see the extent of your prowess." At this, Rekton was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled nervously, scratching his head. He was acutely aware of his own limitations and knew he was no match for Ho Qinglin. Hastily, he waved his hand dismissively, attempting to appear nonchalant. No, I would never take advantage of an invalid. Let's discuss it once you are fully healed." Seeing this, Ho Qinglin's smile deepened, laced with teasing. "What is this? The illustrious Rekton, too fearful to engage? Or is it merely bravado on your part, with cowardice lurking when action is required?" Rekton felt his face flush with embarrassment, but quickly regained his composure. He puffed out his chest and feigned bravado, declaring, "Who is afraid? I simply do not wish to take advantage of another's misfortune." His voice, though resounding, could not conceal the trepidation within. At that moment, the frothy white figure hovering above chuckled lightly and interjected, "It seems you are indeed afraid. Not daring is simply not daring." Her words struck like arrows, piercing the vulnerable spots of Rekton's pride. "My brother Ho has stated that once he is recovered, we shall engage in a contest." Faced with the exposure of his cowardice, Rekton became increasingly flustered. He widened his round eyes and retorted with indignation, "This is hardly a contest. Ho Qinglin is merely bullying the innocent crocodile. His rank and level surpass mine. How could I possibly compete with him?" He paused momentarily before adding, "If I were to honestly spar with him, I would surely end up as a handbag." At this juncture, vivid images of his own skin being flayed and his muscles yanked began to invade Rekton's mind, sending a shiver down his spine. He hastily shook his head, attempting to dispel the harrowing vision, murmuring to himself, "No, I absolutely cannot engage in a contest. Otherwise, I would undoubtedly be turned into a crocodile handbag." Rekton's expression transitioned from stubbornness to a state of panic, ultimately taking on a comical semblance of terror. Chapter 98. Loyalty of the subjects increases. As the onlookers beheld Rekton's demeanor, laughter erupted like a tidal wave, causing his face to redden further in the midst of their mirth. He stubbornly held his head high, striving to maintain the last vestiges of his dignity amidst the cacophony of laughter. Yet, the incessantly swaying of his tail betrayed the turmoil churning within him. Ho Qinglin sat nearby, a mixture of helplessness and amusement evident in his eyes. He felt both exasperated and somewhat resigned towards the stubborn crocodile before him. He reached out and patted the creature's broad shoulder, saying, all right, no more sparring. Just relax." Upon hearing this, Lycton immediately straightened his posture, feigning nonchalance as he waved a claw, his voice booming, "Oh, it's nothing. Feel free to spar with me. Lycton has never feared anyone." He paused momentarily, adding, "What I just did was merely to lighten the mood. Do not misconstrue it." With that, he attempted to appear more composed by flicking his tail in a casual manner, though the exaggerated motion only rendered him more comical. "I certainly did not decline your challenge. It was you who opted out," Lycton emphasized, his tone brimming with pride. Momo stood to the side, arms crossed, his gaze drifting over Lycton, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. This creature, undeniably a fearsome crocodile, often engaged in antics that provoked laughter. Momo mused to himself. Despite the crocodile's bluster, it was precisely such a whimsical presence that prevented the days in their territory from becoming overly mundane. At that moment, a series of notification chimes echoed in Momo's mind. Yang Yu's loyalty to you has increased. Wang Li's loyalty to you has increased. Zhang Chui's loyalty to you has increased. Momo was momentarily taken aback, then a smile graced his lips. The loyalty of his new subjects was swiftly on the rise. The pace of this enhancement far exceeded his expectations, leaving him somewhat astonished. Within merely half a day, their loyalty had begun to rise significantly. Momo pondered silently. The increase in loyalty was not merely a simple numerical change. It signified that these new subjects had started to genuinely integrate into this territory, willing to invest their efforts and loyalty in this land. The establishment of this sense of belonging was not solely attributed to the delectable food, but rather to the hope and security the territory provided. The unique capabilities of the dining hall were also subtly at work. Those seemingly ordinary dishes could imperceptibly enhance the subject's sense of identity and happiness towards the territory. It appeared that the dining hall's extraordinary abilities were more effective than he had anticipated. Momo felt a hidden joy, realizing that it not only rendered the food delicious but also elevated happiness and loyalty. This was truly a stabilizer for the hearts of the people. After half a day's experience, these newly joined subjects were already filled with a sense of belonging to the territory and gratitude towards their lord. They gradually transitioned from initial unfamiliarity and unease to trust. This land was becoming a true home in their hearts. The prosperity of the territory depended not merely on the accumulation of resources, but also on the cohesion of the people's hearts. And the hearts of these new subjects were gradually aligning with this land. Clearly, everything was progressing in a positive direction. Perhaps, this is the allure of the territory. Momo's gaze swept across the entire dining hall once more, observing the subjects with radiant smiles on their faces. A swell of pride surged within him. This territory is steadily progressing towards prosperity. "My lord," a voice interrupted Momo's thoughts. He turned towards the source of the voice and saw a young man holding a tray, a smile adorning his face. "Thank you for preparing such delicious food for us. This is the finest meal I have ever had." Momo smiled gently and replied, "There is no need for thanks. This is what you deserve. As long as you work hard and contribute to the territory, I promise you will enjoy such culinary delights every day." The young man's eyes sparkled with delight as he nodded vigorously and then hurried back to his seat. After the meal, Momo stood at the center of the dining hall, his gaze sweeping over the gathered citizens. He raised his hand slightly, pressing his fingertips together to signal for silence. The clamor gradually subsided, and all eyes focused on him. Momo lifted his right hand, palm facing upward. In an instant, beams of light burst forth from his palm, subsequently entering the bodies of the citizens who had not yet received any enhancements. They immediately felt a warm current surging within them, reminiscent of the comforting warmth of the winter sun. Soon after, a protective shield enveloped the citizens. The shield flickered gently in the air before vanishing into their bodies. Instantly, a sense of safety surged within them. At that moment, countless golden specks appeared behind the citizens. These luminous points swiftly coalesced, gradually transforming into pairs of golden wings. However, due to the citizens' depleted energy, these wings only flapped a few times before fading away, dispersing into twinkling golden light. Po Qinglin stood to the side, witnessing this enchanting spectacle. Even though he had experienced it firsthand before, he could not conceal his astonishment at this moment. He murmured, "Each time I behold this scene, it evokes an incredible sense of wonder." The subjects felt the transformation within their bodies, their hearts brimming with gratitude and admiration for Momo. They exchanged glances, their eyes alight with excitement and joy. "The Lord is truly magnificent," exclaimed an elder among them. "This power feels like a divine gift. It is the strength of the gods. I feel utterly revitalized. All my fatigue has been dispelled." A middle-aged man stretched his body, a smile illuminating his face. At that moment, a voice arose from the crowd, imbued with genuine respect and gratitude. "Thank you, Lord." This voice instantly ignited the emotions of everyone present. Soon after, a chorus of voices erupted, coalescing into a resounding wave of appreciation. Thank you, Lord. Zhou Shi's loyalty has increased. Han Yan's loyalty has increased. Bai Xing's loyalty has increased. At this time, Mo's complexion turned slightly pale. Beads of sweat emerged on his forehead, trickling slowly down his cheeks as he raised a hand to wipe them away. To unleash so many abilities at once. Even with his formidable strength, he felt somewhat overwhelmed. Although his physical energy had transformed into Frost Wolf King battle aura, leaving a portion remaining. His mental energy had been significantly depleted. After all, his mental energy remained in a rather ordinary state, far inferior to the formidable and refined essence of the Frost Wolf King's aura. Chapter 99, The Formation of an Army. Mo pondered inwardly, realizing that he must find a way to enhance his mental energy. The disparate sensations of the two types of energy left him feeling quite peculiar. He then surveyed the surroundings and noticed that nearly half of the vassals had yet to receive the augmentation. This caused his brow to furrow slightly, and he felt a weight in his heart. Each release of the golden feathered wings required a substantial amount of energy. Given his current condition, it was evidently impractical to continue. As he contemplated this, the voices around him gradually became clearer. The vassals were collectively calling out their gratitude. Thank you, my lord. Their voices were resounding and sincere, pouring all their appreciation and admiration into that brief phrase. Mo raised his hand and waved, signaling for silence. The vassals immediately quieted down, their gazes fixed intently upon him. Feeling their collective attention, Mo spoke. Friends, the augmentation is not yet complete. The remaining vassals will receive their enhancement tomorrow. I assure you, every one of you will experience this power. Upon hearing these words, the vassals were even more moved. Someone shouted, My lord, please take a rest. Mo nodded and continued. Additionally, there are two structures within the territory that can enhance your strength, the library and the Frost Warrior training camp. You may utilize these two facilities to bolster your abilities upon the completion of your tasks. As the strength of the vassals increases, the productivity of the territory will consequently experience a significant enhancement. Mo was acutely aware that he still possessed several formidable warriors of considerable rank. Even if the vassals gained power, there was no cause for concern regarding any reckless actions on their part. Moreover, the loyalty of most vassals towards him was exceedingly high. As soon as Mo concluded his statement, a murmur rippled through the crowd. Then, a voice emerged from the throng, inquiring, Is it true, my lord? Can ordinary individuals like myself also possess extraordinary power akin to that of Master Ho? Mo turned to the inquisitive vassal and replied, Indeed. Everyone has the potential to attain extraordinary strength. The Frost Warrior training camp can assist you in rapidly enhancing your abilities, and subsequently, mastering the Frost Wolf breathing technique will become significantly easier. As long as you are willing to exert effort, the future will undoubtedly shine brighter than the present. Upon hearing Mo's words, an overwhelming surge of excitement enveloped the vassals, difficult to contain. One exclaimed, Wonderful! I finally have a chance to grow stronger. Others joined in jubilant cheers. Mo raised his hand to signal for silence and continued, From this day forth, the territory officially commences conscription. All individuals aged 18 and above, in good health, with strong mental fortitude, and willing to engage in battle, may enlist. Mo emphasized the phrases strong mental fortitude and willing to engage in battle, for on the battlefield, without overwhelming and absolute strength, one requires immense will and courage. He seeks true warriors capable of shouldering the responsibility of safeguarding the territory, rather than impulsive youths driven by mere fervor. Joining the military not only signifies the acquisition of greater strength but also entails the solemn duty to protect the land, safeguard the homeland, and defend one's kin. Mo's gaze swept across the crowd, his tone grave. War is merciless. In the days to come, we shall confront foes not only of our own kind but potentially ferocious beasts and even unknown alien races. Every individual who steps onto the battlefield must be prepared for the ultimate sacrifice. As his words lingered in the air, a murmur of solemn discussions arose among the crowd. Some clenched their fists, their resolve unwavering. Others bowed their heads in contemplation, weighing the choices of life and death, while a few appeared pale, struck by the weight of his message. At that moment, a young man strode forth from the throng, proclaiming loudly, My lord, I am willing to join the military. I am prepared to fight for the territory for my family. Soon after, several others stepped forward, expressing their willingness to enlist. Count me in. I too. Mo regarded these brave young individuals and remarked, Excellent. Your courage reveals the hope of our territory. Those wishing to enlist may register with Ho Chi Lin and Watson. He turned slightly towards the two men, nodding gently. Please assist in tallying the number of applicants. At your command, my lord. Ho Qing-lin and Watson responded in unison. As the population of the territory grows, the establishment of a formidable military must become a priority. This matter pertains not only to the security of the territory, but also to the future development of the entire faction. Moments later, Momo stepped out of the cafeteria, with Lumiere and Ada closely following. Momo's gaze fell upon Ada. From this day forth, you shall be fully responsible for all affairs of the territory. Ada was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of surprise passing through her eyes. Yes, my lord. With the population of the territory rapidly increasing and affairs becoming increasingly complex, Momo could no longer attend to every detail personally. Entrusting such significant responsibilities to Ada was both a testament to his faith in her and a necessity of the situation. Ada's capabilities had already been demonstrated in recent days. She not only handled various matters with meticulous care, but also possessed the managerial skills to organize the intricate tasks methodically. Momo nodded slightly, his gaze revealing trust. I believe you will do well. Thank you for your trust, my lord, Ada replied with a slight bow. Subsequently, Momo added, Ada, please assist in counting the number of residents and also keep an eye out for individuals with special talents. Now equipped with a panel that allowed her to utilize an identification feature to assess others' attributes, Ada found this greatly facilitated her work. She nodded in understanding. I will meticulously filter through and ensure that no valuable talent is overlooked. Momo pondered for a moment, his tone suddenly turning stern. Also, pay attention to whether there are any heretics among the residents. At this point, a glint of coldness flashed in Momo's eyes. Ada understood the gravity of his words, her expression growing serious. I comprehend, my lord. I will observe discreetly to ensure the safety of the territory. Momo's expression softened slightly. Thank you for your efforts, Ada. Ada offered a gentle smile, taking a step closer and pressing her voluptuous figure against Momo. Her tone carried a hint of playful affection, her voice soft and alluring. My lord, I am not weary at all. After all, I am your chief administrator. It is my duty. After a day filled with battles and chaos, Momo's face bore the marks of fatigue. Ada, keenly perceptive, softly suggested, My lord, you should return to the manor and rest. The hot water is ready. Upon hearing the mention of hot water, Momo's eyes brightened instantly. Since his arrival in the Eternal Realm, he had been preoccupied with various matters and had yet to indulge in a relaxing bath. He glanced at Ada and Lumiere, jesting. Shall we all take a bath together? It would be the perfect opportunity to unwind. Ada shook her head, an apologetic look gracing her features. My lord, a portion of our residents' accommodations has yet to be fully addressed. I must assist them in constructing their homes to ensure they have shelter tonight. Momo nodded in understanding and then turned his gaze to Lumiere. She smiled softly and said, My lord, I must practice the frost wolf breathing technique. I am just a few steps away from mastering it completely. Feeling a pang of regret, Momo replied, Very well, it seems I shall enjoy this tranquility alone. With that, he strode toward the manor. Ada and Lumiere each immersed themselves in their own affairs. Within the lord's manor, the bathroom was already prepared with warm water, steam gently rising and permeating the air. Momo stepped slowly into the bath, the soothing warmth enveloping his body, gently easing his taut nerves and washing away the fatigue of the day. He closed his eyes, and his mind involuntarily wandered back to the myriad experiences of the day. The itinerary was indeed more exhausting than that of a production team as donkey. However, after 4 days of intense effort, the territory had finally begun to take shape. With this thought, a faint smile crept onto Momo's lips, and a sense of accomplishment surged within him. As the lord, he could finally allow himself a moment of relaxation and savor the joys of his position. Completely submerging himself in the warm water, he exhaled deeply, allowing his whole being to unwind. Blissful. After a brief moment of tranquility, Momo opened his eyes, redirecting his thoughts to the matters at hand. With a flicker of intent, he activated the interface and accessed the world building panel. Lines of data materialized before him. Eternal Realm, world level, dust 0. 1. World power, 108-150. A dust level world recovers 2 points of world power per hour. World composition. It turned out that above the minutiae level was the dust level. A dust level world recovers 2 points of world power each hour. Though this enhancement may appear minimal, it held profound significance for Momo. After all, he possessed the world coordinates provided by the intelligence interface, and each point of world power he utilized was far more efficient than that of other lords. With the same resources, he could orchestrate a more extensive layout. Upon this realization, Momo's lips curled into a subtle smile. He deactivated the world construction interface and instead opened the map. On the map, several luminous points flickered. Imomo's gaze drifted among these points before ultimately fixating on a world situated closest to the realm of eternity. Traveling to this world requires the consumption of 300 units of world power, with an estimated arrival time of 30 hours. 30 hours. Such a duration seems excessively lengthy. Imo furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of helplessness within. What troubled him further was the fact that reaching that world required a consumption of 300 units of world power, while his current energy limit stood at merely 150, which was woefully insufficient. Consequently, during the journey, he would need to pause for a while to replenish his world power.